me for AG has always been, it's very telegraphed what they like to play. Especially when you look at their DPS players, because like we haven't really got to see him put in just yet.
Overwatch, I'm so sorry on the mobiles, on the vertical scenes on YouTube. So sorry about that. I love you guys. You guys are amazing. That is my fault. That's my fault completely.
It is a huge
That is my fault completely. I forgot to do both. I needed to do both.
Like,
I'm so sorry.
It's
okay, we got both of this started right now.
To be able to win their maps in their own region. But like I said, it's very telegraphed. Like every time when you look at the hero pool between Insane and Alfari, they both play the Reaper. Insane plays some May, but the big difference is that Sim.
Yeah, he is the specialist, the Sim May, the strange hero specialist. Or the,
yeah, they've even played Sim May Rhine.
They definitely have some good team synergy. That you can see that. You can see how the way that they're looking at each other, talking to each other. They seem like they have good team synergy right there. Just crazy.
That was kind of crazy, actually.
Hey, what if we did that?
Even the caster thinks it's crazy.
Ryan's seen a whole lot more playtime, to be fair,
Jake's
as well.
really happy recently.
I'm thinking of Johnny. Bro's got a smile ear to ear as soon as he's had Ryan picked. We saw it in Overwatch World Cup. We've seen it in just the regular season too. I mean, Ryan is so back. He feels so bad. Maybe not with the Ram though, to be fair.
Yeah, but with Ram back
being
in the mix
last week. Yeah.
I think like if you want to play the Rhine to have the value, you do have to remove the Ram. Since a lot of the time, Rhine is like, I hold shield and exist to create space for my team, or we just try to run at them. And Ram punishes the I hold shield mentality because you just pummel right through it.
So what are we doing?
Atlas is going to be the map
Atlas?
choice. Okay, a flashpoint. Saw New Junk City a little bit earlier.
Atlas flashpoint.
It will be Atlas here.
Okay.
A Ramatra ban actually from AT. Looks like BAP is going to be taken off the table. Sorry, that was a Ram ban for GK, sorry. And AG banning BAP.
Okay, so Atlas, we could potentially be seeing a lot of fast-moving compositions. We could be seeing some full just like rush down. I like the Tracer on Atlas, a whole bunch of Tracer on flashpoints.
They're gonna play Ryan.
Really good.
Hang on, Ram's
yeah, if Ram's banned, that feels like a Ryan play, right?
Curious.
You're going to play Ryan, you're going to just try and create that
Mobile Legends, we're starting up again.
I feel like Ryan just being able to
we're starting up mobiles.
Teams with the threat of, hey, if you stay and stand your ground and try to fight us.
No way. This is just the start of Mobile Legends, and over there, they're already getting to fight. Less than 1 minute. Less than a minute in, they're already fighting. That's crazy.
Ring a Ryan the Rosie.
Anything. Yeah, ring a
Less than 1 minute, y'all. And they're fighting. First blood's already been given. That's crazy. Mobile Legends players are so aggressive. Who even got that kill? Falcons, of course. Of course.
I'll write them all down before I get on.
Alright.
Back
it Overwatch. Back it Overwatch.
I dare you to
Red Metro. That guy's OP. He's an OP tank, dog.
Yeah, it's
I've seen all the skills he does and everything he navigates. That guy had full map control.
I'd probably mess it up after the third.
Alright, here we go.
It's a profit.
Never played on
situation
Atlas.
Almost.
Oh, the Psycho as well. Yeah.
It's a classic. All right, let's load in. Atlas.
Oh, I played on Atlas only one time, and I was playing Lucian.
This first to two, this first
and this is AGAL's picks of the map.
Start for AG. See GK banning the BAP. Sorry, and it was the round.
Is it going to work though? That is the question. Where? Well, we'll see. We'll see. Good luck and have fun for them, I guess. But I definitely am behind on my pick. Geekly already has one game above. If they win this next game, they move on. AG.AL gets set to a lower bracket. So, good luck. Hopefully this works.
So it makes sense they're now trying to play that premier Chinese composition when they know it can't be banned out. We even actually
just flashpoint. Flashpoint inside, you have to connect, capture just the middle, and you have to capture it twice. So 100%.
On that Vendetta to play around the
ooh, we see Hamster, we see Slam.
With the Vendetta damage follow-up. Oh, that's brutal.
I think it's so good too. Cardiac Overdrive.
Oh no, that jetpack. That jetpack cat.
Strike as well has got the life steal after the perk. Like you are trilling in the front. Like there you go. That's what I'm saying. You just run at them.
Evaporation.
It is like the new WM1
Whoa.
combo.
No, actually,
And with Vendetta.
we do see Rollerball. We see Rollerball hamster.
Very self-sufficient in a way on the Xion. A lot of overhealth with the dash, and you got the bike. Like
it's like death ball, but instead of ball, it's jump. You just straight up just jump on people, which is why we'll see Finn having to find so much value with the
Geekly's
Suzu,
actually
right?
lost the point in the beginning, which is kind of crazy. Kind of brand new.
Speaking about stopping the Mauga, that's why they play the cat with the Mauga. Just drop him right into Kike.
Nice combo.
Good counter pin though. Eventually Liga is going to be able to get out. They do end up trading
Cat
DPS.
Alpha combo. Cat Mal combo.
Easy Hunt does go down to Labda though, so no DPS available from AGAL, but still they can hold this space for as long as humanly possible. This point is very tough to cap when the opponent has a dominant control of the high ground. Easy Hunt's going to be back in a moment. Same with Alfari. Both very quick heroes, to be fair. Liga chased down by Zed as Labda holding his own and helps finish off Alfari.
Yeah, good pressure from GK onto the point, right? Splitting the Vendetta.
I wish they showed the player's
allowing
name
Labda
that
to
they're
farm
showing
rail
their
shots
display
off
of
the Mauga when
they're switching to them.
Contest, and then
But it's
take
okay.
that damage and put pressure onto Alfari. But AG with the cap will be able to get into position pretty quickly to be able to set up these fights, which means that GK not getting all that much point percent between.
Easy Hunt. Oh, he was been spotted by the Lucio. Good scouting there from Kellex.
Well, comes the cat combo. Cat combo.
Decimated. Same with Alfie in the front line too. His Langston just hovers above the rest of the team, and you can't really deal with him, and no one's looking at the cat. He does a fair amount of damage on his own, to be fair, with the scratches. A nice team kill from AG as they get the reflip.
I mean, the question now is, how do you deal with the overclock? Do you simply try to hide away from it, or do you
a good cat combo.
Decay to try
It
to
can be a good
defend
team
versus
combo.
it? Yeah, it could be the best defense.
Here
Is
they come.
a
Here
strong
come Geekly.
offenses. AG will just run directly at Geekly yet again.
Yeah, they've got a cage and they've got a spree, as well as this
has ult.
Vendetta Blade 2 in a couple of moments.
He's trying to keep ult with the jetpack jet.
GK get that one for free. I'm looking for AG to actually make a mark in this fight. There's been no kills. Here's the cage eventually. A return cage from Ziad 2.
Oh, nice.
A
Cage to a
rush
cage.
recall.
Oh,
Absolutely
no.
destroyed. Thought that was
No.
the wound that they could bandage,
Geekly
but
got
not
real
to be. Alfie
then
with
split
the
up.
death loss. It's just way too much incidental
3 teams
damage.
down bot, and then
GK
the
find
2
first
people on top. That was not coordinated to where they were wanted to get this. Geekly's down on side too. Dude, they're so bundled together, which is crazy.
To have in the pocket to be able to deal with Kellex and Labda. As GK snowball potential, good ultimate stop.
Sojourn
to
had
be able
to ult
take
too.
control of this next point.
Could be good.
This high ground first, please, and thank you.
Could be play of a game,
I mean,
actually.
they have to just zone this Sojourn out. This overclock is so scary for them. They don't really have a good way of dealing with that.
Oh, here comes the combo. Here comes the jetpack combo. Here comes the jetpack combo. Oh, no. He missed it. Dang. He missed it all. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. I guess what? Do it once, you fool me. Do it twice, you fool me. I'm the fool or something.
A nice little slam again.
I forget the thing for it.
Stun, I should say. As the sound barrier from Kellex ends up hitting 5.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you.
It's a little bit of damage, but
There you
it's
go.
a tickling more than anything. Point cap from GK as they scare AGAL off the point.
Yeah, it doesn't catch Finn as well, and that's the crucial player for GK in this next part of the fight, because it will be rush for
Right, coordinated.
rush. AG's follow-up potential
Coordinated
to jump
time.
on top of that rush is huge.
I can't
For
believe
GK
AG
with the
lost
point
with,
control,
like,
can I
zero
play Labda away
point
from
control.
the main fight itself? Look for those angles.
Oh, no, it's
farm
get
rail
next
shots
one.
off of the Mauga
Next
and
black
try to
point.
find the slams.
Yeah.
There we go, airdrop again. This time Liga lands himself on the point. Now goes for the charge. A little fakey though, was 300 HP by the time he was midway through it. Sound barrier gone for Kellex, of course, but they can still rely on the rush for Finn. An opening kill onto recall. You know, decent enough if I do say so myself, as AGL have only Lengser to try and support them now.
No
and
way.
he is
Oh,
playing
no.
off the map currently.
Okay, there you go.
Easy Han ends up going down. There's the rush, and this should just be the
Okay,
point
here
too.
comes Mal again.
Alfari
It's just
ends up
to
going
save.
down, and with Liga half
this
HP,
is safe.
the chances
Oh, no.
of recontesting this are close to
dead.
0.
Yeah, and you feel like you can use that rush just to
No
be able to close
way.
out that
Giggly
push, because if
Esports?
people use the
Here he
thing,
goes.
You can stop it. There's the Mauga airdrop yet again. AG
Oh.
trying to fight this out.
But what
Wait,
can they
so-
actually do from this position?
so-
Absolutely
Overtime, we're in
nothing,
overtime.
says
Oh, no,
Kellex.
AG's
A
gone.
good boop
AG's
off
gone.
the
They
map,
fell
but
off the map.
Don't need any more ults.
They-
GK
yeah.
up to 2.
Oh, that... I don't know
Like
how I
final
feel about the
flash
fact that
voice.
AG tried to contest that, because like now you're waiting for your Mauga to come back. Geeky are already rotating to meet the next point. They'll be in position with an overclock and a Mauga cage, which means that they can perfectly kite out recalls. Oh, this is really risky.
Just don't double support
Yeah, we go.
into a cage.
Yes.
That is the goal here from AG. You cannot overlay those support ults.
Oh,
Here he comes. Not quite so far in the back line. Now goes for the stomp. Easy hand playing a distraction, killing Labda. There is going to be Lengsa with the kidnap. Finn outside of this cage, but it's going to rejoin the team in just a moment. In fact, it's going to rejoin the rest of them in the spawn, I'd imagine. Ziad ends up going down, and yeah, okay, again, double support ult and a cage for AGAL as they invest heavily into that fight.
They used Rush to bail out Liga, is the problem, right? Lengsa uses the catnap, puts a lot of pressure onto Geeky, makes sure that they can't play off of Lapta's ult, but now, like you said, AG used both support ults, so you have to get aggressive to
that didn't work.
get to
That didn't work
Lapta's
at
OC, but
all.
he's been able to get the ult.
I can't believe they're still trying that.
Liga ain't no drifting, that's for
So
sure.
Jordan
He's trying to
just
get around
uses
that
their
corner,
ult,
but
too.
just looking straight into a lamppost. A good opening kill, and that's
Can we
basically
just appreciate that they're still losing
though,
Lucio?
expensive this time for GK. Use the beat and the OC.
V and Sojourn ultimate to make sure that Lapta's able to survive the sheer amount of pressure that AG have to be able to condense all the damage onto one specific player. So yet again, Mauga engagement onto the slam, looking for the target.
They get hit.
Yeah, Lapta's extremely low too. Liga just has to stay alive now.
The
That is going to be
jetpack
plan
cat
number
stuff
one.
is not working.
See, I just
Strap's
running
not
away
working.
from Liga. You can't run too far. Nice little heady there from
Nice
Easy
shield.
Hand onto a flying Kellex, but 42% for GK, not too bad.
Yeah, you know what? It's not death jump, it's dive.
Oh,
China have found a way to make Mauga work as dive. This is why we see the bans towards the cat. How do you deal with this if you're Geeky? Like, you're always down one person if AG
I think
has to
what's the
find
thing is GK is still doing good because all they're doing is dodging now. But
playing around that's important. So unless
I don't
Alpha
know.
can go first here with
I don't
the
know.
Death Blossom.
I don't know.
Very early rush from Finn. As soon as he got it, he
Oh,
unleashed
Reaper.
it. Labda's already dead though, and with Finn
Nice,
following
nice,
too, this should
nice.
be a
Good
point
Reaper.
here for AG.
Oh, okay. It looks like AG
They've
might
got
can
it.
finally get a
It's
1
just
point.
killing with someone
Why is it
with
overtime,
just
though?
from Kellex, who's trying
Why
to
is it
hold
overtime?
the Z
Skellig?
come through.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get on the point. because
Kellex
he's already
is staying
dead.
on
There's
point.
the cardiac overdrive. And there's the
And
run
he's
over,
dead.
and that is it. They're got a point on the board, keeping them alive in the series.
I mean, do Geeky go for any
They have
sort of
another one.
swaps?
They have to
At
get
this
2
point,
more.
or do they just keep
It's still a
sticking
match
with
point
this
though for
composition,
Geeky.
sacrificing one person, but making sure that that sacrifice finds the value of winning them the next fight. Speaking though about next fight, look at the amount of ults that AG have stacked.
They got it again. Double support ult with the cage. You can't unleash it all on top of each other once more. It's a good Suzu, but now Finn a little bit defenseless. Use the teleport away as well, so no CDs left.
Oh,
But
Mal's all
he's got
by
a big
himself.
meat
He's
wall
by
in front
himself.
of
He
him
doesn't
now
have a
for
healer.
Ziad. Liga
Oh,
has to
nice
get out.
dodge.
Point has been
Nice
unlocked
rush.
in a couple of moments too, as Kellex
This is such a
caught
narrow
off
hallway.
guard by the spree.
Such a narrow
Finn
hallway.
going for a trade. Another Suzu to save the day from Finn, but with only one support and no
But-
speed, it's going to be hard
oh!
for Ziad to get stuff done.
Jetpack Hack's still good.
He's
He's still good with Jetpack Hack. Oh, no.
Getting stopped by Lengsa. The cancellation of the Death
Crazy.
Blossom allows Alfari to take over the fight.
That is a
Stop
crazy
that
counter.
Blossom, they probably lose the fight. No beat to be able to
Killed
survive
Reaper
it. Suzu
and
already burned.
they still got hit with the
Alpha's
chains.
damage
Dude,
would
that's
have been
crazy.
absolutely monstrous. As AG now gain yet again. Early pressure onto Geeky. Tried to find the pick onto Lapta, who has the OC that they'll be looking to win the fight from.
She gets so low, has to get out. Cardiac overdrive, really early pop again. Liga just threatening with the fact that Lengsa can drop him in. Overclock from Labda, already found one headshot, make that his second one. He's so low, and he's so damn low, he just dashes in anyway. He thought he had Alfari dead to rights, but both
Kiriko.
both
No.
DPS from AG took a headshot and did not go down.
AG.AL might
that's a
actually
win
take
for
this one.
AG, right?
They might take a
Alpha
second
is
one
able
at
to
least,
just
right?
bait out the majority of that OC. Goes to check the Sojourn.
Yeah, Geekly
Still
almost
has
had it though.
Waveform,
That's
gets
crazy.
hit by one hit of the OC, rafes the rest of it, and is able to take down Labda mid-ult, and AG live yet again. 20% of the point required, rush for recall, early pressure yet again in the streets before Geeky can touch.
Here we go, Easy Han now on another flank. Early Suzu from Finn, he's so low and can't pop the rush. He's too low, he would have Ajaxed it pretty much. And AG, this is their point. With Finn going down like that, ain't happening.
Dreamers, you guys want
That's
another
2-2.
Overwatch drop.
2-2.
We have the lifeguard. Here we go.
Both support ults available, but AG about to hit ultimates that will potentially force both
Viewers,
of them. So
you guys got more Overwatch drops. Congratulations.
If you use the beat to be able to win out the rush match, you don't have it to be able to survive the Blossom or the Spree follow-through.
Made it to the high ground first. GK spotting the TP. Here's Liga out of nowhere. Nice little counter stun again, but Liga's just so damn low. Cardiac overdrive popped as well as this rush from Recall to try and keep his Malga alive. There's the latest sound barrier from Kellex and Easy Han down. The kidnap on the Lucio. Kellex dropped into the ocean, but Lengsa's not got a team left to fight with. Has to just get out as GK capped the point.
GK have combo potential for the next fight as well. Cage and Death Blossom. So yet again for AG, if we can see that stun cancel onto Alfie, that would be absolutely clutch to be able to live this one. But I worry about the amount of pressure that Labda will be able to have onto them. The good news is for AG, because League is being just airlifted by Lengsa, Labda's not actually getting the opportunity to farm off of the Malga when the fights break out. Oh no, look at Alfie.
Bro's invisible. Hang on a second. Almost gets the one tap there on Recall. There's the Death Blossom from Alfari. Liga's dead, but Alfie just shoots him at the back of the head. A little teleport. And with no Wraith Walk here, he's going to be in trouble. Is it going to get hunted down? At least not for now, as GK continue to hold the point. A little bit of pressure, though, from AG as they try and get the cap. Recall forced to Suzu as Ziad holds the front line down on his lonesome. A good catch-off onto Easy Han too, as AG are forced to reset.
This is dangerous, right?
They
if
can't
lose
die.
more players, if they die now, they have to cage.
Cage for Liga. There's the Death Blossom. Alpha Yi, a nail in the coffin. Labda, hey, he's probably a little bit tired after getting off the flight this morning, but it's the same old story. So dominant in the face of AG.
Alright, well, DK takes the entire series. Damn, dude, I was completely wrong. I don't know who DK Esports is, but I've definitely been sleeping on ME, Middle East.
Get one more fight as a full team.
I like how Keller
entirely, and you burn
Felix is first one to go over there. He's like, yeah, good game, good game.
I tell you what, Jack,
that's crazy.
AG,
I thought AG was gonna win this one.
From their region.
That's crazy.
Not too shabby at all, but I think it like the cat's out of
but
the bag now.
They're going to lower bracket
literally. China likes to play cat Malga. They play dive Malga with the cat, and it's not just on control. So I think for all of the teams that will now be facing the likes of AG, JD Gaming, WBG, you know what one of those bands will be. Taking out the cat, making sure that the Malga lacks that mobility.
Now, GK hoping they can just continue this run too. EMEA has been so damn competitive throughout this entire year. Even Twisted Minds coming third in the stage too. Like, this region is just so damn good right now. And they can be world beaters. They've done it once.
They are in the Europe
they continue to do that again.
Like
okay,
well, right?
Crazy outcome.
Second
crazy outcome.
in Tokyo.
Alright, so the next match that we should be doing
we set up for the next match. It's Ian with Finn.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I'm standing by with Finn, an incredible first
it's what I think it is.
here
We're finally going to get it to Base Station against JD
opponent here, and it's a very
JD Gaming is what they call him.
How did you find
That's crazy.
I have to speak English or?
Yeah, that's okay.
Oh, he's like, I have to speak English?
Like, we have many issues, so like, to be honest, we can't scream here. So like, missing carry, suitcase, and LB can't fly, and LB just come today morning, so...
Oh, they all just came today. Oh, so they're all jet lagged, that's probably it.
Can win, so yeah, it doesn't matter. So, but tomorrow we have matching maybe Jetta, right? So yeah, today we need practice and then against Jetta, and yeah, hope to win.
Well, you looked like you'd had a lot of practice. You looked very good. So that's a good thing, right? So, I mean, if you look ahead and you look back first at how you got here, you fought hard in the EMEA playoffs to get this spot. Now that you are here, what sort of a statement do you want to make in Paris, and how far do you think you can go in this tournament?
Okay, first of all, we personally, I want to beat VP first, and then I want to match against Jetta in final because my previous team is Jetta, so I want to meet Jetta final and then win. Yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to say to your fans that are here and also watching at home?
Can I speak like English?
Yeah.
Thanks for cheering everyone, and we getting better. So thanks for the cheering. And 여러분 이렇게 봐주셔서 감사하고요. 저희가 연습을 좀 못해가지고 오늘 좀 쉽게 이기질 못했는데 좀 열심히 해서 이겨보겠습니다. Can I speak Japanese too?
Yes.
Speak Japanese too? What the heck? He's speaking 3 languages? Korean? English? Japanese? What? He's so multicultural.
How many languages do you speak?
Maybe 3.
You're incredible. Thank you very
That's
much.
crazy. He just shouted out 3 people, 3 different countries, and 3 different languages.
As
W
we take
languages.
a look back at some of the best moments from this game, it is another 2-0, but this was a 5th round that comes to an
Yeah,
end
it was
with
an
GK
interesting
on
2-0
top.
though.
You see
honestly.
the elation from Kellix, a little bit of, I guess,
you got the job done.
there's nonchalantness from the rest of the team here, Johnny. Are they frustrated that it took them 5 rounds?
Yeah, I think they wanted to be a little cleaner than that. They know what they are capable of, and so going to 5 rounds, you know, they gotta be pretty disappointed about that.
Wow,
Also,
really? You can
took
get
some,
disappointed
a
if
while
you've
to
been
get
playing
that
5
going
rounds?
and to get momentum going in the
I don't
server.
know
You
about
heard
y'all,
in the
but
interview as
Overwatch
well
is
about
crazy.
issues practicing
Overwatch
so
is on
far
the
this
league
event.
itself,
So
that's
I
for
think
sure.
they're quite excited to get the rest of this tournament running.
Yeah.
So, Finn.
Alright, speaking of, I think Team Vitality,
translates himself towards
I think they won last match. I think it's a 1-1 at the Mobile Legends Big Bang stage. Yes, Team Vitality has won that. So now it's 1-1 on that side, and then they have one more match that they're doing all the way over there. I will be right back. I gotta put a bowl away. Stay tuned. Everyone's getting some free stuff. Ooh, hello. Hi.
It's gonna be very special and very rewarding for him. I think they really came together as a team. And
Hi,
yes,
Burkle.
while this wasn't the cleanest, we already alluded to it. They didn't
Just
get
letting you
any
know,
screen
we
time.
are
So I think
streaming
they're
both
just gonna get better as this tournament
mobiles
progresses.
and Overwatch. So I'll be here. I'll be watching. I got you on chat. You see yourself on chat.
And obviously,
Don't worry.
They get a pretty difficult matchup now against.
Alright, I'll be right back real quick, okay?
Matchup, which I wouldn't say
This
that,
Overwatch match really got me surprised. I wasn't. I'm sleeping on ME for Middle East.
The next matchup, that's okay.
Alright,
It's all about
I'll be back.
advancing out of the groups and then take it one match at a time.
Taking a look at the compositions, it looked like Malgo is out on both sides. Will we always see the Reaper to counter?
It's
What is
6:30
the
a.m. Maybe I could just
expectation
turn off
moving
my
forward? Because I've
lights
seen
now
quite a few different
and go back
DPS
to natural
rotated
lighting.
through in our first 6 games.
I mean, honestly, I think
natural
that we
lighting.
won't see that much more of the Maga. I'd be surprised. Like, yes, on control, we do bust him out a little bit, but Maga did get nerfed, and this is also just kind of a Chinese team special, right, that they forced with the
And
bans
EVA.
here as well. Yeah, I guess EVA
Everyone's
too.
special.
But yeah, they definitely forced it, right, with the Diva ban, with the Ramatra ban. So yes, Ziad had to like be forced more or less to play the Maga, but it also showed the flexibility of Ziad to be able to do that.
Let's take a look here at our bracket as we have 3 teams moving into the decider match. We'll find out who will be placing Crazy Raccoon next, Space Station Gaming or JD Gaming. Johnny, any surprises so far other than the fact we haven't seen a game 3?
Yeah, honestly, that's the surprising aspect, how dominant some of these teams have been. But you look at that lower bracket matchup now between All Gamers and Varel, I think that could really be up in the air. So come that matchup again, we might start seeing some surprising results.
All Gamers and Varel, one of them will be going home. Zoe, do you think there is a weaker team that you've seen on this stage today?
That's really mean to
Who do you want to throw under the bus?
You're in the expert seat. I can ask the hard questions now.
It's true. Can I just divert the question and ask it
No.
to him? No, okay, that's not a thing. See, I'm usually the host, so
Do it.
I get to do that. I wasn't super convinced with what we've seen from Varel, but I think I can say the same about.
Secrets. Yeah,
Yes,
just say it.
it's
You know,
like-
we love Kaffa, but you know they're not quite competitive enough at the
No.
international level.
Cuffle, we love you. Unfortunately, you got overpowered by the Raccoons. We're going to see what's going to happen in the rest of this bracket. Johnny, we've got plenty more games to go before we go to break. Any other teams that you want to give a shout out to? Because we're only 3 matches of 8 into our qualifier day.
Well, it's the defending champions. It's Team Falcons. Like, are you going to show up or are you going to fall flat here on the international stage? I feel a lot of pressure on them to perform, so we'll have to see how they do later on today.
Thank you all for watching the Esports World Cup. We will be right back after this video with another match live on the stage.
Nice.
We're on to our second week of MLBB, and this time around, eliminations are actually happening. So Chris is going to give us the lowdown of who's staying, who's got some skin in the game.
Well, the skin in the game right now is Vitality and Falcons. I mean, this is arguably the biggest game of our tournament so far here at the MSC. Two teams who could go on and win it. Falcons right now are 1-0 up, and I'm sure by the time that this goes out, we'll probably know the result of the game. But irrelevant of that, this is a massive game for Falcons especially. Vitality are doing pretty well in Club Championship. We know this, they're sitting third. But for the knockout stage, great deal. They were somewhat fortunate with the game that they had up against their other team from ENA. So, I mean, that allowed them kind of a guarantee of a top 8. PH team, of course, are the stronger. They got through pretty easily. They're the ones who are currently 1-0 up. So, they win this game, they're looking pretty good.
They lose it, Vitality is looking pretty good. So, we're going to keep you guys updated which one's going to come out on top. That's it from us for now. Thank you, and we'll see you around.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hello everybody, I'm on the floor with my friends and we're gonna do pick'ems. If you didn't know, if you download the EWC app on your phone, you could do your pick'ems, predict who is gonna be the winner of each match and also who is gonna win everything in EWC. And also if you win, hey, you get bragging rights. You could tell your friends, hey, I know the matches more than you do. I know more OWCS than you do. Good bragging rights. Anyways, guys, please introduce yourself. Name, please.
I'm Edouard.
Name?
Mathis.
Maël. All right, guys, we're gonna do pick'ems right here, right now. Starting off from Space Station Gaming versus JD Gaming. Who's gonna win?
Space Station Gaming is gonna win.
Okay, we gotta predict
I
the
got
actual
that last
outcome as well.
prediction wrong.
2-0, 2-1.
For me, it's gonna be a 2-0.
All right.
Yeah.
That's kind of spicy because on the app you could also see the percentage as well, and a lot of people are saying that JD is gonna win. 71% versus SSG.
JD's gonna win against SSG. SSG's an American team.
Brother.
Oh man.
It's crazy. Chinese region looks very weak, and Sugar Free is gonna carry.
So you're sure that SSG is gonna win? All right. How about you?
I think Space Station is better than JD Gaming. Okay. I think Sugar Free is can pop off.
Are you asking only Americans?
Even when the public is saying JD's gonna win, 71%.
They say JD's gonna win.
I mean, they're underdogs, so I think they can create a surprise.
Okay, you're gonna lock in that? Are you gonna lock in that answer? Lock it in. Lock it in. Okay, Space Station Gaming. And you?
I think GD Gaming is gonna win. I think 2-1.
Hey, at least no one says JD.
All right, so all of us are going Space Station Gaming. Next one,
all of
T1
us.
versus Twisted
Hold up.
Minds.
All of
That
us?
one's gonna be a spicy one. I think
The guy's like, I didn't say that.
What do you think?
The guy's like, I didn't say that.
T1's gonna win 2-1. 2-1 for
The guy just said I didn't say that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, T1
Just what?
T1 as well?
Yeah, down another level.
I'm cheering for T1, but I think Twisted Minds is gonna win.
Dude, this guy's actually picking almost every other
I
team.
guess I'm alone. Actually, I'm not alone. I'm with the everyone's saying 72% of us are saying that Twisted Mind is going to win. So it's us versus them. They think T1's going to win. We'll see how it plays out. All right.
Yeah,
thanks,
where
guys.
are these predictions
Thank
coming
you.
from? Are these predictions coming from like different Oh wait, are they coming from? Oh yeah, that's what they're coming from. They're coming from the actual EWC stuff. That's why.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. That man was rocking a different jersey last time we saw him at EWC, and when he did, he went all the way to a grand final. Sugar Free now playing with Space Station Gaming. Are they the underdogs coming into this match? We welcome Jake back into the studio alongside Jonathan Snowden, aka the original Reinhardt Reinforced Larson. Johnny, thoughts on this matchup here? Who's the favorite? Who's the underdog coming in?
All right, Pocket. This, out of all the first round matchups, I would say have the most pressure involved. I think literal careers are on the line for Space Station Gaming here, because this is an organization that major after major has failed to like really impress us with some of these wins. And this is a stacked roster. This was supposed to be a North American superstar team going into this year, but they fell short at Champions Clash. Then going into this tournament, you're thinking you got some momentum in the stage 2 playoffs over North America, but you got to prove it on the international stage. They should be the favorites against JD Gaming in this matchup, but I want to see them get out of groups this time. Jake?
I'd expect Space Station to be the favorites, but I think you're right to say that there is pressure on them. I mean, as good as they've been in North America, the competition in NA just hasn't been that intense. They really haven't been able to deliver these big international results. So a dominant win over JD Gaming has to be the expectation, really the standard for Space Station Gaming. And, you know, I think you're right to say, hey, there's a potential here for an upset, but I also think JD Gaming shouldn't be too tough of an opponent. I mean, I think when we see SSG clashing against some of the top teams from EMEA, from Korea, that's when I'm expecting them to run into a little bit more trouble. This one should still be a dominant showing. I'm with some of the fans predding alongside Danny. I'd say 2-0 for Space Station.
Johnny, there's 16 teams here. This is the second best in North America in both of the NA stages. So who is better from NA, and where does NA stack up globally?
Well, NA has had a bit of a poor run recently at the international events. When first OWC started a couple of years ago, North America was a pretty good region. Yeah. Now, recently, they've kind of fell off and are playing catch-up to EMEA. And so we have 3 teams here: Team Liquid, Space Station Gaming, and Dallas Fuel. And Jake, you're the North American here. You're kind of hoping that one of these teams.
All right, chat. Who do you guys think is gonna win?
And actually put some respect on the region.
SSG or JD Gaming?
You know, you look at the actual rosters involved. I think
they're saying that Sugar Flush is probably one of the good players that they want to like root for on Space Station, but Sugar Free, that's what his name is. Sugar Free. Oh, look at the B! Look at the B on mobile stage. Oh, if you're watching Mobile Legends, yeah, they're definitely getting a show, and they get a drum. They get a drum. Oh, they got a drum for Team Falcons. Crazy. Wow, you guys on the Mobile Legends stage, Big Bang. Y'all are getting really, oh my gosh, there's 2 drums, not just for freaking Vitality, there's another drum for Falcons. Y'all are getting spoiled over there.
Who are they, and why do 70% of our fans think they are the team to win this match?
Wow, they gotta have a lot of fans. I would not say they're the favorites going into this one, but hey, fans, if you want to put your money on the line, then you can do so. This is the second best team in China, and for the longest time, Weibo Gaming was the star team in China. They put all the best players together in one team. And so these are like the leftovers. These are the players who are like, okay, Weibo Gaming, you're not going to be interested in us. We're going to form our own team. We're going to try to be competitive with you. And it feels like stage after stage, this team has improved. They've grown more and more competitive with Weibo Gaming. And with that, perhaps an opportunity here on the international stage to take down a team like SSG. This would be a perfect opportunity for China to surprise us and take down a team like SSG here. So I'm really looking forward to see what they can do.
$1 million on the line. This is a huge opportunity for both these squads to earn some extra cash. So Jake, if you're looking to walk away,
they're gonna win 10,000 no matter what, though. But like, I get it. You have to split it up between
to watch on the
5
squad
people, the only amount of money you might win is just 2,000. And I guess there's not a lot that many tournaments that are locked in for Overwatch as well.
It seems to be a very relevant choice. A lot of teams choosing to throw their bans at the MOGA, preferring to play a more mobile style. But then, you know, when you get into those rush comps, we saw it between Kuffa and Max on New Junk City, right? Like this brawl style, I think a lot of different looks are going to kind of lead you back to that core, right? Can you group up as a team, fight as a unit? And SSG are a team that's going to be very much their bread and butter as well.
Johnny, let's talk a little bit about what happens if we do go to a Game 3, because you said this could have the most impact on future rosters. So assuming it's close, we go the distance. How are the maps decided? How do we decide what is going to be played? And is it the coaches or the players making the decision?
Well, I mean, Christopher is coaching SSG, and you know that they're going to come in with a lot of preparation and play to their strengths accordingly. What I'm worried about for SSG is if they're kind of like standing still, they're not adapting to what their opposition is doing, because, you know, China, they're going to throw a wrench into things. And SSG, what they struggled with for the past half a year, I'd say, is that they didn't make the swaps required to adapt to what their opponent was doing. But in stage 2, the most recent one, they actually started flexing around, and Sugar Free, who so often played the Tracer, started bringing out the Symmetra, the Mei, and so that's what I want to see from SSG now. How are you adapting to this first map, and how does that affect what you play later on in the series? Kind of leave that open, what your maps are going to be picked.
So you're saying I can use one of my players with freak aim and put him on a character like Mei. It doesn't have to be on Tracer. Jake, is there a new meta evolving in 2026? What should our new fans expect to see here in Overwatch?
Yeah, I think Johnny hits on something really important, which is that in the modern game of Overwatch, you can't necessarily load into the match and already know everything that you're going to play, right? It's, you know, the bans can throw a wrench into the works. You're going to be forced to adapt. Different teams bring different styles, and often it'll be mid-match when you have to determine, hey, this is not working. We need to pull something else out of our bag of tricks. And so players like Sugar Free, who, you know, their pool goes far beyond just the Tracer. I mean, I think that's what a lot of fans will know him for, given that he's one of the best in the world, certainly one of the best in North America.
Sugar Free is the best Tracer in the world? That's crazy.
That's going to be really tested, especially against some of the European and Korean teams.
That's probably it.
Really
That's why.
push the limits on you, really show very different looks, very different styles. When it comes to the map picks, I'm going to be very curious to see how JD Gaming try to attack Space Station, who should be, in theory,
How do a Mobile Legend?
Chat, let us know, how are you enjoying the show live from Paris? We're going to go to a short tech pause. We're going to be checking in with one of our Chinese players, swapping out their PC. And when it's ready, we'll be jumping into that next round. It's qualifier day here. Day 1 of group stages, EWC with Overwatch. Be right back.
Alright, good morning chat. If you are just now getting here, welcome to our EWC co-stream. If you don't know who I am, my name is Hugh Lee. I am a Hugh Lee 8 to be more precise. I am a co-streamer for the Esports World Cup. This week, we have such a packed week. We have Overwatch going on. We have Mobile Legends Bang Bang. If you are watching me on the YouTube streams, there are that too. We also have another vertical stream going on for the Overwatch series on YouTube as well. So, hi YouTube twice. And then on top of that, we have a couple other games that we're streaming this week. This week would be Mobile Legends Big Bang. We also have Warzone. So if you are a big Warzone fan, congratulations. We are doing Warzone as well. And then the other big one that we're doing as well is we're probably jumping in, and we're gonna do what I call pop. So we're just gonna pop in together to watch some Street Fighter 6, to see what's going on with the Tekken stages, and to also see what's going on in the other games. Like I heard Honor of Kings is also going on right now too, so that is a big one as well.
I would like to see it. We're just gonna have to go by.
First, we got ads.
Have you ever navigated by smell before?
We got ads.
You just have to smell.
Watching this ad supports me and supports everyone else. So.
Okay, wait 1 second.
Yay.
Okay, I think we're getting closer. Either that or it's the catacombs.
I
didn't do that. That'll buff out. That'll buff out.
I went to a cathedral today. Apparently, the crown of thorns is there. I didn't get to see it.
Oh no.
Game of Thrones?
From Jesus.
As we're actually navigating some of this traffic, here, will you take the wheel for a second? Let me just go ahead, take the wheel.
I don't know how to drive stick.
I have something back here. It's okay, you'll figure it out. 1 second.
Are you still operating the pedals?
Okay.
Do you know when to brake?
I got it. Yeah, no, I could feel it. Okay, here we go.
Wow.
Please take the wheel. Am I still holding the wheel?
Oh no, I can. Here I got my knee on it. There we go. You're good. How long is the Paris sewer system?
I can't measure distance, so 20 miles.
20 miles? That's pretty far.
2 miles.
It's actually over 1,304 miles long, and much of it is big enough to drive a train through.
Whoa, it's a lot of
It is. It's quite literally
crazy.
a lot of The Eiffel Tower is 330 meters tall, or 1,083 feet if you're American. How much does it grow or shrink based on the temperature?
This thing's growing?
I mean, we know that things tend to grow or shrink based on temperature.
Can I have a hint?
Yes, it's in inches.
3.
Double it.
6.
6 inches.
First try, again.
6 inches? I mean, that's kind of crazy.
That is crazy.
Yes, there's a band that did a JoJo opening.
I'm gonna think that you don't know so much about Paris, so...
I'm an expert in Paris. I've been here for like 2 weeks now.
All right, well, what?
Oh, nice.
Garde la rue. That means watch the road.
What?
There we go.
True or false? There are no stop signs in Paris.
True, because I'm just going.
That is so true. Actually true. The city uses yields, traffic lights, and right-of-way, all of which have been disregarded on this drive.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
We.
Oh,
wait.
She did not like. She did not like it. Oh wait.
Oh wait. Wait.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Excuse me. Should we a gauche?
Should we? Well, I think we're a droite. No, wait. I need to a gauche.
We did a droite.
I need a gauche this.
Dang, okay. They want to have Team Vitality cry. Dude, the people are kind of lethal. They're lethal over there.
We only need a couple more gauches and we're there.
Maybe I should just take
Mobile Legends Big Bang is getting very like.
Well, no. That's me. I am.
Getting very intense.
Taxi. I've got a lot of student loan debt.
Another one. No!
Well, I feel like I'm the safest Uber or taxi that you could ask for.
Sure.
Check out my 5-star rating.
Is that the Eiffel Tower?
I think
that's not the Eiffel Tower.
No,
that's a crane.
I think maybe you can't see the Eiffel Tower because it shrunk 6 inches.
Ah, right. That must be it.
But also because this freaking grandpa is on the road in front of me.
Oh my God, he dropped his croissant.
I have GPS built into my brain. You know, like those pigeons? Those pigeons?
Pigeon theory. That's what they call it. Alright, y'all. Well, hope you all are enjoying your night or morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my stream. Yeah, I hope everyone's enjoying. Everyone's having a good time. You know. Appreciate every single one of y'all being in the server and being in on my cold stream. Y'all are cool. There we go. Okay. There's so much of Overwatch that we can talk. I wonder what this week class session should be. Honestly, I gotta think it over. I gotta think it through. I want to teach. I want to see what I can teach you guys. We can teach you guys more Overwatch. We can teach you more about the games. Actually, that might be the next class session for this week. It's just teaching you guys about the games per the week. I tried not to do that.
What would you do with
$75
million?
I would travel the world. I would invest. I know a bit of a boring answer. And I would help people when I can.
Or maybe I should do my favorite casters. I can teach you guys how to play casters.
For my mom. Yeah.
Oh.
Invest so I keep some money for the
$75 million.
Everyone's just out here saying, oh, I'd spend it on my family. I would invest it smartly in smart enterprises. We need Americans, because Americans will come out here and be like,
I buy 10 Ferraris, bruh.
What if I say that I think you're lying?
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying?
Yes. The first thing that you're gonna do is buy all of the jerseys from your favorite players. I think you're gonna buy 10 fancy cars and go crazy.
Okay, I'm lying. I'd invest it into probably a
I
retirement.
remember these people. These people were the first week at Valorant, and they were like huge Cloud9 fans. Which is kind of funny because I don't think Cloud9 was ever in the tournament. Actually, I don't think Cloud9's even at EWC.
Let's go to someone who doesn't have a silver spoon in their mouth. That's right. What would you do with 75 million?
I'd buy an esports team.
Hell yeah, this is what we're talking about. Why are you wearing a Teemo hat watching Dota?
Yeah. Oh, this is his last week for the Dota stuff too.
You're a traitor?
Yeah, this is my traitor. Yeah. A big PC. Like a nerd, like a real nerd. Lakeside mansion, you know, a good little Lamborghini here and there.
Lamborghini. That's an American right there.
Super Asian looking Teemo, what would you do with $75 million? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sick.
Buy my first PlayStation and Forza 6. That's it.
Yeah, PlayStations are expensive right now, so a lot of that 75 mil is going towards that. Okay, rejection. It's just like high school all over again. I'm all alone.
I'd buy this arena, honestly. I would name it after myself. And
I think Olivia May was amazing. I don't think if I still have like a photo of her still on my phone.
Buy the parking lot.
Parking lot. I'll name it after myself. Perfect.
Yes.
Okay,
now shoot.
I don't need to post on my Instagram, and I need to post social medias. Alright, Overwatch matches. So this is crazy. We still have so many breaks for Overwatch. I think the games are going fast, but the breaks are so long. Maybe it's just not very intense for Overwatch, and I want to see more. Maybe. Maybe. Well, we're definitely completed though Group B. So I guess we went to Group B first, and then now we're doing Group A.
I heard I was supposed to be doing some content with Ovely. Where is she?
No, wait, hold up.
Who's ready for some?
Yeah, we're still not done yet.
Oh my god.
Are you excited?
What is this?
Do you think you
Oh my god.
can do it?
No, stop. I'm cringing to death. I'm dead. I'm dead.
You ready to cringe even harder?
Alright, show me.
Okay.
There.
You're gonna do the can stuff.
Double
Alright.
kick.
Give me 1 second.
Kill me immediately.
I don't think that I am well equipped to teach you how to properly dance the can. So luckily we've brought in Billy, our fabulous can instructor. Bonjour.
Oh, bonjour.
Cue the music. Do you want me to just provide a acapella backing track? Da 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 da. Oh my god. Da 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 da. Can you do any of that?
The last move where she put her foot all the way above her head, I think I could hit that pretty easily.
Okay, be careful though, because it can be very dangerous.
We're League of Legends players, we're used to danger.
I'm in a physical prime. Let's do this.
The first move is called the mayonnaise.
Oh my god.
And it's like the move that you do when you mix the mayonnaise.
Oh, the mayonnaise.
We cooking. This is literally patting your head and rubbing your tummy at the same time.
This is really hard to do. Wait, okay, hold on. Wait.
And now, high kick.
Okay.
Oh dear lord.
High kick.
Up, down, up, down. I put my head on the side, all the way I kick my front head. Yes.
What?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
I think we got this.
We're almost hitting 90 degrees with that high kick. I think we're pretty good at this.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Be careful, not you.
Oh yeah.
No,
If I go all out, I would definitely.
I don't have any Overwatch decoration.
Like,
I did see a team, what is it?
Can.
Dallas Fuse. I did see a Dallas Fuse jersey that I should have bought when I was at DreamHack Atlanta. Honestly, but it was like such a large jersey.
You first? You first?
What about together?
Oh my gosh. Bruh. Oh no, I don't think they're gonna do splits.
I think you can go farther than me. I can't, my foot isn't even moving forward.
Guys, I don't
believe.
I'm out of breath. I'm out of breath. Maybe I'm better on this other side. Yeah, no. It was a good try. It was a good try, Ovely.
I feel like you and me should at least try to do the entire thing through.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Hey, yes, bonage. And now get ready for the mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Yes. Oh my god. Yes. You can go down like this.
Get low.
Get low.
And get ready for
Get
the
low,
tire
get low.
bouchon.
Okay.
And tire bouchon.
Oh,
Well, it's okay.
that was my mic. We don't need that. We don't need
We don't
that.
need it anymore.
That's what production insurance is for.
And then a bit of stuff. High kicks, high kicks.
Okay.
All right.
Kick. And
We gotta sync up, haven't we?
Okay. Kick.
One, two, one, two.
And now, towards the end, get ready for
All right.
the spin.
Okay, grab your leg.
Ready?
Grab your leg, Peter.
I'm grabbing my leg. I'm grabbing my. I'm grabbing the wrong leg. Okay.
All right.
And.
Be careful.
Ah.
Ta-da!
Oh, you're just on the ground
Amazing.
dead.
Rip.
Bone.
I would love watching LMMA. It's cool. He's the one that got mistaken in Imagine Dragons. That's someone else at the Arcane showcase. Oh my gosh.
Welcome back to more Overwatch at the Esports.
Sorry, I'm going real crazy right now. There's like a big team fight that's happening at Mobile Legends stage.
Can your 7'2" legs reach? Can you kick over Jake's head?
I don't consent to this.
That's crazy. Mobile Legends players are playing on their phone and yet seeing the super intense and they're super fast. I don't know what it takes to have a good reaction time for that.
Johnny, can you show the world
Alright,
how you
let's
can put
see.
your legs down to the ground?
What do you mean?
While
We are
seated?
at
Jake, do you want to go ahead and try?
Mobile Legends
Yeah,
Bang
that's
Bang.
how I feel.
The women's division just ended, so we are not watching that one. Team Vitality won that one. This is Team Vitality against Team Falcons. This is quarterfinals. Oh my gosh, we're in playoffs over there. I'm so sorry, Mobile Legends guys. You guys are in playoffs. That's why your guys are intense right now.
If you fall to that losers bracket, and already we have two
Yo.
teams from each group down there, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, we're finishing Group B here with the next match coming up here. So we'll already have the matchup set for tomorrow because, you know, you lose 2 matches in a row. And you're going to be
Oh, they're expected to end on Friday? That's crazy. Okay, Friday, we probably gotta tune in on that. When is Overwatch ending? Overwatch will end Saturday night. Or sorry, Sunday morning. So don't worry about that, guys.
They are a serious team, you know, despite
So we'll do Sunday with you guys.
Just the luck of the draw here. Definitely our top 4 teams are going to be looking pretty
And
solid.
when's Warzone ending?
Surely they'll be, you know, moving
Because we're tuning into Warzone. Black Ops is doing its own thing, for sure.
for a victory, really.
Warzone ends at the same time. Oh my gosh. Dang, okay, so definitely we're gonna have to tune into the Overwatch Championship. So order of championships that we will be co-streaming and watching, we'll be doing Mobile Legends Big Bang on YouTube. So we're gonna find and watch the finals for that. That's such viewers will. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So I wouldn't count them out.
Crazy Raccoon may have been playing with their food in that fight. We'll see what's going on with Team Spirit a little bit later. For now, though, 70% of the fans are going JDG.
And then after Mobile Legends, we're gonna go into we're gonna go into
I think the fans have cooked a little too much on this one.
Overwatch and then Warzone.
But hey, I mean, North America is looking like a very vulnerable region in recent history. The counter argument to that, though, is that so has China, right? These two regions both have at past had huge success. Now, not so much. So maybe a bit of a toilet bowl here in the groups. But we'll have to see.
Give me 1 second, guys.
Vicious opening matchup here. Johnny, I've heard that the Chinese region loves to throw things that are kind of off meta at some of our squads. What can we expect to see from JDG?
Okay, ironically, I think this is the team that might actually play the normal game because if they can match sugar-free like Pineapple, Kaneki, like you don't want to sleep on these players. And they've done it before, going back to Champions Clash in 2025. That was a long time ago, I know, but they did actually win a matchup against SSG back then with some of these players. And so they've done it before on the international stage against some of these players on SSG. I wouldn't be too surprised.
5 seconds to the stage. SSG. SSG for me. Chat, let us know, how do you see it playing out as we get into the next match?
Welcome back to the stage for the Overwatch Champion Series 2026 Mid-Season Championship at the Esports World Cup in Paris.
Sounds like poetry, innit?
I just absolutely love saying that. It just rolls off the tongue. Now, earlier on, we had Finn of Geek Esports here on the stage. It was a beautiful moment. He thanked his fans, and I think I've actually found someone who speaks as many languages as you, Lou.
Brilliant. It seems like Overwatch is full of high IQs individuals, right?
Absolutely.
I'm pretty impressed.
I think I need to learn some French or at least another language.
Ouais, ça serait bien que tu apprennes le français et un Indeed parce qu'on va arriver forcément sur le 4e match de la journée, une longue journée qui nous attend et à la conclusion, on aura les 8 premières équipes qui sont, comment dire, invaincues de cette journée. Donc t'as hâte?
Well, let's welcome our next stage, or our next team, sorry, onto the stage. It's the one and only SSG! Nice little reaction from the crowd there for one of North America's most established rosters, led by Sugar Free. SSG arrives in Paris looking to prove that they can hit that switch that turns domestic consistency into international success.
Les JD Gaming ensuite qui vont pouvoir nous rejoindre, mais forcément Space Station Gaming, de fiers représentants de la région Nord-Amérique, mais ont-ils ce qu'il faut pour gagner ce match? Toute la question est là. And standing strong against them, JD Gaming! Woo. We have some noise here from them, from their fans here at the venue. They are one of China's fastest rising teams. The first roster that managed to be the favorite Weibos since the return of the region on the Overwatch scene. But are they ready?
I had a call early in the morning.
Themselves against North America?
I think they are. Lots of confident faces on stage right now. It's experience from NA, momentum from China. Space Station Gaming versus JD Gaming starts right now.
Finally, let's get it too. Alright, Sugar Free. Okay, so these Overwatch matches have been really fast. And then these matches from the pauses have been super long.
At the beginning of the year after stage 1.
Map's a map, okay? A map is a map, but their opponent, JD Gaming, yet again, one of these teams coming from China, we had a little bit of a taster to see what exactly has been going down within the CN region for their playoff matters. With that Mauga, with the cat composition, we should
Go Sugar Free.
Yes, JD Gaming.
Hopefully he gets to play his Tracer. I want to see how that looks.
With it though, they preferred the Kiriko Lucio. So for SSG, if they want to try and take away that Mauga composition, it could come in the form of just the base Mauga ban when we head to our first map of Control, especially because they like playing the cat.
Aw, we got the Overwatch Archon for the MSC. Nice.
So strong, especially on Control. I think Ana, especially after the small little buff the other week, I mean, look, at the end of the day, Ana's always going to be on the periphery of being meta. Sometimes Ana is a little bit too quick for her. She likes to be a little slow.
Falcons is pushing deeply inside Team Vitality's sector. Dude, people are cheering out in Paris right now. Falcons is 8 to the... Oh, sorry. Falcons is 12 to 8. Oh, Vitality just got eliminated. They did a mega kill. No, wait. This might be it. This might be it for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, JD Gaming, they have a lot of staples that we've seen within the Overwatch Chinese talent. We've got like Pineapple on the DPS line who played for Spark, Kaneki who played for the Chengdu Hunters, Monk as well, previously of both Spark and Hunters fame. So JD Gaming, a lot of notable faces.
Falcons won. Everyone was down for Falcons. They took them out. They took out Vitality.
Get to see them still competing here as we get ready to head
Yeah.
into these matches. Still the first of 2 formats,
Crazy.
so that Control map, very, very important. Starting off with that momentum, we're yet to see one of these series go the distance. It's come close. Some flashpoints have gone all the way to the 5 points, but we're yet to see a series actually break into that 3rd map so far today.
I just want to see immaculate vibes from SSG. That's all I want. That's all I hope for. And I think North America thinking the same kind of thing. Look at their stage 2. Moxie, perfect group stage. Only lost a single.
I did not know ball.
Unfortunately, it was the
Now he has love cuppa. That's crazy. This guy switched up so fast. He switched up way fast. My dude, I noticed. Oh man, I lost my Dang, I lost my drops. I lost my broccoli drops. Marble Fest. I lost that drop too. Drops rerun. Streamer Souls? What's this?
If we
No
do
clue what
get
that
JD
is.
Gaming getting the Kiriko for the ban draft, obviously the Anna's value does fall off a little bit since nades can just be cleansed with things like the Suzu.
Oh, Samoa again.
Again.
Okay. Seems to be a theme at the moment. This is an SSG map pick though.
Yes, this is SSG picking it, as we will get to see our ban draft. So Lucio, which we've been seeing less and less of, but this is, as we said, targeted towards JD Gaming, right? They like to run the Malga, but they like to run it with that default Kiriko Lucio, having the speed boost as opposed to having the cat just airlift the Malga through, because JD Gaming, when they played the Malga compositions, they weren't looking too hot on it when they were actually playing within their own region. Every Malga mirror that they had when they played AG, they actually lost, and it got to the point that we actually saw them sub Bella's Rhea in to play the Malga when they played that Grand Finals versus WBG. Roxy much more comfortable on picks like the Sigma and the Ramatra.
Yeah, starting today as well, Roxy, see him on the stage in the center seat for JD Gaming. SSG, of course, this firm 5 here with Hawk on tank has been kind of was that a nearest airport sign?
Yes,
got one of those already?
An airport sign?
EMEA fan spotted.
That's funny.
Real quick. I mean, Hawk, very easy to ban out in most ways, and that's been the biggest weakness of SSG's kind of ban draft. But I think if you look at everything around Hawk, how flexible the backline has been, Abril, not just this Lucia player anymore. They can play Ana, they can play Cat, they can play a whole lot of things. Even Hawk, look, you can play the Ram, which just got buffed, even the Malga too. Mainly just dive tanks like Winston. He's not really too confident on. He's more likely to go towards the Diva. Hopefully this isn't another pause here, but a whole lot of JD Gaming players. Don't jinx anything. They are all looking at one PC, but it should be fine. It should be fine. No one panic.
No one panic just yet, as hopefully we're getting ready.
JDG.
Yet again to small.
Alright, having problems.
It takes a little bit of time
Crazy.
to just be able to pack your bags and fly off to some of these maps. Oh, Monk fan spotted.
I thought you were going to say pack your bags and go home, Moxie. I was like, damn, that's cruel. We only just started and we're in the upper bracket. Come on.
Like, it's tomorrow that we'll send our first teams home.
Oh, yeah.
Not today. So you do still have second chances, even if you falter here, as we can see at JD Gaming, they brought the fan squad. We will be hearing the organized fan chants at the start of every one of these rounds, as we also have that Vendetta ban from the Duelist line, being able to just make sure that you can keep things like your cast, your Bastion, nice and secure.
Are you a bigger fan of Vendetta as I am in these comps, especially with Malga?
I really do like the Vendetta, yeah. I think especially with like that buff that she received where they increased the reach of overhead, it was already insane. Like 2 meters is a whole lot of distance for a character who's mostly melee. But then you add another half a meter on top of that, and the kite potential to be able to try and escape away from a Vendetta becomes much harder, especially because, like, if we are going to be seeing the Ana become that staple, right? Ana's positioning, the mobility, is attached to the Cat. Once the Cat has been able to drop the Ana off into that position, the Vendetta will be able to quite easily go and hunt the Ana down.
Yeah, you need to hit the sleep, and even if you hit the sleep, you're probably dead anyway. Let's be honest with ourselves here. And then you're not using offensive nades, using defensive ones, then it all kind of falls apart from there. Big Cuffer fan in the audience too, man.
Well, the desk were Cuffer fans as well.
Everybody's
apparently.
a Cuffer fan, okay. Ex-G-Gate player, of course, Cuffer.
Oh, that's
okay.
okay.
Okay, he's ready. We're ready. Samoa starting right now. JD Gaming versus SSG. First game for both teams here in the stage to land. EWC the mid-season championships.
I want to see this Tracer. I want to see this amazing Tracer.
And they were in Tokyo too. So a whole lot more surprises in store.
I mean, do JD Gaming go for the Mauga now that they've been banned away from the Lucio? And as we said, Belisraya tends to be the Mauga player for JD Gaming, and he is not starting. So it looks like they've pivoted away from it, as Hawk will be starting off on that Ramatra. Yeah, not the Domina, not the same level of being able to hold and secure these chokes the way that we saw Domina use previously. The Ram rundown potential as we get Kiriko Cat instead of the Ana, as Sugar Free shows the flexibility and goes for the Xion.
The Xion's just been so strong, and despite any small changes, the character's still going to be good. And with Monk playing the Ana, look at how far he has to play away. Look at how much distance he has to create himself.
Lethal on the Ashe too will be really problematic for JD Gaming's Bastion Cat to have to try to deal with. That hit scan being able to put so much pressure.
Nice early Suzu actually forces Pineapple off of the line. Lethal has to look to the sky though. Did he think Pineapple was not kind of hanging around there? Not sure what Lethal was up to. They've already lost a player and they lost the point.
Yeah, now you don't have that Ashe, you don't have the point, so JD
Gaming gets the first point. First game, first point. I don't know how long this is or how far this is going to take them, but kind of fixed a lot.
To be able to deal against both the Tracer and the Cat Bastion.
Wow. Complete comp swap up here for SSG. Hawk, Diva, Sugar Free, Tracer now. So,
alright, Tracer.
A whole lot more pressure on to Monk. Hopefully Lethal
I want to see this game.
Out Pineapple or Mewtwo.
He's looking for it already. You can see Pineapple not there though. Roxy doing a very good job of scouting out the cast and just sitting in his face with the defense matrix.
I like how quick and clean they were swapping things up, not staying on things too long either.
Yeah.
That kind of false hope of like, oh, maybe we can get things done with ults. Mewtwo down, and now Monk has to fend for himself, and Ultraviolet and Sugar Free.
No, Sugar Free died. He could die as a Tracer?
Free, however, gets taken down by Pineapple, but it shouldn't really matter. And this is what this SSG comp does so well. The supports are being played so spread for JDG, meaning they're very vulnerable.
Yeah, and Space Station going for those really fast swaps, right, did not allow JD Gaming to be able to build up to the nano boost to be able to overcome the new composition that Space Station flex onto. As poor Roxy has to go all the way back to spawn just to pick up a new mech, and Mewtwo's already being pressured when the Diva's not there to be able to peel. High noon from Lethal over the top. JD Gaming
there we go.
to protect the cat.
No.
Oh, yeah, Mewtwo already dead, and yeah, they collapsing. And this
that's
is
a
just going to happen so
dead.
damn much. And what do you have to kind of deal with that? It's Roxy with the defense matrix. He ends up killing Admiral, but Kaneki's dead, and the point still controlled.
Yeah, Kaneki went all the way around, tried to go for the pressure of the back cap so that JD Gaming got some breathing space to be able to pilot this Bastion back into position, but Space Station, now that Lethal set up defensively, will not allow that Cat Bastion free reign.
Yep, here we go. There's the sleep on the Diva. Now they're going to try and box Hawk in. Has got self-destruct, though, so has to pop it. Can they chase down the baby Diva? Pineapple trying to hold the defenses, though, making sure they can surround Hawk again, who has managed to pick up a health back and is still alive in the fight. A nano boost goes on to Pineapple as he tries to look for Bix. A nade's going to finish off Hawk's mech again as JD Gaming are going to be able to hold on to this. Monk being airlifted to safety, but Lethal with a sharp shot takes down Monk and Pineapple. Mewtwo also bites the dust. Flip comes through from JD. They're up to 53%.
Yeah, Sugar Free just not able to tag onto that point to be able to stall it, but JD Gaming, without the backline up, just don't have the sustainability to stand up to Space Station. Squishy's coming back and flipping the point right back.
Oh,
surely this doesn't
Jetpack Cat Bastion. Jetpack Cat Bastion.
Dodged. One more.
That didn't get. That didn't get anyone.
Neither was in the sky as well. Like, come on, that's not going to happen, is it?
Well,
Sugar
he'll
Free
be
with a
back
whole
in the
spot.
sky soon. Sky Noon's about to come for.
Yeah, Mewtwo has got a kidnap as well, or a catnap. They're waiting for it. They're dipping in. Here we go. Pineapple in the back line already, and Lethal just hounded down. They knew the Sky Noon was coming. They jumped on him before he could even get it off. Nice defense mage just going to keep the Bastion alive. Pineapple still oh so low, though. Look at the peel from Mewtwo.
Yeah, Mewtwo doing such a good job when Lethal's out of just being able to leave Pineapple to his own devices to be able to just keep healing him with things like that Purr. As JD Gaming approached the 80% mark, Monk not going to have that nano boost to enable Pineapple. If Kaneki can get a pulse bomb, a huge ask, given that Ultraviolet is on the Kiriko and Hawk the Diva, so Defense Matrix and Suzu. Plus, Lethal's just not going to be a target for it since he's up in the sky with Admiral, looking for the Sky Noon.
Looking for it, waiting, and Roxy knows, of course. Like, you see the Cassidy in the skies. I mean, fishy is going on. But how long does Roxy pay attention to Lethal? Because he's got 4 other players to look at.
High new jetpack ult. High new jetpack ult. One. That's all it is.
Wrong time, my son.
That's all it is. It's just one. It's just one. Uh-oh.
His sins, though. So they end up trading DPS with JD still in control. Decent pressure from Hawk, but he is also low. Admiral pushed out of the picture as Mewtwo continues to make sure the point is held.
No, I think JD Gaming's gonna get this.
Destruct on the point. Hawk having to use his as Monk keeping the rest of the team topped up. Baby Diva taken down by Roxy, and that is the point to JD.
Oh my gosh, Sugar Free was just right there. Sugar Free was just right there.
Roxy with the zoning self-destruct. And JD Gaming, like, they're so close to the nano boost. You get the nano boost onto the Bastion, it becomes so much harder for Space Station to be able to contest directly into that space. Not required. They're just able to deal so quickly with Lethal. Like this was the turning point here, when they jumped on the Cassidy before Deadeye was available, before they had to play reactive to the angle that the Cat could provide. When they started going for first turn instead of trying to react to Space Station, they felt the most comfortable.
Keep the vibes high, keep the vibes strong. SSG down around, but they still got close to a victory in that first one.
Well, it's Mauga time. No more honest Overwatch. You drop one
So back.
and you go for Hawk on Mauga to be able to just play full sustainability. That being said, though, Monk on the Ana, as long as you don't get hit by the Stomp, if you get the anti onto Hawk, that's so detrimental for the Mauga self-sustain. Like, that will force Ultraviolet to have to save Suzy.
Oh, it's not going to hit those. Okay, manages to get the nade. Oh, good sleep on the Cat. Admiral surely dead. Pineapple, though, slipped over the edge on the Bastion. Okay, SSG get the cap. And Monk, like you mentioned, very safe on that high ground. So Sugar Free forced to kind of pay attention to him. I want to know what happened to Pineapple there.
Yeah, I really don't know what happened for Pineapple to get diced off of the map like that. Since Space Station, like, they're not really running something outside of the Mauga Stomp that can stun him, as Lethal's just doing a little bit of poke damage, trying to build up that first Deadeye of the round to be able to hold down the point in the face of the amount of pressure that JD Gaming can have with the Bastion. Kaneki actually swapping onto the Reaper now that the Mauga's in play.
Lethal in trouble again, look at that, but instantly Cardiac Overdrive popped and everybody clumps together. Pineapple unable to get the kill onto the Cassidy. Ultraviolet does go down, so Admiral the only one healing at this point. Sugar Free, just unfazed though, still in the front line, just trying to punish anybody overextending, but it's actually Admiral that falls. SSG now down another support. It's Ultraviolet's time to kind of teleport back, but it should be JD Gaming capping the point.
Yeah, JD Gaming being able to pick up Admiral. Do not have to worry about Lethal's Deadeye when the Cat is detached. So Flip comes through, Monk just lifted into a more defensive position to guard against the Mauga Stomp, since you do have to worry about the Pulse Bomb intrusion from Sugar Free. The Space Station will have unmatched Kitsune Rush fairly quickly, but the real thing that opens up the space for them, yet again, it's the Deadeye.
I don't have branded content.
Speaking of which, there it is. Oh, the Bastion's going to get nanoed as well. Defense Matrix needs to run out, and Lethal held that to the very final moment.
Nice
no Defense Matrix, no
Sojourn is a really good. What a save.
It's going to save you from that.
What a save.
A good little catnap onto Hawks, though, might be enough for JD Gaming to stay alive in this fight. Plus, Monk being undeterred, too.
This
just
Ana's
completely
crazy.
free in the
I like
pipeline
Ana
to heal
as
up
well,
Roxy.
though. I'm not going to
Roxy
lie.
keeps self-destruct
Ana's so good.
well,
It's a long range.
Right? If you're down your Cat, if you're down your Ana, potentially you have to burn the self-destruct to be able to hold on to that point. Now you have it to be able to disrupt the potential of the cage or the rush from Space Station.
They're going to go quick. Ultraviolet want to turn this one with this rush. They managed to cat out JD Gaming, though, with this cage. A perfectly timed one. A Silver Bullet connection takes down Pineapple.
Nice.
Good pickup onto Roxy as well in Baby Diva form, so no remake, which means less stall potential for JD Gaming. 64% they will be able to pick up, but now they have to play fully into retake yet again when they have 0 space, and Pineapple is going to opt off of the Bastion onto the Sojourn.
Not so fast.
Kaneki. All right, well, they got a Death Blossom. It's not going to be set up with anything too free, though, with the cage being used in that last fight.
Nothing
from
too crazy.
But as if a nano from Monk could maybe even set up Kaneki to force out this Malga. Already taking a lot of damage. His Hawk ends up just dashing away, though, no problem. Here's the High Noon. Lethal swinging in. Everybody taking cover now. Oh, Mewtwo doesn't quite end up going down there. The defense mage is good enough to help him stay up. Same can't be said, though, for the rest of the team, as they're forced to go for a reset, but without any time left. It's up to Kaneki to touch. Maybe Roxy, but they've just not got any bodies left.
Catnap
Little
here.
boop. Roxy, focus fire. There's the Catnap. I mean, there's just no chance for him to stay up here. Kaneki's going to have to come up with a miracle, but it might not happen. A teleport onto the point and nano boost onto Mewtwo of all people. Okay, now Lethal under a lot of duress. A pulse bomb eliminates Kaneki before the Death Blossom could even be used. A dragging of the Malga, but unsuccessful in his endeavor.
Good.
Mewtwo falls.
Congratulations, Space Station.
SSG tied
Good luck,
things up.
Space Station.
Yeah, it's just dominoes. The fact that you use the Catnap to just force Roxy off of the point, so when the DMAC comes out, the Baby Diva's not on point stalling, which then in turn forces Kaneki to have to burn the Wraith form to be able to hold the point down.
That was Mewtwo's fault.
Yeah, that
Okay,
was.
that was Mewtwo.
That's how Pineapple
Okay, well,
was tossed off
That's
of the
one.
side of
you know he's screaming in the comms in that one.
Oh, yeah.
And there we go.
Go up.
But yeah, no, just really good opportunity there from Sugar Free, identifying without Ray Form, there is no way for Kaneki to be able to live that Pulse Bomb attachment, so you shut down the Death Blossom before it can be the clutch factor that JD Gaming are looking at. As we go all the way to downtown, Hawk sticking with the Malga. Pineapple, though, off of the Sojourn, back onto the Bastion for the flyby.
Oh, it's just so scary watching Lethal on this, though. The Silver Bullet, it's got changed recently, too, but he's still managing to hit him. Mewtwo already very low. A good stun grenade as well. I mean, yeah, this fight's over. This is so sad.
The moment you get behind that Diva mech and you get the flashbang on top of him, like there's no boosters. Mech just, boom, evaporated within the first moment. Without that mech, you just don't have the means to be able to stand up to the sheer sustain and damage that the Malga and Cass can output, and yeah, you have no choice, you have to match it. But as we've said, JD Gaming, when they played Malga before, they looked the most uncomfortable.
All right, they're going to try and just swing Pineapple into a good spot. Roxy on the Malga, so going to mirror versus Hawk. Still going to be tough, though, to get through Lethal, who's already in the sky with this Deadeye. I mean, that is just gross.
No way.
Ends up going down anyway, but Pineapple was dropped into the backline with no support,
that sucks.
munitions, no nothing. And then Sugar Free, he can just do the rest. No issue. Shut down, though, by Kaneki as I keep calling players deaths.
Good point, Crab.
Sorry, SSG. All good, though. You're going to win the fight anyway.
Yeah, the moment you get
They have
Mewtwo
point.
and Pineapple's attached to him, like it's so much
If
easier
they
for Space
get this
Station
point,
to be able
it
to
should
complete the
be
kill onto the
good.
Bastion and follow up,
We're playing
especially
Flashpoint,
now
right?
on the
No, we're
Kiriko.
playing
We
Control.
get artillery strike from Pineapple, trying to create some space for JD Gaming.
Playing
to set
Control on
Roxy up
Space
the
Station
front
Gaming's
lines, but
match,
Pineapple now gets
and
to
they're
play
pick.
around the cover of tower.
This is the final match of Group B, by the way. So we got 4 more matches after this.
Looking for somebody. He's got a pulse in his hands too. Takes a headshot from Monk, but it's actually Roxy that we needed to look at there. Already down. Kaneki, though, with the Death Blossom, successful this time around, though, is Sugar Free again. He's just picking these comps apart. Just the ability to stay alive like that on the trace and being completely ignored. It's just a dream come true for him there as he wins the fight for the team and puts themselves in final fight territory too at 80%.
Yeah, and look at the ults that Space Station Gaming have. Like, Pineapple's forced to swap yet again, which means that you're totally resetting all of that charge, and Space Station are about to hit all 5 ultimates to just cash out within one fight.
Oh, here it is. There's the rush. There's the cage. Roxy in trouble, getting heals from Monk. The Catnap tried to come through, but a quick Suzu is going to make sure Hawk stays up and active in the fights. Pineapple does kill Lethal, but, you know, this 4 ult advantage from SSG, you're thinking it's an easy fight, but not to be. JD Gaming just overwhelmed them. I don't know how you messed that one up.
Well, JD Gaming will have to deal with the flyby of the Cassidy Deadeye. It's the one ultimate that Space Station were able to hold on to. But they've got so many opportunities to just run away from it now as Lethal's trying to set up shots. Gets grabbed up here by Admiral. This is the thing that JD Gaming have to watch out for, but so far all the cast can see is the Mauga on point.
Fine by me. Keep shooting rocks.
Damn, that sucks to lose that 99.
Out of muted.
Leopold's left side flanking.
He's trying. There he goes, up to the sky. There's the Deadeye. Everybody's going to try and run away now. Cardiac Overdrive here for Roxy's going to keep him up for the moment, but look at Mewtwo.
Did you get him?
Oh,
nice.
There's just nowhere he can run.
That's
and
a
now
snipe.
no catnap available either. A teleport, a flashbang. Kaneki is going to hit the shift and Wraith walk away. But another mutual stun there onto Roxy forces him down and out. No cage, no nothing left on the point for JD Gaming. There's the flip from Sugar Free and SSG. A box bomb, Kaneki Wraith walks, but still has to get to the point. Sure, a kill's good enough, but where's the touch? A teleport to the back line.
Who's touching? What's going on?
As the rest of JD Gaming try and
there we
get a
go.
final touch.
JD, there you go.
As
SSG.
breathe
Let's
a
go.
sigh of
Good job,
relief
SSG.
as they claim the first map.
Okay, Space Station. First
Let's
map
go.
picked up for an international series. They will not go mapless this tournament, but it came close, Jack. There were moments where JD Gaming really looked like they had the read, especially when we got to see them on beach, being able to deal with the cap, with the Cass. The difference on that last fight, though, of Downtown, they had ults. They just did not get to use them. Like, the amount of pressure, I love the fact that you're okay with just using
JD Gaming never was like alive or stayed over there for like
to
enough
take away
time.
the potential of the catnap, so you don't have that disruptive pressure of pulling away the Mauga in the fight halfway
quick,
through.
y'all. I will be
And you
right
also
back.
put
I
so
gotta go
much
use
more
the restroom.
pressure on Monk being the only support alive on the Kiriko. That means that your Suzu, your teleport, it's all working overtime.
Hey,
Everything that you do to try to save your team only puts yourself into more danger.
And also you can't then lift your Bastion up, get him into a position where he can succeed. You're not quite set up for the same level of success. Let's have a look where we go next.
That's a Peps fan right there.
There's a lot of Peps fans. I've been seeing them. A lot of jerseys out there. Almost a sea of them at this point.
Yeah, where do we go next? And do JD Gaming try to remove things like the Cassidy?
I wouldn't hate it.
I would not hate the Cass ban. Like, it feels like Space Station, so much of their issues, they were just able to sidestep because Lethal had ult and was being towed up by the cat. Like, oh, we lost a fight, we have to play into retake, we have no way of just creating space other than using our Cass ultimate. Gee, let's just do that times 5 is essentially how they play all of their retakes.
Lethal is a hard hit scan player too. Little flexibility there, of course. Would love to play.
Sometimes the Hanzo
Yeah,
that
sure.
we get on maps like King's Row.
Little Cass, little Ash, little Widow if we're treated so well. Hey, maybe some of that we got Junkertown, just saying.
We do.
Just saying.
Wow, to have Anna and Widowmaker back in meta? So weird
Surely
to
not.
see. I mean, yeah, meta is probably taking it too far when talking about Widow when you weigh up the rest of
You could
the
say
spell
meta for the
DPS.
map. I think that's as far
Yeah,
as you,
not
you
meta.
get.
Niche,
Yeah.
shall we say. Potential circumstantial value is what we will attach. Bella's Ray is probably being subbed in here as we see Roxy walk away. And I think this is actually a good choice from JD Gaming, because one thing that Space Station were able to do really well versus JD was force them onto the Mauga. And as we talked about, even before that map started, when you look at that performance within their own region playoffs, when they wanted to play Mauga, Roxy was just not comfortable. More flexible on things like the Diva and the Sigma and the Ramatra, but not at all comfortable on the Mauga. And I think since Mauga is just not going to be a target ban at this point, because Space Station more than happy to just leave it in so Hawk can play it and excel past JD, you want to have Bella's Rhea just in case you have to play more into the Mauga depths.
Main man on the screen just there. Sugar free a minute ago. him and Lethal. I mean, look at the stage that they had. That stage was just so clean, and that's crazy to think about too, because they went to Tokyo, didn't get a single map win, and then they come in stage 2, completely dominate. And what they've been saying in the interviews after those matches was, look, we just changed everything up.
Yeah.
We changed how we approach the game. We changed how we scrim. We changed how we just think about situations, and it has worked so well. It's like this is a brand new team, like straight up.
Taking losses can be really motivational for teams, right?
The most motivated they've ever been after Tokyo. I mean, honestly, yeah, I am not
it's a
in a
hard
position to
blow
disagree.
to go to an international tournament. The devs were talking about the fact that when we looked at the formation of this team within the NA region, people were putting them first. We were trying to work out, like, between Space Station and Dallas Fuel, who will take first seed for NA. A lot of people thought it would be Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I can't remember the predictions for that finals, like from the audience and whatnot. I'll try and look it up, because that was a very much expected, well, I think I've heard Fuel, actually. But I think everybody else was on the side of SSG, just how dominant they were. I mean, Fuel, obviously, we know they are an extremely strong team, and clearly the height of pressure there in the finals, they're able to sneak it away from SSG. But honestly, if you're Space Station at that point, like, you qualify as soon as you make it the upper bracket.
Yep.
So you're like, well, okay, sure, it was great to win. Of course it is. Everybody wants to come first place in their region. But then you just concentrate more on preparing for an international stage. And yes, we had a patch, of course, but it wasn't to the point where everything was
like
mixed
Cat's
up.
still
Yeah,
very
still
much one of the best supports at
Exactly.
being able to set up the rest of your heroes. Cat Cass was already being played. Cat Bastion was already being played. Mizuki's still around, but we haven't seen that much of him so far today, as it seems like the Cat coming in forces you to have to play things like the Ana or the Kiriko alongside it. If Mizuki is in play, it's mostly the Kiriko. Sometimes we get a little bit funky with it, and we've been seeing some pairings of Mizuki Juno that the CN teams have been liking to play around with on maps like Circuit, but mostly on attack as opposed to defense, to just be very much aggressive, rolling forward, trying to take all of the tempo from your opponents, not giving them the opportunity to be able to breathe. As for JD Gaming, like, looking at the ban draft, I really do think that the cast ban would be the best here, because it would protect Belis Reyes Mauga, right? If you're going for a substitution, it does send a quite obvious message of what you're going to be trying to run your composition with. So unless JD Gaming have been cooking something up totally down key,
little Root?
be seeing, Root 66. Wow, it's been a while since we saw this map.
I did see that
in play
sign, by the
too.
way. Do it for PG, sugar-free, XPG with a little heart. I love that.
Okay, so
Winston
no
Cat ban.
cast ban. Winston and Cat. Yeah, Belis Reyes actually played a fair bit of Winston in the past as well. He was one of the staple Winston players.
He is the dive guy.
He is the dive guy. This does mean that we still have the Diva available if you want to be able to play that dive. We do have Mauga still in play, but we don't have Mauga dive available because Jetpack Cat was actually
What a horrible
the ban.
sentence you just uttered. Mauga dive.
Hey, look, it's a thing, okay? Teams are
Not wrong.
going to have to accept, like, if you're going up against the CN teams, particularly if you're going up against all gamers, tomorrow you're going to have to be prepared for the Mauga dive.
All right. Cass available. Sugar-free. Tracer. Christopher on your screen. Of course, he was the one that was mainly speaking for the team in those interviews, saying, look, we did change it a whole lot. And I can imagine that smile isn't going anywhere just yet for SSG. Now, Belis Reyes, I can see a little bit wreckable here on
true.
Route 66. It is a map, though, historically, especially on first, where you're thinking you can just play Ram, you can play Mauga, you can just play on this corner. And then also, if they want to flex it up a little bit, you know, Hawk can just sit on the Diva. He's not going to complain. I've never known Hawk to complain.
No. He's always happy when he gets to play that Diva, and the Diva ban was exhausted very early on as well. So we will have to see what exactly a tank rotation will be. I feel like for this one, the starting composition will not be the same as the ending composition. There's going to be a fair few changes that these teams will be going with, and I feel like Space Station Gaming just had the better changes when it came to being able to deal with JD Gaming.
It would be massive spice if Lethal actually picked up Ash. Ash is really good on first.
We did see him play at first fight of Beach before swapping to the Casty, because it was sort of like that realization of, okay, no, I just need to be able to instantly put the pressure on the Cat so we can try and drop the Bastion while also being able to deal with the Tracer, constantly biting at our flanks.
Illustrator looking like he's set up and ready to go. Sugar-free little pep talk. God, we got to get some of these listenings during these little bits of down periods. I know we've done a couple before, so give me some more. Give me some more.
See, is it the competitive JD Gaming who were able to keep up with WBG, where in the upper finals they were actually able to pull 2 maps away? Or is this the JD Gaming where within the grand finals they only picked up 1 map?
It is funny looking at the last stage, or the last couple of stages for China. It's been a 3-region team with Weibo just being on top. But AG and JD Gaming, they have been trading places. Like, they've been swapping second to third. Like, this is the kind of push up, the, hey, we can take maps. We can't quite take the region in first place against Weibo. They're still too good. And I'm excited to see how China does. I mean, even despite what we saw from AG a little bit earlier, I think China still need to breach that wall. It feels like they've been just ramming their heads against for the last couple of years. I mean, even when they came back into the OWCS circuit, it was a 1-region. It was a 1-team region with Weibo. Or once again, obviously.
Well, it sort of feels like a lot of our regions were like that, though. When you look at how dominant Twisted Minds were for the longest time within...
And then Toronto Defiant in first year as well.
And then Toronto Defiant.
There was always one, but then that gap has closed.
The gap's totally closed. Like, you look at all of the different regions. Actually, you look at Korea. Korea's probably one of the best examples when you look at our Asia teams. Because it's just been, like, Zeta and Crazy Raccoons just trading places multiple times. Zeta have looked on top, Crazy Raccoon looked on top at Champions Clash, Zeta came back stage 2. And then you look at EMEA and we were like, okay, Twisted Minds, not just one of the best, like, the best team within EMEA for the longest time, literally title holder from 2025.
World champs, yeah.
World champs, beat all of the regions. And then you look at the proximity of the rest of the teams within stage 2 for EMEA. We've got GK pushing out Twisted Minds. We've got a map 7 for our grand finals. It's been so much closer. The same thing's occurring for NA. A lot of these teams, like, the gaps between everyone is totally closed up.
Here we go. Route 66. SSG up a map already in this first to 2. Ban priority for the other side. And we see a Winston ban, and we see the Cat being taken off the table. SSG forcing Velasri onto something else, and it's going to be the hazard for defense. And another pick that's been picking up a little bit of steam as well has been the Emre, as Pineapple locks it in for defense.
I mean, the scope is still insane. Being able to scope and still have access to full mobility. Plus, I know they've nerfed some of the sustainability on Siphon Blaster. 80% was insane on release from Lifesteal, but he's still one of the best ways of being able to survive the close quarters fights, as well as early wall from Belisraya plays a little bit of havoc to Lethal's line of sight on the Widow, as so far he's only seeing the tank. No one from JD Gaming is going to peek the Widow early, so Space Station already off to the races. Point starting to move.
Slow comp as well. No Lucios. Admiral switching over to the Mizuki. On the escort maps, I think Mizuki's perfectly well positioned. Saw a lot of that on Circuit Royale in
for
Tier 2.
The hazard, right? If Belisraya tries to get aggressive, and he's always been a very aggressive player, if he goes too far away from his team, he's just getting changed.
Already just one-shotting there. I mean, Lethal had to back up, went really low. But this is where the pressure really mounts for JD Gaming too, with Hawk just permanently on point.
Yeah, Hawk hit by the anti-ultraviolet. spending the Suzu. There's the dive from Belisarius that just takes full railgun charge.
Yeah, Hawk not quite there to follow that up. Actually gets slept, naded too. He's going to be able to get out. No issue. No need for a Suzu from UV.
Good stall from JD Gaming. This is actually buying back the time that they had to spend early, respecting the Widow, and it actually allows Pineapple to find the hit off nade onto Admiral.
Okay, sure. Sure thing, no problem. Quick reset. Ultraviolet healing up Hawk. The most is for the team. Look at that, 90% already on the rush. That's pretty scary. Although actually getting good use of that could be an issue.
Yeah, I feel like it's just both of these teams building up ults, and then once they have an ult, then they'll push for it. Like Ultraviolet, unmatched rush that JD Gaming will have to respect, unless Pineapple is able to hit Living Weapon at the same time.
Very possible. He's 4% away. Sugar Free forced to recall early. Now going to the tunnel and picking up that mega health pack.
Oh, he's nano boost for it too, as well.
Possible. It's going to be Belisarius against the nano. There is the rush. Belisarius up on the high ground already as Monk ends up going down to Lethal's railgun headshot. Belisarius up on the high ground now, almost getting a kill instantly there. No follow-up from Kaneki by the looks of things, but a direct hit from Pineapple ends up killing Lethal. Still now Hawk, and the sustain from SSG is something that JD Gaming are not going to be well equipped to actually deal with. Belisarius super low, has to back off, receives a pack, picks up the mini. There is a rally, but the payload is still moving.
Yeah, payload comes to a stall just now with the rally from Mewtwo, pushing JD Gaming into Space Station.
Not quite. Ends up going wide there, and there is the anti, meaning Hawk cannot stay in the fight. Stall power here is crazy. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining here for SSG.
This is dangerous for Space Station too, right? Admiral won't be able to find a whole lot of value with the Sanctuary unless it's directly on top of the point. Since static, you're looking at Lethal being able to be the clutch factor with that overclock, since JD Gaming don't have a great response to it. I saw the Belisarius just slamming down the downpour.
Oh, it's go time again. Lethal. That's the second time he's picked off Monk in a row. Oh, with Pineapple dead, surely it's all over now. Yeah, SSG.
No one marks the angle. Ooh, is the crazy thing. Like, Lethal's totally exposed out on the side lane with the overclock. And no one from JD Gaming is scouting out the Sojourn's position. So when they're trying to fall back to the point, no one is able to stay away from Lethal's crossfire.
That literally was the second time he did that.
Yeah, second time too.
Swinging
like,
around wide angle.
It's rough for JD Gaming now too to be able to escape out of the reaches of this high ground, since Admiral now will have that Sanctuary in position to be able to defend against the damage from Pineapple.
Downpour for Belisarius on top of gas. A lot of players from SSG currently grouped up here. Kaneki's going to provide a little bit of backup as Hawk tries to go in. There's the cage, straight onto Mewtwo. Downpour does. It's a good connection as well. Hawk gets walled off. The rest of the team of the Sanctuary's going to come in just in time. SSG completely deny Belisarius' downpour and shut down by Avril.
Yeah, Space Station continue moving, and they've got good ultimates to keep up that pace within the next fight. Rush, overclock, good starting positions for Lethal to be able to just farm shots off. JD Gaming, yes, will have the nano boost to try to push on forward. It all comes down to Pineapple. Overclock has to be the turning factor for JD Gaming to slam the brakes on Space Station.
What can this nano boost do from Monk? He's 5% away, but Ultraviolet's got the rush first. Belisarius trying to create space. Pineapple 2 on that high ground. Nano boost, they're desperate to build this one up. Someone needs to take some damage. Eventually, Pineapple's going to take a tickle in there, meaning the nano boost is now online. Nano on Pineapple with the OC, looking for bodies, looking for heads, looking for Summit. Ultraviolet goes down, a double tap from Pineapple. 2 dead already. Make that a third.
Make that 4. Pineapple clears up Hawk, and JD Gaming finally get the stall that they're looking for. The issue is, how long will it truly be stalled? Space Station still have an overclock of their own. Sugar Free a pulse bomb for JD Gaming to constantly have to worry about, and Hawk moving on to that Diva as well. Now has the mobility to slide up to the vertical and put pressure on Pineapple.
What can Sugar Brawn do with the pulse? They have double DPS ult, in fact, as Lethal. They're checked on this high ground now. They're going to make him get off the angle, but it's Monk that falls prey to him anyway. Hawk was right next to him too, pushing him into a spot where Lethal had a clean shot. Dancing around his Pineapple, a good time. Suzu's going to keep Lethal alive, and now carrying in the corner. Mewtwo finishes him off with a kunai headshot with 45 seconds to go. You got to touch though. You got to touch the point. JD Gaming hit with a fat C9. SSG sneaked that one away.
It's mistakes like that, right? Mistakes like not being able to defend versus Space Station just taking a point. Belisrea marking the Sojourn with ult, but still losing one of your supports to the overclock angle because you just don't manage
This is a team
to
with
coordinate the
37%.
drop. Now we head to third.
y'all.
JD Gaming yet again having to rely on ults to be able to overcome Space
prediction
Station's
rate
previous
that they will
setups.
win. I'm so like
You're gonna have to
into
play
this.
really
Sorry about that.
forward here. Ball momentum
hooked.
is so important on this point. Use this rush, but this point especially, you can get away, you can escape. Not from Pineapple, however. Lethal dead. Switch overs, a small switch here for SSG as they go on to the Xion instead.
They catch Monk, which means that JD Gaming don't have Ana for this fight. Space Station, though, also losing Ultraviolet. Another
doing
trade
this?
from Sugar Free onto Mewtwo. He's
They're gonna get another one.
in the back line. He's got a Pulse Bomb built up as well.
Yeah, Hawk's right here with him too, with his self-destruct. You can keep staying around.
No one was on point the whole time, too. Space Station was picking up momentum.
Okay, Kaneki. Little 1v1 there versus Sugar Free. Manages to force the recall. Pulse bomb for both Traces now. Who can make the hero play? Looks like Ultraviolet's under a little bit of duress. Has to Suzu himself as Belisrea now in trouble. 5-man sound barrier. Pulse from Sugar Free as well. Belisrea shrugs it off though. Nano on board for JD Gaming. But can they live up to this? Because there's now a rush. Space Station just piling these ults on top of JD Gaming. And the dam is broken. Kaneki goes down.
That should be it.
Sleeping,
That should
but
be
only
it.
just
That
for a
should be
moment
it.
as
That should be
Pineapple
it. That
clings
should.
to life.
Oh,
50 HP.
okay,
and a
come
snipe
on.
onto Sugar Free.
Come on,
Make
Space.
sure he stays alive.
Come on, Space.
JD
Just a little
Gaming
bit more.
trying to hold that ground.
Little bit more.
OT's about to hit. Space Station
Little bit more.
There goes the downpour. JD.
Oh,
they
no.
won't give Space Station any ground. No chance to regroup.
10 seconds to go.
10-player
Pineapple
kill
gets a
streak,
double.
crazy.
That downpour connects with both supports. Sugar Free's going to get another touch on the point. A quick recall there is going to be good. And Lethal has got the spree. They just need another touch, but they can't quite get
No, there we go.
JD
Nice.
Gaming defend on third.
There we go, I guess. Dang, okay.
That was dicey. That was not
Damn,
at
okay.
all clean. First point, letting Lethal through the same angle, the same flank twice, once with ultimate. So detrimental. Same thing happens on second, despite one person literally being assigned watch versus the Sojourn. Moments like this where like Belisrea's downpour totally shut down, eclipsed by the use of Mauga Cage paired with Sanctuary so that you can't give any resources to the Hazard, follow through on the opportunity that your tank has been able to set up, but they were able to win enough fights. Pineapple with the clutch nano boost overclock, buying stall time, which meant when we headed to third, they were able to prevent the full push. But it's been dicey, it's been close, it's been scrappy, and too many times Space Station, it feels like, are just in positions JD Gaming cannot allow. Sugar Free on the back line through third.
All they gotta do,
Catching
all
goals
Space
onto
Station gotta do
Mewtwo
is just defend right
should
now.
not be happening.
Stats don't really look that much either from Sugar Free. I don't think his impact is really felt if you look at his current scoreline. Because yeah, I 100% agree. Being able to force out CDs or even
right?
yeah,
Like Tracer,
push Monk
Winston,
away.
It's so hard to actually tally up the amount that those heroes can do when you only look at stats, because it doesn't show the attention, the amount of players who are having to turn and deal, the resources that you're lacking on front line. As well, nasty angle from Pineapple,
Whoops.
totally denied the opportunity from shooting at
didn't watch that.
someone, as Hawk Shield is just right there.
Yeah, we didn't see that grapple, don't worry.
What grapple?
Exactly. Lethal on a bit of a favourite here. The Freya.
And Admiral on the Wuyang as well. Like, there's so much poke damage from Space Station side as they now turn to defense. Just wanting to put the pressure onto JD Gaming so that they don't get any angles to be able to walk this Tracer and Xion onto Space Station's back line.
Hawk could hold this angle for so long on the Sigma 2 against Belisrea. Nice little wall behind him though. They maybe, just maybe have caught him out, but the heals from Ultraviolet and Admiral are just too much.
But Admiral had to
killing
drop.
Admiral short, and Monk actually also picks up another kill, so this is looking a little bit scarier for SSG. than one maybe first anticipated. JD Gaming are going to walk on this one now as Hawk has to pedal back.
I mean, Bellis Rhea actually swaps onto the Hammond since JD Gaming have been able to identify the opportunity that they've given, which would swiftly close as Space Station were able to regroup. Hawk taken out of the fight late means that Space Station, the backline's back, but there's no front line.
Vehicular manslaughter with the bike. Hawk can't get caught out like that. I like Bellis Rhea on the wrecking ball. This is a very vintage Bellis Rhea look.
Where does this nano boost go from Monk is the question. Onto Bellis Rhea potentially as we get the bowler from Lethal to try to put some form of pressure onto this point. Space Station have to walk, but that's Cap.
No follow-up though. There's the nano on Monk. He knew he was dead, so had to use it. It's going to be onto Mewtwo. There's the rally.
Oh,
and
no.
he stays alive too. A good bash. And Sugarfree, I think, died to his own pulse. There's 4 minutes and 30 seconds in the time bank for JD Gaming.
They get the first one.
Well,
They're gonna
nano
get the first
boosted
one.
Brigitte to rally. That lives in so many players' nightmares. As
here
JD
comes
Gaming
ball.
very fast first take. Potentially very fast momentum through second as well. Now that Bellis Rhea can just play to disrupt Space Station's walk. There's so many ultimates too to try to make a
What is
play
he
for that
doing?
retake.
What is he
We're
doing?
looking at both support ults, but right now
Is he
Bellis
just
Rhea is
camping?
looking at keeping Space Station boxed
Dude,
down
that
for
camp,
fight.
that camp didn't work.
Bellis Rhea really wanting to earn mines there. He's got 99%.
Oh, they lost Monk.
Well,
now he got mine.
I can tell you that for free. Lethal, little bit of pressure. Shouldn't be too much. The Ultraviolet can't heal though.
Because of
There's the
mine.
mine. Hawk trying to get
Go
some
one.
semblance of space, but a good wrap
crazy.
here from Mewtwo on the stairs. Just bashes Hawk in the back of the head.
Lethal with the bowler shot. Not finding the opportunity as Monk's had enough of being picked early. Goes to
Tidal
Jericho.
Blast from April. Actually puts it onto Sugarfree. Doesn't him trading that though with himself and Bellis Rhea getting a kill. And well, the Wrecking Ball staying alive in these long fights is just not a good look for SSG right now. The spree from Pineapple to get out of dodge, but still picks up a kill onto Lethal. Again, a very scrappy affair with 3 minutes to go. Hawks back in the mix, however, on the Hazard.
Good way of being able to contest the high ground, right? Puts pressure onto Bellis Rhea, doesn't allow Pineapple to be able to sit on the angle and get damage past the tanks onto Space Station squishies.
Bellis Rhea eventually chased off this high ground angle. Looks like a complete reset here for both teams as Lethal fishes for yet another kill. He's got the bowler shot too. Or Pineapple's going to die, surely. There's the dash away so low. Overhealth lucky and a wall there from Hawk to try and snipe Pineapple, but now he's in the wrong side of the fight. Spike guard held up, stays alive, but pushed straight back into the rest of JD Gaming and picked off. A pulse bomb trades for one though. Mewtwo down. Bellis Rhea trying to look for Sugarfree, but he's already out of the fight.
Bellis Rhea is about to have mines up as well as he now takes the high ground, disrupting Admiral's position, splitting the heals totally.
Yeah, mines are going to get deployed on the point too. Hawk's going to come back in just a moment with the downpour. 15% away, but staying alive on the point is going to be
They're going to
game
take
number
the
one
second
here.
point.
Or objective number one for SSG.
Mewtwo with the rally as well. Space Station have to fight directly on objective versus that Brigitte. It will be rough to hold that space.
Mewtwo just ran in there solo. Okay, pop the rally, all good. On top of the wall, Hawk is sitting currently. Now he's got the downpour, of course. Mewtwo has to get a kill. Whip shots April out of the sky. The downpour collects the kill onto Hawk, but it's too little, too late for SSG. There's JD Gaming with a second point now.
But that was both support ults forced. Mewtwo with the rally to open up the way for JD Gaming to fight the brawl, and then rush to overcome the damage potential of downpour from Hawk. As he now swaps onto that Mauga. Space Station, they want to just have that pressure and the staying power to be able to stall out so many of these fights since almost 3 minutes. Their task was trying to hold their space for JD Gaming to take us to map 3.
Nuvangada missed. Lethal's bowler not really collecting too much there. Oh, double support. Oh, it's going to be good for SSG. They use that beat to start off with to counteract this spree from Pineapple.
That's a G push, but
Still holding that rush.
they just need to
as
hold
well.
it. That's all they
JD
need to
Gaming,
do.
though,
They
they'll be
just need to
happy
hold it.
with that. Spree exchanged for B. That's one that you take every day of the week, but you don't want to lose players out late. Kaneki falling late in that fight means that Space Station don't have to worry about a Tracer flanking on through. They can purely focus all of their attention at fighting out the lane, gaining value with Ultraviolet's rush as Bellis Rhea now goes on to the Mauga to match. But how do you play Mauga into Hawk when he has the rush to be able to set up that cardiac?
Oh no.
See how early they end up popping the rush. There's 2 minutes to go and not exactly too many fights left either. That golden box of victory just so damn close. A lot of damage on to Mewtwo, and yeah, eventually falls. A rush should be what they used to clean up.
Here comes Sugar Free.
Not losing anybody, but because your spawns are so
Sugar
close,
Free don't got
not
bomb.
too worried about it if there's a trade or two.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Space Station, you want
Nice.
more, right?
Ooh,
Since that was your
so
rush.
fast.
JD Gaming now putting Bella's Ray on the
There you go.
Mauga. There's one
There you go.
fight.
Push back that
They're
payload.
one fight away from
Push
a
that
map
back
3,
payload.
and they'll have a Mauga with a rush to pair it with.
And a rally.
For Space Station, yeah, and a rally. Space Station have to be able to get more kills before the fight starts, and
Look at
that
that.
is that.
Already, Lethal's going to try and take an off angle here, trying to take down Mewtwo. Now there's no rally available. Still a minute to go, though. Cage gets deployed from Hawk, and he's trying to stay alive in the fight, and that
Oh, JD just got
healing
split.
coming through
They got
from
split, just
Ultraviolet
taking
there.
out one by one.
Just permanently left-clicking Hawk, so he
Yeah,
stays
they did
above
take it out
100
one by
HP.
one.
And with
Nice.
only
Pan
60
player
seconds to
kill
go,
streak. Let's
they've
go,
managed
Sugar
to
Crush.
hold on to their support ults, but
Sugar Free.
SSG, they're going to go first again.
Yeah, JD Gaming, they had to just grit their teeth. They lost too many
comes
players. Now they've got both support
four
ults,
players
but
on right.
yet again, Space Station pressing that aggression, not letting them sit in the space to use it.
Mewtwo has to dodge this pulse bomb from Sugar Free. He just has to. You know Lenny's going to be looking for it.
Just 30 seconds. That's all they gotta do. They gotta last 30 seconds.
Space.
They've got beat now from Admiral to be able to last for Ultraviolet to put rush in OT.
I mean, it's almost the perfect combination of ults, the perfect timing of them too. This is the last fight.
Come
20
on.
seconds to go. There's the
There you
rally,
go.
there's the beat.
Here comes
Sugar
the
Free still
beat.
looking for this pulse bomb here. The focus fire.
People getting
Ultraviolet
up.
doesn't look getting stunned there, but Ultraviolet leads this
Here we
rush.
go in the back.
Pulse bomb goes
Aw.
wide, Apple goes down.
No.
Ultraviolet, it's only him left to try and heal
No.
up the team. The spree.
But
doesn't
what we
really
got
get
for
anything
JD?
there for Pineapple apart from space.
Nice.
But Hawk
Oh
goes down
my
anyway.
gosh, they still got it.
JD Gaming picking up that second map as we head into our first map 3 here in
Wow.
mid-season.
Oh, it came
Map 3,
so
game 3?
close.
Map 3, game 3?
Almost a Herculean hold. Almost 4 minutes held on third of Route 66.
That is crazy.
But JD Gaming, they squeak over that finish line, and we go to map 3. The Bellas Reyes sub came in clutch. We talked about the fact that there's a high potential at some part of this map they'll be forced to have to lean the Mauga.
Aye.
And that's exactly what they had to do to be able to break their heads through third.
Even on some of their best picks as well, we had the Wu
Good
Yang,
grab
a
as
very
well, though. Good grab.
aggressive kind of comp. Not as speedy as something like the Lucio from Admiral, but UV and Admiral were nothing to scoff at. Look at this rush here. Straight on the point. Tyokan, here for it.
I will say though, there are mistakes from JD Gaming, right? Monk's going down at moments he absolutely should not be. You look at how Space Station.
All right,
got
Mobile
rated on
Legends,
second.
Bang Bang. We
They're
are
all
now
boxed up on their high
ending.
ground.
Good to
Those
see
are
y'all.
keeping all of them in
We'll
check.
see you guys tomorrow
And then
for more
somehow
playoff stages.
you're anodized.
Did not know we were in
The fact that
quarterfinals.
you're anodized first,
Y'all are
like
going to end
someone's
out
getting to
really
swing an
soon.
angle,
Good
and
games for
Johanna's
all your
out of
guys'
position
teams.
to
You
be
guys
the
have really
first
good
one
teams.
caught out by it.
The Gios in the audience, loud and proud. A lot of JD Gaming fans. We saw it earlier, obviously, with the big flag, of course. I think it's sitting right behind us, so we can definitely hear the kind of
fan
floor
chants,
rumbling.
yeah.
Now we're going to a map 3.
Crazy.
Uncharted
SSG
territory.
Yeah, for so far, right?
This is not good for Space Station as well, right? When we're looking at this team, you're thinking, okay, if you're one of the best teams contending for that NA title, when you head to the international stage, you don't want on your first day in the first of 2 formats to be dropping
can't
maps
stretch my
because
arm.
that exposes weaknesses. It means potentially that you have to push into your tools, into your strategies, and reveal your hand before you want it to be shown. And that means that it will then impact the easiness of the rest of the matches that you face. Teams will know if you're pushed to the absolute brink, what will be the things that you have to employ.
Delve into the mind of Chris. See what's going up there. I mean, look. Guy's been around for a hot minute too. When you think of Legends, you were picking that up at the very start of this series.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed.
Christopher
Sorry
too. I mean, look.
So much over Overwatch,
Ex-London
but
Spitfire, of course, managed to make that legendary Brian
I'll see you guys
comp work with
tomorrow.
Hattie at the
I
helm
think next stream
in
for
a
tomorrow, starting at
in an
1 a.m.
environment where, like,
Yep.
No other team is doing that. They're playing their own game. And Christopher, fair amount of accolades to himself. Let's see where they choose to go. Can't pick the escort, can't pick the control.
It's an interesting map pool that we have here for EWC. We've obviously got like all of our flashpoints, Atlas, New Junk City, Suravasa, and all of our push maps, Colosseo, Esperanza. But then you look at Hybrid and you're like, okay, Eichenwald, Paraiso, Neon Junction. One very much less tested, since Neon Junction has been our latest map added to the pool.
When have we seen a Paraiso?
And
like,
when was the last time we saw Paraiso? Exactly. It's been so long since it was in the pool, and it's been even longer, it feels like, since it was voluntarily picked.
Yeah. I can't remember the last time I cast that map. It's been a long time.
I think for me it was back in 2023.
Yeah, honestly, it feels that long ago as well. Maybe only a couple of years for myself, but...
Oh, it's Atlas.
It's Atlas, okay. No Paraiso sighting just yet. We're going to a flashpoint instead.
Yeah, no shenanigans. I would imagine
just like
Belisarea will say for JD Gaming, since this is, as we said, likely going to be more running of that Mauga, as we'll get the Brigitte ban and the Diva ban here. So yeah, if you want to be running that Mauga, taking away Hawk's Diva, taking away the defense matrix, which directly interferes with the Mauga sustainability by absorbing the shots that he can do.
LA nearest
well
airport.
Okay,
Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. LA nearest airport. Hold up there.
Into your second mech, and you just go right about your day. So this is a very impactful ban, and I'm surprised that it took this long to actually come into play.
Yeah, I think with how quick Belisarea wants to play, should be fairly trivial, I think, for SSG. They'll be happy to match that kind of pace. No issue. I think just going to see a little bit Lucio here, a little bit Kiriko. Kind of default back to Old Faithful. I think with how Lethal plays the cast too.
Yeah.
Again, another point where you're like, you know, we probably, if you're a team, like you probably want to look to ban something like that.
Space Station do like playing very fast. They were one of the few teams for the American playoffs who were able to actually conquer the Rhine composition from Dallas Fuel that they like to play on their Flashpoint matches of New Junk City. And they did that, yeah, by just being able to play faster, find those kills, force the Rhine to swap off very, very quickly. Hawk's hero pool, fairly deep, could play things like the Natra, potentially the Mauga, to be able to match. Now that the Diva has been banned, we also know that he likes to play a lot of Orisa on maps like Control. But for me, it's going to be like, will Lethal be able to find value on the Cassidy? So
yes.
It feels like
There's your
for
answer.
JD Gaming, like the whole playstyle is going to be keeping an eye on what Lethal has done. Multiple times, the fight at Space Station 1 were they just invest more ultimates than JD Gaming and win off of that, or their DPS line are able to get away with literal murder. And now that we have these wide, really large maps, that all of our Flashpoint maps are, not being able to keep track of Lethal and Sugar Free could well be the reason that JD Gaming just lose this map.
I want to kind of talk about how, again, maybe the nerves are setting for SSG. Don't want to go down like this again. Being knocked down to lower bracket first. Although JD Gaming, you know, little slip up, I would say, with that C9, you know, at the end of the day. Mistakes happen. Nerves are going to be high on your first series of the day. They can tighten that screw. They might be able to get things popping here in their first series of this tournament. Here we go, though. Atlas, map 3, your first one here at the Mid-Season Championships. Brigitte ban for SSG and a Diva ban, taking that away from Hawk.
Yeah, forcing him onto that Mauga. JD Gaming, do they try to play this Junker Queen? or do they go the Mauga to match? They know that Mauga will be coming. Kaneki's already on the Reaper to be able to try to deal with it. As Space Station looking like they want to keep this Kiriko in play for Ultraviolet. Admiral on the Cat to be able to set up Lethal's Deadeyes, but also be able to just get Hawk into really good positions to go put pressure onto JD Gaming's whole team.
There we go, Bellisria, Hawk. It's a Mauga mirror. With the Cat though for SSG, they're not going quick. They're actually just gonna almost give up space here to Mewtwo and the rest of the gang who are rocking out Lucio instead.
I mean, Lethal more than happy, right, to take advantage of slow fights, as Bellisria has already been able to scout out the Cassidy and just runs at him.
They're going to trade charges here as Bellisria and Hawk kind of swap places. Pineapple takes a headshot, though, as the walking tank that is Lethal ends up just walking forward, just dinking a couple of people. Sugar Free might be able to get this point away for free, too. And not only that, they managed to kill Bellisria as well. So that's having your cake and eating it, too.
Yeah, Pineapple and Bellisria throughout that fight, constantly on critical health. And Sugar Free just takes full advantage, sits on the point, uncontested. Space Station find the cap, which means that the whole time the fight's going on, they're banking point percent, Jack. 30% after the first fight means that JD Gaming have at best 2 more, potentially 1 if this next fight is drawn out, before they see Space Station walk away with the first point.
And I think it will be too. I mean, that stagger among was pretty substantial. Almost up to the exact frame where he can kind of teleport away to Bellisria.
Put so much more pressure on the Rush mirror, right?
High Noon already. How has he got High Noon already? Seriously.
Yeah, but he didn't get any kill. Oh, well, he did get 1 kill.
Lethal, sure,
He's
but
only
still,
got 1
you
kill.
need to get another kill. You need to get this fight won if you're JD Gaming.
Yeah,
Admiral
that's what I
has
also agree too.
Waits out the way from Kaneki.
Straight onto the Reaper, but quickly dislodged. However, the point is going to get flipped, or not quite, like 1 pixel away. Hawk eventually goes down though. OT approaching, SSG losing the fight, but they're up to 99.
Yeah, and Space Station have Ultraviolet's Rush. JD Gaming backs against the wall. For point percent, Bellisria falling low. Monk panics, invests the Rush to be able to overcome that fight. Space Station so much time to play with, and a whole Rush to be able to set them up to do it with.
Can and will Mewtwo get this sound barrier off? Do they want to go first? How long do they want to kind of stay around too? Do they want to just wait for SSG to try and make a play? Well, they're going to try. There's the spray in the corridor. Mewtwo with the sound barrier as well. Pineapple takes to the skies, takes care of Ultraviolet.
Xian's such a good character. That's such a good TBS character.
So low.
Space Station have Cage Spree combo for this next fight too. JD Gaming invested so much, they only have Cage to be able to counter it. Ideally, if you're JD Gaming, you want to play up, right? Try and cage Space Station, but that runs a risk if you don't get absolutely everyone. Speaking of, Admiral's already backcapping.
Oh, wait, they're levitating.
Oh, no way.
Kaneki caught on the other side of the wall. They're levitating in the sky. Easy pickings for Sugar Free and Lethal. A return cage from Bellisria just ends him. A quick demise for JD Gaming as Lethal caps the point. And that is the first one going SSG's way.
It's such a risk for JD Gaming to try to go first with the Mauga cage because it's Space Station anticipated, right? One person just stays away from the Mauga fight, slips off to the point, gets that back cap through, and boom, 99%, you've got the first point on the board. Speaking of, you've got both support ults about to come through for Space Station if this next fight goes long. What you have to worry about if you're JD Gaming right now, though, is Lethal with the Deadeye yet again to hold the space.
Oh, the Sky Noon is just so damn big! Lethal gets 3 from the skies!
Well, with the assist of Hawk as well, like that Mauga slammed onto everyone from JD Gaming. All of them were stunned up. Look at him! There he goes! What a huge slam from Hawk!
Oh, that was marvelous. That's one for the socials. Easy clip and ship.
That allows Space Station to hit both support ults too before Space Station or JD Gaming have an answer.
Yeah, the rush is going to come in. Here comes the countdown from Apple. Not sure who he grabbed, but it doesn't matter. Mewtwo and Pineapple already dead. He doesn't get chased down by Monk, but that shouldn't be enough. Hawk's going dangerously low. A quick Suzu to repair the wounds. Ultraviolet calling for them to back off though as Bellisria. He's going to try and touch point. He ain't going to survive too long though. Forced to reset.
Oh, keep Kaneki up. He makes it out to his team. JD Gaming yet again relying Death Blossom, cage fight. But Space Station, they have to know this is coming. Look at how split they're playing now.
How big is this Death Blossom going to be? Hawk's already trying to get up there. There's the cage. Hawk trapped in here with Kaneki. The Death Blossom just completely denied by that Suzu. Got basically nothing done. I mean, that's SSG getting this point as well.
Yep.
Team kill too.
They haven't got time to get back.
Let's go,
Space Station, they're just playing like Zeta, honestly, at this point. Understanding that JD Gaming are about to hit ultimates, going first and stopping them before they can combo. Forcing out the Death Blossom before it can gain more value paired with Bellas Reyes.
Make a quick rotation over to the point first, too. Can't be able to state how important that is, getting positioning first.
Yeah, especially for your cast, right? Lethal has the Deadeye.
They're waiting for Bellas Reyes to push in. They're waiting for a CD to be popped straight over the top. Surely not again. He's looking for skulls, and Mewtwo falls 99% towards the B2. That's a quick and clean one.
Space Station more than happy as well to let JD Gaming walk this next fight with the Soundbar, because yet again, double support ult. Rush for Ultraviolet, Catnap Disruption from Admiral.
Come on, Space Station. I want you guys to win this game.
Mewtwo's beat again has to be
They already
just
got
so
the point, too.
impactful. Bellas Reyes got cage. They've got opportunities to win this fight. Kaneki taking too much damage almost instantly. A good cage and the sound barrier. It's the fight they surely can't lose. The rush, though, is making it tough for them to secure this fight. A spree from Sugar Free just finds the flank angle and gets to the bike. The smack upside the head as Monk goes down.
It's just such an early beat that Space Station are able to force with such an early rush, which means it's not there to defend against the spree from Sugar Free, who just waits until he's
They
on
win
top
this
of
match,
Pineapple,
they win the
guarantees
game.
to kill onto the Sojourn, so that JD Gaming can't rely on Overclock to win out
They're
the
almost
fight.
there.
And
They're
now,
about quarter way
crossfire
there.
territory, they have to have Bellas Reyes swap onto the Wrecking Ball just to buy space for Pineapple and Monk's ult to actually gain any sort of value.
Cage Hawk in a couple of moments. They got the catnap too. A tough
No,
chance to
they
get
got-
here for JD
There
Gaming.
we
They're
go.
going to try and go first. Mewtwo already so damn low. Couldn't even get in the door. Couldn't join the rest of his team.
Oh no! They're on their team.
Bellas Reyes
They're on the point. They're
has
on
to
the
get
point.
away. Mewtwo already dead. I mean, look, they've got this rush, sure, but when
Overtime.
can they actually use it?
They have to
Planet was
win
down.
overtime.
Monk's already gone. And
Here's
that
when
is
it
going
mattered.
to be that. SSG clean up JD Gaming.
SSG
A 3-0 on Atlas.
Nice.
And that's a dub on the international
All
stage
right,
for
well,
SSG.
congratulations, Space Station Gaming. 37%. That's crazy. That's so crazy. I can't believe they got 37%.
Changed multiple times on control, where it looked like JD Gaming might be able to walk away with it. Closing out Atlas in
No
such
watch
a
party for
dominant
Sugar
fashion
Brawn.
was pretty much a requirement
Wow,
for us
funny.
to still have faith for Space Station Gaming.
All right, let me go.
They got it in them. I've got one more in me. SSG with a dub, a little 2-1 affair. JD Gaming putting up quite a considerable fight, especially on that Route 66. They look very definitive, in fact. I'm excited for China's prospects here, but I think a lot of fans are going to be excited for how well SSG can do at this LAN. Stage 2 was almost a dream come true. I mean, almost a perfect stage. They got beaten by Dallas Fuel in the final, of course, but still a much revived and revitalized team. Now looking to make a large statement.
We saw that potential on Atlas, right? They played so clean. The coordination between Hawk to set up those flyby Deadeyes so that you couldn't just scatter away from line of sight was huge.
Sugar Free, Sugar Brawn, Lenny, whatever you want to call him. He's down on the stage.
Sugar
Let's get a
Free.
few words with him and Ian.
Thank you very much, guys. Paris, make some noise for SSG and
All right,
Sugar
Sugar Free, what do you
right
guys
now.
say? It's our man. the
Sugar
best
Brawn.
transfer.
Can I call you that, yeah?
Sugar Brawn. The LeBron of
Incredible
Sugar.
performance. I mean, look, this is a tough group that you're in. Is that how you expected to start things out here in Paris?
Yeah, honestly, I think first match is always going to be a little shaky. It's like, it was a 2-1, but I think we could do 2-0 in the next matches. We should be good.
I mean, they're happy to hear that, that's for sure. Your fans in the building. You come into this after not seeing much, strong performance from NA internationally as of recent years. Do you think that this could be the turning point? And is that a bit of pressure for SSG?
Nah, I don't think we got any pressure, but I'm going to say it every year. NA's getting one trophy, one eventually.
How are you finding it in Paris here so far? It's a long trip out, and then how are you settling in?
Honestly, I have not done anything but played the game and ate food. I'm going to be completely honest.
you're going to need to play that game a lot more because you're coming up against Crazy Raccoon next, the #1 seed. How do you beat them?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
You'll figure it out. Have you got a message for anybody who might be saying, you know, I don't think SSG can progress so far in this tournament?
Wait, say again? I didn't.
What would be your message to anybody who thinks you can't perform and go far in this tournament?
I mean, I appreciate all of you guys, everyone that's been supporting SSG. You guys are the best, and I hope the best win it all.
Congratulations, man, and best of luck in the next part of the tournament. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Ian Chambers, as we take a look back at some of the big highlights. Johnny, I have a feeling this is not the last time we're going to see Sugar Free on fire.
Yeah, Sugar Free with a great performance to kick off the tournament here for SSG. And what an amazing win this is now. Big relief for them because they avoid a scenario where they have to beat GK or Zeta to advance out of the group. This was a must-win matchup, I gotta say here, Jake, and they came through.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this phase, although technically they're not all must-wins, you really don't want to be dropping down and risking your tournament life on game 2. So for SSG, the fact that they can lock up the win is big. The fact that it goes to 3 is, I think, gonna rattle them just a bit, but there's a lot of veteran players on this squad. I wouldn't expect them to let that affect their mental, their perspective here on the tournament.
Can you guys explain the signs in the crowd? What is this Sugar Braun?
I mean, he's arguably the GOAT of North America. And so, you know, I think it's rightful you can compare him to LeBron, you know?
Going to the 76ers one day. Let's talk a little bit about what we've seen, though, from SSG. There was a bit of a weakness, Jake. It was at the end of that game 2, unable to seal the deal. They go to a game 3. Is there areas to clean up on defense? Is it just a one-off map? What happened there?
I mean, honestly, I got to give credit to JD Gaming. They were playing pretty well throughout this series. The Wrecking Ball was, I think, a key strength for them on Route 66, something that SSG struggled to find answers to, that the pace was brought against them. But once SSG kind of got things back into their wheelhouse on Atlas, they were in prime position. I mean, Lethal's Cassidy, I think, is one of the most exciting players to watch in North America, one of the strongest performers. Hawk also has himself quite a consistent series here. Definitely expect him to be a key performer for SSG throughout.
We used to have, like, Zarya grabs and Diva Bomb combos. Is the new combo just the Jetpack Cat and the Cassidy?
Yeah. The Sky Noon is definitely
Sky Noon.
And it's been so potent in stage 2 that now it's kind of a reliable win condition because it's a guaranteed teamfight win, which means that you save so many other ultimates for all the other team fights. So it's really good for your ultimate economy, the fact that it is so potent. And so I think it's going to be a cornerstone for a lot of teams here.
And then walk me through the end of this one. It looked like we were going to see a clean sweep. Instead, the finish from JD Gaming. Was there a star pop-off or just team effort?
I'd give it to Belis Riel on map 2. I mean, the Wrecking Ball, the pace change was huge. You look at Pineapple and Kaneki, they've been solid all series long, but ultimately it was this Cassidy Xion look on Atlas from Space Station Gaming. I mean, JD Gaming just had no answers to this. I don't think they've experienced this style before. It's definitely something that's grown in popularity in North America and EMEA in particular, really getting a lot of mileage out of the Xion, while at the same time also bringing a Cassidy with the Jetpack Cat. So this is a challenging comp to match up against, and I just think JD Gaming were caught flat-footed by it.
As we take a look at your bracket, we are now officially done with the opening matches in Group B. Crazy Raccoon Space Station Gaming will be doing our play-in tomorrow. We also have GK versus Zeta Division, but Johnny, more importantly, our decider matches will be sending the first 2 teams home. Who do you think has work to do tonight with some VOD review?
Honestly, I gotta say the Team Secret is probably the team that is least likely to advance out of these 4 here because JD Gaming, what we just saw from them. But I don't want to count them out. I don't want to count out any of these 4 teams. I think, honestly, all of these 2 matches in the lower bracket could go either way. And then it's just about securing that first win and then have the potential, of course, to advance out of the group.
Final thoughts on JD Gaming here before we move forward.
Yeah, they might survive one more match. I do think the top 4 teams that have all secured themselves a win are likely going to be our 4 that do survive out of the group stage. I mean, I think those teams are all just like a level above those that have taken the loss so far, but maybe it's the opportunity to put the work in on the VOD, and now that the opponents have all shown some of their hand, maybe we can be better prepared for those matches tomorrow.
We've been sharing the players with 4 different stages. Reminder, doesn't matter what language you speak, we probably got a stream for you over on esportsworldcup.com. When we come back, we'll be speaking all English with Ultraviolet from your winning Space Station Gaming. Stay locked to EWC.
marking.
Where's Soj? Where's Soj?
I'm leading right. We
Soj right. Lead on right. Lead on right. Come fight right.
Gonna kill her, soy.
Blue here. Blue one. Lucio.
Yeah.
Okay, we can fight.
Trace one.
Almost there.
Look at this.
I'm chasing Trey. Trey.
And eliminations are actually already occurring. So, Trav, what's going on over here?
Yeah, so we've already lost a reject player. They came in with some heavy investment into Street Fighter 6. They had 3 players, so already down to 2. Over the other side of things, though, it's Falcons, who have also thrown 3 players in the mix, and they're looking a little bit better. They've got the favorite, Zhao Hai. He came in and he played Fatal Fury City of the Wolves and didn't get the result that he wanted. So he's looking to rectify that a little bit here in Street Fighter 6, and he managed to win it in 2025, so he's defending his crown too.
Have we seen any of the Falcons player on stage yet today?
We haven't yet. I think they're lingering in some of the other groups. It's been kind of Zeta Division versus Reject today. A lot of Japanese players playing out.
All right, well, thank you so much for the update. That's it from us. And if there's anything else, we'll keep you guys in the loop.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
Why did it pause?
Do we really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
We have a group A stage going on right now. There's a couple more games left. There's a lot more games left to go.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. As you see more players getting out of the vans and into the STC arena, we have our qualifier matches continuing on here, day 1 of Overwatch. Before we get to the next match, though, we have to welcome a very special guest into the studio alongside Jake and Reinforce. We have the one and only Ultraviolet. And Ultraviolet, congratulations on a big W. You just got it done here with Space Station Gaming. How we feeling?
Feeling good.
It's a little bit unfortunate to drop a map. I wanted it to be cleaner, but I think they caught us off guard a little bit with the root pick and the cap ban.
Can we talk about that? What happened in that second game? Because you guys looked very good on offense. I thought you were going to be able to complete the map. And then on defense, you had a really strong start. At the very end, though, they were able to finish it and force a game 3. Where did they start to find momentum?
I think they just played a comp that we weren't really expecting. We didn't have like too much good information on the Chinese teams, not really good practice against a comp like that in scrims.
Okay.
So it was a lot of like the stuff we were picking was on the fly, whereas like in Samoa and Atlas, when we have the first ban, get to pick our map, I think we were a lot more confident.
I gotta ask, how comfortable are you going into this tournament? Because SSG, you know, you had your difficulties at Champions Clash. Stage 2, you adopted a lot more hero picks going on. Then you go into another tournament like this, playing on stage. Do you still feel comfortable flexing to all these different heroes, or do you lean more towards comfort and staying with what you know?
I think we feel comfortable flexing all these heroes.
Right.
So like, I think stage 1 we were leaning a lot more to like this 2025 SSG style with these brawl comps and stuff. But I think our DPS and especially like utilizing Hawk's hero pool, letting them play like Diva, Sig, Zarya, Mog, all these characters, I think it's definitely helped us a lot.
Yeah, it's great to see you guys come out and have a good performance. I mean, honestly, I think there's something to be said for having some adversity very early on in the tournament, being forced to adapt. I mean, with 16 teams here at the Esports World Cup, you're going to see the huge variety of everything that can be played. We see it in EMEA, Sim has become such a key factor. Korea brings like the classic dive styles. Is there any region that you're looking at as someone you especially need to prepare for in terms of the styles bringing to the Esports World Cup?
I think it's going to be the not Sim. I think we've done a lot of practice against Sim. I think like in this tournament, you've seen like the NA in Korea, like mostly just like Europe, like leaning into the Sim, whereas everyone else is trying to figure out like how to counter it. So I think we've gotten like really good at playing against this style. It's just going to be like these matchups where it's like not a Sim that like you have to study more, I think.
You've had success at EWC in the past. I got to work on the Overwatch show and saw you last year. Tell me a little bit about the transition to Space Station Gaming. What is different about this squad? And are you looking forward to playing Crazy Raccoon again on this stage?
I think we could definitely take at least a map. I think that it would be a great experience. We didn't really get too much good practice before we came here to Paris. Our boot camp was online, so we're playing on ping the whole time.
Okay.
So I think that we're like learning a lot as each game goes, and like Jake was saying earlier, like the extra maps like might be like a boon for us.
As we take a look here, we've got the 4 teams moving forward. Your thoughts on the Group B so far? Who are the juggernauts, and who do you think has to do some VOD review before getting knocked out tomorrow?
You're talking about this group?
Yep.
I think the teams in the top 4 like should be the ones that make it through.
Okay.
I've heard that AG and Varel are like the dark horses of this group maybe, so we might have to prepare for them, but it should be these top 4 teams coming out, I believe.
And of course, you guys are done for the night. How are you going to celebrate? What are you going to eat? Are you having crepes? Are we going to be eating some pasta? What are we looking forward to feasting on here in France?
I don't have too much plans to celebrate yet, to be honest. It's a long tournament, you know, there's 5 days still. I think we're mostly just looking to like stay prepared, locked in, scrimming tonight, all of that.
I like that. Final question for you before we let you go rejoin the team. They're all smiling off camera. Who do you got? T1 or Twisted Minds?
That's tough. It's like a battle of styles, right? Like what I was talking about, the Sim versus the not Sim. I think Twisted will have it on stage. They've always had T1's number.
And who's the player to watch? Is it Quartz again?
I'll say Ubi.
Ubi?
Yeah, I think making the Sim work is definitely a challenge.
Ultraviolet, before you go, this is your camera. Anything you want to say to everyone who's been supporting you?
Thanks for supporting me.
He's the man. You can watch his streams. In the meantime, watch him win money here at EWC. Let's take a look at our bracket and remind you what we have coming up, because we're only halfway through this tournament. Reinforce. Walk me through Group A, because we're about to turn our attention to some huge clubs.
I mean, this is a crazy group. I look at those 3 bottom matches there. T1, Twisted Minds to go either way. Team Liquid, maybe time to overcome Weibo Gaming. And then Team Falcons, they've had pretty poor form going into this tournament. So maybe Dallas Fuel are looking for a bit of an upset here, Jake.
Yeah, I think Falcons are going to be a particularly exciting match to watch. Going to have to stick around to see that one, because Merritt is back in play, I believe, off the injury, should be ready to perform. And I think he's a key factor for that squad, especially given that Dallas Fuel are a team that plays all sorts of wild comps. They're almost like a regional style of their own. They bring a completely unique look. And so for Falcons, coming off the injury, coming off some weaker performances, that could be a scary opener for our current champion holders here in EWC.
Johnny, I was just talking with Ultraviolet. I got to be honest, I felt his energy. There's a little bit of nerves here on opening day. Is there anyone you're concerned about in that bracket falling into groups to maybe some rough nerves on an opening match?
I mean, I feel like all of the North American teams are feeling the pressure of the region. Like, realistically, they come in as number 1, 2, and 3 seed. I think they're all kind of even on their best day. And so I think all of those teams, Team Liquid, for example, they had a pretty poor run of form because they added 2 new players, had to build that synergy. They're starting to look better, but that's a big organization. That's a big name you're playing for in Team Liquid. And so a lot of pressure to perform for them.
Speaking of big names, Faker has one of the biggest in esports, and his org goes by the name of T1 Esports. Let's take a look at the squad that is representing Overwatch, though. Who's on the team? Who is the star player to watch? Is it Donghack once again?
For me, it's got to be Donghack. I mean, I think this guy's one of the most exciting tank players in the game right now. I also think the young DPS lineup could surprise some people, but T1 is definitely, for me at least, one of the weaker teams out of Korea, one of the more beatable, and they're going up against a team that has known to just pick it up on stage. Like, Twisted Mind's either the 3rd seed out of the MEA, but that's almost a crazy underrating of how good this team has been historically, making it to the last few grand finals, like very, very consistent top performances in an international land where T1, it's been rocky for them, right? It's been ups and downs, but no really huge, rock-solid international performances. So despite the fact that they're probably the higher seed technically here, I'd still call them the underdogs.
Is Twisted Minds the best in EMEA in your eyes right now, Johnny? Where do you have them?
Well, that's the thing. Like, surprisingly, they're the 3rd seed after getting 2nd at Champions Clash. And so you're looking at the 3rd seed and thinking, well, they're not doing too hot. That's the thing that Ultraviolet just mentioned. On stage, they just level up. Like, they're crazy. They had a pretty rough start to Champions Clash. They lost 0-3 to Crazy Raccoon. Then they subbed in Yubi, game changer with the Symmetra. And they just flipped all the matchups on its head and made the grand final after all. And so even though getting 3rd seed in EMEA, I think everyone is looking at this team really scared because they have the potential to go all the way still.
I love the new jerseys, but I love the familiar faces in courts even more. He was the one popping off with the Cassidy. If he is not the player to watch, you heard Ubi might be the one for Twisted Minds. Tell me the T1 underdog story. Who's the player to watch in an upset?
It's got to be Donghack. I mean, I think the Wrecking Ball is known to be an incredibly strong response to the sim, can really disrupt some of the success that Court has historically had. So for me, I've got my eyes on Donghack. He could maybe disrupt this game plan.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next match is ready to go. Let's send it to the stage with 2 epic casters.
Welcome back, everyone. On a terminé avec les matchs du groupe B. On va pouvoir move on to the group A as our B matches are done. Ian, we still have a long way to go.
Yeah, and it's been a lot of fun so far, but this side of the bracket, this group is very dangerous. Some huge teams ready to compete here in Paris.
Yeah, I'm thinking Twisted Minds, I'm thinking Virtus Pro, I'm thinking Falcons, amongst others.
And all of those names are fighting for something alongside this trophy and the huge prize pool. They want to get club championship points on the board for their organizations.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting as well. Different path to follow, but the first path we're going to follow is the one that I don't have to introduce anymore. Mesdames et messieurs, T1! Une organisation coréenne de légende, mais un des trophées qui leur manque, c'est celui d'Overwatch. They need to prove themselves on the Overwatch scene. Could it start here in Paris? Because their domestic pedigree is absolutely unquestioned. But when it comes to international, they can do better.
Their opponents, Twisted Minds! The fan support is here for the reigning OWCS World Champions. After lifting the trophy in Stockholm Twisted Minds were pushed all the way in a brutal EMEA Stage 2, qualifying as the region's 3rd seed. Now they return with eyes on more silverware, and every win is vital in that race for club championship points.
The crowd's favorites are the South Korean pride. Pick a champion. Mesdames et messieurs, faites votre choix.
T1's run at EWC last year ended with Twisted Minds, and now in 2026, it begins with them.
Much later in the tournament, that run ended as nobody will go home off of this game, but it feels like a huge one here on day one. No, Twisted Minds, obviously they are defending world champions. They are runner-up in Champions Clash. EMEA Stage 2 OWCS was rough for them, man. I mean, they had a lot of Game 5s. Game 5s, just about everybody. It looked like they were just kind of searching for an identity all stage long. Towards the end, we now start to see UB in all the time. It was a swap they made at the World Championship last year, right? Kind of bringing UB back in as that kind of shot caller. But that does feel like it locks them into a sim type of play style, kind of how Ultraviolet was alluding to over on the desk.
And whether they're locked into that or it's something that they want to reach for, it is a style that T1 are going to have to be prepared to face. We know that Donghak obviously is a consummate, professional when it comes to playing a lot of those dive tanks.
Yeah.
The Wrecking Ball is obviously a great pickup for him. And overall, T1 have looked substantially more credible in Stage 2 over in OWCS Korea, but they've still taken that back seat to Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division.
Last year, we were so high on T1 coming into this event, and it felt like the youth they just kind of imploded a little bit last year. That's kind of what it felt like, when we were kind of watching them play towards the end. Where now, this team, obviously a lot of these players younger have had kind of some time, obviously get used to playing at this type of level where you expect them to continue to kind of ascend at these tournaments and have a real shot at like a top 3 finish.
Yeah, I want to submit that T1 are verging on elite status as an Overwatch team. They have stayed together with this same core since 2025, right? Donghak, Proud, Zest, Skewed. These guys have stuck together to become something, whereas Twisted Minds have stuck together to remain something, right?
Yeah.
They're still chasing, obviously, the glory of last year and an overperformance in Stockholm that they're able to carry through into 2026's international tournaments. They were quite dangerous, at the championship class, but EMEA, we've seen a changing of the guard. We've seen them falter when it matters. So is it a reinvention in the interim before they make it here to Paris? I think that's the question on kind of everybody's lips.
Yeah, I think it's obviously like Twisted Minds does not really enjoy playing the Cat and the Bastion, different types of comps. We've seen them go like Lucio Bastion and kind of play like a ground Bastion. That's kind of seen some success, but really it seems like I think what they figured out probably more than anything here in Stage 2 is that they need UB's ability to shot call in game, even though you have this like super powerful asset in Jwoo there on the bench who can play all these different types of things as Nepal as map number 1. You still need UB's shot calling presence in game. We did an interview after one of the games at Quartz during the stage, and he was talking about how much easier it is to play for him and the rest of the team with UB in the lineup. So they have to feel like they got to make that work somehow. Benefits for them is they've had some time since the end of Stage 2 in EMEA to maybe work on some things.
So the Symmetra ban, we're in a 1st-2, so it makes sense. It's drawn out instantly here for T1. They do not want to deal with that style, while Malga feels like a pretty familiar, ban to make early on here.
This puts UB probably on Tracer, right? Now that's kind of, now he has some other heroes in the pool, right? We didn't really see any Xion from this team at all. And it feels like this will probably be like a Tracer. Maybe we're looking at Tracer Sojourn with like a Ramatra, for instance, maybe a Sig even from Twisted Minds.
TVNT is obviously got a hero pool that can certainly deliver. Obviously the choice of map was quite important here, even for Control. And yeah, obviously this is a team that, made the adjustment. They dropped Psycho, right? Brought Jwoo into the lineup, but we've just not seen much of him.
And look how Psycho's paid off for VP. Huge. Like a leader in game. Obviously Landon coming in as well, another player who can kind of give that. And it just feels like, yeah, maybe, you know, I think where you look at Yubi and like maybe the downfall against Psycho is like Psycho does have a pretty deep hero pool outside of the Symmetra, right? Where Yubi really has become that specialist.
I want to put this on your radar as a matchup I'm looking for. It's going to be Proud and Quartz, because I think Quartz is really able to thrive in like a Yubi shot calling system. I do think Twisted Minds really play around him to allow him to succeed. He is your 2025 World's MVP.
I think it was the game against Twisted Minds last year. You know, we had casted it, and I think like the entire time we're listening to Avril tell us like Proud is next up. He's going to be like this next star player, and like Quartz kind of like just went to work in that series. And now, obviously, we've seen Proud, you know, in Korea and other events play really well. So need to see it here at this stage. T1 at the moment. This will be a hyper-aggressive comp coming out. Yubi, one of the heroes he can play is the Mei. Mei, Tracer, Sim, you kind of think is his hero pool, as they'll play that ground Bastion I was talking about.
Twisted Minds booted T1 out of the Esports World Cup last year. Now it's time to take revenge and take pole position early here as we start to resolve Group A. Without Malga on the table, Donghak has gone for the hazard here. Can obviously mantle up onto these edges, gives you a little bit of dive pressure. Proud as well will want to wend his way through to these backlines with Joyride and put that pressure on down. TVNT's job is to slow them up, and frankly, he hasn't been able to stop Zest be the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah. You know, they may walled in the Vendetta, but guess what? When the Vendetta has Whirlwind and some stacks of Onslaught, you do not want to be in a small room with that hero. And it looks like Twisted Mind's going to make some changes yet again as we are seeing Roadhog here. So Roadhog, Cat Bastion, Tracer here from Twisted Minds after one fight.
Yeah, gonna need this Kiri to stick, because the moment T1 think about trying to anti-heal this Hog, you need your Suzu. This has been taken down early though. TVNT just wants to make his own way towards the point, and it's unlikely the Hazard's going to be a chain hook target, although he went for it. Gonna try and break through that, but Quartz is able to flank here uncontested and take Skewed out of the fight early.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a great fight for Twisted Minds. The T1's just going to get 30%. They just going to come right on back. Cat Bastion, the Roadhog, obviously with no Ana here for T1. He's just very difficult, man. I mean, the Vape is so strong, being able to kind of, you know, obviously have it on a meter now and like kind of toggle it. It's just a very powerful ability. Is Quartz on the Bastion. I mean, we know how strong Bastion is with or without Cat. And his, you know, just ability to aim and track, it's just consistent high damage all the time.
We've got to rewrite the narrative here about Twisted Minds not preferring to play this Cat Bastion, because they've picked it up with pretty minimal convincing. I feel like that's going to be the pick for them here. It's going to be tough to ship TVNT off the point, but that is a fantastic about face by Donghak there. And a feral leap that takes Yubi very quickly out of the fight. Its burst damage that Tracer normally can't account for adequately. And Proud in a good spot here. TVNT the last to be dragged down. Eventually, he'll run out of heals.
Yeah, it's tough there to lose the Tracer really early in the fight. Quartz obviously trying to put down some damage, and it's like a Sune Rush that comes in from Skew there to match the one of Simple that allows T1 to get over the line. T1, you know, you have this free Sundering Blade here. A great opportunity, and obviously T1 with a huge advantage, Mitch, in terms of having the Lucio like a big support ult.
Quartz looking for an angle in here. It's 57% and counting for T1. Zest with an overhead. Yeah, has to cancel that into a deflect, and Quartz gonna riddle him with bullets out there in the open. Bliss obviously getting hooked is huge, and a pulse bomb that may not even have been needed. It's going to put Twisted Minds back in the fight. It's simply stall and stagger for T1.
Zest is going for the overhead slash because it obviously has that effect of knocking players out of the sky. And I think he realizes as soon as he uses the movement cooldown to come up, Bunny Astro kind of gets Quartz out of range of that dash. That's why you see him to go to the block right away, but there's almost there's not maximum damage reduction there.
No, it's a percentage of damage mitigated, but
not all damage.
Not protect you. Okay, comes the Bastion ultimate. Twisted Minds just forcing T1 to respect them here as they very quickly verge towards parity in the percentage. Sound barrier though for Bliss, a key difference maker in this fight. Starts a Ricky Spree available here for Proud as well. Here's the beat to start the fight. And now it's about finding the correct choice of target. Yubi gets taken for a joyride there as Proud picks him up, but Proud doesn't really have anywhere to be spreeing at the moment. Simply using that mobility to try and avoid the whole hog. Proud eventually is going to be brought down. Simple out of the fight though, and Funny Astro needs to find a way to get his DPS back into the action. Nicely done. Okay, Downpour is going to hold them in place here, but they still have point control.
Yeah, I mean, you actually see Donghack try and chase that up. And that was a sick save by Bunny Astro, right? Able to kind of hook TVNT up from the side as he was getting dragged off the side of the map, knocked off. And that Roadhog, so difficult to get out of the field of play, as it's going to be TVNT opening things up there. That's going to be a kill on a Proud. That's massive. And the point flips, Mitch.
Yeah, that's very, very dangerous going up against TM's comp. A stray hook will end your fight prematurely. And we're at T1. Nowhere to be seen. A little bit discombobulated in those last few moments of the round.
Well, look,
Roadhog will do that to you.
You're not seeing, unless you're playing the new 6v6Q, you're not seeing many Roadhogs out there. So, I mean, this is definitely a little bit of a curveball here that we'll see how T1 adjusts. But taking a look at some of the highlights, this is early on where, I mean, that dash, that whirlwind is nasty work. The headshot on a Bunny Astro after. This is a sick save right here. See the Hazard starting to get aggressive. That's like a violent leap that actually knocked him off the side. I think he actually tried to catch the cat with that Downpour, but wasn't able to connect.
Yeah, pretty insane moment there. And the fact that they could flip back so quickly after Proud just got on the wrong end of a chain hook means that T1 have to give that round up. However, just as Group A is promised to be pretty explosive, this has been a tight match so far. Will T1 be able to shake off the frustration of those last few moments and even this up?
What do you think about T1's comp at the moment? No, obviously you don't have I think the Vendetta was really good. That's a nice early start there from Proud. The shot rail and headshot on the Yubi. You obviously don't have the Vendetta Xion in the mix, which I feel like was giving like that SIG comp a lot of trouble, right? You're able to collapse on the SIG. Obviously this is a great start for T1, but we'll see, if you can get point control and control the choke here for Twisted Minds, I think like the Sigma poke through the, the main choke plus that Mei wall is going to be difficult.
As good as that first fight was, T1 only just now captured the point.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds quite easily be able to get up tempo and get back into the game. Not a direct hit by that accretion, so no stun on Scuba. There's Proud getting picked up yet again. Always seems to be first in these fights, and Funny Astro, more often than not, getting onto that left side of the kill feed. A very clean opener. With Scuba being the second casualty, that's a fight over.
Yes, we'll see. Now, this is like what I was talking about, right? You have all of this spam through the choke. You have that like Mei wall there, but I do like the adjustment from T1 to go back and playing this Vendetta. Like, hey, if you want to like Mei wall and kind of trap our Hazard in this post-court area, you're going to have to deal with the Vendetta as well.
You have to hit the accretion on the Vendetta if she dives you, and frankly, there's multiple targets that would be valid for that ability. So TVNT is going to be under a lot of pressure, and Quartz does have the mobility, but not enough to avoid indefinitely this Vendetta.
So the point will end up flipping, and you lose Astro here a little bit later, as it looked like, Twisted Minds, actually, they want to fight this, man. They end up using their Kitsune Rush here. They're actually able to keep Simple alive for a brief period of time, but, I mean, I guess you trade Rush for Rush there, and that's what you're looking at for TM, but not ideal.
The burst damage aspect of the Feral Leap punishes bad positioning really heavily, right? It's like a large, like 70-odd damage. It's very, very dangerous, especially if you perk into an increase in range there. It's tough. Funny Astro just got caught on the wrong side of it there. T1 have that mobility in spades, and now a sound barrier to spend, maybe to preempt this fight. They've got a nice little buffer, so likely they'll wait. Twisted Minds to make the first move. Here's a Gravitic Flux here. Is there a catch on Donghack? Unclear. TVNT now, Kinetic Grasp not going to help you much against the Vendetta, though, as he hacks away at you. Zest finds that first elimination, and now a later sound barrier is a little too late for Zest's liking, but Quartz perched up on the high ground as an easy target. And T1 going to maintain control.
Yeah, I mean, 6 best defensive cooldown, obviously outside of the shield, is also having a Kinetic Grasp. There's absolutely nothing against Vendetta. Heroes like Sim as well, right? Zarya just kind of funnel on through that as we're back to Roadhog. This worked. I mean, why not?
Again, a couple of early picks were pretty massive. I think having another element that can reliably disrupt the Vendetta is very desirable. Will it work? Here's the overclock now from Proud. He's got a bit of a safe distance. There's a sound barrier coming out of Twisted Minds, and Skewed is the first casualty at TVNT. Once more, strikes first. And Donghack wanted to call a cancel early. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt anyway.
Yeah, it's like, let's reset if you're T1, right? I know Donghack will get back up in the spawn as Proud takes a shot. Now it's going to be, hey, you got to dodge these Roadhog hooks coming through the choke, and TVNT proved really difficult to take out.
Your comp doesn't really use these flank angles, so you're quite likely to be subject to a hook at some point, right? You can't break that up with your hazard. So it's really a matter of can TVNT hit the hook and turn it into a kill.
And I think just the threat of the Roadhog, right? Just seeing the Roadhog kind of poke out, like you don't want to kind of play those angles, potential for that hook to come on through. Kitsune rushes here for both teams. You'll be able to match. I like that. Nice hazard wall, just trying to lock TVNT in place.
Yeah, it's just to protect the team from a hook as well. He literally wanted to break line of sight there, Matt, which is insane. We have the Kitsune rush in play here. Zest. Okay, Sundering Blade at the ready, and TVNT, okay, off the map. And so, T1 back in control at just the right time, might I add. A Sundering Blade is simply the garnish on quite the delectable dish. That'll make this a 3-round affair.
So we will see if Twisted Minds makes any more adjustments into our final round here. So, you know, they still stayed with that Mei because they had a Blizzard. I don't think they actually get anything with it there. So, see, maybe you continue to play the Roadhog. Maybe you go back to Tracer, potentially. That could be a viable option. Is you see, you know, obviously it's going to be Donghak. He takes the advantage, like for the longer Violent Leap, and then also the lifesteal, you know, with the Spike Guard. So.
Oh yeah. Okay. That's how Donghak ends up heading off the map here. These hooks from TVNT pretty important. Got to connect them though. I think the Vendetta is still an issue for sure. Highly mobile, forces the switch off the Sigma. Twisted Minds wanted to play a slower comp. They're going to stick though now to the Roadhog, and they're back on that Cat Bastion.
Yeah, but this is a sick comp though from T1. Donghak is so good on the ball. This is a great point for the Wrecking Ball. You can combo that with Cat Bastion, like one of the stronger Cat Bastion looks. Obviously, you're not going to see a ball selection here out of Twisted Minds, not in TVNT's hero pool. So it looks like we do have a little bit of a pause here, so we'll figure out what's going on with this one. But this is definitely primed to be a pretty good final round.
Looks like a tech issue on the side of Twisted Minds. Wait to see what the resolution is on that. And I apologize in advance to our observing team, who I'm sure are world class, but following the Cat Bastion Ball Tracer comp means that there are going to be a lot of skirmishes that are happening at a bunch of
over the last few months. It's definitely been a comp that has been, I know, pretty prevalent. And I think T1, I mean, this is like probably a little bit of a comfort zone, right? You know, being able to play Donghak on the ball, probably his best hero.
Yes. Yeah, one of the players that has really looked to lean into that hero when and if available. We've already seen a number of teams that have also wanted to make Vendetta a part of their core offering here.
Yeah.
Teams that are wanting to play slow, especially they're trying to set it with Sigma. Hey, it's funny because we remarked that it was odd to see the Domina on Nepal earlier on the day. Felt like that maybe was a confidence pick, maybe a mismatch.
It probably was.
Sigma, though, in many ways, is like, you know, designed to be fulfill a similar role, albeit with some more disruption. I think the accretion is a pretty big difference maker, but they function somewhat similarly.
Well,
those comps feel like an invitation, though, to play dive, play something up tempo into the backline, disrupt with Jagged Wall, and throw your Vendetta at them.
Well, I mean, Sig has much more survivability than Domina, right, with Kinetic Grasp. But if you're playing heroes that don't really kind of have projectiles like Vendetta, just a sword, who's like starting to ramp these onslaught stacks and really start to get rolling, Sig is going to fall under that pressure, right? So, you know, obviously Roadhog a pretty sturdy boy, so maybe that's kind of what they feel like the answer, because at times you see that T1 is like, they have like 3 or 4 people just putting damage into TVNT, and he's obviously using the take a breather and then also getting some healing, and he's very difficult to take out without like an anti.
Yes. Yeah, but then bringing an anti in means that you're playing Ana, which is somewhat.
But you can't have Ana's lack of mobility out there against like Tracer, Cat Bastion.
Yeah, you gotta go on that Lucio, Kiriko, or the Cat, yeah. You absolutely need that mobility, otherwise your backline gets crushed pretty easily.
So it looks like Yubi maybe having a slight tech issue here, so we'll get that one sorted, as this is a huge final round. Right?
I actually think that Yubi tried to have T1 arrested just now for playing this composition and was just told that, yeah, look, the local PD having a baguette.
Put it to a fan vote. Fan vote, poll it.
Do we allow the bottom of the stage to drop out?
Oh, that was an awkward over a Fly's catching strays here on the mainstream. That's, damn, bro.
I love a Fly.
Shout out to Fly. I'm always hanging out on Fly stream.
All right, pile drive here. Going to be tough to catch this comp with Twisted Minds. Yubi's going to keep himself pretty scarce, but Simple does get buffered around a little bit
point control to Twisted Minds right out of the pause.
Well, they got a comp that actually can stand in one place and not die instantly, so that kind of makes sense. Proudler gets picked off here by TVNT, and if that's a melee on a Bastion, I'm thinking Hook might have been involved. There's another call for admins here. Quartz or Yubi not pleased.
Well, I think this is on purpose at this point, right? Because like they get a kill and then they want to pause to give us opportunity to break down that one moment. And then
the melee elimination from the
Yeah, I've realized I've been on mute the entire time.
I
did not know that.
If I look to the stage,
What type of pause was that? That's what I was trying to say.
Surrounding Twisted Minds,
But I'm back.
so I would assume we're,
Hello, I feel a lot better.
Twisted Minds thing
They're having
again.
some
So,
keyboard and
we'll
mouse
get that
issues.
sorted, but
That's for
yeah, I
sure.
mean, look,
Okay, so
obviously,
since we're doing that, I
Roadhog,
wanna
you can't really
I wanna take some time. So there's something I've been meaning to get done real quick. So you guys are gonna help me get this done. You guys ready for this? Alright, so besides from the EWC stuff, I actually have friends. So I need to make a top 25 anime. So the top 25 anime that I can remember is that I like Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail.
Just kind of putting down like burst damage on some targets. It looks like he's actually
Anime's Fairy Tail.
in a second once we get back in the game.
Do I add a banner image?
I mean, Roadhog.
Dude, what is the best way to make an anime? Anime. This.
Playing a lot of ball. It was like a Roadhog used to answer that, so it's pretty naturally.
Like, I want to make a top 25 anime list.
Especially when your opponents, like we mentioned, are just not incentivized to play Ana. They're not incentivized to bring any form of anti-heal into the game.
Make your own. Ah, make your own anime list. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Yes. YouTube, you still with me? What's up, YouTube? We're still good.
Let's not forget that they lost those 2 maps in a row to end up losing.
At 6 a.m. We had a lot of people viewing.
And with never using a ball ban throughout that series, which was like really,
We're still streaming on YouTube, so. No, are we? Are we not?
Yeah,
You're still confused about that now?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's obviously a little bit confusing, but look, it's a team with Twisted Minds where even though they're kind of, yeah, you could say they're struggling at the moment compared to like previous results, it's still a very dangerous team, right?
Yeah, we should be.
Wasn't really theirs. They take the team that ends up winning at the distance. Still a
Yeah, we're still streaming on YouTube.
But you do have
Just
to
making
wonder,
sure.
right after the kind of like
Making sure we are. Alright, so we need to create an anime list. Anime tier list for 300 anime.
game 5s, like
Oh yeah, sure.
get by, what that has kind of done
100. 300 plus? Holy! No, wait, hold up. I don't see any. Is this really 300? The ultimate 300 just mode right the entire. You don't have the multiple seasons. Create a. Create an anime tier list. Okay. Wait, oh, so I still have to create it. Damn. I don't want to do that. I'm kind of lazy.
Like you can just ride that like momentum, like nothing's going wrong. You can chain wins together, even where the meta's not that good. Like as soon as you hit that first speed bump after like being like a really good team, it starts
Oh,
to
there you go. See, we got ranked list now.
I mean, for them,
I
think like getting third in their own.
Let's do the ranking size because I need to make a top 25. I think I don't know why 25, but we're gonna do a top 20. I can only do 20. Uh-oh. Alright, fine. We're just gonna do 20. So of course we gotta do Bleach.
For me, I still think this team has a lot
Bleach.
for Twisted Minds. I don't think,
Thousand Year Blood War is kind of cool. So I like the separation. There's that, and I also like regular Bleach. Regular Bleach is probably top 2. There's Naruto, of course. Shippuden, of course. I don't know about Naruto completely because it falls off after like the 6th season.
Now we are at the point of looking under the desk, which
Fairy Tail.
Can mean a number of different things.
Fairy. Yeah, there you go. Fairy Tail. Ooh.
Obviously there's further concerns here for
he's looking under the desk.
Fairy Tail final series.
What if he has like?
Is there? Yeah. So there's a Fairy Tail series 1 and 2. I like 1. 1 was peak. 1 was definitely. These are not in any orders. There are a lot of other animes I know, but like these are good. There is what's another anime? What's another anime I like? I like this Go-Go Ranger. Or it's like Go-Go something. Or
really everybody kind of competitive
Ranger something. Go-Go Loser Rangers. Yes, season 2, first peak, perfect. I like Go-Go Loser. Super cool. I think 1 was okay. 1 was okay. What else do I like? I like Martian.
Obviously, Gunba comes out of his retirement to
just a few coaching that team. It's
Hmm?
just like, I mean, with going down to
It's like Martin or like a Vince or something.
on like a game-to-game basis. During the season.
You're saying you didn't want to watch Frosttails and Peps fight each other every week?
You know.
Let me see. I can't find it.
I'll plead the fifth on that one.
Can't find that anime. Martian Awaken Romance. That's the anime. That's what it's called.
In Group A between these teams, T1 and Twisted Minds.
Are we actually counting?
We're
That's
doing
crazy.
a dead count.
Death count for
I'll
Yobi.
make sure I refer back to this if I need. Yes.
That's a super fan.
That needs to be an
That's a
entire
super
series
fan.
death count that you get signed by Yubi.
This is
after this game.
That is some D1 hating.
That's
Just
it?
for the love of
No,
the
that's
game,
not
honestly.
Martian
It's
Mansion.
not even a verified account on Twitter.
You know, some signs are good, some are bad. You know.
Yeah, they don't even have Martian.
Polarizing.
Awakened Romance.
It's funny, Astro. He's having a good time up there.
Yeah, you know, I had a chat with him. I said to him, "You still get paid?" He's like,
Awaken.
"Yeah, man." I'm like, "Hey, love that."
What if I just look up Awaken? Ah, no, no, not here. Damn. Val. Erika.
You know, playing at that level,
Ah.
playing in multiple World Cups at this point,
Val.
right? Like you know, a player who.
There's a thing called Valkyria Chronicles.
Story is that like you know he goes from basically.
I just don't know how to spell it.
Being able to play all
Yeah, I don't know how to spell it.
obviously adjusting to like.
Yeah, I can't add that.
Version of Overwatch.
There's that one Kabanari. Kabanari. If you guys remember that one, that was like the tab.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you everyone. I'm glad to see
There was that.
are a common thing on all
That was a good anime. It was like they were on like a train and they had like zombies and stuff like that. That's super good. Oh, okay, I can't even look up that. What's another one? Chow, am I missing any anime? Like Full Metal, of course, right? Full Metal Brotherhood. Huh? They don't got Brotherhood? Okay, whatever. So Full Metal, nah, I'm not even gonna put Full Metal. That's two different things. There was Black Cat, that was a good anime too. I like watching that one. They don't even have Black Cat? Crazy. What are my filters? There should be no filters. Sort by feature, sort by alphabetical, sort by whatever. There's Black Clover. Yeah, Black Clover was pretty good. Black Clover was good. I like Hunter. You know, should I add Hunter x Hunter even though I didn't finish Hunter x Hunter?
I asked him because I'm a noob on Overwatch and I want to get playing ranked, and he told me just have fun, enjoy, which is I think the worst advice for a competitive game. But thank you very much. Merci encore.
What's another anime I
We're
like?
gonna get back to the game very soon, so back to you guys.
Alright.
Oh, Lou, thank you. I'm gonna take your word for it.
Rah rah rah.
Great to see Poco. He still looks incredible.
Yeah,
That guy-
this is regular rah rah rah, not the rah 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 tattoo or anything. Okay, we're going back in, guys.
As soon as we get back in the game, that jetpack
We're at top
is
8.
dead. It is at
We
the
need
hands of
another
Yubi,
like
though,
10
so,
or something, so I'll get back to you.
Point control early on. Interesting. So they're going to ditch the ball, and they're going to go Orisa here. This Roadhog is giving them way more trouble than I think anyone would have anticipated.
Oh, wow, okay.
27% and counting for Twisted Minds. Get off the rip pretty well, and now the Orisa here for Donghak.
They're looking at like stuns of take a breather here to try and deter this Roadhog.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? Disrupting the Roadhog. Also, the Bastion to some degree could be pretty effective. Nice little hook there for TBNT. Now, it doesn't result in an elimination, but again, it's pretty disruptive. TVNT's issue, though, is that he cannot straight up fight the Orisa for any length of time. It will literally just be shoved off the point. So he's going to be calling in the boys, I think, to help out with this a little bit. Here comes Yubi. Big pulse on the Bastion. Proud to be able to stay alive. Nice little Suzu there from Skewed at just the right moment to keep him fighting.
Yeah, and with that Orisa, they kind of battled them off the point, but that's a Roadhog hook there with some help from Funny Astro for TVNT onto the Bastion. So all the damage now off the table for T1.
All right, here we go. Kitsune Rush, though, in play. Donghao going to make great use of that haste buff there to cycle those cooldowns frequently. Destined Skewed fall by the wayside, though, and that is a very telling outcome. If you're Twisted Minds, you're very pleased to match those Kitsune Rushes and come out so dominant.
Yeah, as now, I mean, look, you have Terror Surge, right? You can kind of maybe fly that in. You have the, obviously the artillery strikes of the Bastion. Maybe you gotta like combo those or try and make a combo with those.
Sure.
Just gonna grab everybody in and then just land the artilleries.
What is important here is that Donghao can avoid being catnapped, right? Having CC cleanse, I think, is going to be pretty important here. But it probably feels a little uncomfortable.
That was kind of crazy. Cat Bastion versus Cat Bastion.
Yeah, but he's already like 200 HP down, and like as soon as his armor goes, he just kind of disappears.
Orisa can get cracked pretty quickly after that armor goes away. All right, his Bastion ultimate from T1. No connection, but both Kirikos do get picked off. It's finally TVNT out of the mix here. And it does look like there was a catnapping attempt there. TVNT might have fallen before we really saw that come to fruition. Either way, 99%. Twisted Minds get there, threatening to end the map.
What?
You know what?
Why is another pause?
End the map. Stop trying to end the map.
It was high time.
What is up with this? Dude, this is 6 pauses in a game.
Something is unacceptable. And
6 pauses. What the flip?
Or there is no option for him to play on. He has just been frozen
to assume that he could otherwise play would be.
I tell you what though.
No.
So the Roadhog pick, you know, obviously a lot of tanks talk about how you know, potential for like counter swapping times and like really just kind of getting an advantage in terms of the tank roll, and the Roadhog has kind of allowed Twisted Minds to dictate the tank now in this, right? It was like a lot of hazard, then the ball for T1, then they went over the Orisa, and guess what? As soon as we get back in a game, TVNT has actually moved over to the D.Va here, right? So trying to get an advantage now even over the Orisa, right? Just kind of circumvent the Orisa, go around, dive.
Don't take a pitched battle against her.
Fury would
11 World Championships, GB? That's crazy.
I think it's 2.
Oh.
How about we do one for technical pauses? Can someone do a list of pause? Like, we did 6 technical pauses, dog.
I mean, honestly, like if I won 11 World Championships, I would be pausing the game if even a hair was out of place. So I get it.
Yeah. So we'll find out what's going on. As friend again is T1's got to be like, what is happening? They have to be like, you know, it's pretty disruptive, right, for T1. Like, you know, you're trying to make some sense out of this game. We're in the final round of control here in this first map. You know, and kind of the start, stop.
Yeah, that doesn't feel like we are pretty close to a conclusion, especially like what Twisted Minds are at 99%.
Yeah. When we get back, I do believe, I mean, there's 2 players down for TM, so it should be a flip for T1 when we get back in. But like, yeah, I mean, we're close to the end of this map 1. So it has been one that has been back and forth, stopped and started over and over. The headset off here for Yubi, so we'll try and get an update here.
I counted like 6.
Oh, I was like, that's not real. It's like he's on stage. So the TM fans are out in a big way today.
Bro's eating. I respect that. I could certainly go for a pizza right about now.
Oh yeah. Somebody wants to bring a pizza.
Stop. Don't show me food. I'm gonna be eating. It's gonna make me hungry.
Danny's been raving about the butter.
Alright. Let's go back to it.
It's a butter boy.
Let's go back to this important delay. Okay, so so go back to it. So what other animes? So there's Durara, there's Mirai, Nikki. Or do I do the English name? Future Diary? Dr. Stone. Future Diary is pretty cool.
Just encountered a bit of a roadblock here for them, whereas T1 simply bide their time.
I didn't see Danganronpa 3.
Try and sort of reverse their fortune so
I probably
far
should.
on this shrine round of Nepal.
Or fight.
It is outdecided
Nah.
on control.
Wow, I only got Future Diary. What about Food Wars? They should. Heck yeah. I don't have Food Wars to 5th place though. Damn, I didn't see it.
Be a further response there. Twisted Minds fans.
I just know
Always like to
Shigeki no
raise the roof when
Soma.
they turn up.
And then I remember the second plate, but then I fell off after the second plate. I think it got a little bit
Finally getting an air-conditioned
kind of crazy.
environment to play Overwatch
Let's
in
see.
now has to contend with further tech issues elsewhere.
Yeah, it's you know, the TM fans, they show up in a big way. I mean, they got the drums out here. Everybody's got the jersey. The jersey's fire.
And look, it's been a
That's
while
peak anime.
since we've seen Falcons at LAN. But their fandom also really turns up and likes to make a bit of noise. So I do look forward to seeing them later.
They are such a wild
Such a
card in
lot.
this event, Falcon. I mean, you know, they wouldn't be here. If
I didn't want
to
to put it in.
They're
I guess I
in, is he out? Like, what's going on?
Eureka.
Rumors around here, they've been looking pretty good.
Oh,
Pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, Junkbuck was pretty frank about
Eureka?
Falcons and how their stage 2 went. He used verbiage I won't repeat on
Eureka
air,
7.
but it basically amounted to them dropping.
AO is better. I don't think
so
they have
I think that
AO.
team
Crazy. They don't even have AO.
made some-
Wait, where'd it go?
Made some changes coming into this year and are still yet to sort of find their feet.
There's
But
Eureka 7.
God,
There's
2025,
Zam. Zam was good.
it was
They don't
only
have
one
Zam.
thing we
I
could talk
figured
about
because Zam
Falcons,
was
especially,
a
coming
hidden
off the back of
anime.
their EWC
Sure.
showing. Stockholm was a bit of a different
Look, they
story.
brought the
Yeah,
freaking jump from Mobile Legends.
bombing out stage 1 and stage 2 respectively. There, I'll be honest.
So now we got Astro with the
Okay,
headset on. What's going on over here? I mean, you know, Twisted Minds, they're going to win this game. Just get back into it.
Yeah.
They're in a great spot. So obviously, you know, we do want players, you know, to have obviously the optimal
There's
settings.
another one.
I think it's also. There's so much on the line, especially for TM. There's no way you risk anything.
They have Scissor 7 in here. They have Scissor 7 and that's getting
the
a
difficulties
plus.
they're encountering as well to our sort of event staff and referees, so there can actually be a fix implemented. And as you can imagine, in settings such as these, could be a
They
whole
don't
host
have-
of things from audio.
They have Trinity
other
7.
assorted issues, but make no mistake, folks, we are
Oh, Persona was a good
working
one
hard to
too.
make sure the players have conditions that they're comfortable
Ah, the
with.
5th
Like,
animation? I didn't
has
see that
returned
one.
to
Or the 4th animation. Damn, I haven't seen both. What else was a good one?
So you play-by-play commentate people removing
talking
and
about
replacing their
Persona
headsets,
Trinity.
folks. You're welcome.
Wonderful.
Yes, you know,
Do they have K?
we're just kind of guessing, right? I know you kind of
K's
see,
a-
the players on stage. Obviously, nothing wrong
Black
with T1.
Torch. They have
T1's
Black
good to
Torch
go.
in
They're
here,
locked in.
but they
It's
don't have
just,
K.
Getting everybody on Twisted Minds.
I don't
good
know
to
if
go
people
as,
like
as
My Hero that
Sports here
much.
with the sprayer spray
Like,
his
I know they
headset.
liked it last
Yes.
season.
Yeah,
It's
he's
like
doing that,
watching
actually.
it.
Actually,
I don't
noticed
know
him
if
get
it's
eliminated
loved
earlier when he
it.
actually reached for it.
I know people are in love with
mid-game was
Chainsaw Man
the
too.
most, you know,
Yeah, I don't have K.
surface. You gotta have a friction coefficient that is the same every single time you play.
They have Darker Than Black. Ah, Darker Than Black is crazy. That is a legit good anime. If you guys don't know what that is. Okay, going back into action. Going back into action. Go back. Alright, back in the game.
Here is where I know Twisted Minds has an opportunity, right? You switch to D.Va here, you think that gives you an advantage in terms of that tank matchup, and maybe you're able to find a pick. You just need one flip to be able to do it.
Okay, this is Quartz opening up the account here. Looking to pressure that mega health pack. Oh my
Whoa!
goodness, dude! Just
Right
got
from
vaporized.
above.
Well, that's a good pick.
But you don't have a swift step, apparently. No chance to get back to the rest of his team, and that is a horrific starting for T1.
Dude, I thought they were. I thought
Twisted
Twisted Mind was about to win
Not able to
this.
stave off some of this damage, but Yubi will simply bide his time and eventually drag down the quadrupedal menace. Donghack falling, not a good sign here for Twisted One, for T1 as Twisted Minds ice the kicker in the most real way possible to try and take this first map. Des can stall for a time, but eventually he's going to have to face the music himself now as Bliss flies on through, tries to get some healing via that Meow. Donghack's back on the ball here. Short-lived, I imagine, though, this stint is going to be. Twisted Minds have got everything they need to close the account on Nepal.
All right, so after that is map number 1 in the books, TM is able to hold out in the end.
That's all they needed to do. That's all
look,
Twisted
if
Mind
there was
needed to do.
one
Was to
kill
just
you
keep
would've
playing.
wanted
I don't get
the
it.
entire other side, it would have
I
been
kinda
Kiri,
don't get
right?
it.
And to get that with the artillery for basically free, That's enormous.
Yeah, it's obviously pretty rare to see a situation like that go down. I think the fact that Ports was able to, you know, spot and capitalize on that opportunity, both in the same breath, was pretty huge. It's like a neutral fight Bastion.
Yeah. I'm sorry, that's quite bizarre. And you know, it's obviously the Roadhog is probably like, if you're looking for something that really kind of like, you know, turn the tide. Let's see.
Dude, like, how does he know the Suzu's on? Someone might have conveyed a Suzu being on cooldown, but why would it be on cooldown if they weren't actually fighting?
Yeah, and then TVNT.
Oh, sorry, they switched it.
TVNT gets demech'd. It's actually a decent amount of damage that comes in to TVNT. Then he gets gripped up into the Terror Surge, and then a Pulse Bomb is there as well. It kind of puts down enough damage to get him out of mech. So, even though you did get, that Diva out of mech, it doesn't really matter, right? You don't have the Fury at that point.
It won't take much.
What's another anime that we haven't added yet?
Twisted Minds to kind of discard the scrappy nature of their stage.
The other anime that I would like to add.
Had a number of games that went to the wire. They
fought
very hard through playoffs, but ended up falling to
Final.
Getting them in the room.
Final. Oh, they
them
don't.
in front of their crazy fans and giving them a chance to vie for glory. That's where this team will shine.
Their series were not pretty.
That's a nation copy.
In stage 2. I mean, a lot of game 5s, a lot of drag them out series. Like, you know, the wins were not coming in blowouts. They were all pretty competitive games. And hey, look, I mean, it kind of continues, right? It's a
I believe
really
they even
rough
have
game
Hard Fight Vanguard.
here
Anything.
in map number 1. So it goes all the way down to the wire. Are we going to see a
Gundam Build
legit
Fighters
Roadhog
was
ban
good.
from T1?
Guy.
Potentially? I
Good.
mean, no, not
Guy
all
was
maps
good.
are the same, right? So maybe it's a map that
Did not
might be able
attract.
to
There you
really
go.
kinda run that yet again, but
it might also be a map where
What's another good one?
she also gives you an axis of attack on the jetpack cat compositions as well, just because, you know, a couple shots on that cat and you force them out of line of sight entirely. So, although it introduces the possibility, we saw it on Shabali Monastery in an early series.
I like Shaman.
Just getting yeeted
Shaman
over
was
walls
pretty
by a
good.
jetpack. And the fact that you can be Tracer in the back line with all 3 blinks and recall available is actually disgusting.
Yep.
And you can abuse that fact maliciously for as long as
What's
you
that
want.
one anime?
Right, not taking any damage.
Because normally you're blinking 3 times to get in there.
Playing off of a health
Where they had like, it was on Netflix.
Starting the game in the enemy backline is pretty absurd.
Yeah.
One guy was like
So,
a
we'll get
bird
an
or
idea
something.
here what the map selection and bans are. Looks like that process is
It was a Netflix anime about a guy who can get other people's body parts.
Obviously stood up behind them. T1 obviously have an illustrious person at their helm. It is none other than
Nah.
who will again try and navigate this franchise.
Anime about a guy who
into the biggest win of their
has an
history,
eye
OWCS at the very least.
Actually, it probably is, right?
that's
T1?
blue.
Yeah, I'd wager.
They've had some like big games regionally, right? But like globally, Atlas are really
Not
good.
Blue Eye Samurai.
You'd have to imagine they banned a tank as a protect here, T1.
Who
Yes, we will let
can
go.
fly.
Oh, okay, they're gonna let it through.
They
So
banned
the Bastion goes and the Canary is gone. Interesting.
How much do you really mind
The
this if you
tech
are Twisted Minds?
detective.
The Bastion's been banned for you, even though you've shown you can play it. Yeah. The narrative coming in was that they do not prefer to play. The
Oh, it B is the beginning. There you go. There's it.
Cassidy can play Soldier.
What about
like,
Cassidy
high
Cass?
level. Cassidy, yeah. I mean, if you want.
B is
to
the
use it,
beginning.
that,
Yes,
right?
B.
Yeah,
It's
I
called
wonder,
B.
You know, no Kiri is interesting here. I mean, are they thinking like, you know, something really slow?
I like B.
A sim sig
They won't
like
have.
Baptiste.
They probably
like,
won't
type
have.
of look,
Oh,
like
B.
Baptiste,
Okay,
yeah.
what if I just look
Down
B?
tempo on a map like Atlas?
B. Hold on.
Yeah,
you're trying to
incentive to flank is immense.
Because Simple is nasty on the bat. We've seen some 6
Beginning.
Simple on the bat. So potentially that is like
Beginning.
where you could go. I'm curious what T1 has
The
cooked up.
beginning after the
T1 has
end.
cooked up.
Beginning after.
So we can expect most likely to
They
see
don't
a
have
wrecking
it.
ball on this map.
But
We
this was a
also
good
saw
anime. I
Shield
like this
get
one a lot.
DPS duo out of the gate from T1 at the start of this series.
Killer B.
Now there was a map that ended up being a little ill-fated.
Yeah, I like this song.
You can try
B
here.
the beginning.
Your,
Did they have a season
TM,
2?
If you think that's going to be what's on the other side, you could try and play like you know, bunkery type of style with like Cassidy,
Season 1.
May, Sig, Bap, right?
Season
type
2?
of comp. it's just not something you
Season 2.
typically see on Atlas.
Cool.
I would also say that
I had another fight.
You know, the Kiriko ban to me probably invalidates the Roadhog pick here. Even if it's a great answer to the ball, you don't have a Suzu for any anti-heal. Just in case like you end up seeing Ana picked up. And obviously an anti-healed Roadhog is very, very uncomfortable. You can't mitigate that. Is probably
Immortality Field gets you through some, if not most of that.
Yep. The problem is that you can't top up your teammates during the window of Immortality Field like you would. Like sometimes.
Oh, this is boring.
At the Immortality players and they're fighting fit. Antied, obviously, you can't actually use that window to heal them, so it's a bit dangerous still. But Hog can heal himself.
Psychological anime. I like it.
Yeah, I'm fascinated what Twisted Minds
It's
has
pretty
cooked
good.
up here, because this is like a pretty good ball
I've heard
map.
something like it. It was,
You know, maybe the Kiri ban though does make it.
there was a
much
lot that was
harder
going
to
on
play the
though,
ball.
for sure. There was a lot that was going
Like,
on.
because if you're gonna play Cat, let's say for instance, it may
Hitman
be
Reborn was a good one
regardless.
too.
It's hard to consistently heal the ball.
Yeah, like Lucio, like you're
I
not
like
really
Hitman
playing
Reborn.
Like
I had good seasons.
Lucy with a ball or an Ana
What
Lucy with a
else?
ball.
What
I think
else,
it would be
guys?
Quite difficult.
We've laid out the stakes for you here. Funny Astro giving us some eye contact.
I think he was more making sure that Simple's mic was on. He was asking him to.
I think
say
it's
something.
Gacha, man.
Yeah, Simple obviously looked like he made quick use of the
Gacha.
facilities. Now he's
Gacha
back
Man
on some of
Crown.
this Twisted Minds
Gacha
team
Man
who
Crown's
always
inside?
look
What?
like force to be reckoned with when you can get him in the room.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes
Like,
for teams.
this
that
is
win
like the
world
last
championships
one
and go
they
that
did.
far,
I just
these
never looked at on
internationals,
it.
like getting up and getting excited for the regional competition becomes tougher. But obviously, you need to perform.
I guess one of them
into those
becomes
regionals to
them.
even make it here.
Something
To
like that.
EWC and our internationals in the OWC.
Yeah, Gacha Man. Cool.
I like this. We're zooming in on the screen, Matt. Always a good sign.
A
Gacha
2-0 here would be
Man.
pretty impressive for Twisted Minds, right? Yeah, if you're able to get a
Oh, we're back at Atlas? We're always at Atlas. People always want to play Atlas. That's crazy. Alright, we're going back into it. We just need 5 more enemies, guys. Good job.
It means you can navigate some volatility with some tough opponents that are waiting in the wings. But I want to make something clear. TM can beat anybody
Watered up.
in this
What? Pause counter.
The pause though.
Pause counter again.
That is.
They're going to beat
them again.
They're going to beat them by stamina, by making these as long as possible and drawing the
Pause
energy
counter
out of their
7.
opponents.
Yes.
No, I mean, yeah, if you're able to win this here, if you're Twisted Minds, I mean, nobody predicted them to win like 2-0. As this looks like now
it's a T1 pause.
T1 is returning the favor with a little pause-arino of their own.
I actually think it was a spilled beverage.
There's no way.
I think there's a
If
spilled beverage.
we can see his TMs. It actually may have been a spill.
I did see some, how do I put this? Some wiping of the table. Oh. Hey, listen, I mean,
hey, it happens. It happens.
Especially
Pause
if
counter
somebody talks
7.
with your hands. You know what I mean? I would prefer them to be on the mouse and keyboard if I was a T1 fan, but hey, sometimes you gotta gesticulate.
Okay, we're back in.
That was a good pause.
Back in.
Okay,
Back
so
in the frog.
Reinhardt is a, look, we've seen Reinhardt played.
SF
in
last
the
match of
NBA.
the
We
day.
saw some Reinhardt at Champions Clash. That is definitely an option.
Cafo's been trying it in Pacific as well on occasion.
Ryan with Sim, that works out. Let's see, T1. This comp's gonna be so aggressive though. Can the Ryan? So the Ryan can put down some pretty serious damage, right, with the hammers to these like targets close range. Can you keep the Ryan upright though? Is really kind of the test.
I like how that one of them is life bound.
And Malka are going to be pretty important.
What? They got there so fast.
Deny the stomp, and that is one way to stop Malka from getting past your
Pretty
shield.
cool.
Yeah.
Just charge him, knock him down.
Well, I think if you can keep
Alright.
the Ryan upright.
We are playing Flashpoint, y'all. So the reminder, Flashpoint, all you have to do is capture the site 3 times on this map. They will be changing positions and changing spots after each time. Once the team captures, it goes into another section of the map. Usually at the same 3 sectors. So there's no defending, there is only capturing. You are only defending if you already captured though. And first team to capture is E1.
On a game mode like Flashpoint, yeah, you can just ignore him, right? Like the Maga can just stomp straight past the Ryan, and the Ryan doesn't have the mobility to really get back.
I mean, you need to get the numerical value of your shield out on paper somehow, and having it ignored is not the way you do that. Simple goes for an early mortality field here into the back line. Quartz
Oh, got caught.
and Donghack gives him a mean left hook.
Yeah, and the value for the Ryan is the HP pool plus the damage output. If TVNT is just being backed up to the point and is so low that he has to kind of keep the shield up, you're really not getting much out of it.
T1 has second point, which is good.
It's so hard to play the Ryan setup, especially when Brig can orchestrate a mutual knockdown as well with the Ryan. It's tough. Here comes the stop here. Yubi does get stunned up by that. TVNT very low, very deep in enemy territory now.
No jetpack hack. I think they banned. Did it ban?
Blade ready, but Yubi's already been taken down, and if Ryan can't keep your front line alive,
They even banned jetpack hack. Crazy.
I think this is just too much damage and aggression for this composition to work through. I think Twisted Mind's going to have to make some changes. I don't think you're going to continue to play this Ryan. The Ryan can really...
Alright, they get the first point of the map. There's another point of the map that will be spawning.
I think the Brig with the Juno in the mix is a really interesting shout, right? It gives them that speed. You know, Rally's going to be nasty to work through here as well, as T1 gets off to a fantastic start.
Funny Astro here, experiencing PTSD throwbacks of years of trying to make Ryan sim comps work at the top level. Takes a lot of brain power, takes a lot of work. Twisted Mind's trying to maneuver themselves into a favorable position here. Keep an eye out for Bliss wrapping around that left-hand side. He does have that rally available. So
what is this tag project every time?
Sick stun. TVNT though whips around with an Earth Shatter, and Donkak can't be held to his feet, but it's going to be a trade in the end as Quartz will succumb. Bliss tries to get back, but TVNT catches him with a fire strike here, and Twisted Minds finally begin a fight in a favorable position.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice slam there from Donkak. Some serious damage that comes down from Zest, but the shatter there from TVNT was quite huge, and then obviously that amp damage coming through from that Baptiste. Maybe this is a better spot now. You can kind of play this corner like almost like how you would like a hybrid or an escort.
If I get another tech pause, I'm gonna start a counter.
What Twisted Minds are trying to abuse at the moment. TVNT backs up here, speed boost now.
Nice.
Joyride's going to get Proud into the back line. Zataruki Spree active and Funny Astro the first casualty. Proud's able to dive back to the safety of his team.
That's pretty good. My friend was teaching me about it.
Now,
no, Overwatch, no, Overpause.
Some free damage, but yeah, TVNT has to be dealt with. Nice little evade into executes.
Yeah, and Astro, I think, thought about ending up using the sound barrier there because the cage comes down from Donghack and TVNT is quite low. But I think as soon as he hears the spree is popped, then he's on his way towards it, and he's like wall riding. He doesn't want to Ajax that. He ends up holding onto it and figures that's going to be a losing fight. They've already gotten 60% on the point.
They've got that buffer. You did right.
May as well fight another day.
Okay, you can be close to a sim here, but it's
start
not quite as effective
putting up some turrets right there.
And Vendetta compositions. I have a TP here, TVNT appearing from behind T1, and now we're going to have this...
the regain back at least from T1. Dang, okay. Like, it's crazy how he's still on Reinhardt. But I guess if Reinhardt works, right?
That first bit of damage, right?
Team kill, yeah. I guess it works. If it works, it works. Don't break it.
Can really start to be powerful. It's just multiple times throughout this. They've not been able to do so. T1 going all in on
T1 using a lot of the new heroes as well. Especially mine is playing all OD stuff.
Power for the entire team, just going for damage.
Okay.
Yeah, some level of disruption as well. That Tidal Blast is a pretty nice combination with Donghak.
They gotta get on point.
He is picked up.
They're at 97. They're at 99. They're at 99. T1 can lose this. If T1 loses it, then there's another map. That's it. That they have to go into another map. Yeah. That's the smartest thing ever. Keep your people alive and then transfer over to a new side. Oh, never mind.
It's gonna make it really hard.
Don't look like you can keep them alive.
You're really relying on the wing poke damage and being good enough that you're able to get close, I know, with some of these targets that are pretty weak, and then between the Maga, the Vendetta, and the Xion, finish some of them off. But, like, Immortality Field, you're going to be able to keep some of these players alive with the Baptiste. If that doesn't work out, you're at just a massive, HPS disadvantage if you're T1.
Controversial take, but I think you're leaning even more now on this cardiac overdrive to do the heavy lifting when push comes to shove in these fights. You do have healing over time for Skewed, right, for an individual target, and you have some nice pre-fight poke damage.
Look at Proud, he's so low. Same with Zest, and they're forced to use a rally here.
Okay, I don't hate this from Bliss, but Zest is going to get picked off early, and Quartz now is just going to do his thing. This is what I mentioned earlier. He's
you have the bridge.
To shine, but Bliss is going to knock his lights out. It'll be too little too late in the grand scheme.
Dude, no one's captured the point yet.
Twisted Minds
Oh, Twisted Minds is
good
on the point
start
now.
over to a win.
Nice.
I don't really love the Wuyong. I mean,
Crazy.
you're
Eliminations
I mean,
are
now
two.
you have
That's
obviously
all it takes.
the,
It's just
the
elimination or
ultimate
two.
to be able to kind of put onto maybe like either Zesprout or Dongak, all really good options. It just feels like you're giving yourself one real fight-winning condition. The Lucio obviously helps, I think, now a little bit, right? Because you also lost the speed with the Juno as well.
You do have some amazing title blast candidates on this team, though. Really, like, basically, your delivery system for that knockdown is going to be premium. Scoot needs to make sure the timing is there. Okay, title blast on Zest. In he dies. The shield, though, will prevent the knockdown, but Yubi is too far ahead of it. Sundering Blade going to be the follow-up, but Donghack's going to be taken down. Now, a Satsuriku
Nice.
into the back line, and Funny Astro is
Young
riddled
has
with
such a
bullets.
great ult,
Wisely,
man.
Quartz stays
Ooh,
around the
how's he
corner.
gonna do it?
Execute
How's he
will
gonna do
attack
it?
him in.
Nice.
T1 will keep control for
Smart.
now, but there's more
I just
fighting
love
to be
seeing
done.
that
Quartz is at Lucian's on its
motorcycle
top
throw
angle. TDNT
in the air.
takes space, and that is a
So nice.
long-range damage there from Zest.
I
You
wish
don't
my
see that
Xbox
often.
was working so I could play more
Take the offending
Overwatch,
surge
honestly.
down. It's now Skew going over to the Baptiste. I like this much more, right? Match them in terms of like that survivability, but then also have that burst damage capability for T1. In his day, one of the best Baptiste in the world, hands down. Good to see that run back here. Immortality field is going to be pretty darn crucial. They TP past the choke, but not everybody makes it. It looks like it's just Yubi and TBNT here at the moment. And they still want to fight this. They get the symbol in fairness. Skew does go down. Okay, we are going to have a wall in play by the looks of things. Donghack trying to kick TBNT.
Going on right
That
now.
one didn't exactly go off without a hit.
Going
Sherry
down
coming
for
up next.
real.
Sound barrier here for Bliss. 3 players on T1 benefit from it now. And Skew's going to come back on the checks notes. Moira. As the T1 fight to try and end the round here and now. They may have done enough. That's another flashpoint picked up as we go 2-1. Yeah, sound barrier for safety there towards the end for T1. The quick Moira swap to use the fade, get closer out of the spawn door, then back to the Baptiste there for T1 and Skewed as they are 1 flashpoint away from getting us to a game 3. Huge shatter opportunity here for TBNT. Yeah, might have to do it in response though to a dive. Here's the shatter, catches out Proud. That might be enough. Bliss going to be taken down. Proud though caught by the charge. Dragged on in by the Hoover effect, but Donghack was able to find 3 eliminations in that fight. T1 saunter back over towards the point. It will be eligible for capture right about now. And now it may here for Twisted Minds. So more survivability, less like ramping damage like a sim, right? But the May is going to be able to survive a little bit longer, maybe even split some of these targets off. Oh, that's huge value there from Zest, but he ends up falling. TBNT did catch Zest out there, but it's going to favor again T1. This right now composition for Twisted Minds looking that much more fallible on this point, and Donghack has been on point with these charges and knockdowns. And I mean, Zest there with the Whirlwind, I mean, just putting down loads of damage as TBNT going to go over to the Zarya, now Diva. So that'll be the pick here, is back to the sim as well.
Morning,
So
Lord
they wanna try
Zeta.
and just dodge a lot of this. Yeah, I don't know, it's dangerous. This dive is going to be problematic for Yubi if he's not careful. We have the
Good morning,
K-Strike
Lord
in
Zeta.
play for Donghack. And yeah, he's going to have Diva for lunch. Easy pickups here for T1, and even more importantly, they've got some huge DPS ultimates for what would be the last fight of Artless. So it looks like, ooh, actually, I thought Yubi and Quartz may have made it out, but just Yubi, it seems like. And
I don't know
he's
if you
not gonna
play
make it out.
Overwatch,
TP's back towards
but
the
it's been
rest
pretty
of
good.
T1, as that may even just throw away your last chance. This is brutal for Twisted Minds. Yeah, it is cooked. TBNT knocked out a mech pretty much straight away. Proud, gone guard
Beyond
duty
all.
as the Satsuriku spree looks more
Nice.
like a victory dance for T1.
T1 wins this
We
one.
are going to a third and decider.
All these games are cool. Basically, Overwatch has a lot of new heroes, and it's like crazy cool.
T1.
It's free to play now too, so you don't gotta buy it. Just try it.
Honestly,
I think you would
feels
like
the
it.
loser of this
They have
game.
frogs.
I mean, it's rare to say, like, we'd
We
have to
saw a
take a
frog
look at the bracket
earlier
and see how it shakes out. Like,
on this map.
Just off of like vibes and how tough this group
Unless
is,
you like
it would be
Naruto. If you like
pretty
Naruto,
difficult
then
for,
you can
like,
play
one of these
Mobile
teams to, like,
Legends
make
Big
that
Bang.
loser bracket run all
They
the way
have
through.
a bunch of the
Ruling
jungle
the
monsters
series
all
has been,
replaced with
just
Naruto characters
these are-
and Naruto
So
animals.
these are not Swiss groups, they're double elimination groups, right? So you really want that buffer.
It's okay.
Yeah, obviously you want to stay in the upper bracket
I
for as
am.
long as you can,
Yeah,
but
that's
the
why.
sheer quality of teams that are going to find themselves for
Happy
one
birthday.
reason or another in that lower bracket should be enough to terrify even the staunchest of hearts.
Happy
So
escape from the womb.
you don't want to find yourself there off the rip. You don't want to be forced to try and make a lower bracket run back into
That was a good Xion play. That was really
groups
good.
of 8 teams, especially a stacked
You're
one
just
like
right
this.
there.
I wonder what
Happy
the map
birthday
will
to
be for
you.
Twisted Minds. The first map
Happy
that kind of
birth.
comes to my head is Neon Junction. So our newest map that's been added to the pool. They have some really nice strats on that map, playing Reinhardt. and like they can TP up to the high ground and play from there. They can play May. It's not a great Wrecking Ball map either, so kind of like avoids them having even kind of touched that as a hero.
We are dealing with
somewhat
limited verticality and long straightaways on that map.
Yeah.
I really think it's a good
they
choice
lost that
map
one,
because
but
you
they
can
get the
also to
first
some
map,
degree
then
try and
whoever
validate
wins.
the
Punishing
Shion
chokes,
Vendetta
so they get to pick a second map.
combo. It's a big problem, especially if you want to
They
play
were so
Symmetra.
aggressive last one. They were super
She
good.
feels extremely exposed in those front lines. If TVNT turns his shield away for just
I have to go downstairs and check on a package, but I don't think the package even came yet. I think the package just got made yesterday,
Also,
and
just,
then
I think
they'll probably come on Friday,
Not
which is
a
kind of
great
bad.
Cat Bastion map, Neon Junction, so if you wanted to play that, that probably wouldn't be the way to go.
What about Ground Bastion with the Sim and Ryan?
Oh, I need a 100-foot Ethernet cord.
I mean,
Funny Astro might
I
know a bit
forgot
about
that.
that comp.
yeah, I mean,
Which also
potentially,
reminds
right?
me.
I think,
Alright
I
guys,
think it
we
gives
need
some
to go back to
options
this.
to
We
play
really
some
need to
Sigma
finish
too.
this anime
If they
list. Okay,
wanted-
so there's
I think if you wanted to play
15
Cat
animes.
Bastion, could you
Alright,
just
we need
play,
to get another anime. We need to do 5 more.
I mean, just trying to think. I think it's Coliseo and Esperanza.
see.
In
What's
the
another good
pool.
anime?
If it was like new Queen Street, you could like ban ball. And
Coliseo
play.
and Esperanza certainly are in the pool.
Yeah. If it
Another
was like new
good
Queen Street, you could
anime.
actually ban the ball and play new Queen Street, which is actually a really good Cat Bastion map.
Psychopath.
But obviously not in the pool. So we'll see what Twisted Minds decides
Psychopath
to
was
do.
a good
Some of their
anime.
best performances that we had in the MEA this stage were later when they were playing Neon Junction.
Boss Psycho is
and it's
good.
one of the newer maps, right? So maybe
There's Psychopath
I know,
3.
obviously, maybe T1's not watching
like-
as much. No,
Actually, I like
Overwatch,
Psychopath
'cause,
2.
No, I am because I
Psychopath 1
every
is
week.
eh.
Where maybe they come out a little bit
what
surprised,
else was
right?
a
Like
good
there's some high ground and
anime?
some different angles they take on that map that are, unlike a lot of different teams.
They don't have Samurai 7.
Stylistically, very different teams. Two teams that have also taken very drastically.
I put Yu-Gi-Oh! And they
They're
put
taking the
Yu-Gi-Oh!
same
7.
approach, but for different reasons. T1 are still fighting for that recognition. Still fighting for a top tournament finish, and they're pinning their hopes on
they
that
do
core.
have
Dark,
Red
proud,
7
zest,
AO.
skewed.
Wait,
They
why can't I
believe-
add that?
Fletter believes that those are the players
Oh,
that are going to
because
get
I already
them there.
added it.
Twisted
Oh,
Minds.
yeah, they only had the
Eureka
Eureka 7 AO. That's
That's
crazy.
They don't make any big changes either, but it's
Infinity
because
7.
they know
Yeah, they didn't have such
the only thing
Samurai
harder than
7.
getting to the top.
I like some of these
staying
IG
And
anime.
Psycho for JWoo seems like a big change. Like at the time, it looked like
damn.
You're trying to like
Of course you
upgrade
gotta
that
add
secondary
Samurai
DPS
Champloo.
slot, but really, no, they haven't really been able to make great use of JWoo's skills so far this season.
Yeah, and there were times where Yubi
My
was simply a
Warriors,
pinch hitter on this
Samurai
team to
Jam.
play Sim when she was applicable.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until Stockholm we realized that
Samurai
Yubi
Champloo
might
was
still be
good.
well positioned as a mainstay in this
Hey,
team.
we
not
only
just
need
for that
3
impact
more,
on
y'all.
the game, can flex the
Where's some
tracer
3
of,
more
the Sim is
animes?
banned, but it's the calling.
They're pretty
It's
good.
the fact that he streamlined so many of the processes here for Twisted Minds. A team who, again, reminder,
They won't have
are
Baccano.
largely self-coached, still pin their hopes on, Yubi getting in there, being authoritative with the
I know
calling
JoJo's
structure,
pretty good,
getting everybody
but
lined up and on the same
Nothing
page.
better than JoJo. Oh.
Just waiting to see the map and the bans that have come through here.
I'm almost more interested to see what the bans are, if I'm honest with
Yeah.
you. Considering that both these teams are playing such drastically different compositions, and TM will have first pick of the litter.
Trying to think of some other maps that are in the pool that could be interesting,
I don't know what this
for
is. Brand new.
Twisted Minds, right? Like Eichenwald, like you would Eichenwald. Shambali and play like Ram Sig
Fear
is
of
like kind of
Darkness.
interesting.
I don't know what that
would be
is.
like if you wanted to play Cat Bastion, maybe that's probably where you would go if you're Twisted Minds.
I just think it can be good if Donghak does not have the proclivity to play static shield tanks. He doesn't want to play rushdown style. He's got a pretty unique pool. Obviously, Jasmine
wonder if they
exists
have-
as well. It's not.
Yeah, so
Don't forget about that. Route
Oh,
66
Demon
is
Slayer.
going to be the pick.
Okay.
here.
Route 66. So
Yeah, no, not the
this
training
is a
art.
map we don't see. Okay, so
Not
it's going
the
to be
training
Vendetta
art.
Ban and Jetpack. Route, you can play a lot of Sim.
Okay, no life.
Really good at like closing gaps
one.
and things like that.
You
Demon
can also
Slayer
play
was
on a
the
break
one.
here. We saw that earlier on today.
Yeah.
It ended up working.
They like Demon Slayer.
The Vendetta ban is huge. Cat ban pretty much means what?
Spark-
We carry
the
the
Swordsmith
UCO
one
here
is
for
better. Really good.
both sides at that point. I know maybe you're playing it. I'm curious if you can be as effective against the sim comps as they've been without the Vendetta in play. I think it also, without the Vendetta, this unlocks Sigma, and it unlocks D.Va in a way, right? Obviously, D.Va has
Alright.
the same issues with defense
Alright, we're
matrix that
going in.
Sigma has with kinetic
We'll leave the
grasp.
last slot empty for now.
Yeah, and also like
We're going back to our matches.
D.Va doesn't have built-in disruption for the Vendetta sometimes. Sigma at least had accretion, even if it's not particularly reliable. Genji, the defense. Genji from Zest.
Whoa.
This is such a throwback. It's such a classic pick from them, and it also gives them. Okay, it's not as durable, not as much of a bruiser as Vendetta, but
I
it
heard
gives
one
you
of
that
them
same
scream
potential
so loud.
unfettered access to the sim
Really?
in the
No
front
jetpack
line.
pack?
I think that's what makes Vendetta though, like.
Oh no, they banned
much
them.
more ideal
They banned
for
jetpack.
Genji in comps like this, right? Because like,
Of course.
you use a TP, like if you line up a dash at the right time, people going through, you're gonna put damage down. Whirlwind is so easy.
Who's
to get value out
Donghack
of
playing?
in that
Is Donghack
situation.
playing?
Well, because it's a damaging ability that also carries a mobility aspect.
Yeah.
In a wide
Is
arc
Donghack
around
playing
you, whereas
Reinhardt?
Genji's,
That also has a perk that extends the rate, like the length of it.
Yes.
Like how long it goes. Like
It's a little harder for Genji, but Zest, certainly a Genji aficionado. We'll see
Oh, we
T1
got
really
Genji
try and
out
stay
here.
inside here, just try not to expose Donghack to too much burst damage. Oh,
that's
that is
last
such
time.
a good stop! Quartz
Oh.
didn't know what hit him.
I think Quartz was trying to bait them there. Like they set up the sim turrets on the wall there, and they're trying to like bait players down into kind of fighting in that realm.
Wow, that's
and
a good
Quartz
Genji.
goes up to the high ground, sees Donghack.
Oh my gosh,
and
I
then
love
uses the
seeing Genji
slide,
play.
But what they tried to do was like time the Suzu with the stomp so he wouldn't take any damage, but they actually don't. They don't time it right. So he gets stomped and then just kind of deleted there.
Oh, they're doing
It's pretty
payload.
simple.
Yeah.
One of the most mechanical, high mechanical ceiling support players in EMEA.
Yeah, Quartz is like, I'm not doing that one again.
Yubi now just going to try and wrap around the backside. There isn't anything to really test him unless Zest goes after the sim, which might need to be the option here. Stop in from Donghack, a lot of face fronted damage here. Yubi
Dang,
charged
okay.
up, has a TP in case he needs to call a cancel, but here come Twisted Minds now.
Oh, he misses the
Donghack
charge.
repositioned in a pinch. Quartz gets upstairs. But
Come on, go
Brown's
back to
gonna
Zest.
fight him with a railgun headshot. Now Donghack, yeah, thought he might path in the direction of the mega health pack, but no. Twisted Minds are going to get on the road well and truly.
Donghack
And
died.
it feels like, you know, I would love to see stats of like if T1 doesn't get like the first kill in the first few seconds of a fight, like their win rate in terms of these fights has to be like, you know, really low. It feels like if Twisted Minds can survive that like first onslaught of that like Maga coming in with some damage from the Genji, they're in a great spot. I mean, that time you see Yubi is able to just kind of farm up Donghack and they're not able to collapse onto Quartz.
It means that the mandate here for Twisted Minds is to stay alive in the early part of the fight. They don't need to do anything fancy. They just need to withstand the onslaught. Speaking of which, Quartz goes low. This sim wall, though, is going to be pretty massive in that regard. And
Nice
virtually
Twisted
nullifies
Minds.
Proud's impact on the game entirely
The wall.
for the duration.
Oh my
Actually had zero
gosh.
options there.
Sojourn
Classy
is so
finish there
good.
for Quartz as Twisted Minds
Alright,
that
they
first
push.
checkpoint on
They get their first
66.
part. Ooh,
It's also
this is a
quite
hard game.
brutal here, Mitch, because
Hard game, hard game, hard
like,
game.
TVNT can get right
This
up
one's
in
a Twisted
Proud's
Mind
face.
selected map.
They'll use that defense matrix, right? Soak up a lot of that damage. Be very you know, difficult to deal with, like the Diva as a Sojourn. Meanwhile, Donghack doesn't really have any way to engage with Quartz as skewed falls, and Quartz can literally
Reinhardt is
just
such a
farm
hard
ult
play,
and rail
and
guns
hard
off
pick
of
though.
Donghack's
Like
body.
that's the other big part. Like they didn't have to pick
Quartz
Reinhardt.
has got a really safe spot to play from. T1 are actually looking really uncomfortable in terms of map position, and Zest isn't exactly going to give them back a good staging ground to fight from. If T1 do not have a decisive win here behind this blade, behind this beat, they are going to lose control of this stage of the map, almost guaranteed. Donghack doesn't get a sound barrier there, in fairness, and here's Quartz. Bliss has fallen now. Zest up on high. Deflect active, but Blade is also out. The sound barrier not quite enough to protect Quartz from the reprisal, as Zest claims 2 eliminations. But TVNT's down his tank. He's out of there.
Yeah, the Diva's still alive, and the Sim is still alive in action, and all really healthy. Funny Astro here. So it looks like TVNT just moves up just a little bit, you know, takes some damage. So even though you had that big blade came out, it's Quartz with that overclock who takes out Bliss really early. That's massive.
This Vendetta ban might be a real problem to T1.
Oh, yeah.
Zest has him now to do the same thing as he was on the previous maps. Proud here with an overclock.
Oh.
He's looking for big bodies to guarantee connections
Come on.
with, and the cage fight is going to make that even easier. But Proud still playing careful about it. It's going to be a
Diva.
D-Mac, but TVNT can't get back in. A nice little flick of the
Aw,
shuriken
Diva.
possessed to confirm the elimination.
Diva didn't get the
Finally,
kills,
Twisted
but
Minds.
nice.
We slowed down.
Well, I mean, when you talk about that Vendetta
T1
ban,
got the team kill.
it's gone
Nice.
from basically
Payload's coming
Yubi's
back now.
first hit in a lot of these
But they're
fights on
spawning
Sim
in.
like a glass cannon to he is lasting for the entire fight, ramping up that damage, and then No, look, they just focus like it's almost like a bait, right? If Quartz can get one and then you commit other players to him, guess what? TVNT is full health on the other side and UB is fully charged up on the sim and you just die.
Yeah, it's very dangerous.
Nice
I mean, if you're
That's not
a
right,
and you run into a charge,
That's small.
Fight 3 over. Here we go. Twisted Minds trying to wrap on the left-hand side. Over with the Kitsune rush, but it's going to be matched by Skewed instantly. UB gets to the wrong side of the shoulder charge. Gonghack's able to take one, but with Proud out.
Gonghack got another charge.
Damage might start to buckle.
Close.
Bliss is fallen now. We're in a bona fide 3 versus 3, and Zest is out of cooldowns now. The pressure is real. The Suzu was drawn out of simple at least, but TVNT might have needed that now. T is demeched. Zest, hard to track, hard to catch late in these fights as numbers break down, and Twisted Minds lose TVNT in a very staggered fashion.
Yeah, you lose Simple
Ultimate
towards the end as well, just trying to keep TVNT alive. So signs of life here for T1. You'll end up having a sound barrier here to deal with potentially an overclock that comes on through. You'll have your blade as well. Pretty good spot here to be in with a minute to go.
Let's see,
So
just
far,
a minute.
So good. They survived the Kitsune rush from
These
Twisted
games
Minds.
go
They had one
so
of their
quick.
own. The beats are going to be matched though.
He's got to be lining this up. Like if the Malgo is there to stomp here.
Nice.
Yeah, they're actually does go
It's
Donghack.
not. Donghack, they might have overextended. Sound barrier is going to have to be used, but Donghack, oh man!
They could have
it's just
scored
too
them
late.
in. They
He
could
was
have
trying to
sandwiched
sandwich
them.
with a blade. Quartz. Oh,
Aye.
he's able to get back to safety and send a railgun to claim the Genji. Just a bit of an overextension there for T1.
Okay, they're probably gonna
So
get the
split,
second
right? You
checkpoint
saw
right
the
now.
few players of T1 here. You have
They're way
three
too
players
far
trying to
apart.
make
They're
it
way
back
too
towards
far
the car.
apart.
Two
T1's way
players
too
gonna be going
far.
for the high ground.
They're gonna hit
Zest
the second checkpoint.
going
Yep, they
over
hit the
Adventure,
second checkpoint.
Trying to get back in the fight.
No way.
Donghack, though, is
No
pretty
way.
upkill in this position. Cardiac overdrive in place. Suzu also used a lot. Thrown in by T1 to try and stall this fight out. And with Funny Astro being picked up, there might be something here. The Ventures found an elimination. Proud,
If
though,
here
under
they get
pressure.
this,
Reload.
and
TNT
T1
gave up a lot
and
of
Twisted
health
Minds
do that,
get
but
to
has
go
a retake
to
if he
another
needs
chance
it.
and
Quartz is there.
get another checkpoint,
Donghack
or
is spelled, and that
T
really
on
is gonna be the
T1
straw that
tried
breaks
so
the camel's
hard.
back for T1.
They tried so
Close
hard.
to a hold here in the second phase
Alright,
of the
that's
map,
another
and they
minute.
get ahead
Another
of
minute to
themselves.
playing.
Twisted Minds had
Oh,
time to
jeez.
complete.
Yeah, very good defense, I think, in the second part of the map compared to what we saw early on from T1. I'm curious if the Venture stays. Venture can provide some of the stuff that Vendetta can, in terms of like being able to go in and being disruptor on top of those sim tele.
Good.
Pretty big, yeah. I mean, again, even with Kitsune Rush in play, you can't really ameliorate the damage done to your Malga because you can't see him. Skewed had no line of sight really to the important critical health targets on his team, and now, yeah, we keep the momentum going. Self-destruct means TVNT can soak that damage and keep fighting, and Quartz is simply on janitorial duty.
I mean, this fight is huge. You see already some damage going down on the Donghack. Gonna have to go back towards that spawn.
We're good.
It's a very difficult map to complete, so anything like really close to completion here is great for Twisted Minds.
Still on the Venture is Zest.
Twisted Minds just need to get the cart around the corner and they could win.
Staying power and damage
They truly win.
windows that
No one's even on the point of the payload.
Yep. 100%. Here's that overclock here for Proud, surging forward.
Okay,
TVNT,
Soldier
a
on.
D-Mech here, and a stagger could be massive. 17 seconds left in the round, and Twisted Minds
Proud.
finally be
Oh,
able to
Proud didn't get the kill.
Yeah, you just have
Oh, there we go.
everybody make it out for Twisted Minds. Funny
Took a
Astro,
hot
you see-
minute.
I see him wall riding there, looking like he wants
Speaking
to
of a
get
hot
the
minute,
touch.
they only have 5
He's got a
seconds.
sound barrier here. This may not be completely
With Twisted
over
Mind
just yet.
push.
TVNT on the
Overtime.
rifle. Back into the fight, nice
Overtime.
and quick. Caught with an overclock
They
now
need
with
team.
Hunting. Looks like there was a switch
They need
step away by
team.
Skewed.
Ooh,
Evades execution
okay.
for now. Sound barrier thrown down by Bliss and Funny Astro received.
Okay.
Court's going a little bit low down.
Ball and payload. We're stuck on overtime.
Very dangerous alcove, but a cage fight now.
Just a little bit more.
Nobody caught inside of it though. All the
With
Twisted Minds have
T1,
run away from it, but they
would they be able to block them? They're just right there. They see the they see the target. They see the target. They see the target.
eventually will be
Did that die?
and that's T1 holding their ground.
Oh damn. Okay.
Nice job, UB, with
Nice,
some of these
T1.
sim TPs to get people.
Very good
out of
matches.
these
Very
cage
good match.
fights. A lot
Very
of
good
times you
game.
see Donghack with the cage and go
This is their last
full screen,
finals, by the
nobody
way.
inside of it, but that TP
So,
getting people out of
for
harm's way.
their last
Not much
game, I
extra
mean.
payload progress,
This
clean
is
towards
our
the
last
end
game
there,
before
but if we
anyone
take a
gets
look
moved
at some of the
into
highlights,
losers
see
or
how much more
etc.
effective this sim has been here now with that Vendetta out of the way.
It's looked a lot more difficult to pressure UB down. And Zest has cycled through a number of like high mobility options. The Genji obviously didn't have the survivability, like you mentioned. Obviously, Vendetta has that in spades. She's a bit more of a
Morning
bruiser.
chat. It is the 9 a.m.
Venture
9:30
offers
to
some
be a
similar
matter of
angles.
fact. We have about 3 more Overwatch games to go. Crazy. Crazy enough. We just finished the entire Group B, and then we have one Group A. Oh man, these guys want T1 to win.
Yeah,
They want T1 to win. They want T1 to win.
I'm not sure about that one. He's like, but I'm not super sold.
Yeah, they almost lost that,
Look at
honestly.
the difference between Lucio deaths, by the way. I think that's quite telling.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously 8 there for Bless. But also, I would say they're playing at a much higher pace, and he is definitely more in the line of fire, I would say, than like Astro potentially is. Like, Astro obviously trying to dodge the Mauga. There's not like a Vendetta there.
It's really the Quartz difference as well that manifests. Quartz has done a very good job punishing Bliss, just sort of lingering a little too long in that line of sight.
Oh.
Okay, Doomfist for Donghack. Not the most unreasonable choice for this player especially.
Yeah, I mean, obviously very good. It's just we haven't seen, at least in EMEA, much Doomfist at all. You know, see how it kind of plays out here for Donghack.
Okay.
That's a nice punch to kind of send Quartz, towards his teammates, but can anyone actually kind of finish these kills off?
I mean, the healing throughput is astonishingly good here for Twisted Minds, man.
Yeah.
Okay, eventually, T1 able to break through. You can afford to play
I'm
this
with Twisted
aggressive,
Mind,
though,
but
hyper-aggressive dive. You're on the
I'm
inside
with
of
Twisted
66.
Mind, but just 2-0. Really? People are only for Twisted Mind for fancy bait? They don't really want him to win?
Still on the venture is Zest. Might make a believer of me yet.
Nice job, T1. Now in less than a minute, and T1 already won the payload, and they're pushing it. With a team kill as well. That's crazy.
Play against Venture Doomfist, right? I know not a ton. No, obviously you're going to be trying to put a lot of pressure on a Proud and take out Bliss. Kind of probably what his primary goal is.
Amazing punch.
Yeah, huge punch. Knocks them off from the high ground, but hey, Quartz doesn't care. He just kind of gets knocked right into the line of sight. Has already formed up a railgun shot. Deletes
No
Proud.
way.
Donghack are able to claim the high ground for the rest of his team, but planning
I'm just surprised that Sojourn it's so mobile, dude.
T1 needs to be able to do a lot of work with that disruption, and ideally, you're hoping that Zest is there to catch Twisted Minds as they're knocked off, or Proud can land some railguns, but just none of that happened.
And now Twisted Minds, they're going to play close up here, Mitch. They have an advantage in terms of both support ults. I also think you get a little bit more, obviously Meteor Strike is great in terms of like giving yourself another chance if you dive in too low. They're not like a team fight winning ultimate as cage fight, but as I say that, Twisted Minds did a great job getting out of a lot of these cages. As Yubi does get hit by a punch, but able to survive it.
Proud out of the game early. Again, your kill potential drastically blunted in the wake of that, especially with Simple having his extra healing throughput from Kitsune Rush. Yeah. T1 have got to feel pretty sore about that one. They trade rushes and get nothing.
Yeah, maybe the Doom is also a little bit of like trying
Doom
to get some of these like insta kills onto you.
Donghack,
like
what are you gonna do?
Punch,
what are you gonna do as a Doomfist?
Maybe there's like a burrow there that
Well,
comes on
here we go.
And they're able to
Here we
deal
go.
with the sim that way because
Boom,
obviously
boom.
the
Alright.
Vendetta was the way to go about it.
Nah, Meteor Strike was not fast enough.
Quartz now just gonna pop the OC, answer the OC here, Proud.
Simple. Simple just absolutely gutted you.
Oh my
So
gosh.
easy for Quartz, man.
Crazy for
I would rather see them
Quartz.
play the Mauga. I don't know how this
Their
like,
payloads got pushed back so far up. They haven't even reached the first checkpoint. They're on like a good streak for like a first team kill.
thus far. It definitely seems like though, overall the Vendetta is like the key here against some of these sim comps.
Again, tough to play Malga against a defensive comp playing Diva that can usually just fall back.
Not
to the
enough
high
time
ground.
for T1.
You can't demand.
T1 has to have a
Twisted Minds
minute
come down
to
fight.
push.
The Doom is
I
trying
think
to
they can
displace
still
them in
win.
order
They
to
still
do
have
so, but like
overtime.
that saying kill pressure that Malga himself has. This is what we needed to see. A pick off the rip here from Proud. Funny Astro never had a chance to make use of that sound barrier. So T1 get the result they're looking for, but there'll be another fight and another chance to use that Lucio ultimate for Twisted Minds.
You're going to get another fight here for TM.
Yeah,
And
they
you're
just
gonna
got
have
another team
the advantage
kill.
with the Kitsune Rush as well. You're going to have your beat plus rush. So a fantastic opportunity here for Twisted Minds.
Team kill, 30
Self-destruct as
seconds
well.
remaining.
Clear
They only get
players
like
off, of course,
another,
life for
I would
TBNT.
say, 2 minutes.
Fantastic opportunity for them to close it out here. Tonic shock here on a flying
Zest,
toe.
what were you doing? What are you doing, Zest? Were you AFK? What the heck?
I mean, you're going to get beat in this fight anyway, but getting
Okay.
a little bit early doesn't seem too bad. Here's Skewed though, Kitsune Rush now gonna get popped here. TVNT still has it, self-destructive needed, simple low. Yubi struggling, has the TP away from the pressure of Donghack.
Nice.
A lot of damage, but more disruption than
Oh
he can poke
no.
a big old fist
No,
at.
they're all together. They're all together. Whoa, here comes the Doom. Ah, the Doom Meteor. Didn't work. Self-destruct on the point, but didn't even get any kill. That's crazy. Last time for overtime. T1 needs to stay. They need to win. They're gonna win this. They're gonna win this. They're probably gonna get the checkpoint. Nice. Alright, they're getting the checkpoint. Finally getting the first checkpoint. We're only at the first freaking checkpoint.
They get that first checkpoint. Zest is the one who unlocks that. The Tectonic Shock up on the high ground, when he pops it and they walk on by him, they end up using their sound barrier and their Kitsune Rush at that same time. It allows them to just T1, get out of harm's way, right? He burrows and then just dashes away. And then they're able to use their Kitsune Rush over the point. It's a huge win there for T1.
See this anti-snowball measure though, you have Symmetra, so you get priority for that important high ground position. You can't simply just be pushed off the map.
On the sim as well.
Alright, well, maybe a little bit unexpected here for T1, not a start.
They have 2 more pushes.
Doom,
Twisted Mind got a full push. I think, yeah. No. Twisted Mind did not get a full push. They only got 2 checkpoints, so they only got 2 points. So all T1 needs to do is to finish it and to get it.
There's that Symmetra pressure we're looking for in lieu of having the Vendetta. Donghack has disruption but not damage. Finally though, able to team up and deal with Simple. Bliss out of the fight here, Proud though looking just to get TVNT out of the equation. He'll have the D-suit and elimination.
You'll get another fight here though, for Twisted Minds. And you're pretty much set with like absolutely everything. The comp from T1 is a little Donghack though. He's a very good Doomfist, great survivability, right? On Doom, great disruption. Just not as much kill potential, it feels like, as like the Diva per se. Punch here.
T1 will win. T1 will win. Here comes the second checkpoint. Nice. Donghack. Donghack is a good game. Oh, he could have tossed him off the map. Donghack should have tossed him off the map. It's okay. They do need to get on this though.
That's going to be the rush that's been used by Skew. There's that symbol from Yubi.
Donghack has to get out of here pretty quickly.
Donghack needs heal. No. 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 No, well, they got 30 seconds. They got 30 seconds. They can die. They can afford to die right now.
T1 are on their last legs in this series.
They're on the last legs again.
Twisted Minds with Quartz, dude. Like, if there's a hit scan in play and they can figure out a way to protect him, they are golden. As TP across here for T1. Still an opportunity, a sim wall of their own here.
Okay, what are they doing? They got 3 seconds. There's another overtime. There's another overtime punch for payload. Oh my god, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Doomfist cannot die. Doomfist cannot die. This has got to push. If they push it onto site, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. It's just push the site. Push the site. Push the site. Get more time. Push the site. Get more time. That's all they need to do. That's all they need to do. Push the site. No, someone needs to get on site. No one to get a payload. Payload. No.
Twisted Minds are here to renew their claim to the throne.
That is crazy.
Champions in hiatus, releasing Absentia from the top tables in EMEA, start to find their way back.
And that has to be massive for the confidence of Twisted Minds. An extremely tough opponent in round 1. Probably our toughest round 1 matchup potentially, like across both groups. And TM able to come out on top in the end. Obviously, I think the Vendetta ban was...
They brought the drum back from the Mobile Legends stage to Overwatch.
Definitely through T1.
No way.
Weren't able to really gonna get anything out of it. And hey, with all the Twisted Minds fans here in attendance, the vibes are high with this team. And you know, look, if they can get that sim working and Quartz kind of shooting like that, I mean, they're going to be very difficult continually for teams to beat.
Look at that.
The last thing you want to do at a tournament of this magnitude is be ban sensitive. You need a second option. If the vendetta doesn't work out against the team who will abuse Symmetra against you every turn, every step of the way.
T1.
It's going to sting because it doesn't get any
Rip
easier from
T1.
here on out. That's rough stuff. We're going to head to the stage here and hear from Lou, standing by with Yubi.
Thank you very much. I am now standing by with Yubi. Yubi, congratulations for this first win. Of course, I imagine it must feel amazing. You have plenty of fans who came, of course, Twisted Man fans, but I can tell you that a lot of French fans in the crowd were also rooting for you. So is it something that you were expecting?
A lot of French fans? Really?
Thank you. I said
This is a
first
crack.
of all, I want to thank some people
Dorn.
before I
So
speak.
Dorn.
I want to say thank you for
what's
Enter, Willy, Brain, Emo, Commander X, Ibra, Honor Twisted Mind, and thank you for everyone who comes for us from Saudi Arabia to support, and French fans, of course.
Of course, big thanks. Donc un grand merci à tous les fans français qui nous ont soutenus, à tous les shoutouts qui fait évidemment aux fans de Twisted Minds. I heard, Yubi, that you have the best Symmetra in the world, yet they banned it on game 1. So how did you feel about this? Were you feeling a bit annoyed because you could play it later on and you played super well? So how did you feel about that ban?
I mean, I feel like every time we're gonna play a tournament, people gonna ban Sim, so we prepare for it every time. And our rate in scrim is like we never lose. It's like even if we lose the scrim, we win the Sim ban because people gonna waste it like early. They can't react.
Official Demons, Indy. Donc effectivement, et on a banni, sa Symmetra sur la première game. Comment il l'a vécu? Il dit j'ai l'impression quand on va en tournoi, tout le monde va me battre, va me ban Massimo au moins une fois. Donc qu'ils sachent qu'on est prêt, même si on perd en scrim, on est capable de la sortir forcément en official. And last but not least, is there one team that you really want to like face and maybe take down in this tournament? Like who do you have your eyes on? Let's say.
Okay, I really want to. Thank you, God. I want to meet Crazy Raccoon because last time they beat us in Japan Major. I really want to take my revenge. I know they're become stronger, but we will try our best to make it a good matchup.
Fair enough, and I think that would be a banger match. Thank you very much for joining me. And of course, good luck for next matches. Donc dernière question, qui est-ce que tu as envie d'affronter, de croiser dans ce tournoi? J'ai envie de prendre ma revanche contre Crazy Raccoon. Je sais qu'ils sont devenus aussi très forts, mais je pense qu'on a l'occasion de prendre notre revanche. Donc voilà, let's see if he's right. Not now, because we're going to move on to our 6th game of the day, guys. Stay with us.
Did they bring a harmonica? Yeah, harmonica?
Merci, Lou, and congratulations to Twisted Minds. Let's take a look at the chaos towards the end of this game. Reinforced.
Very good match. Very good match. We have 3 more matches.
Once again.
3 more matches.
Indeed. I mean, he's one of the star players of this tournament, and he's been lights out at every single major tournament we've had. He has to be the big star player sticking up for this team if they are to repeat what they achieved at the World Finals last year and win the entire tournament.
I know.
Yeah, you can always expect Quartz to deliver big games when it counts. I think Yubi, though, in that interview, it's especially important to highlight what he said. The fact that they can get that win on Nepal sets the tone for the series, right? They're able to win against the Sim ban, showing those unique preparations, and that's what allows them to win the series here against T1, and this is a crucial one. T1 is a serious competitor here. One of the tougher first-round matchups, and Twisted Minds coming in as a 3rd seed, got that win in style.
Look at that guy on the left, all big smiles. Here he is on the left again. Welcome in, Funny Astro. Congratulations on a massive victory. You're doing it in a New Jersey, but still the same team. How's it feel playing for Twisted Minds at EWC?
It's lovely to play for Twisted Minds. We've got a nice fan base out here. I'm glad
they brought the drum back from the Bhopal Legend stage to Overwatch.
Can you tell me about the drums? Because it looks like TVMT immediately jumped up. We just saw Yubi get a chance to play some drumming. Is the fan base helping you guys along the way?
Of course, we can always hear them. Even with the NAs on, headset on top, you can still hear them drumming away right next to us. And it's really good to have that support. I gotta ask, I think obviously it's nice to get away with a win here, 2-1 against T1. It's a very close competitive series. It did seem like the Mauga did get to you a little bit. How do you evaluate your own performance against what T1 put up against you? I think we were kind of underprepared for Atlas. Maybe we didn't have the best strategy on that map.
Yeah,
the Mauga is something...
Well, not work on it. I gotta go throw away.
Skeptical of it at the moment. It's hard to tell which way the meta's going, but we are seeing a lot more Mauga these today, definitely, than we saw in scrims.
Yeah, I want to ask Astro, coming into this tournament, for you guys, coming off a 2nd place, a very, very close second, of course, in Japan, how much does that play into your expectations like this early on in the tournament, right? We're a long way away from a potential grand finals. Do you kind of come into the tournament still thinking like, hey, that's where we're going to go again? Or do you kind of just try to take this matchup by matchup?
I mean, we just really want to win this time.
Mobile
the
Legends
third
are doing
place
play-by-play.
EWC last year was pretty disappointing, and then obviously the second place in Champions Clash was like a rough one, and we're here to get revenge.
Early morning, yeah.
Taking a look at some of the best moments, would you give
Oh!
any of your
Could you even
teammates
show
an
that?
MVP award tonight? Who popped off for you guys to get this Game 3 victory?
Probably Tiven on map 1 for that Hog performance. I think it was like something no one expects, but it was pretty crazy. I've never seen a Hog hook Cat Bastion out the sky so many times.
And who made the call to bust out the Hog? Because we don't see that very often.
That's one of our strats.
Okay.
It's one of our slightly less hidden strats now.
Something you guys have been cooking up. Speaking of cooking up, we're here in Paris. Have you been eating any good food yet?
A lot of good pastries. The bakeries in the morning get delicious pain au chocolat. Perfect. Can't go wrong with that.
And as a veteran, what do you now do leading up to match day? Because today is already 7 hours in from our call time. I know it's got to be crazy for you traveling the world, coming into prep, and then having to perform on a stage like this.
I mean, for me, it's just normal now. It's just another day in the office. We just, just wake up, come play some Overwatch. It's just the same as having scrims.
It's got the easiest job in the world. Let's take a look at the celebrations here. Talk to me about this young man on the left side of your screen. What's it like playing with him?
It's great. I love Tiven. He's got so much confidence, and he's such a funny guy. Like you can see, he's not shy at all, and it's the same in the server. He's happy to just play heroes that you wouldn't usually see him on. So yeah, he's just amazing.
So how do you feel about your chances the rest of this tournament? Obviously, this group is actually quite stacked. It has a lot of teams that are going to be really fun. You're potentially facing a rematch against Virtus Pro that could be really entertaining. How do you feel like you're stacking up against the international competition?
I think we're on top at the moment. We're super confident that we're going to win the whole thing. It's kind of funny watching everyone else do interviews and say, like, all these other teams are better than us, but yeah, we're really, really confident.
Wow. Is that scrims? Is that scrims you're basing that off, or is that just how you feel like you're performing in-game?
A little bit of scrims, and then mostly just the feeling. You can sort of tell when your team is doing well, and when you have good ideas and good strategies, and it sort of feels like we have everything solved at the moment.
I mean, you guys have always been that team, I feel like, that has, you know, it really is not just all talk. Like, you genuinely do seem to perform better on land, better under these high pressure scenarios. You know, I'm thinking back in Japan, when you guys took that tough L earlier on to Crazy Raccoon, we were thinking, you know, maybe this is it. You know, are you guys really going to be able to show a good performance? And then you kind of turn it all around, you know, battle back through the tournament. Now, this time you're coming in, you're ready to play the Symmetra, it seems like most of all. Is there any thought about maybe bringing Jabu in, any kind of strategy there, or is the sim really going to be the bread and butter for this tournament?
We'll see later on.
Oh,
okay.
Come on.
Understandable. Got to play close to the vest.
Final question for you. I thought you were only going to be able to play Lucio for your entire career. Now you're playing as a jetpack cat. Did you ever think you would be flying through the sky as a feline?
I mean, if you told me about that hero a few years ago, I wouldn't have believed it was in the game. But yeah, it's fun to play new heroes. Unfortunately, for the first map, my sense was wrong, so I was playing with 1200 DPI. But we sort of made it work.
And when did you recognize that you had the wrong DPI?
When I swapped to Lucio. On Cat, you don't really notice because you're just flying around in the sky. Because I just pick up Quartz and let him play the game. It's not a problem for me.
Buddy Astro, your manager is off screen waiting for you. We will let you go celebrate with your squad. In the meantime, guys, don't go anywhere. We have so many more games of Overwatch coming your way. And coming up, we're going to have EVO versus Team Liquid. Before that, though, we got to check in with Ginny at the MLBB playoffs for an update from the Lenovo Legion grid.
Don't mind me.
Yeah, I'm not doom.
Help Seven.
No.
I got Seven. Short.
Yeah. Sim on us. Sim. Be in one. Nice. Good job, guys. Good.
Here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, Falcons just taking down Vitality. Chris, what is going on right now?
I don't know what you said, Ginny, but I think they just want. Look, that's a huge result for Falcons, not just in the MSC, but of course in the Club Championship. Taking down Vitality, that could be
time. Yeah, and for this one, we're going to be talking about Weibo versus Team Liquid, and also the next match, which is going to be VP versus 9Z Global. Starting off with the first one, I went with Weibo Gaming beating Team Liquid by 2-1. What do you guys think? Weibo versus Team Liquid, who's going to win?
Weibo.
Weibo! Weibo! High five! Weibo! All right, all of us are going Weibo. Okay. 2-1, 2-0?
2-0.
2-0. Okay. All right. Next one. VP versus 9Z Global. I'm going with Virtus Pro 2-0. How about you guys? Same? Everyone, high five. High five. We're all on the same page. We got VP and Weibo winning. That is very exciting. We'll see actually what happens, but for our pick'ems, we're all on the same page.
We are back live in Paris, and as you can see, the sun doesn't set till about 10 p.m. We are going to be gaming all night long with 3 more matches to go. It's time to get our first look at Weibo Gaming. Reinforce, that man right there is looking pretty good. Leaving crew entering the STC arena with all smiles, but today they face off against a very familiar foe in Team Liquid. Expectations coming into this matchup.
Well, for both of those teams, Pocket, it's a matter of like wanting to finally get over the hump and finally get some success here at major tournaments. Weibo Gaming, I feel like for years at this point we've been like, tournament, when are they finally going to bring it to the top dogs? And it feels like hope is kind of fading. Is this generation, is this over for China? Or is this their last kind of tournament opportunity here? It feels like a dying kind of moment here for Weibo Gaming, and they have the opportunity now to prove us wrong that they actually still got it.
Is Gushway still playing for Weibo?
Yeah, I mean, here's the man of the hour, picking up the Reinhardt again. You know, nothing has changed. But quite frankly, though, like I think, yeah, China, obviously, they want to put themselves on the map again as like a force in Overwatch. They had to play catch-up for the last few years, which is, of course, very unfortunate. And so far, on international lands, they've not brought it. But I mean, if you want to count on one Chinese team, it would be Weibo Gaming. They only lost 4 maps throughout this last stage. They've been looking really, really dominant in their region.
Only 4 maps.
Yeah, and 3 of those were against JDG. So, you know, like they've been pretty dominant, at least in the Chinese region.
Johnny, stop smiling like that. Tell me about your smirk while we take a look at Team Liquid.
What happened to the game? What happened? Why are we pausing?
Liquid. Zoe asked me going into this one, who do you got? Who is your favorite? I honestly don't know. This is a conflict to me. Because Team Liquid, while they struggled at the start of Stage 2 with their new 2 additions, Kivus and Attack, needing to build some of that synergy, they started to build some momentum, and I actually think that they could get in form right at the right time here ahead of the Esports World Cup. And so I'm looking out for them to be a bit of a dark horse, a bit of a surprise team for us here, and maybe an upset against Weibo Gaming.
We got the Liquid Ladies!
Liquid Ladies,
actually advance to the group.
I was about to say something negative about Team Liquid.
You better not. Those are some moms in the venue.
I would never do that to any mom out there. No, but like, see, the thing is, like, obviously, as the playoffs started in this region, Team Liquid performed really well in their first match against Dallas Fuel. That took them down 3-0. And we're like, oh my God, it started to click. It finally started to click with that new roster, with those new additions. But then it immediately got whooped twice in a row. So it kind of felt like a fluke. So I think Team Liquid is coming into this and they want to prove that that initial performance in the playoffs was not a fluke, that they actually are here to bring it and they can make it far in the competition.
Can you tell me a little bit about Vega and expectations? Because last time he was on this EWC stage, he was one of the star support players who was actually fragging out on Olari. I remember anytime we went to Circuit Royale, we would go to his screen and he was picking up multi-kills as a support player.
Right, and that was the big shift in team identity for Team Liquid, because they used to be a double flex support team where they slowed things down, picked escort maps, and they really wanted to rally behind all of that mechanical skill from Vega. Now this time, I feel like they're more of a brawl team. Like, they can put him on Lucio and speed things up, Flashpoint, maybe step up the tempo, bring a Xion into the mix alongside a Tracer. The damage duo for this Team Liquid team is kind of like the pivotal department for them if they're going to have any kind of success.
Is there one player to watch in that role?
I mean, I think that Tree is just so flexible and can play so many different heroes at a really high level. But we're talking about players like Quartz, like Proper. Can you match the skill of those players? That is what the success of Team Liquid kind of hinges on.
On the other side of this matchup, we've got 30 seconds. Give me the look at Weibo. Who do you have eyes on for this match?
Both DPS as well. I think Leaf and Shy on the server, like, those are the guys who will be fragging out. Those are the guys that you need to shut down, and that's going to be a tall order.
This is our 6th matchup of the qualifiers. Reminder, you have to win 2 to go through. You lose 2, you're out, and it looks like 71% of the fans are going Weibo. Final answers here. Who do you pick? How many maps?
Weibo 2-0.
2-0.
Team Liquid Simp.
They got Vega. Vega at EWC wins games. Let's go to the stage to get this one started. In a minute. It's coming. I promise.
Stop what you're doing right now and look at this trophy. It's beautiful. Look at it glistening in the light. All of the teams that you've seen perform here so far want to get their hands on it, but by the end of this week, only one will. You know what? I don't like to talk about favorites here, Lou, but the Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and it was both like the super fans and the French fans. Pour le coup, moi je vais pas vous mentir, les Twisted Minds m'ont un peu conquis. I like the Twisted Mind boys. They have the banter, they have the confidence.
Yeah.
I must say, they might be my favorites for the tournament.
Really? Me too. Nope, I like them.
Let's
keep moving on to the penultimate series of the day here in Paris, and welcome onto the stage, Weibo Gaming! I lied to you there, we still got a good few matches to go. It's not the penultimate. Lucky for you. Weibo Gaming, the champions of China. 2 domestic stages, 2 titles, led by some of the biggest names in Overwatch. Weibo hunting that elusive international title they are yet to claim.
Standing against them strong, it's Team Liquid! They're representing North America. It's a young roster, strengthened by Korean reinforcements and still growing with every event. Des représentants de l'Amérique du Nord renforcés par des membres coréens. Team Liquid arrive in Paris with 1 goal in hand, the trophy.
2 very different styles arrive on stage here. It's time to find out which of them holds up under the brightest of lights.
It is the team that soaked up the golden era of Chinese Overwatch, and the team that may still be harbingers of a golden era to come up against the investment in the youth of North America. It's Team Liquid, built around Infected, who have been in the conversation regionally as a powerful team. Not the powerhouse, but events like this is where you can chart a new course for your team, and frankly, both of these squads are hoping for that opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo Gaming, obviously we've known these players for a while. No, Gushwing, Leave, and Shy, new support core. I know from the past, I know that from what they've had in the past, right? And obviously they're looking for better international results there. they've gotten off to a lot of slow starts to these events. It's quite often that they find themselves in the lower bracket. They got to make a deep run. Liquid is a team that I definitely think that can, I guess you would call it an upset in this scenario. I definitely think they could do it.
I agree with Johnny in that this has all the hallmarks of a very competitive matchup. I think Weibo Gaming's mandate is to try and convince us that we haven't seen their ceiling yet. We have seen this team in every era of Overwatch recorded. We've seen the rise, we've seen the fall, we've seen the good, the bad, the ugly, and everything in between. They're going to try and convince us that we haven't seen anything yet. That's a tough job because Matt and I have been around for quite some time.
I think what they're trying to convince us is they haven't peaked.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
the peak hasn't happened already. I know can they kind of go, hey, I want that new Kaskin too. Double up that sign there real quick. Because we know the players on Team Liquid, right? With the youth, they have not peaked. It's this old guard, right? You think about Gushwei and Shy and Leave and how legendary these players are. Are they still? I mean, they're still legends. They're always going to be legends. Are they still real contenders for international trophies? I think is the question.
And retooling the other peripheral aspects of this team to try and sort of support them is fine, but how much longer do these guys have? How many more opportunities will they be afforded before China turns to younger, maybe less tenured prospects to give them glory? That's always going to be in the back of your mind. And every game that features this Weibo team, it's scrappy, it's high octane, and it's emotional. It's always emotional with these guys. There's so much investment from them in that regard, in their success in these matches. It comes out before the game. It comes out during the game in terms of how they respond, and after, whether it's success or failure, how they express themselves to the fans. It's always palpable.
There is so much community love for this team as well.
Could there be any other more loved team than this?
Everywhere we go, all over the globe, their fans show up and they go all out for Weibo Gaming.
And honestly, opportunities to play in China come few and far between in front of LAN crowds. I mean, I know that in the future, we get in front of Chinese fans, Weibo Gaming are going to want to be there, but also be there with the belief of the fans that they could take it all. They earned that here in Paris.
It's just a deep run. Just give you kind of something to build off of for the rest of the season, right? You can't come here, end up losing. North America, we kind of say out of the OWCS regions, right? We kind of have these international events. You can kind of pencil those North American teams somewhat near the bottom. They're always competitive, I think, at the events. Just obviously have not been able to overcome, EMEA and then all our teams from Asia. But this, I think, is the, Team Liquid and the Fuel, right? Are the two teams that, you would say top of NA. Space Station Gaming, I think, has all the potential in the world, right? We'll see if they can kind of make a deeper run than maybe even they expect. It'll be Nepal, game number 1. Team Liquid is going to have a long run. It starts now.
Liquid also without their coach in person today. Our thoughts with Caceres as he suffered an injury and actually had to go to hospital. So my conversations with Liquid have indicated they should be back with them tomorrow.
Okay.
Still, but
that's great news then.
That's a blow. Yeah, you don't want to sort of have that going in on your day 1. We have Diva and Jetpack Cat both banned. Team Liquid, frankly, have much more still to show us. I think the world still needs to be convinced of NA. In fact, both of these regions want to definitively put themselves in the conversation alongside EMEA, alongside Korea.
I'm sure a lot of the fans, from obviously in China and NA, are well, if EMEA can produce 2-3 teams that can really kind of hang, can we get one? Let's get one from our region that can kind of go toe-to-toe, win series, get deep into international competition, play in finals.
And they're dominant in their home region. I mean, Weibo Gaming, absolutely squeaky clean. 15-1 in maps in terms of OWCS China. There's never any doubt that these guys are the best out there, but here it's not about, I don't know, it's not about carrying that dominant form over as much as that would be nice to do. It's not even about making playoffs. It's about earning your place in the global hierarchy. And China, loved as they are, as expressive as their playstyle is, exciting as their brand of Overwatch is, they need the results. They need the podium finishes. They need to exceed their ceiling that we've seen up until this point.
Yeah, and it's the Cat ban that comes out here for Team Liquid, so obviously they want to deal with maybe even Cat Bastion here in game number 1 in the Diva ban. Quite interesting here from Weibo. I mean, Guxue, you wouldn't really kind of put Diva in his hero pool historically. I know obviously wants to play some of the other dive tanks, can play the ball, right? Winston, I know some of you guys, if you just watch Overwatch Esports, man, I don't even know if Winston exists, but he's still there. Maybe even like we see like, Rhine, Ram, things along those lines.
I mean, we've seen Guxue on Hazard as well. Yeah. It certainly tends towards those tanks that give you a bit more mobility. Yes. I feel like as a player like Guxue, that is what gives you agency to influence the state of the game. Leave and Shy are legitimate legends, not just in China, but globally. These guys are incredible. They're certainly getting on in their careers, but they don't appear to have lost any of the touch they have. But they're going up against Tree, Zera, young, hungry players that probably feel like their region is, pretty disrespected. They're third in their region, for God's sake. So, that compounds even more for them.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Tree go up against Shy, right? We know for years, right, talking about how like when Tree kind of makes his kind of entry into the professional play, how he's going to really kind of take over North America. I think he's had some tremendous performances, right? But I think even he is now like, okay, I need to achieve this international success. Can no longer kind of, just be, like one of the best players in North America, maybe the best player in North America, and then just kind of go into lands and, fall flat. So I think it's really time for these Team Liquid players, and I think this is an event that's kind of shaped up for them to have a pretty decent showing.
And obviously you're seeing in the Liquid lineup Attack. Yeah. Kivus and Attack joined the roster this year, and obviously, as is talked about by our experts, they take a little while to settle. It's a huge course correction for Liquid because Caceres, by his own admission, said this team was structured to be built around Infected.
Yeah.
That was the project. That was the plan. Things don't always go to plan. They've had to make that pivot here. But Attack is someone who's been on, obviously, we've talked about this before, but Element, Mystic, Talon, O2 Blast, he had a stint on Fnatic, the NRG Shock as well. So has certainly been around the traps and might be the one whose shoulders can bear this immense responsibility.
Yes, and obviously has the experience at the highest level to do so, right? With all of those different teams under his belt. So looks like getting ready, closer to get into game as everybody getting shout outs here, I know, via the signs, where, I mean, maybe, no Attack is the player that kind of, comes in, takes that spot. Maybe we see Infected rotated in, right? Obviously, a little bit of a potential, like, Max Junbin type of situation. Yep. So, a lot of potential for this Team Liquid roster, some up and downs this year, but ultimately, like, third in NA and you place, top 8, top 6 here, who cares, right? Yep.
I think also like Attack being in might indicate to you as well, like more of an off-tank proclivity from that player, right? Seeing him play some more of those brawl styles. It's been such a interesting year in terms of the experiment Liquid has attempted. Kaluj obviously makes like a brief stint back on this team. I thought Escanor was like a prospect out of Saudi Arabia that had a lot of promise.
Yes.
He ultimately is replaced by Kivus, who joins alongside Attack at the start of June. So we're early days for this roster. It certainly feels like they haven't had enough runway, with this current look. But, maintaining third place in North America, maintaining eligibility to attend events like this is pretty big. And this is FaZe. FaZe joined up with the team at the same time as Kivus and Attack did. So, yeah, big shoes to fill.
Yeah,
standing behind the team on stage.
Yeah, start of stage 2, right? Obviously they make all these adjustments to the roster. So, looks like just having maybe a little bit of a delay on stage. We'll get that one sorted for you in just a minute, but obviously a huge match on the line here in Group A, and we got the Dallas Fuel still to play, right? Team Falcons still to take the stage. So
got so many questions about that team. Yeah. Very, very interesting to see how that plays out. You might remember, by the way, I don't know how much of this you got to see. FaZe, obviously a coach now.
Yeah.
He was a pretty active player in Korean contenders, especially on a number of those rosters. So we're talking like Runaway, O2 Blast. He was on a couple of those teams, and more recently, was Onside Gaming's head coach as he sort of graduated up through there. So the result of some pretty clever scouting. Maybe not the kind of player that put himself necessarily in the spotlight as a player, and now as a coach, though, seems to have found his mark. And I think it was pretty important that he came as a package deal with Attack and Kivus as well, just to make sure that there were clear, they're able to clear up comms between this Western core and the addition of these South Korean players, because we were surprised at first to see that Liquid weren't actually using any import slots.
Yes.
We're like, oh, that's audacious. It's a
But
gamble.
I do think it's like, it's a viable strategy team building wise at the beginning of the year, right? It's a very long season.
Yeah.
You know, see what you have kind of in stage 1, see how it goes, see what players are free, see what players play really well. Whether you want to import players, I know from Korea, you want to import players from the MEA, and then kind of make your adjustments.
Not everyone is Kellen that can just fit into any NA team and be like a plug and play solution.
Look at Kellex. I feel like he just takes the first stage off of every season. Picked up in stage 2.
All right, for
joins
homies,
an awesome
I am back.
team, and
I've been messaging some people on the Discords. I might go on mute for like a quick second, but hey, do we count delays as tech pauses? I don't know, because this is like number 8, if anything.
So the technical pause issue.
Dude, it's a technical pause issue. So then we cover it.
It's an in-ear problem that we're having.
Counts.
Just making sure the players are
starting a pause counter. Alright, we're starting a pause counter. Okay. Alright, I will be right back real quick, alright guys?
The day before, they come up, they set up, put in their peripherals, and they practice that whole process. But sometimes things aren't quite the same in between one day and the other, especially because you have 6 teams or however many teams that actually make use of the setups before you have a chance to get up there. So it's just to make sure it's a uniform experience for all of our players. And the jawline that could cut glass there of Vega still being trusted, I think, at the helm of this team to lead them through, and he himself has had to really adopt a bunch of different roles on this team in game.
It's awesome to see. I know some of the parents from the Liquid players always kind of travel into the events, always come and show and support. So I know they're in the crowd. They'll be wandering around, exploring Paris, I'm sure, having a great time here. Is ultimately, they don't want to have a lot of free time, because a lot of free time means their kids probably aren't playing on the stage.
Right.
So ideally, a lot of their week is spent in here, in the venue.
Let me find this.
And then, obviously at night, go out and explore a little
What
bit.
is wrong with having your team get a quick 2-0 and get down to the boulangerie down the road and get yourself some eats?
All right, so it looks like potentially thumbs up there. That player sorted as
old but goat. Is he old though? Old. That seems like such a old.
It's
if he's old.
Yeah.
He's not old. Because I'm not old.
You are.
Neither of us are old.
No, you are. I am as well.
The grey hairs are only spawning in one part of my shaggy beard, and I just keep shaving it, so no one can tell.
Yeah, I mean, you've never really been able to grow facial hair. That's your strong suit. You're.
There was a really cursed era during COVID.
Yeah.
Where I let my beard grow out as a protest against.
Some would say there's some people, I've seen it online. It's not me.
Yep.
Some would say you might even have issues growing hair on the top of your head. That I feel like every time I see you, it's going.
I reckon your corners go back further.
It's going further and further back. I feel like every time I see you.
I will get a measuring tape, but I'm watching your corners, mate, and I think I'm watching your corners more than you do in game.
It's because I have to I work a lot with Jake, and he has such great hair.
He does. It's very full head of hair. Yeah.
It's always so like wavy and like great. I'm like, man, that used to be me.
Beard.
Yeah, dude. But honestly,
now
like,
I'm old.
but now you're growing up. Like, you've got so much more agency, Matt. Like, you can. Yeah. Like, that's it. And also, you
can do things on my own now. Yeah.
That's the best part of being old. You don't have any money to do the things you want to do, but like you could.
Okay.
I think that's what is important.
Well, what's important though?
Right,
is these players trying to win enough money that they can do everything they want. So we have a crazy prize pool here at EWC. Like massive, massive dollars. Yeah, massive.
All right, homies, we did it. We put a pause counter on here.
But
we just had to. We had to put a pause counter.
These teams want to still be standing. So,
do you guys like Overwatch? Because we got some for you. We have managed to get into the game. So far today, the fill time has exceeded the game time, but I'm quite sure that things are only going to be looking up from here, folks. It's Nepal to start us off.
We're going to keep this on here. We're going to keep this on here just specifically because of Overwatch.
We saw some Freya a little bit earlier in the day in some of our games. So Freya, obviously, I know a damage shield that gets buffed in the last patch. Can put down a little bit more damage consistently with the adjusted rate of fire. We'll see what the rest of Weibo decides to do as Gushue
A pauses.
going to be playing some Maga. So Maga, Lucio Kiri with Xion Freya. So a really different look here for Weibo Gaming. Team Liquid, they want to go aggressive, right?
Saga from Attack. Certainly part of Attack's wheelhouse. The Xion matchup is going to be pretty exciting. Very explosive.
Yeah, some pod counters going on here, chat.
To see go down.
All right.
Attack's getting a lot of charge here. You know,
Come on, Team Liquid. Dude, that guy with the Weibo hat, like mascot hat, dude, that guy was goated.
And I think this is going to be really difficult for Weibo to deal with, right? You're going to have Tree being able to put down a ton of pressure here with Zera, and then also like if you have some nice shots there from Tree, as Xion can have a little bit of extra range. If you go with this Tree and you end up using your dash,
I'll build an official pause counter for the day and in total for the entire tournament. Bet.
Over to the Reaper. Someone who can really exploit the windows where Zarya doesn't have any of those bubbles available. But outside of that, it's kind of hard to see where it will shine. Up to the high ground, he attempts to go, but Vega has eyes in the back of his head. He knocks him back down. Denies that premium place to play from. Attack here's got to keep an eye on his health as well. No bubbles available. This is the window to try and go after the Zarya, but Attack wisely folds back around the corner. It's the Reaper guy, though, that causes him problems in the end. While Tree trades out that elimination, it's a Weibo Gaming dub. So the Reaper change here for Shy, right? That gives them a little bit more firepower where Reaper can just kind of blow through those Zarya bubbles and has enough survivability to be able to kind of take you're just clicking it.
Yeah, take that head to head. So nice swap here.
We're playing control. For those of y'all who don't know what control is, you capture the point, and after you capture the point, it responds to another map.
Rush as well. No real threat to have to make any changes at the moment.
Oh, sorry, not 3 times. Just 1 time. 1 time.
Pretty quickly developed, all things considered, but when you're full charge, 99% of the time, I suppose that's bound to happen. Okay, Shadow's still going to be forced out of Shy. He's going to have to get on out of there, but it's going to be Kitsune Rush coming back into the grab. Pulse Bomb is there! And there is Zera! A bona fide 5K!
Bro!
Already blowing the doors
Sugar free, take notes! Take notes!
Suzu comes in a little early. Let's take a look.
Holy!
POV.
Sugar free! Whoa, the combined! Oh, that's hella golden!
The last one.
Sugar free, take notes!
Play there from Zera.
Twitch, cut that.
God, I mean, Zera doesn't get to decide how the Suzu gets used, but he sees it popped.
Make it just dome Shy at range.
Down, picked him up. Shy is actually struggling with the poke damage he's taking. Sazurika's free rather going to be used here, but Tree has one of his own, and he'll sit tight on the point.
That was their sound barrier as well there from Weibo.
Good money being thrown after bad, man. Weibo Gaming are definitely rattled a little bit after that grab combination, and they might be at risk of letting this slip.
Team Liquid golded. Golded chaser play, man.
Definitely pays off. But you just kind of burn that sound barrier for nothing. Maybe you think there's an opportunity to kind of catch them off guard. That could not be any more not the case. TP from Shy across. Somebody will have to touch as we're getting dangerously close.
Death Blossom here for the Reaper. Shy, though, is taking immense poke damage, just trying to live out here. Joyride going to be dodged away from Tree, back to safety. Shy's already had to use that. Okay, gets in there with the Death Blossom.
Nice.
Vageling a little bit too close there to our very edgy protagonist. So pick up for the Reaper will allow Weibo to keep playing.
You will get to 99 here for Team Liquid. And I think you come into this fight, Mitch, I mean, you're in a great spot. You're going to have a huge advantage in terms of support ultimates, right? Kibis basically has a Kitsune Rush. You're going to end up probably getting close to the beat if needed. Also, with how fast Zarya is able to build up ultimate charge, potentially get a grab here. You potentially even have 2 fights. This one doesn't work out, so.
Zera, do it again.
This Zera Pulse Bomb was half
as
impactful as the previous one. It's going to be game over for Weibo Gaming. Wow, deep is Gushue, very deep, and knocked back towards the edge. Enough time for Attack to get that elimination. Now you're in deep, deep trouble.
Nice
the
attack.
Squad from China, who've looked honestly
nice
nothing short of perfect at
nice
home.
attack, Zera.
Well, they're getting clowned on here.
Zera, just capture a point. Capture a point. Good. Team Liquid wins. Grab on 1. Team Liquid men on 1. Let's go, TL. Let's go, TL.
There's no way that Gushue is living in that position.
That was good. That was a good tracer ult.
Of having the cardiac overdrive, he has a
crazy. Here he goes. Here he goes.
Of the entire team, Suzu used there, doesn't pop. Little
Damn.
action from Zera.
Yeah, and Xion is really good too. That was so good. That was such a good heal too. Healer, give the W for the healers, y'all. Healing is not a joke.
At the same time. That's got to feel good.
Hard way
Team
to
Liquid,
do.
who looking at the complexion of this group A, feels like Weibo Gaming are a pretty scary opponent for him. It's China's #1 seed, but North America might be making a claim that as a region, they got them beat.
Yeah, we'll see no adjustments here from Weibo. They're going to continue to play the same thing. They did see more success with the Reaper in play. So they find out Tree. That is a huge pickoff, but they end up losing Maka. That's a large source of their healing. Pretty brutal loss there.
I got a clip.
For Weibo, we'll be able to get back in the fight rather quickly.
Yeah, next time I get a guy clip it on my own. That was really good. Four?
Looks like it just got caught out there.
I need another one. I need another. Okay. I need another 5 team.
Small stumble earlier losing Tree very quickly back in the driver's seats.
Yeah, there was no real opportunity to even use that cardiac overdrive, right? Nobody really playing around Gushue, and then nobody pushing up and really kind of taking the fight toe-to-toe against him. So Gushue does make it across. You'll have some other members of Weibo making it as well. Kibit's doing a great job harding up this Kitsune rush rather quickly.
Because
70% and counting, Matt.
You're not wrong.
Xion. Tree under some level of duress here, but gets a Suzu and is going to be fighting fit in no time. You gotta watch out for that execute. Can be dangerous. Lee Sumin knocked very, very low key, but Lee is still insisting on pushing out this flank.
A grab plus Kitsune rush here available.
Bomb here for Zera as well. Could combine them quite nicely once more. Lee just can't get away, frankly.
No.
Attack runs him down with full charge.
Yeah, I think ultimately, right, when the Kitsune rush comes down, they all just try to hightail it there for Weibo. They know that that's a lost fight.
They have
a few kills that go in favor
of Team Liquid there,
but really it's a full
disengage. Is Attack gonna run it again?
Lee Sumin taking so much damage here. You make it through the choke bench. I'm worried that they're gonna, Weibo's gonna end up using this Kitsune rush. They're gonna go right into a grab bomb yet again.
Both has ult.
Desai's gotta go.
Come on.
He's gotta go.
Can you do it?
Trying to chase it down. Caught inside the grab, and that's well and truly worth using there as your attack. Because you're going to build another one pretty quickly at this rate. Still, the spree for lead.
I gotta remember this. I gotta remember this Team Liquid one.
And Tree is going to
7
be
hours
with that
in.
elimination. Gushue trying to get up the point as quickly as he can.
Gotta write that down.
No flip in that window for Weibo, so Liquid will continue to stack this lead.
Yeah, they stagger Maka. Maka does get Kibitz on the exit, but that's a brutal stagger. You end up losing Vega early on there for Team Liquid, but now, I mean, you end up winning that fight regardless. 75, 80% here in terms of our percentage. You're gonna have beat to work with. I mean, you're in a fantastic spot. This will be a really clean map here from Team Liquid.
That is such an early Wraith Walk being forced out of Shy. Not a good sign. And here comes Vega. B gets dropped down. A lead's already been taken out. Shy now needs to make this work without defensive cooldowns available. Death Blossom is there, but he just can't stay alive. The DPS line of Team Liquid look imperious right now. And Tree says in for a penny, in for a pound. I'll commit my motor vehicle to this little pile up. And Attack did fall. Gush was able to pick him up. It's nice use of this cage fight now. As Tree, for the most part, is able to be overlooked in this fight, and Weibo finds success regardless.
Wow, that did not look like it was going to go in favor of Weibo.
Again.
But
dude, 99 again. This is the same thing as last time.
Close area. Zarya probably did not have the bubbles and
don't
have the dash.
That's all it is.
Cardiac overdrive getting mass value there. See though. A Kitsune rush yet again here for Kibitz, also one for Maka. Death Blossom is, Shy has been holding on to this one for a while. Not a great opportunity to use it.
You can Suzu into it, you can cleanse into it. There's a few things that make it pretty dangerous for Shy to pop. Also, you can get Pulse Bomb, but that's pretty hard to pull off. Nice. Okay, his Kitsune rush now in play. Shy is down, and so goes with him the Death Blossom. Not great. Pulse here for Zera, didn't find connection, but damage has already been done. And Weibo now awkwardly lingering out in the open with only 4 players remaining. And Attack is walking up on them with full charge and a grab in the back pocket, which you'll use nice and quick. Big capture here on the Weibo, and they've got nowhere to go. Gushue trying to stop his way on out, but that tantrum frankly.
1 by 1. Alright, we capture and they win.
They've got the better of Liquid.
Yep, seems like we win this one. Yeah, let's go, Liquid. Dude, that was an OP bomb.
Map in round number 2.
That was crazy.
Liquid, that was pretty comfortable over Weibo. Not a great start for them.
Yeah, look, Weibo bring their signature brand of scrappy gameplay. They've got
Trigger-free,
talented
take
individuals who can, on their own, win a fight at the drop of a hat. But on aggregate, across the course of that map, Team Liquid had a really solid style, a little bit I've not oft seen, I guess, this lean into the Zarya here, but there wasn't a great answer for it from the side of Weibo Gaming. Gushri on the Malga always feels odd to watch, right?
And a lot of weird positions on the Malga.
Some aggressive charges, and that's kind of the issue, right? When you're playing Malga matters, you are very committed when you go for that shoulder charge. And if you don't hit it, if you don't get any knockdowns, if your team isn't with you, it's a death sentence.
Yeah, it's no, this is the one time he actually really gets good use out of the cage fight and great use out of the Malga.
That's so good.
You know, the support line, I think there's some interesting things to look at, right? You know, you've had Maka die a few times really early in fights, dying sometimes, you know, with a Kitsune Rush available in a fight that you would have most certainly used it. At least you win that first sound barrier there on Nepal, right? When we were talking about like they end up losing a player, they try and use that sound barrier, kind of come out around the corner. Some really odd stuff there from Weibo in map number 1. And where do they go from here? Did you love the Gushui Malga? Like, is that what we're going to kind of see them play?
Do I have permission to speak freely?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, I don't feel like it was the answer here. I think also it was able to be exploited pretty aggressively by like Attack, who would always get a bunch of free charge. I think the Zarya in that matchup looks pretty reasonable. There's some very powerful perks as well that just offer some team-wide utility to Zarya if you're brave enough to stick to her for long enough. And yeah, there was a big pulse bomb, you know, 4K plus, you know, Team Ace ultimately there for Zero, which looked really good. But I thought the Xion play for me was pretty striking. But this Team Liquid, you're looking at the way ahead as well, and you realize that waiting for you is Dallas Fuel. So you are going to be pretty quickly running back into a regional rival if you find success here and if Dallas beat Falcons, right? Those are two massive ifs. But if it's not Dallas, it's your reigning Esports World Cup champions, Falcons.
But at their lowest.
But you don't, if they come out here, if they beat Dallas, you don't know a damn thing about Falcons. Because you would have missed a heck of a lot that happened behind the scenes if Falcons are able to go from where they were this year, which was not good, to winning in that game. So either way, it's nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and I think Liquid has to look at this as a huge opportunity, right? You know what? Weibo's the #1 seed from China, but if there was a #1 seed, obviously they can't play against the NA #1, right? But if there was a #1 seed that you did end up drawing, if you were Team Liquid, out of what? CR, Pro, and Weibo, you'd probably sign up for Weibo?
I think so.
Yeah.
And what's kind of scary if things keep going this way for other team, but for Weibo especially, if I'm not mistaken, T1 is waiting for them in the lower bracket.
That is tough.
Yeah. And listen, I think the expectation, it's a sword that cuts both ways. Weibo Gaming are beloved. They are celebrated. They are venerated. But also, that comes with expectation. There's a minimum expectation for this team, and I would suggest that falling out in the first round of the lower bracket would be failing to meet that.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, you know, we see obviously Weibo, they should, you know, contend for championships, but a loss here would put that in a pretty rough spot.
Got a moment here to hear a little bit from our Parisian, our French friends. We're going to head over to Lou with Fifi.
Yes, this is the Overwatch French team, of course, with his figure Fefe. Fefe was indeed at home. Fefe était comme à la maison ici. Et moi, je trouve ça incroyable qu'il y ait autant de fans et que vous soyez aussi tous rassemblés, alors que vos joueurs sont malheureusement pas là. Est-ce que tu peux m'expliquer un peu cette anomalie?
Je pense qu'on est très content d'avoir un événement en France et qu'on a envie de montrer qu'il en faut d'autres et qu'un jour on sera sur le stage et qu'on pourra crier pour de vrai.
Ça, c'est certain que vous y serez un jour, évidemment. Donc, first question, it's actually impressive that your fans showed up even though your team didn't make it to the EWC. And why is that? Basically, I think the French fans are really happy to have an event here in France, and we want to show that we need more. And one day we'll be playing on that main stage, of course.
Damn,
moi, je voulais demander mon très
we need more French
on a le boss ici. Mais est-ce
Hello?
Là, c'est une équipe. Et puis c'est devenu un club, il y a eu beaucoup d'engouement, et globalement c'est la meilleure équipe en France, donc on est tous derrière.
Voilà, on soutient, et bah, vas-y, donne-moi une bonne raison de devenir une ultra Team Peps.
Ah bah Fefe, il est super beau déjà, donc très bon argument, et on gagne beaucoup en ce moment, donc c'est vachement bien.
So I asked him for a reason to follow the Team Peps, and of course Fefe, and he said it's an insane organization in France, so of course there's a lot of hype. And when I asked him to give me an actual valid reason to follow Fefe and his team, he said, well, Fefe, my CEO, is very handsome. And that's on these words that I'm gonna leave you guys back to the game.
Both valid reasons, actually, in my opinion. What I will say about this is that what Fefe has done with this club is really quite remarkable, and I do think that...
Oh, that counts, that counts. They're doing a tech pause. They're doing a tech pause. Guys, raise the counter.
Like the one that follows Team Peps.
Increase the counter.
Rain, hail, or shine is an incredible feat. So
increase the pause counter.
Fefe,
that counts.
You've
9.
done something fantastic, and hopefully we get to see Team Peps back on the international stage
counters.
sooner rather than later, because French fans are like nothing else, man. You remember that French World Cup stop?
Yeah, I mean, that was awesome. I mean, yeah, when they have great teams, I mean, they show out. I mean, they're not even here, Peps, and obviously they've shown out and really, had a really nice showing. I mean, you think about our, finals last year, right? I know when they got announced as a partner team, Climate came out and definitely, showed up for the squad, as it does look like we have a sub here, so it's going to be Gushui going out. It'll be Sunzo coming on in.
Okay. So, I do think that one of the fallibilities for Weibo is maybe Gushui's hero pool to some degree. What he does do, he's incredible at. What he doesn't do, Sunzo can. And this is, I think, what has allowed Weibo to stay dominant in their home region, is having this option. And obviously save Gushui for the moments that matter, for metas that really do cater to his particular proclivities. Sunzo, though, again, this is quite the stage to step out onto here. So
are we looking at Diva, potentially, for Sunzo?
Yep.
Coming on in. We don't know the map yet, and we don't know the bans, but I know Diva was a ban there in map number 1, because you don't want to, obviously, have that with Gushui in the game. He doesn't want to really play the Diva or even against it.
Exactly. Yeah, going against it, I think, is also a bit of an issue. Attack is kind of showing that, like, whether it's like Ramatra, Diva, Zaya. Okay, wow. Interesting selection here for Weibo Gaming. Pretty telling, I think, about the way they
everyone's
been
expecting like
earlier,
Atlas,
right?
but
It's
that's
a map
crazy.
with these longer straightaways with
I've never played Neon Junction.
Ramatra ban, and I think it's the Bastion ban on the other side.
Okay.
What I do worry here for Weibo is if they want to play Diva and maybe play Diva with, like, Xion Reaper and want to play fast, maybe you play a hit scan with it, I don't know. They probably just play Zarya and Tracer and Xion, what we just saw them play, right?
Why not?
That just, like, rips through the Diva.
Very reasonable on any of these sort of, on any of these longer maps.
Yeah.
We don't have vertical limitations. I mean, how does this feel for Sunzo, right? It's a team of, like, living legends from China, and you're the one that steps up to, fill the shoes that Gushui had left. That is, I'm sure, an immense honor, but also it's got to be intimidating, especially with the unrelenting expectations of our Chinese fans to see Weibo succeed.
You're a competitor, right? Ultimately, you probably like, yeah, I should be in. Like, let me get in there and play Diva, play some of these other, like, Sunzo could even come in and play some Maga, right? I mean, I don't think, Gushui had a pretty rough map number 1, right? Where it doesn't seem to really kind of be lending towards his hero pool. Not really on the same page with the supports, right? So, getting Sunzo in makes some sense.
Hopefully, though, so far, Caceres is enjoying the view from the bed right now, seeing Liquid get up to such a great start in this series. And they're a team that's in an interesting spot because, Liquid are one of the most well-resourced organizations in North America. That's just sort of, a public secret, right? They have the ability to sort of, really sort of pivot their direction here this year and sort of make a grab for 2 pretty respectable options, albeit maybe often overlooked, like Kivas and Attack. I don't know we're necessarily going to be, bringing massive buyouts with them or like, this fame necessarily already.
Does it count?
But having a system you can build them into and drive results. You've stayed relevant in every competition in NA. You've been a fixture of international events. You are still a team that, can earn respect. And what a way to do it than dispatching the Giants of China in the first game. So that's what you're thinking about. Remember.
And to spend some clean, 2-0 clean. Map number 1 was
I mean, as clean as a game against Weibo Gaming's ever going to be, right?
Yeah. You never got the sense, though, that Team Liquid was in threat of losing that map at any point, though, no, in game number 1. That's the type of performance you want to see here on Neon Junction.
And I don't think I saw any forced errors by Team Liquid as well, which is a great sign. It means that their composure out here on stage is still pretty well intact. At this point, like, Vega has seen many a stage, right?
What's on my
for
stream?
quite a hot minute, and will give you that cool veteran presence on stage when you need it. It's always great to hear from him as well. Like, he's you know, really well spoken, has a great read on the game, and we hopefully are not too far away from jumping on in as Weibo Gaming. Looks like Sunzo is happy enough with this setup here, looking comfortable, looking locked in, and it will be Weibo Gaming fighting for survival in the second map.
And if you know, we do see that bracket and they're down there against T1, you may be fighting for your life here at the Esports World Cup right away.
Far earlier than you would like to, Matt.
Oh.
I mean, to only get to play best of 3s or first of 2s, go home after that, that's tough. But yeah, it's a format that is punishing on purpose. If you want to have 16 teams that all have a shot
Hey, Liquid,
at glory,
you got
here in
this.
Paris,
You got
have to
one
make
game
the
already. One more game and then we're good.
Now, heading
One
onto
more
the
game,
other
guys, and we
a
can go
gorgeous
home.
Map, by the way. We'll hopefully get to see as much of it featured as possible. All eyes.
Oh, do I have a
on
meeting
Weibo
today at
Gaming for the
11?
comp that they want to choose to come
It's
out.
11?
It'll be defense first here for Team Liquid.
Dude.
So we have not seen a lot of
Sigmazuki.
Yeah,
Dude.
Sigmazuki, very strong comp with
That
the
today?
Kiri in the mix. We also see
Yeah,
Cassidy
do I
here.
have that meeting today?
So, you know, Mizuki was played a lot at Champions Clash. Obviously, some adjustments since then. For Weibo, we'll see obviously some time for them to figure out what they would like to play. Farah Freya would be a little odd.
Yeah, I believe the Farah is not the craziest pick, but in this configuration, now you've got my attention, Weibo Gaming. You've got to be on the Farah, shy on the Frey, which he attempted at the start of Nepal, but found himself having to switch to the Reaper rather soon. A lot of poke in his comp, Matt. My goodness, they got the Wu Yang here as well. And Liquid with Standard. Zera's already been taken down. Shy finds purchase, and Vega, the Mizuki, is already down.
Yeah, it's a good start here for Weibo as they just kind of bully over Team Liquid, so cannot ask for a better start. So you end up, you know, getting rid of Vega there early on. Is not a lot of not any speed, right? You're just relying on the Sim TP now.
Come on.
Ditching that, Shri will play Freya as well. Kind of match that damage there up Shy as Freya with some adjustments to like the rate of fire. I know, not with the bolt, but just the regular crossbow becomes very dangerous now.
I do wonder, like, what the reliable source of pressure on Leave is supposed to be. Actually, I won't need to wait for that answer because he's moved over towards the Shion pretty much straight away. For some of these more claustrophobic parts of the map, there will be plenty of flank angles to utilize. Leave looking for ways to wrap around, go after Vega and Kivas. Just got to respect the binding chain. Here's Liv, yeah, just play a little off angle. Good damage on attack here. This will take a while to ameliorate. But Vega has good healing output in close proximity. Sunzo here, bound up for a time, but happy to cycle cooldowns to mitigate this damage.
There's also a lot of poke damage here from Lee Sumin as well on the Wu Yang. Not answerable here for Team Liquid. So obviously Vega's going to be able to provide a ton of survivability with the Mizuki. Just doesn't have the damage output of a Wu Yang, but it's going to be Tree taking an off angle there. Does find that key support for Weibo. So that might stop them in their tracks. As I say that, that's going to be a bola shot that gets thrown out.
Yeah, committed though into a Suzu response from Kibis though, so Team Liquid are largely unperturbed by that Freya ultimate.
And
Tree's about to build one of his own.
And then the rush, I mean, they just trade rushes, right? But
I mean,
down a player for Weibo.
Favors the defender, I feel.
Yeah.
Kekai Sanctuary at the ready for Vega. It's going to be pretty difficult for Shy to actually do meaningful damage in a fight like that. These comps obviously love the ability to intercept projectiles if you're a poke comp. Here's the Sanctuary now. Attack still trying to get good purchase on Sunzo here. Is there enough damage to make this lethal? Yes, looks like that was the case. Suzu thrown at him, but it wasn't quite enough. Here in Liquid have now stabilized.
I think the Suzu was early again. I think that actually gravitic flux damage kind of came down.
You can't be doing that.
So here's a huge opportunity though for Weibo, right? You can get aggressive with the leave into the backline with a Tidal Blast. You have your own gravitic flux. Zero though here on a flank, just looking for maybe an assassination. Can he find somebody here?
Oh, 1
Pulse
PM.
bomb, or just
My
regular
meeting's at 1
damage
PM.
recall used really
Woo!
early.
Yeah, you've got to respect
Yeah,
the
meeting at 1
Kiriko
PM,
to follow
yo.
up pretty instantly.
Yeah, kinda
He's the Flux onto
make
attack
some
and Kivas
food.
respectively. Suzu is well apportioned there. That's well timed.
Amari, I'm in
Dino
it.
Blast on Shy, if I'm not mistaken, able to get to grips with Tree quickly enough, and now Weber Gaming find the opening in this fight. They get off to such a good start early, Matt, that there's a lot of buffer in time for them to hit this next checkpoint.
And a lot of buffer
Oh,
in time
God.
potentially for the end of the map. We'll see if Team Liquid has an opportunity to get out here, contest, get a touch. Anyone would be to do it. It's Zera as he's working around that outside. Trees lurking as well. Not looking like at the moment.
It's gonna be tough, man.
Yeah,
just
they're not. Yeah, they don't. I think the recall was used by Zera there early, and then he wasn't able to get back and get a touch.
all the flank angles are covered by Weber there.
Yeah.
So you can't even really touch. You can try. I guess you're probably going to get eliminated straight away. So Liquid concede a second checkpoint and a time bank extension to Weber Gaming, who've been able to build a big bank of ultimates too.
And no Ouyang now. It's going to go over and be a Kiri Mizuki head-to-head, right? We're going to get essentially mirror comps outside of the Xi'an v Tracer here. A lot of car progress for Weibo as well.
Liquid want to play the corner here, which is fine, but they can't contest the car meaningfully. Binding Chain catches on Tree, taken down first. It's going to be a Katuna rush here from Maka. Shy, his bowler is eaten up by attack, but the rest of the follow-up damage here for Weibo Gaming should be just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, this is really nice from Weibo. Sunzo comes in, picks up the Sig. Still looking strong. Tree seeing if he can find maybe a headshot here. He's going to go over to the Cassidy. You'll still have a lot of time here for
so
TL.
Okay. Out of the spawn come Liquid. It's not a comfortable spot to be in on this map. Leave doesn't need to use the evade. He's clear of that pulse bomb anyway. Zero just trying to see if he can get a reaction out of him, but this guy is implacable. He's going to be looking for more on his right side now with Tree out of the game. Picked up by Sunzo. Kekai Sanctuary's got to be abused here by attack. He needs to get inside that healing radius. Oh dear, he does spot the spree coming through though, and how are you going to slow Leave down? It's Vega that actually finds an elimination, but it's more than enough there for Weibo Gaming to secure victory in that fight.
Wow. 2 minutes and 49 in the time bank for Weibo. A fantastic run here.
This is game 1. That's kind of crazy.
A must-win scenario
Oh,
for them.
man.
Just no real answers, honestly. Like, this first checkpoint opened up so fast for them.
Oh my god.
They just snowballed right after that.
God.
Yeah, like a really dominant fight. I think they picked
It's
off
crazy
a
because Team Liquid picked this map too.
And look, the Liquid composition was
Very
very
good
reasonable,
competition,
right?
bro.
Sigma Mizuki with the Kiriko.
Very good competition.
Nothing too crazy there, but it seems like they were pretty uncomfortable for most of this map. It's like a map they don't often go
Mega
to
Mind.
here. Curious about how their pool looks, but yeah, these final moments though definitely dominated by Sunzo and Co, shoving their way through. Leave with only 1 death, 6k damage to his name.
I mean, that's a huge bounce back from Weibo. I mean, obviously as good as Liquid looked in map number 1, they looked brutal there in our first half on Neon Junction. So what is their answer on offense? Potentially back to the Zarya.
I think that's fine. Obviously, on the defense side, your opponents can sort of draw your bubbles out and then look to try and strike here. If you've used both your bubbles and haven't found success, you've probably lost the fight anyway.
And honestly, if Team Liquid wanted to play aggressive, the answer here with the Sig on the other side is probably the Ramatra, but it's taken out.
Exactly. And Sunzo, obviously, Kinetic Grass doesn't do anything to mitigate Zarya's damage, so it could be really uncomfortable when Zarya closes on you, and you don't have a window for accretion if she has, like, good bubble timing, because accretion is so telegraphed. So it's a matchup that normally Zarya players feel pretty good in, but you've still got ways to gain equity as the Sig.
See attack making through the choke. Everybody else here for TL take around the outside. They've kind of taken purchase over on that statue, has attack. Dangerously low, that's going to be 1 bubble gone.
You can tell how many bubbles attack has by where he's standing. Nicely done by Marker. Okay, good pick off to begin this. Almost a bit of redemption from some of those early deaths suffered early on, but Sunzo eventually falls down. I really do think you have a window here. If you let the Zarya spend too much time going at your shield, you're eventually going to get eaten up.
I've never seen this hero before.
And if you can keep this Zarya alive, you can start to snowball. Lee Min does connect with a binding chain there, just taken out instantly. So honestly, outside of that 1 kill from Maka, it is all Team Liquid there. on our first point. I love this. Take a more aggressive position here from attack. Deny these positions. You're going to have them go over and play the Weon yet again. I think this is just more poke damage. Like more damage down onto attack at range. Force those bubbles out, which prevents you from using them aggressively to take space.
Now, ideally, those bubbles should never have to be used, but with
What
a
the hell?
comp, you can't just like erase damage with burst healing instantly. So put heal pressure down on this lower throughput backline. Make it harder for attack to stand out in the open. Nice bubble there here for Zera. Can he convert that though? Oh, nice catch by Tree. Shy gets cut down. Sunzo's not going to have anywhere to go here. Very uncomfortable as Sigma in this spot, and that's the accretion. So now you don't have an option to slow attack down. You can also wait this kinetic grasp out and think about the grab, but it's not necessary.
No, I mean, you end up using, I know, Kivus's Kitsune rush there, so... but honestly, you're kind
I think
of
this
okay
is
with that.
crazy.
Typically, you
I
would
need
obviously wanna,
TL
like,
to just
match
keep
rushes,
pushing this.
But without a huge
But
jump,
this
without
is
a
going to
huge
be
support on
hard.
the other side, if
Their
Mafia
team comp is so crazy as well, man. They got Shion over there. They got Sigma.
That's why Kiriluso is so powerful, right?
I hope attack can do something. I've never seen anything like this. And I don't know who this hero is. Who is this hero? Chat, you gotta inform me on who this hero is.
Zera does get caught out. Grab has to work. There needs to be follow-up here, but Sunzo's able to drag himself away from scrutiny. Zera's picked
It's been a
up.
while. Freya? Freya?
Shy finding one of the
Freya?
backside. Curtains here for Liquid.
I don't know how much damage did Freya do. Well, Freya's getting dominated right now. Yeah, this Sigma's... Dude. This Sigma is so hard to beat.
Healing comp. Yeah, and the DPS
Damn, dude.
Liquid can't really contribute to that fight.
Yeah,
So
that's what
now
I'm thinking.
here
Oh, they
over
switched
to
it. They switched it.
I
They
think
switched to
they're trying to
Diva.
take advantage of, like, how static
Yeah, I don't think
the
Zendaya
Weon
was
is.
gonna work because you're playing offensive, but it's not the offensive type of lane that you think it is. Right? For capturing a port, it's fine, but it's not capturing a port, it's pushing. So if you're pushing, you want to play a character that can push, or here that can push. Did I motorcycle even hit? That's crazy. No, I don't think that motorcycle hit. I think Leaf whiffed that, definitely.
Tree here would love a nice boulder shot, but needs to wait out this kinetic grasp cooldown. And Sunzo was being very
Yeah, I've never seen Freya play played like this. No way. You can zoom.
Good shield, man.
What was that ult? That ult was the shield?
So many things that can block that projectile. And that's a Freya ultimate that goes for absolutely nothing. Oh, nice blast here on towards Leave. He dives on in. No spree required. The knockdown.
No. No, Zora's gonna survive.
Finds Marker.
Nice.
Nice recovery here for Zera.
Zera's really good at DPS. They need to put Zera like on a higher payroll, honestly.
Potentially, maybe they kind of focus him down, finish him off, but they don't do so. I like this adjustment here with the Mizuki coming in. Mizuki obviously unreal against Diva.
Yeah, real pain. Nothing worse than just being bound over and over again. Now though, Team Liquid go into a bit of a trough in terms of some of those game-changing ultimates, but it's a sound barrier that they'll be leaning on. They're going to want to try and eat up or block this boulder shot by some mechanism or another. Shy has these straightaways to play in, which means it might be easier to cover that damage and that ultimate with the defense matrix.
Yeah, Lee Sumin gets quite low. That's going to be like an offensive.
Oh my
What happened?
That is nuts! The value is out of this world!
Oh! What a Diva ult! What, 5 kill! 5 kill Diva? Wait, hold up. What was it? What did it? What was it? Diva ult, Diva throw? Yo!
You can't really predict where it's gonna end. That's the problem, man.
Good job, attack.
We're not really sure where to fall back to.
Anaya beat Bola shot here. Oh, you don't do it. They keep attacking
gonna be 3.
mech. That's brutal.
Yeah, that's rough here. Vega though gets the beat down. It comes a little bit too late, and the crackback from Weibo Gaming is decisive.
I mean, look, they end up using Rush, but not a great beat, you know.
Don't love it.
No, not going to be in the Team Liquid highlight reel at the end of this one. But, now look, obviously you're going to make some changes in terms of the tank now. Going to have attack go back over to Zarya. Now, not going to have as much time, let's say, as Weibo, but you have an opportunity to give yourself a fighting chance in this map if you're TL.
Gravitic Flux for Sunzo. Kivus's Suzu timings, though, have been basically bang on.
He's got 100 energy already. So.
Yeah. So much poke, the hyperspheres, the Freya, it's all charging you up. So attack is functioning basically for the rest of the round as a third DPS.
Sunzo makes the high ground, it looks like, as well. So very difficult to kind of play into that poke.
Okay, Rush is going to be thrown out. Givers has to be careful. He is able to evade lethal damage. Oh, the Tidal Blast is pretty darn good. Attack with 2 forms of hard CC is blown up by the Sig.
Yeah, that is a gravitic flux. You had no
Oh!
Suzu there to be able to kind of
Dang,
keep
that motorcycle
attack
was
alive.
fast.
No Zarya bubble to heal, and it'll keep him up as well. So
I like how
Another
the
fight win
2
here for
Japanese
Weibo
players,
Gaming, trying
I'm
to
pretty
close
sure
this
they are
gap
Japanese
out.
players. Here, let me see. Yeah, let me see. Let me see before I start talking.
Both of our Shions.
No, Korean, sorry. Korean. See, this is why I stopped
Really do too
myself.
much more than like pressure the 6 shield, hope for a bit of a catch. Here comes Leave though. He's gonna
Nah, the one Korean one. Okay, I just like how 2 of the Asian players have like the most simplest name. One's like Attack and the other one's like Leave. That's funny. That's funny Attack. Come on, Liquid. Liquid, you guys have like a minute left.
yeah, and the Sanctuary really nasty to play into there.
You can
Shree's
do
coming
it.
Up on the Freya. Gonna go over
You can
to
do
the
it, Liquid.
Sojourn. Sound barrier available here for Vega.
Thankfully, people play this for hours.
To
This is crazy.
potentially use that ultimate, get it over the line. You gotta have some time remaining. Sound barrier plus grab might be enough to get it done.
Attack up on the corner. Needs to build that charge up as quickly as possible, but that, as we've discussed,
Final push.
it's not going to be too much of a hurdle against
Final
this
push.
Weibo
They
gaming
need to kill 2. At least if they kill 2, then they have a good push.
Projectiles flying through in this
Okay, we're doing there now.
Sound
We have
barrier.
your ult.
Can he make
Ult.
use of this now?
Ult.
Hindrance here for attack, but still ready to fight, still charged up, still has
Ult
that
attack.
to work with. There's a lot going
Attack
for him,
ult.
but he needs to
There we
deploy
go.
his
There we
ult
go. He
quickly.
does it ult.
The spirit of Nene, I feel, flows
Nothing's
through
following
me
up
after
though.
that one.
Nothing's following up though. And here comes the
No
Sigma.
chance to turn it into a kill. It's
Man,
desperation for Team
dude, he
Liquid,
should have just stayed
unfortunately.
back on.
The shots just do
He
not
just
hit the
stayed
mark.
back on Diva. No, that's it. That was the worst one.
That was deep. It was
Yeah.
thrown in that back corner.
Weibo Win
Just,
Gaming wins this one. Okay, so we're going to Game 3.
Yeah, it looks like there was maybe one player back there. I think it
Oh
was
my
Maka,
gosh.
but
We're going to Game
nice
3.
shield from Sunzo.
Yes, that guy right there, that Japanese
They ended
guy,
up
I
getting
feel
the,
you, man.
The Mbappe special there.
I
the
feel you,
nothing
man. I feel
at the
you.
grab. Mbappe.
Dog.
Yeah, you haven't seen that meme? Man, you're not even online anymore. That's sad. It's Weibo. They take map number 2. I mean, huge bounce back after your map
Dude,
number
it was
1
almost
performance.
there too. That's the thing.
No,
It
they
was
really
literally
kind of
right there.
look. I mean, Team Liquid got closer towards the end, but that was great from
Team
Weibo.
Liquid had it right there. But why did they change back from the Zaya? They should have kept on the Diva. That Diva play was really good. Right? Attack, you were doing so good. I know you like Zendaya's attack, but like this thing.
When you get those self-destruct placements that
Okay, I don't know what the
you
thought
can't
is.
really tell if it's on one side or other of the doorway that it's going
No,
to.
this is cool. That was
going to
cool.
explode.
By
It
Leave.
becomes really hard to.
Leave had a good
It's
play,
just really rare
honestly.
To see the self-destruct kind of speculatively used in that way.
Yeah.
It wasn't like you needed the. I don't know if you needed the remake necessarily, but hey, when it pays off big.
We're almost about to hit
there-
8
I mean, we'll
hours.
see what
Chat.
map it is, right? But,
How's
like-
everyone? Everyone should stand up. Do a stretch.
We'll just ride it out with
We're
some
gonna wait.
pause.
Is it gonna be another
well,
pause?
I suspect.
We're waiting for another
Might be a
technical
hero pool
pause.
that is a little bit more broad.
Bruh.
Might lend itself to give you a couple of options, even if your first
Levity.
idea on whatever this next map is.
Wait, who's playing
is
for
in
Levity though?
You might feel like you could fall back on another Sunzo tank pick. I do think though, if you have a curveball or you want to play something that's up tempo,
If I was Liquid, I would pick like New Junk City and bait them into playing Maka again, and I would just play like what you played in map number 1.
Yeah,
like pick a rush map and be like, oh yeah, we're gonna let Maka through. Okay.
I don't think that style that Liquid encountered there in Neon Junction should have been too surprising. I don't think the composition was particularly novel. Perhaps the involvement of Sunzo there for them. I mean, the reality is, if you want to watch this team play, you have to dig pretty deep for the VODs. It's hard to get the tape on these guys. It's on Weibo. You have to find your way to that site. You have to find your way to the VODs. It's
the support play I thought was much better from Weibo in that map. I thought we saw like a lot of nice things, being able to go over the Wuyong, being able to play the Mizuki, right? Like some flexibility there. Looked much better than kind of trying to force the Lucio into the mix.
Couple of questionable Suzus still though.
Yes.
A couple of those were a little, you know.
Sunzo's packing up. So we're getting a Gushui game 3 here, which would lead you to believe it's a rush map, right? You're probably going to see, I mean, is it, look, it could be New Junk City. It could be, I mean, it could be Esperance. We haven't seen it push today in the games that we've done.
Is there any world where Gushui can, like, unironically play a dive comp.
You play ball? If it's like, let's say they play Atlas, I mean, I think Team Liquid, though, would know.
Can you,
or at least have an idea.
Can you run it up on Esperanza? That seems like it might be more of a hazard option, because like Diva's always been the best pick there. Ramatra's a fine go-to, but
yeah, I think if Gushui's coming back, it's to play like Ram Mog.
This is a I want to take a timeout too, guys. Honestly,
you know,
Liquid's like right there.
From what we've seen with teams playing Hazard, are you that impressed with Hazard that like you think they have a game 3 strategy pegged for that? I mean, at least from what we've seen so far, I would say no. So it is Gushui coming back as all the TL parents in the house obviously showing love to their kids on the stage, and they have really pressure cooked situation here with a lot on the line in this map.
Yeah, I'm trying to reach for my feeling here after that last map. I think the problem is Neon Junction was not close. Maybe in a similar way to the first map being pretty one-sided. So this certainly leaves me with more questions than answers. Fortunately, we have a map 3 to sort of get said answers. Gushui coming in, the question is, what is he going to play? Is there a avenue that involves like banning out some of his stronger picks?
The Rag Attack, the Rag Attack crew, the co-stream crew.
That's it.
I was watching Rag. He's been obviously streaming here. Got here a little early streaming. No, I'm just having a great time in Paris.
Yeah, quite up from outside the
I just felt intentional.
All smiles as always. Still very fortunate to have him a part of our beloved community. So, is it back to Xion in like a sort of brawl
It
style
looks
comp?
like on the monitor, that looks like Root? Is it? It's either Root or New Junk City, it looks like. I don't know. I mean, can't be. My eyes are pretty decent.
Could be over to Escort. Your eyes are pretty decent?
That's to say you're not a big streamer.
I did. So we'll see. I mean,
I was gonna put that, not to say
if
it.
it was Shambali, you probably would leave Sunzo in to play, like, you know, have a SIG option, right? You would think that you would.
But I always feel like,
or unless you want to
Ramatra is
go
a very reasonable analog to fall back on.
Yeah, unless you want to go like Ram.
Atlas. Okay.
Ooh, I wonder if they ban ball. I mean, so this could be ball. If ball is not banned, okay, so Team Liquid banned Malga.
Okay.
And then Tracer
Malga
banned on
got
the other side, which is
banned.
interesting. We've been seeing them play.
And they banned Tracer? Man, I'm not gonna get another Tracer play. That was a really good Tracer bomb. I think after the first time that they got hit, they got like traumatized.
This does. I expect Gushui to play what, ball or Ram? This is a really good ball map. I'm almost surprised that they're
not banning it.
Yeah, and then like I would not have been, after what we saw in map number 1, I would not have been that scared to play your Zarya comp into the Maga look.
This Team Liquid team, though, would have had to develop protocols for and against Wrecking Ball on this map, because obviously Infected was someone who played a lot of ball as well. So I imagine that, you know, even earlier on in the year, they probably had an idea of how, you know, Atlas should go, whether they were going to be a team that played the Wrecking Ball there or not. The elimination of Malga, though, makes me wonder, like, why don't you want to risk like a mirror situation? I guess, like, do you not feel like you can just run Zarya into it here? That seemed like it was valid enough. The fact that Zarya can cleanse, well, she can mitigate the stop is pretty big for herself and whoever.
Sorry, I'm getting a little bit anxious right now. I want Team Liquid to win. I want Team Liquid to get in a higher bracket. If you get in a higher bracket, you get another chance, basically. It's a double eliminate. But if you get knocked into the lower brackets for playoffs, you lose. You definitely have a chance to lose. You don't ever get a chance to come back. It's like your last time of elimination too. So, if y'all didn't know how that formatting for the EWC works, now you do.
I would say as well, Camp Bastion does make it through, right?
Here, I'll show you guys the brackets right now.
Also, yeah,
we've seen it banned throughout the whole series. We haven't seen it yet.
Or Tree can play
This
casting.
is very intense, Wallace.
Yeah.
We saw that look devastating earlier today on this map. Obviously, still very powerful combination with the Dead Eye.
These are the teams that are playing.
Okay. Is this
so
a
you have
portent, a sign of
9 Globant, Team Falcons, Crazy Raccoons, Varel, Space Station, Team Liquid, Dallas Field, Virtus Pro, Geekly, Esports, Twisted Mind, Weebo Gaming, JD Gaming, AGRAL, Team Secret, CL, T1, and then Data Division. So, with that all being said, our entire bracket
in this series
looks like This?
It's been gone in every map pretty much,
Or we're
right?
getting
Like
through
whether it be
groups.
the Bastion
So what
or
happens
Cat.
in
So
the
this
group
is the one
stage? You get
where,
placed either
you know,
higher
obviously
seed or
Margot
lower
was
seed.
banned earlier,
After
I
you get
believe,
placed in the
you know,
lower
by
bracket, as
Weibo,
soon
and
as
then,
we start playoffs,
no, actually, it was the.
that's
yeah,
when you
yeah,
have
it
to
was
keep
a
playing.
ban
You have
from,
to try to win,
earlier.
and
That was the
if
Morgan,
you
and
win,
now,
you
obviously,
can
it comes out
advance to it.
on the opposite
Or
side.
actually,
So-
no. It's basically you have to win your entire group stage from your brackets, and then go into playoffs. You get advanced spot, so you get a spot for playoffs.
Were able to still decide
Today we have about 8
and
games.
obviously
We've
the
already
choice of
seen a
hero
couple of
bands.
games already.
Once
Crazy
the
Raccoons
substitute
were already played. They went
Bushway
2-0.
was getting
PlayStation went
reset back
2-1.
up, but,
Giggly
you know,
Esports went
same
2-0.
reason
I was sleeping on this team, this Middle East team. And Data Division also got 2-0 for theirs. Or they won 2-0 for theirs. Twisted Mind just recently won 2-1. It was a really hard match to see. Honestly, I think a lot of people wanted to have a 2-1 win, but again, you know, Twisted Minds. There's some drama in there that I just don't really remember, but we can discuss about that later on. And then as you see Team Liquid and Weibo Gaming, I am a big fan of Team Liquid. I want to see some cool TL happening. Now, when it comes to Team Falcons and Dallas Fuel, we'll try to see how that game goes. Because Dallas Fuel, dang, this is the team that's OG. This is the most OG team from OG teams you can ever get. Let's go on the Wikipedia.
And then just ride around on it.
The last time Dallas Fuel played in a tournament,
It's always the answer.
it was created in 2022. Oh, sorry, 2017. 2017. But they won a championship for Overwatch in 2022. The last time they played in a tournament was
now you're cooking, honestly. But you don't make it
yeah,
more durable, 'cause you've gotta still
2022.
introduce an
This
opportunity.
is their first time here, so
Alright,
this
folks.
is kind of crazy.
The moment you've been waiting for, the decided map
Very
between Team
crazy.
Liquid and Weibo Gaming. Do? Question?
All right, let's go.
Yes. God, I've even seen Ice Gnome try and play Doom on this map.
All right.
Feels like a year ago now.
Let's go,
Vendetta
guys.
is real if there's going to be the Sim on the other side. This would be our second Domina sighting.
Okay, what is this?
Intense
Sim here
matches.
for Liquid.
Intense.
Okay, feels a little bit more conventional with the exception of
Nah, there's got to be some
Domina.
changes. Yeah, let's see.
Are we doing this?
Yeah, Domina.
Wow. Okay, so, you know, many of the same things that Sigma does to protect Bastion, Domina can do as well. She's obviously susceptible to high rate of fire heroes who can knock out those shield sections, and she doesn't have as much stopping power as Accretion would offer.
Her shield is massive, and then obviously she can like kind of, you know, remove Ramatra in scenarios like that away. The crystal charge there, detonating next to a few players.
Yo, let's go, Team Liquid. Come on, Team Liquid.
She hits hard. She is going to vomit damage.
Although
Okay.
it's just not a map with like
Hey.
the straightaways you kind of expect Domina to succeed in. Vega ends up
Farah.
getting a little bit too close to the vortex
Crazy.
by the looks of things here. At least
No jetpack cat.
Even managed to hit him with a binding chain. Nice knock off, but
No jetpack cat.
fadeaway railgun shot claims the Domina.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
gonna be.
What type of ban was that for a May? A May ban by Weibo? That's kind of crazy.
They're able to kind of see
I don't
this
know. I haven't seen him play May at
early
all.
on and identifying how to kind of attack it. Lee Sumin getting really aggressive. You
Okay.
mentioned, you know, kind of hits.
Oh, we got Bastion up here.
It's right up in his face when he's got turret mode going. It's attack, getting
Shots.
closer to that Panopticon, and then obviously Tree having the artillery.
Guy's named Shy.
Closer to the
Panopticon.
Oh, so the Panopticon. Nice.
Who is this?
Now, of course, Domina's ultimate pretty potent if everyone's going to be
What
stacked
hero
up
is
like
this?
that.
I haven't
The
seen this
self-shot
hero
a little bit
before.
annoying, pretty good at chewing
This is a
through
tank,
those shields
right?
as well. Attack is low and no, there's nothing to protect him.
Domina?
Play from Marker. Able to get around the
I've
back.
never
So
seen
this is why they're on the
Domina.
kill feed so often is that they are like super aggressive.
That's also kind of like the
I'm not that behind in my Overwatch knowledge on heroes, but I have been a little bit behind on other things.
Outside of
speaking
Maga,
of,
Ramatra's
since it
really
is
good at
Overwatch
getting
week,
past shields.
we will remove
That's where she
Tengu.
seems to struggle in like those really
and
close
put
quarter
in
battles. If you can kind of keep that distance, which I think is why you're trying to play
Overwatch
Lucio and the Sim, right?
Anthology.
Kind of kite constantly and being able to kind of just win like a battle of attrition.
Okay, honestly, I'm
and
gonna
that's
get
where
in
she
there.
can win. But
Attack is maybe not giving Zero enough time to get charged up here. It's unclear.
We'll have to get
Zero
in our
managed to
Overwatch
pull
things
pretty
later
quickly
on.
now if he wants
Later
to
on,
mitigate
though.
the overclock damage.
Oh my gosh.
Shy with a roar off angle. He's able to find probably one of the most
Dominica.
important
I don't know
eliminations.
what the
Keep us
Dominica
taken down
does.
just after they set that Kitsune rush
She
in
OP,
motion.
right?
Crystal charge thrown across the map towards the corner, but it doesn't
We're on
fit.
99 right now. Weibo cannot take this. Team Liquid has to get on this or do something. It's just one. Just stay in the lane. Stay in the lane. Stay in the lane. Stay in the lane. Stay in the thing. Stay in the thing. Good. Stay in the thing. Reset. Good. Stay?
It's just, I don't know.
No. No.
Here on the Rams.
No.
Even with some heroic moments from Zera, not enough there in our
Next
first
back
flash
point's up,
point.
though.
Liquid
Next back
still
point's up.
indexing into this dominant composition. As we had that first flashpoint concluded, Tree's going to be switching over towards the Bastion. Still no signing of Jetpack Cat for Team Liquid, though. Stuck on that Lucio Kiri.
I think you need the speed for the Domina. Seems like we do have a little bit of a pause here.
Pause! Pause counter goes up by one.
And he's hit Gouche with a chair. He's on the flank.
I need to have
Chris Bucket's in the comms. No, it's looks like maybe an issue on the Weibo side.
I'll
But
grab a
looks like,
soundboard.
we're all good. Potentially, that looked like it was a sign that we're all good. So maybe we'll get back in the game rather quickly.
Donksy just clapped the back of Gouche's head. I was like, just play, bro. Just get the game done. We got this. They're playing dominant, bro. What are you afraid of? What's the problem?
He's like, let's get this over with.
I mean, after a slow start here, Weibo Gaming.
Pause counter +1.
More like them. At least what I would
+1
expect.
pause.
I would be
Another
I'd
pause.
be remiss if I said I expected to see them struggle against the number 3 seed from North America. They could have had their moments where they've looked quite good, but this team is very much still settling after some big mid-year changes.
I think if you see changes from Liquid, like really big changes comp-wise, I think it's after this fight, right? You're going to use this Domino ultimate, then maybe switch off.
Tack doesn't have any perks yet. Oh, that's a nice panopticon though. Good connection. And yeah, Shy knew that the Angel of Death was coming for him. Beasley with the spree, caught out though. Attack is just able to fold back and continue to poke. That's nice looks, and they've done well to keep the Domina standing.
I mean, that was an excellent use of the knockback of Domina, right? The spree comes in, dash, knock back, hits a wall, gets stunned for a little bit, just deal with it rather quickly. So
maybe that's the value proposition here for Domina more than anything else, is that parts of the map like this seems pretty easy to get those wall stuns.
And maybe I also think now it's like it might work a little bit better with the Cassidy because like the damage profile is like more consistent damage instead of like those bursty scenarios.
You also have like another threat on the Jetpack Cat. Lizumin doesn't want to be shot by the Domina either. That would be a big problem. Chai's going to fall back here. We saw a continued rush from Kivis though. Disengaged from by China's number 1 seed. Oh, there it is. Yeah, the Cassidy difference hits pretty hard. Tree getting that very satisfying shot sound.
Like the Bastion with what they were running on that first point, right? When you're in turret mode, obviously the damage is scary, but outside of that, there's not enough damage to deter. This is sick shooting there from Sweet. It's not enough damage that you would pump out just in Bastion, just again walking around. That you would deter players from moving on up, right? Where the Cassidy consistently pump out headshot knocks over and over again.
Okay, this is great for Team Liquid, looking a lot more comfortable in this shell. At least Sumin Wood is hoping for a touch. He is going to get enough to get overtime, but that's about it. Leave, not a good matchup for him. And my goodness, Tree, it's disgusting! One after another. Weibo Gaming 4. I think Tree just had 10 kills in a row. No worries, we're even on flashpoints.
Yeah, I mean, that was the OC use as well there. So Shy's now going to go over and play Bastion. We take a look here at some of the plays from Tree. Nice connections here. The last one on Amaka, headshot.
I mean, get out. That's,
I actually kind of like this even more for Team Liquid. Like, I think the Cat Bastion, like the Cassidy is really good against this.
Yeah.
Can you keep the Domina alive? I think that would be like kind of something to look at.
Oh, the
that's,
right click.
that's the rush.
Yeah, right click was so big there though, getting that ticking damage over time. Chai's going to have to get pulled out of there. The Sim Wall is the antithesis to this Bastion strategy. It should be Liquid starting in control of the point.
No way.
Unbeknownst to him, maybe getting quite close to the sun now.
The other team and Team 1 have a partnership now. That's crazy. Sorry, I just got sucked in.
It's also interesting, right? You end up having
I got sucked in faster than Zadaro.
Dario. Fire range.
Yeah.
There are going to be times where the Cat Bastion is in that range, and you can just kind of like
dude, it's very long. She's also taken the perk that lets her stun people into her shield. So now, for Gooseway to run at her could be a very, very dangerous proposition.
This Domina pick could be quite interesting now. We've seen it twice throughout this tournament. It's Tack making it work here on Atlas.
I'm enjoying it thoroughly.
Didn't really look good on the first point, but I think since they've gone over the Cassidy, it's been night and day.
Yeah. I mean, if you want a good poke comp, no tank offers you that consistent long-range damage profile like Domina does.
pretty insane stuff. Where Sigma maybe benefits from the hyperspheres bouncing and having a reload and stuff like that. Domino, though, if you are accurate, you are getting value. Here's Katsuna Rush coming in now behind the Deadeye. It's attack getting picked off by Attack Grenade. Oh, the TP. Very nice. Uncomfortable for Gushue, but he will be kept alive. As Tree has to make use of that ultimate. Good off angle though, Leave under some degree of pressure, hit with the ticking right-click damage. Zero looks very imperious up there on the perch. Here comes the spree, and Leave.
They TP out.
To play with him.
Yeah, they TP out. Now you've lost Maka. That's your large source of healing. This is brutal.
Now they're back, baby. That is disgusting. Tree with the right click starts things off nicely, and this sim play has been pretty darn good. Zera getting Liquid where they need to be for a second flashpoint.
One flashpoint away from Team Liquid being able to take the series over.
Just one more. Just one more. That's all it is.
Upset. I think a lot
That's all we need. It's just one more, honestly.
50-50, but for me, Team Liquid showing up in a big way. Attack now going over to the D.Va. No more Bastion and Cat available here. I know Weibo going to move away from it. They'll play that Mizuki. And they lose Leave already? Oh, they might lose Maka here too.
Yeah, nowhere to go. Maka nowhere to go. Lee Simin also using his TP very aggressively. Keep an eye on that. It's something that can be punished. Attack though here with the binding chain, and Gushue is pretty darn good at punishing that. So they do get the D.Va. Team Liquid not capping quite yet, and might not be in a position to do so either. Good start to the fight, but it all kind of falls apart.
All right, so Dom, no, it's going to be Vendetta actually for Weibo. We've seen this against sim teams, right? No, TM obviously dealt with it in their series. We'll see now what Team Liquid decides to do against this Vendetta. Very good. We did not see actually Twisted Minds go over and play Cassidy, right?
Correct. And the hindrance against the Vendetta is pretty important. If you can hit it. Still though, Leave, he starts at 275 HP. And he gets even tankier after the fact. So it's no guarantee that this is going to be enough. Kivis isolated there. Okay, Swift Step's going to get him back to safety, but still the pressure keeps coming. Someone's going to answer Gushue here. Attack can't already fight the Ramatra head on, which is a problem because now you're constantly peeling. Put your back
nice. That was pretty good with Weibo. I'm not going to lie. That was pretty good on Leave. Dang, Leave is pretty good.
The Vendetta obviously really strong.
Dude, Weave is so good.
Into the
D.Va needs to get, yeah. For sometimes it's better to just to die as D.Va than to just wait for the robot.
But it feels like with the Mizuki and the Vendetta on the other side,
I think Team 1's going to 11 them, and then it's going to have to be a final wave, final round, final flashpoint.
It might be too late for this flashpoint, but good willingness from Team Liquid to make changes. They're walking into like an insane.
This is so tense
now. So drawing some of those out of Weibo on this flashpoint rather than the next.
All right, this is
nice,
it.
But instead they concede it and say no. Let's take a
this
clean
is it.
slate into the
final
flashpoint. The decider.
Final flashpoint for everything.
Series. Team Liquid.
This is it.
Come
on, Team Liquid. Come on, Team Liquid. Come on, Team Liquid. Let's go. Let's run it, Team Liquid. I want to get this win. I want to see this win. I want to see this win. Nice Shy.
It's going to be Tree who connects with
Whose
Leave.
ult
The
is that?
Sanctuary comes out, but I guess Leave not inside of it. Maybe a little bit too late.
Oh!
Is Vendetta playing inside her
Cassidy's coming out.
zones? And that Kekai Sanctuary goes for essentially nothing. Remember, now you're going up against a Lucio, so the sound barrier doesn't really have a clear answer for Weibo Gaming. Sound barrier, though, can answer this annihilation pretty easily, and Gushue's going to get burst down.
Oh, Gushue.
This window for
I think Gushue's... Oh, no, too much heal, too much heal, too much good heal, too much good heal. They already have the point. They already have the point, though. But they're losing the point now. They're losing...
Weibo Gaming are back in the fight.
Oh no, Weibo's gonna. Oh no.
It's a really nice way that Maka is able to build up towards another
Crazy.
rush. Doesn't really feel like
What's it
he
gonna
needs
do?
to use it here at the moment. Attack
What's it gonna do?
low.
D.Va's still
Now
up.
he's gonna end up
D.Va's still up.
They go too far. Gushue just takes a little bit too much damage, and Liquid say, okay.
Gushue's done.
We'll simply disengage from this.
And now they have Tree back, and they have an advantage in terms of tank.
They're going to go now, though.
Okay.
Gushue is going to be slowly lumbering back to this fight, and Liquid have to abuse
Come on.
this imbalance.
This is their time. This is their time.
Flashbang, so needs to watch
This
out
is their
here
time.
for the Vendetta. Still
Come
no
on.
flip. Gushue's going to be back in the fight now as this sundering
Gushue's
blade
in
is
now.
used, but Shy is down and Leave.
They're
doesn't really have anywhere to
50%.
find himself for the time
Come
being.
on.
Tree folds away, sees Leave coming. Nice hit
Tree.
connection there, but still going to watch out for the
Damn,
damage.
Tree.
Gushue
Tree's dead.
swings for the fence, and it's a haymaker that puts Tree out of
Come
commission.
on.
Now Kekai Sanctuary with some
Vega needs to
residual
heal.
healing to play
Vega's
inside
dead.
for Weibo. Seems to be more than
No.
enough to keep them alive in
No.
this fight, but Attack comes
No.
in. Annihilation is pretty big.
Come on,
Sarah
attack.
might be
Attack
brought
stay.
down, but no one
Attack
wants to fight
stay.
this Ramatra for the
Attack
time
stay. Attack stay.
Survive though. I mean, you still have
Come on, attack.
as well.
Come on, attack.
You have both supports available.
Attack, you just need to live. No.
If you're gonna die on the point. Attack folds off and drags it out a little bit longer. Weibo Gaming, one more fight, and they are gonna have the dub. It has to be an insane.
This has to be it. This has to be it. Liquid. Liquid, you guys have to jump in. You guys have to jump in. This is it. No. Oh my gosh. No. This is crazy. Weibo Gaming just gets it last minute. No, Asian guy, you're rooting for the wrong team. We want a team like him. No. Crazy. Oh, they're screaming out Weibo. Oh my gosh, you better pan to the Weibo guy. Weibo mascot guy. They have a guy who has a Weibo head. Where is he?
Opportunity. He's the one who needs the touch in that situation. Goes over the top.
Weibo mascot man.
From the Mizuki on Weibo Gaming.
Weibo mascot man, where are you at?
Is what allows them to clutch it out in the end. Great showing, I think.
Crazy.
Moments, but Weibo just holds on in the end.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm pretty happy with what we saw from the Gushue Ramatra there in that last round.
Nice.
Some great composure.
Nice.
I warned you about this, that this would be a volatile.
Congrats. All right, where's the head? Where's the guy with the head? Where's the guy with the mascot? I don't see him. Hey, they're going down. They're going down the lower brackets. Oh no. Okay, this is going to be very irritating if we have Dallas Fuel play against Team Liquid. So we need Team Liquid. We need Dallas Fuel to beat Team Falcon. Team Falcon for last year's championship winners.
These players are to escape here with a win. You don't want to be the only #1 seed from a region going down. And now, I mean, I am fascinated when we go over the desk.
Oh my gosh.
A potential now that we see TL have to go against T1 potentially in that first round. Obviously, players on both sides know how good T1 is, know that that match is potentially in front of them. And that's why the loss hits so much harder.
Absolutely. We're going to head over to the stage here to catch up with Lou and the GOAT himself, Gushue.
Thank you very much, boys. Indeed, a very big win for Weibo Gaming.
Wow,
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Good show. You guys did amazing.
Yeah, I'll be back.
This is a big win because it's against a very good region as well, a North American team. So I want to know if you feel like the entire Chinese region is back to the top level, or is it just Weibo Gaming that dominates in the region?
顾雪，首先恭喜你们战胜了李贵战队，是一个非常重要的一个胜利吧。然后就想问你第一个问题，那通过你们这场胜利，你个人认为，因为也知道北美战区是一个很强的一个区嘛，那你们这边获胜的时候，可以算是证明中国赛区也算是强盛起来了呢，还是只是 WBG 强了呢？
首先就没觉得会输过他们，主要是因为我们已经3天没碰电脑了，所以第一把比较慢热，状态起来之后，我觉得就根本就没有更输的可能了。
I actually felt that we had no chance of losing against them. And I mean, it's been 3 days since we last played a match, so I think we were a little slow on warming up our hands. But once our hands heated up, it was just steamroll.
Everything did go indeed really well for you guys. Donc ouais, première question, grosse victoire contre une équipe nord-américaine. Est-ce que c'est toute la région qui domine ou est-ce que vous êtes vraiment particulièrement en confiance? En vrai, je voyais pas un monde dans lequel on pouvait perdre le match contre Team Liquid, donc on a eu un peu de mal à se lancer. Ça fait 3 jours qu'on n'a pas practice, mais effectivement une fois que c'était lancé, une fois qu'on était échauffé, c'était tranquille. And I want to know how you feel, to be playing back on stage, because you have some share play time at Weibo with one of your teammates. So I want to know how you handle this and how good does it feel to be back on stage.
那下问题，因为我也了解到你们战队里面有不少替补队员，包括你也是跟另外一个选手就是相互共享这个舞台嘛。那现在你又重登这个舞台，感觉怎么样啊？以及你们队内相当于怎么个去分配这个共享舞台这个时间呢？
我觉得首先重回舞台非常开心。然后呢，现在上场的能使用的替位比较多嘛，然后我们2个替就是各自是去使一些英雄，然后呢就根据地图和根据对面的阵容去上场。
It does feel great to return back to the stage. Regarding the share time, I mean, me and the other player, we both specialize in a tank role, and we specialize in very specific heroes. So depending on the map, depending on which tank fares the best in the map, it decides which player gets the time on stage.
It's very logical and based, of course, on the meta as well of the game. Donc, ouais, la deuxième question, est-ce que ça lui fait du bien d'être de retour sur scène parce qu'évidemment, il partage aussi le temps de jeu sur leur rôle de tank avec son coéquipier. Bah oui, c'est vrai que ça me fait du bien d'être de retour. On partage ce temps-là, mais forcément, ça dépend des héros qui sont joués en fonction des maps, etc. Donc c'est forcément assez logique. And my last question is going to be about your next opponent because you're going to face the winner of Dallas Fuel or Team Falcon. So I don't know. I don't want to ask you who do you think you will face, but who do you want to face and why?
你们下个对手即将是Dallas 和Falcons 战队之间的胜者。应该说，我们这边想要问你，你个人更希望你能对战哪个战队呢？
个人更希望的话，其实我两个战队都挺希望能对战的。但我觉得这场对战应该 Team Falcons 会赢，因为我觉得 Team Falcons 这版本非常非常厉害。
I mean, I really want to face both of those teams, but given a choice between two of them, I think Team Falcons is gonna win now because Team Falcons feels like a much stronger team in this current meta.
Yeah, they have been indeed very dominant. Donc ouais, dernière question, Dallas Fuel ou plutôt Falcons. Je trouve que Falcons ont été plutôt dominants dans cette méta, même si j'aurais bien aimé affronter les deux équipes. Donc on verra en tout cas s'il a raison. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you also for the translation. And we're gonna head back to our next game right after a short break. So make sure to stay with us.
Thank you, Lou and Gushue, and congratulations to Weibo Gaming. You are moving on to the next round in our decider matches tomorrow. Taking a look at how we got there. Zoe, we went the distance, a game 3 and all 5 rounds.
We did. No, it was so very competitive, and quite frankly, looking at map 1, that's not what we expected to see after that. I think the bounce back from Weibo Gaming has been phenomenal on Neon Junction, although I have to say, big takeaway from them is just both teams very good on attack. The defense maybe needs some work. I don't know, maybe we need to revisit those strategies.
Johnny, we saw celebratory belly buttons. The crowd was going wild. Our streamers here are getting jacked up. What was most surprising for you in this matchup?
Well, I think the fact that Weibo Gaming win this one and the reaction you saw from them, that it means so much to them because they were maybe even doubting themselves. But Sunso being such a solid option for this team, because you look at their roster and you think, oh, Gushue, you know, historic player for this team. It very much feels like a new team with Sunso playing the tank for this team, and they slowed things down, playing more of the Sigma, playing around the Mizuki, for example. And Team Liquid, they kind of decided we don't really want to slow things down that much. We want to play more up-tempo with the Lucio, with the Diva on Neo Junction, and then also, you know, we want to play with the Symmetra with some pace over to Atlas. And so I think you saw that Team Liquid respected Weibo Gaming and this very unique Weibo Gaming roster now with Sunso in the mix.
So there is a massive pulse bomb combining there as we saw the 5K from Zura in attack. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, though, you started to run out of highlights in this series. When things were going well, what did you like for the boys in blue?
I mean, honestly, I mean, Tree obviously tried to put on his carry pants. Every time Tree started to switch over to different heroes, like Cassidy, for example, he just starts to actually pop off, right? So he really, really tried his very best to, like, push him over the finishing line. But I think it was Weibo Gaming who was very reactionary. They did some phenomenal counter-swapping as well, especially in that last map, that really kind of made Team Liquid like run out of answers. Like they didn't find the value anymore from their respective picks. Like attacks Diva suddenly couldn't get anything done, and there were so many highlight-worthy moments. I mean, we had a 3K Diva bump there as well, which should not happen in the year of 2026, but that's all right.
No. Johnny, I had some friends from Call of Duty tuning in, and they said, who the hell is the motorcycle chick? Can you explain what's going on here with our DPS?
Yeah, look, the Overwatch roster in the past 6 months, it's been an interesting development here, Pocket. We got flying jetpack cats.
Yep.
And we also got Japanese cyborg robots.
Cyborg robots on motorcycles.
That's what's happening, Pocket. Fan service. That's what the people want.
So, you know, why wouldn't you be able to summon a bike and then throw it for it to explode on your opponents? Pocket, why not? It's a video game.
Amazing shots there from the Cassidy at the end. It is Weibo walking away with the W. What do they earn? Well, a battle against this opponent, either Dallas Fuel or Team Falcons in the next round. If you're Weibo, do you have a better matchup against one of those two teams, Johnny?
Do you have a better matchup? I actually think that both Team Falcons and Dallas Fuel are pretty unique styles. Dallas Fuel, you gotta be aware of those guys. They don't play traditional Lucio back and forth gameplay. They like to pick your opponent's apart. So maybe a playstyle you want to avoid.
Okay, and then for that elimination bracket, Zoe, who do you think might be leaving Group A first?
Now I have to figure out which matchups are in the bottom there because I have the memory of a goldfish.
It's okay. We've been here for 9 hours and we still have 2 more matches to go.
Feels like more. Now, honestly, I think Team Liquid has to be a team you have to be wary of. Like the way they played has been very competitive and they're very eager as well. Lots of young talent, very explosive talent with Zeru and a Tree, of course. So yeah, definitely a team to keep an eye out in the lower bracket.
Of course, Team Liquid will play the loser of Falcons or Dallas Fuel. On the other side, we mentioned T1 might be on that side of the bracket. So Johnny, expectations for teams like Virtus Pro who are trying to power through to the next round.
Look, I think Virtus Pro might even be favorites to advance with 2 straight wins in the upper bracket. Yeah, the way they beat down on Twisted Minds in the A region, that was just fantastic to watch. So I would actually say with Team Liquid, things are looking very tough now because you not only have to beat the winner, or the loser rather, of Dallas Fuel versus Falcons, but then you have to beat the loser of Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro. And so suddenly the tournament life becomes so much more difficult for Team Liquid because they couldn't close out that list.
Zoe, before we get to the content, if you've been watching today, who is the most impactful hero that you should be running in ranked tonight?
Well, I can tell you it's not Domina. Let's stop that right there. I don't know why we're bringing this back. Johnny, do you have answers?
It's Lucio, Puckett. It's always been Lucio.
Always the Lucio. Drop the beat. We'll see you on the other side for more matches. It's day 1 of Overwatch here at EWC.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! He knows nothing but go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
All right, chat. I'm back. I really need to see this game. This game's very important. What? Are we in state? I'm so sorry. This is froze. We are froze. There we go. Fearless.
We're going to be looking at ranking all of our teams that we have participating. So I'm got Moxie.
Ranking of
I'm
the
joined
teams.
here by Landon, Psycho, and Fixer from Virtus Pro. Pro, and
From Virtus
I'm going to be
Pro.
throwing
I
a
think the
bunch of
next
team
match
names
is
at you,
Virtus
and
Pro,
I
is
want you
it?
guys to give me a rank.
Next match
in
might be
Overwatch
Virtus Pro,
terms
y'all.
of where you would place. It can be anything, bronze to champion. So let's start off with our defending title champion teams, Team Falcons.
What do you guys think? like Champ 3, you know? Like, pretty good, but not like, you know.
Yeah, Champ 3?
Yeah,
Champ 3 for Falcons. Okay. Crazy Raccoon.
Champ 1?
Yeah, Champ 1.
Yeah.
Do you think Crazy Raccoon highest of everyone?
Yeah, probably them or us. Yeah, highest level.
Okay. Team Liquid. Let's have a look at some NA. Versus EMEA action.
Champ 4?
Maybe a little lower.
Do you mind to down GM?
Maybe like GM1.
GM1. GM1, okay.
GM1.
I'm down to 7 on GM.
Maybe like high GM1, you know?
Okay.
Almost Champ 5, but they're getting there.
They're getting there. Okay.
What about the Fuel? Higher or lower than Liquid?
Champ 4.
Yeah, Champ 4. Feel like pretty good.
Yeah. Fuel are the best NA team by far, so Champ 4. Okay.
Virtus Pro.
Champ 1.
Champ 1.
Yeah. Champ 1.
99% Champ 1.
Oh, 100%.
Higher or lower than Crazy Raccoon?
Same.
Exact same.
Exact same. Perfectly level.
Yeah.
Space Station Gaming.
Bronze. Down to 1.
Yeah, maybe like bronze 2. We gotta leave room.
Yeah, maybe bronze 2.
Why so low for SSG?
They just haven't figured out their stuff yet, but they're getting there.
I'm thinking Master build.
Masters?
Master
builds, yeah. I'm down to.
That's too generous.
Maybe we can go like silver.
Okay, we can silver 1.
Silver 1.
Silver, yeah.
What about Twisted Minds, the teams that you've toppled to be able to take over EMEA?
Maybe Champ 4, like same as Dallas kind of.
Champ 4?
A little bit.
Let's put them in silver. Same as SSG. I think they're actually similar to SSG.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So what did we put as SSG? Silver 1?
Yeah, silver 1.
Yeah, silver 1.
What about T1?
Champ 2 as well?
Yeah,
like
down.
TM?
M2 or 3?
No, I put them same as TM probably.
TM?
Or maybe a little bit lower.
Maybe like
same as TM.
Right in the middle, you know.
Varel.
What do you think, Fixer?
Tough question. We haven't screamed
Yeah,
at them, but
what would you expect?
I mean, they're looking good now.
I thought they're good. Maybe GM? GM1?
GM1? I can go with GM1.
I'm down to GM1, yeah?
GM1 Champ 5, you know?
But we haven't scrimmed them, so
yeah.
9Z Globant.
Bronze. What's the lowest 5?
You're like bronze 5, 0%,
Bronze
you know?
5.
Just a quick
Going
play.
to like Rust territory or?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe just quick play. It's not even ranked. Unranked team.
WBG, Weibo Gaming.
Haven't scrimmed them either, but
yeah, versus China's team.
They can't be that bad.
Champ 5?
Yeah, I'm down with Champ 5.
Champ 5 for WBG. JD Gaming.
GM1?
I don't know.
Hi guys, I'm back.
They won the
Morning, Lorenzita.
In the China stage.
Yeah. Like
But
in
not
one
in
of
the finals, right?
Not in the finals, but in one of the matches.
And if we put Weibo Champ 5, we should put JD GM1.
Yeah, GM1, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Zeta Division.
Champ 1?
Yeah, Champ 1. Part of the big
They
three.
have firepower.
Yeah, I agree.
Would you put them above or below Crazy
I didn't want to hear
Raccoon
them
and
to
yourself?
rate Dallas.
Below for Zeta, so not on the same level as you and Crazy Raccoon.
Like right there, you know?
I mean, on their day, they can beat anyone, but in general,
Almost close, yeah, in general.
a little bit lower.
Okay, and our last one, GK Esports.
Champ 2 as well?
Yeah, I think Champ 2. DK's really good.
Okay,
Yeah, they
well,
are really
that does
good.
it. Not as spicy,
They're so
I think,
under
for
low
some
key for me,
teams that we were
like
expecting.
OD'd.
Just
Crazy.
as spicy for some teams that we were expecting. Thank you so much for joining me, and best of luck in your matches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Big shout out to everyone who made it down to the STC Arena on a Wednesday. A jam-packed
Why would pods?
want to start with you. Virtus Pro, are they the clear favorites? They rank themselves in the S tier, aka champs.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even close here. I think 9Z are probably the weakest team in the tournament, right? In fairness, in terms of like where we'd expect them to finish. Whereas VP come into this as the #1 seed out of EMEA, which was a hotly contested region this stage. They've really fought and improved over time. Still some questions about how they're going to perform on LAN, but this is quite a lucky little warm-up draw for them as far as their first stage.
Crowd is a manager of Virtus Pro. They have been watching their team and they are cheering them on, not only for success in Overwatch, but in the club championship. For those who don't know, there are millions of dollars on the line for our biggest organizations. And Virtus Pro, well, through 4 weeks, they're the #2 spot. They're already on the podium.
They are, yeah. And honestly, this is the team that can get them up there, right? Because they have been so very dominant, and they have to be one of the top teams in this very tournament. So really for this team, this is not just about our mid-season championship. They really want to bring it home in the club championship as well.
Other squads to look out for, of course, we have T1 on this side of the bracket. You also have Team Falcons who are in your top 10.
So Jonathan Folker. Okay, what I need to let you guys know is this. So Jonathan Folker, which is on 9Z, they are someone that comes from college esports in North America. What's cool is that they have played with people and they have connections here, especially with our school district and stuff like that. So I think that's the most epic part about it. So yeah, just wanted to point that out. Pretty cool. Alright, let's get back to the casters.
Put them into that first place slot in the club championship.
Zoe, back when you and I were streaming, we were always tank players, right? Do you think the tank is going to have a bigger impact, or the supports now?
I mean, a tank has a lot of responsibility right now, obviously, right? So I think for the tanks, they need to be flexible. And I think Ice Gnome from Virtus Pro, he's had such a glow up. That player has improved more than anyone else really in the EMEA region. I think the flexibility that he's adding to it and just the overall level of play we're seeing from Ice Gnome has been phenomenal this stage, literally on another level.
Jake, does he have a best hero?
Oh, it's actually tough to call because honestly, he's a very modern tank player in the sense that he plays everything on a very high level. He keeps the option book open for the team, open for the coach. The other 4 players on the team are longtime veterans at the top level of Overwatch. And for him as a relatively young player, that's a fantastic environment in which to see him really flourish and succeed, right? And what makes them really hard to play against is Eisner legitimately plays the entire hero pool. We've seen him on everything from the Wrecking Ball to the Sigma, looking like one of the best in the world. So preparing for Virtus Pro is going to be a pretty tough ask for a lot of other teams.
And of course, looking at the global picture, let's talk power rankings here, Zoe, because Virtus Pro was able to rank their opponents. They said that Dallas Fuel was the best team from NA, and they were mid. How good is EMEA compared to North America right now in your eyes?
Listen, I might be a little bit biased.
A little bit.
Just a tiny little bit biased.
As an American living in America or as a European living in America?
As a very Swiss person living in America.
Understood.
No, I think EMEA has just been the stronger region overall. Like they've had just back to placements in international tournaments, whereas from NA we've not really seen that much. So it's really on NA to prove that they can hang with the best.
Jake, if you've been watching EWC, you will know that the South Americans are here to play in 25 different titles. They're also going to be competing tonight in Overwatch. What do I need to know about 9Z?
I mean, this is a team that's kind of thrown together to grab the South American qualifier slot. We don't really see top-level competitive teams from South America. Actually, a lot of these players do typically compete in North America, which frankly is at a higher competitive level than the South American region. So, you know, it'd be interesting to see if they can pull anything out here. The nice thing about for this squad is that, hey, there's no pressure on them. No expectations.
Clear's the guy. He's the guy. That guy with the curly hair, that is our college student that's gotten in here. Look, he's the one holding the key. He is the carry. We know he's the carry. We're gonna see how he performs.
That you guys are excited to see on the stage.
I'm excited. I am very excited to see how he performs.
You know, Gatos Guapos, never forget. Clear, obviously, also has been an absolute tier 2 warrior. Played for Nightmare, played for Sakura Esports, for Timeless in the past, and then of course Hydron. We all know and love him from his time in the Overwatch League on 2 different teams, and he's not been slacking since. Right, he's played for M80. He's been playing in collegiate, so he's never really stopped playing. So while they're definitely definitely not the favorite to win this one or any other match in this tournament. They're well-known, well-liked players that we see here on the stage today.
We've got about a minute and 9 seconds before this game kicks off. If we can, let's bring up the Group A bracket one more time and remind you how this is going to work. In group stages, it is first to 2 map wins. If you win that, you are going to the next round. You win your decider match, you are into our bracket for the final 3 days of action. Jake, so far, we've seen Weibo power through, Twisted Minds has made it through, and now we'll find out who will play TM in that next round.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting one to see, to be sure. TM is a fearsome opponent. It's not really the prize you want for victory, but hey, it's better than a swift kick in the pants. It's better than going down and having your tournament life on the line as soon as day 2 of the tournament. So Virtus.pro certainly want to get this win in, and hey, they've already beaten TM in the past before. Maybe they can do it again here at the Esports World
Make
Cup.
it official. We've got 20 seconds. Who wins and how many maps?
Not even close. This is VP 2-0, maybe one of the fastest matches.
So you agreed with the 2-0. So who is my player to watch? Who drops the most eliminations?
Oh, Kevster. Kevster is going to have a field trip on this one.
Kevster is our player to watch. At least he has been historically at EWC. Lock in, EMEA fans, because it's time to watch your best team.
So far on day 1, we've seen the favorites do their thing. We've seen contenders have some phenomenal performances. We've seen clean sweeps, hard-fought battles, but above all else, we've seen a ton of Overwatch, Lou.
Exactement, pardon, excusez-moi, on a vu de tout. Aujourd'hui, on a vu des victoires des favoris, on a vu Zeta et Crazy Raccoon s'imposer tranquillement. On a vu l'IMIA briller aussi avec Twisted Minds et Geeky. We've seen long series, we've seen short ones, but no rest for the wicked, Ian.
Absolutely not, and there's more to come. Let's welcome our next team onto the stage. It's Virtus.pro! The clear #1 seed of EMEA, a team that went through stage 2 undefeated in the regular season and took the regional title in a hard-fought grand final. Here they are, they want the trophy, and just as much, they want to help their org with some club championship points.
Les fameuses stars de l'IMEA, peut-être nos plus grands dangers sur cette scène à Paris. Next up, 9Z! A gem from South America, the team that fought their way through the Face-It League to become the sole representative of the entire region on this stage. Vous l'avez compris, ils portent sur leurs épaules les espoirs d'une région entière.
Come on, Clean.
Mais ont-ils
Be
ce qu'il
brave.
faut
Be
pour
up
carrer
there.
cette
Representing
pression,
North
pour créer
America.
un upset that's still
Time to play
discover.
some good Overwatch.
Absolutely, it's the EMEA champs versus South America's only representative on this stage. One side full of experience and power, the other with nothing to lose. Let's get into it.
With nothing to lose. Damn, okay. Or the other with high potential. High potential would have been best.
Jaws and Moxie back at it again here, finishing out the day. First on the docket, Virtus.pro and 9Z. Des kind of set this one up for us, Moxie. Little 2-0 across the board here, they were thinking.
Yeah, chat seems to agree with it. That was the highest amount of predictions we've seen for one team so far, as Virtus.pro, very much one of the firm favorites, I think, to make it very far within this tournament. They've been hitting their stride
What was the
as
prediction?
of late, and with that stride comes a
What
whole
was the
lot
prediction?
of combat roles, as Kevster's Cassidy has proved absolutely crucial to this team.
What was the prediction?
Undefeated stage last time as well, so Virtus.pro, yeah, you're thinking they take this. Twisted Minds opponent waiting in the wings for
Yeah,
their
no doubt.
victor in this series. This group, in fact, looking rather scary top to bottom.
Oh my gosh.
It's a very scary group. I mean, both
Wait,
of
you know
us
what?
are very scary, right?
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do 5,000 for
all
9
in
Glow It.
the same groups for those regions. Group A has 3 of our first seeds from different regions, so that's pretty cutthroat too. No easy matches, I think, is the story for all of these teams involved here.
I got 800 channel points.
Mid-season,
810.
as I'm sure, like, Death talked about it.
Know what we're
Trying
gonna
to go for
do?
Ice's hero pool
We're predict
is
810
not
points.
really going to have all that much impact draft-wise. I think, like, we'll be seeing things like the Cassidy.
All right,
get
chat.
out. Like, that's surely
There,
you
we're there.
remove Kevster's cast.
Oh, yeah, you got it.
We're there,
Come
chat.
on. At the end of the day, if Kez is allowed to kind of roam free, do what he wants, he's just going to take
All
over
right,
the
chat.
server and maybe even
We are
shut the
going
server
for
down.
9Z for this
Map
one.
one, no cast
Maybe
ban.
for Dallas Fuse for the next one.
Oh,
Maybe not.
That's
Actually,
not-
maybe not.
that's not great.
Oh, another one? Another
That
tech
is the
pause?
concern, right? That's Zarya ban and a Bastion
Oh, Zarya
ban.
ban. Oh, Bastion ban. Oh,
Bastion's
looks
gonna
like
get
Jetpack
targeted a
Cat.
whole bunch. We know for a fact Cat is as well. Slowed in. Nepal is the first map in this series. Virtus Pro, reigning champs of EMEA in Stage 2. A lot of those championship club points as well on the line for the team.
Damn,
There's
they're
a
already
lot
down.
on the
They're
line
already
for
down and
19,
ready.
Now that they've left Kevster's Cassidy available, right? They went for the Bastion instead of the Cassidy. They could have gone for that DPS. The Cat is still available as well if Virtus Pro want to really allow Kevster to stretch his wings to be able to hit those Deadeyes, but it looks at the moment like
All right,
we're not
chat.
actually seeing the Kevster
Let's
tip
do
his
it.
hat. He'll be
We
playing the
go
Shion
into the
instead.
underdog
Queen being played
stages.
too. Only received a small little
Welcome
buff
to
recently.
the underdog
Moxie,
stage.
but this is a pick I did not expect to see.
Yeah, Queen, interesting hero. Like, she was seen a lot of the time when Rush was starting to be a thing, to be able to challenge the Ramatra. So now that we have Ice rolling out on the Ram, Clay being able to just kite out the Nemesis form with the shout.
Got a bunch of
so that
underdogs for
9Z
this
get
game.
2 basic speed boosts to play around with. Could be really good for them here.
Yeah, a lot faster, even though that VP
Nice.
do have a Lucio of
Good
their
job.
own.
Good job.
Kevster looking for an execute, can't quite find it as VP get on the point, start capping. First blood almost for Hydron there. Fixit is going to be able to dash away. Hydron dashes back towards the point, puts himself in a good line of sight for the rest of the team. There's the shout from Clear, but he's also low already. A little boop
Burst.
away is going to
Burst.
send him packing, but a quick
Go. Burst.
recharge of the
Clear.
health ball
Let's go,
might
Clear.
just be what he ordered.
Let's go, Clear.
Nice Suzu too,
Come on,
actually.
Clear.
from
You
Land.
play in
Save
college.
Psycho.
Well,
You play in
VP already
college,
got the
Clear.
caps, so now they don't actually
play in
have
college,
to play
Clear.
to commit. They can just bounce themselves around with that Symmetra TP while keeping the point in control.
I mean, surely Clear's dead. He's already used the shout. The Suzu's been utilized by Wed to keep him up.
No, Clear's alive. Clear's alive.
Feels
Clear's alive.
just
Clear's
yet.
alive. Clear's alive. They got a good healer.
Plays perfectly for Virtus Pro. Like, they don't have to play commit. They can slowly build up to that Kitsune rush, and only when they have ults feel comfortable taking the
Kitsune
fight.
rush
There's
right now.
the rush. There's the first blood. Kevster takes down Light. LCS too as Kevster just permanently playing on an off angle. Has got the spree already. Considering how
He got it
long
already.
this first fight went as well, no
He's playing
shot.
good
But he's
defense.
got that online. 9Z
Really good
unable to win the fight.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're Virtus Pro as
right,
well,
9Z,
you're
come
holding
on.
all the cards for
Come
this
on.
next fight, since you'll have both the sound barrier and the rush. As we hit first blood, first fight, but also,
First pause of this series.
yes, we also had a Tracer swap that we just saw before we hit the tech pause from 9Z's end.
All right, chat.
So
Plus
I think
one
like, they really want to be able to
pause.
just have some off-angle pressure to be able to just get the chase onto Virtus Pro. Because
You know what? I'm
Virtus
just
Pro,
gonna-
like, they picked up the first cap, and then
I'm
had
just
no
gonna.
skin in the game of having to actually commit to the
Hockey.
fight. Right? You could just
Aye.
play keep away. You've got the Symmetra TP. There's nothing really to try and disrupt the usage of that one. All 9Z can do is try to chase after with
There
things
we
like
go.
the shout from the Jonker Queen and that Lucio speed boost. But for Virtus Pro,
Alright.
they were just slowly, steadily building up that speed off of just damage from the Shion to be able to totally
Yeah, that was a
disrupt
really
the
bad
one-sided rush that 9Z were hinging that flip fight on.
Looks like Ice briefly took a step there, but
Oh my gosh, that
back on.
broke my sound barrier
So in
ears.
theory,
I'm so sorry, chat.
should be good.
I'm so sorry.
Apologize for the pause. Sounds like it was just an audio issue, getting word in from production, so we'll be back in the game in just a moment.
More accurate Tracer moment, you know? Like, we have to go through the slipstream before we get to go back into the match, and here we go. 9Z not going for the Tracer, actually. Light swaps for the Venture instead to have more of that dive potential.
Oh, look at this sound barrier from LCS. LCS only hit 3 people with a sound barrier there. When Light were not the recipient of it. Virtus Pro with a bit of a better one. All the way to the spawn doors.
That's the longest horn ever.
Yeah,
That's the
9Z
longest
forced
horn
to
ever. I'm so
sacrifice
sorry.
essentially
Okay, whatever.
outside
We're gonna
their
get back in
own
the game.
spawn.
I'm so sorry,
How
chat.
aggressive
Chat, you guys probably hate me
Virtus
right
Pro
now.
got chasing them down, knowing that this
Y'all
was
probably
the
hate me right now. It's okay.
Hydron has the overclock. That at least is going to be an opportunity for 9Z, but Psycho
9Z
still
has to
holds the
just be
symbol.
game. 9Z can just stop.
Got a Rampage too for Clear in a moment. Ice has also got the Annihilation. 9Z put themselves on the point. There is the ult for Clear, but can he actually use it? It's going to be tough to follow up on people here after the wall gets deployed by Psycho, but from the heavens, Hydron hits a double shot on the Sim. It's kind of cowering for cover now. Annihilation is going to just rip and tear these health bars away. And now Clear, yeah, the Rampage just gets deleted as Virtus Pro. They're going to finish off this round with a clean sweep of this fight. Yeah, lights.
Yeah.
Even in that burrow, can't get to the point.
It's that really unfortunate moment for 9Z where you have to play an overtime fight against a Ramatra with Annihilation. So you can't do the easiest thing to just deal with a Ramatra ult outside of just killing him dead, which has run away from the range of it, as we can see. Yeah, we talked about it. Kev's
Game one, not match one.
Sees that rush,
Just game one,
chucks
not match
the
one.
bike right through the middle and builds up the spree to have to disrupt afterwards. I think, was that a deathless run for the side of Virtus Pro?
I'm not sure. I'll have to check the scoreboard in a moment. Let's have a little peek. No, Kevster, Psycho died.
Yes, Kevster dies once, Psycho dies once as well.
All right, Clear on something more conventional. Mauga, May for light as well. Okay, I like what I'm seeing.
Good way of being able to deal with Ice as well. If he tries to get a little bit too aggressive, you can try and wall him away from the rest of his team. As for 9Z, the issue really was that Virtus Pro picked up that cap so quickly, so you can see already trying to make sure that that same event does not occur on Sanctum.
Yeah, just eventually kind of poking and prodding. Hydron and Kevs are looking for an opening pick. A good wall for Ice to immediately... Oh,
the bait.
Fixer!
Everyone looked at the Ram, thought it was an easy kill. Fixer
That's
just
two.
bops him off the map.
What a beast.
Oh, total bait. Nat 20 on deception check. Nat 1 for 9Z to try to pass it. And yet again, Virtus Pro established that first point and make it so much harder for 9Z to walk back into these fights.
All right, well, Hydron trying to go for a swing, doesn't want to get too close to the edge. Fear of the boop now is kind of inevitable. Like playing on an off angle. Trying to get a good wall again on the Ramatra. There's going to be a stun from the stomp there from Clear. Good Suzu timing too, but Ice is still pretty low in the front line. Now this should help bandage the wounds somewhat. Clear isolated from the rest of the team too. Ends up getting focused down by that beam from Psycho.
Oh, they're so split as well. 9Z trying to use Light's Mayhawk to just stop the bleeding, stop losing more players, but Virtus Pro on top of them to the point that Hydron actually has to use the overclock.
Oh, Hydron's going to try and take this as Kevs is on the high ground, just snipes Light already. Oh, dearie me. It's like shooting fish in a barrel from up this on this angle for Kevster.
Zero respect from Virtus Pro.
LCS?
Like, they start pushing 9Z back, and then they find more. They do not let up. To the point that 9Z are having to use ultimates just to try and zone Virtus Pro away, but they're still being able to flank around and take those high ground angles. So now if you're 9Z, you don't have overclock to force the space. You have to just try to walk point to get into a position to be able to use this rush.
This is the time to win point, because if they lose this, then they have no chance at all.
Rampage, or sorry, Rush. They got beat. They got a lot of tools to kind of win this fight, but they need to actually find a pick, find an avenue of entrance to get in, but Wed already ends up going down. 4-man sound barrier there for 9Z. Only a 3-player one for VP, but LCS now trying to booth people away from Clear, but it's just not happening.
Oh, no.
Blizzard thrown in from Light over the top, but Fixer on another Rampage. This Blizzard didn't really find too much, and it's all Fixer here in this final fight. I mean, VP are going to cap. And that should be map 2. Not sure anybody can touch. Clear is the closest one. He's on the map, it's just not happening. There's the OT. VP with the first map under their belts.
Oh, as a Lucio player, you love when Sanctum is rolled on the pole.
Hold up, prediction's not done
You
yet.
have the Euro signs
Prediction's
in your
not
eyes,
done yet.
essentially. The moment that map
Oh,
pops
prediction,
up,
never
because
mind.
You just know you get
Never
so
mind,
excited.
the
Look at these
prediction's done.
replays like this here.
That was a
The
max range booth as well.
Max range
Yeah.
move over the top of the main.
Oh, who wins game
Finds
one?
a second onto light, and then that
Got
last
it.
fight,
Okay,
when
well.
we have Blizzard in play, camps out the duration of the May Ice block and goes for the boot to deny the Blizzard. There we go.
Oh, the Blizzard hits the point as well, but there's
Yeah,
no
no
one
one's
nearby.
Thanks, Cooper.
Oh dear. We knew it was going to be a tough battle here for 9Z, and it's proving exactly that. Virtus Pro just look cool, calm, collected, ready for this game, and maybe even preparing for what's to come.
It's a statement as well from Virtus Pro that, hey, we don't have to rely on the Cassidy to be able to find these wins. Like, Kev's has been playing the Xion and the Sojourn, and he has been hitting those shots, being a real pain for 9Z to have to deal with. It feels like they're always on the back foot, is the thing for 9Z. Like, yes, you're trying to build up to those ultimates. You're like, okay, if we lose fights in neutral, at least we can bank ults, and we can try to use those to brute force point, so we can find, like, flip or potential picks. But Virtus Pro, they felt so in control of the tempo. They knew. Like, the amount of times that we saw them put early pressure on 9Z when they were rotating choke, they knew when they were playing into things like the Blizzard, the Rush, they didn't want to close hold, because then they could be punished by going for those styles of plays. They could be Maywalled off, they could have to eat the Blizzard, they could lose players to that Rush. Better to let 9Z go onto the point itself so you can play around the side lanes of it and pick 9Z off as they try to walk forward. Like the fact that we see 9Z rush, but it's their Kiriko who dies. No one else from Virtus Pro is in a position for that rush to actually punish them. And then you use Sim Wall, you cut off the line of sight of the heals so that the Mauga is vulnerable. It always just felt like Virtus Pro were the ones forcing 9Z to have to use things and always finding the better trades.
I'm kind of counter-conquering them as well with the May. But you're just walking in to the Devil's Lair.
Oh, I can add to a soundboard.
Versus Ice versus Fixer.
Yeah.
See where we want to go now.
The one time Ice got walled, it was a bait set up for Virtus Pro. It was not
I believe mine was
overextension,
actually
it
a
was more
selection.
about
There was
setting
actually
up Fixer. After that, we
a
did
choice
not
that
see
people are still
Maywall's
playing
find
as.
value because Ice was just not running directly at 9Z. The people who were applying pressure were things like Kevster on the Sojourn, who could just power slide his way out of difficulty.
Smash it there on your screen. Debating what he wants to ban. We'll see they're banning second with 9Z picking the map first. And then banning what they want.
9Z, please.
It's like
Who
that's
they
been sorted
want to
out
ban?
now.
That's the big
See
one.
how Virtus Pro want to play. Is it going to be another Atlas? It feels like it's only been Atlas recently.
Yeah.
For second maps.
I feel like Atlas would have the
New Jack
issue
City.
of, like,
Okay.
if it's Flashpoint, just playing out the same way as Control.
New Junk City, Symmetra, and Mauga ban. Okay.
I do like the Sim ban, because it targets what VP want to be able to do, right? They want to be able to set up those off angles, they want to be able to use the Sim TP to be able to dodge out of the way of things like the Blizzard and Mauga Cage, and we can see, like, Virtus Pro, yeah, they're not going to play the Mauga, they will ban it out. 9Z banning out the Sim means that Kevster's Cass is left on the table, but you don't have to worry about a Cassidy with the Symmetra's teleport mobility. So if we are seeing things like the Jetpack Cat, at least that's super telegraphed when you're flying in with the Deadeye and you have the opportunity to be able to shield it or kite it.
Just saw light on your screen there. Didn't have a hot start onto the May, unfortunately. See how they end up tackling this, because we know at some point, especially in these series versus EMEA teams, you're going to want to ban the Stim. If your team, or even your region, to be fair, is not a Sim team or a Sim region, you will end up getting run over, and it's one of the big proponents in how Virtus Pro have been doing so well.
Males, let's go. All right, let's do it.
Map 2, New Junk City. With a ban for Sim.
New
for
Junk
9Z.
City. Never seen this map
And
been
a
played
Mauga ban for
competitively.
VP.
Where are we going?
Honestly, probably more Ramatra.
Selection up from
Maybe even a
9Z.
little bit more of that Junker Queen that we got teased when we headed over.
All right, come on, 9Z. Time to lock in.
As 9Z, like obviously.
Oh, they got jetpack out? Oh no, they didn't want.
Composition,
Don't want
right? You
jetpack
want to
out.
be able to bank on the fact that there's less tape of the
Reinhardt.
compositions that you play.
Come on.
Do we get to see the Rhine? No.
Come on.
It feels much more
Come
in
on,
line
9Z.
to get that Ramatra. Just for Virtus.pro to have so much tempo potential.
Alright,
Spear
let's
is
do
back
this.
on the Queen as well.
Let's
really
do this.
believing
Let's
in
do this. Let's do this. Let's
small
do
buff
this.
in the recent patch.
Here comes the fight.
Given that this is the tool for them to utilize to come up with a win. Oh, Kevstorm is going down first. Okay, I like it.
Yeah, Kevster goes very low. Has to be very careful that he does not overswing. But look at the players from 9Z that are also very low themselves as Kevster fully recovered, starts shooting back.
I mean, this is really just shoot the Queen comp. Queen has to be so careful. And you're just basically running as a
Wait, where's the turret? Where's the turret?
Running at 9Z and trying to find picks like this.
Well, there's no shields as well, right?
Wait, why are they split up?
Does not
Stay together.
provide any shielding
Stay together.
to be able to block out the damage that Kevster can contribute. So 9Z having to be very careful how they position, because if someone swings out too wide, Kevster punishes instantly. He's already 70% to OC.
Stay together. Stay together.
How does he do so much damage so
That's so
early
crazy.
on?
Why are they
Hydron,
falling
though,
back?
with an early snipe onto
Where are they
Landon.
going?
There's
Okay,
the
no,
shout
they're
from
going
9Z
to.
try and get
They're
him in a
running back
good
on
spot.
site.
Psycho falls
Back
pretty
on
low.
site.
Now Light
One going
on
right,
back.
one going left.
Trying to tag down
They need to
somebody,
capture
but
it. They need to capture it
trying
right
to
now.
face up to one of the very best. Kevster takes the mini pack as well.
Oh.
There's the bike thrown at him, and
Nice
Kevster
bike.
still kills LCS.
Okay.
That's a huge pick off.
One
90
light.
now only having that Kiriko healing. So Virtus.pro getting the opportunity to still like this fight for Kevster to come back.
Damn.
Oh, Fixer with a kill onto Wed as well. He has been a third DPS for the team so far for VP. They have not let go of the point either. They weren't able to finish that fight quick enough. They've not given up the point. VP are still standing tall with Fixer with another.
Yeah, there's one more fight before we call this one. 9Z at least will have that Kitsune rush from Wed, since they've been taking far more damage
They can't
off of
touch.
the pressure from Kevster, but no one's going to be able to touch. And that is
99.
first
Next
point.
flash point.
They were too close to ults. No one can go for something like the Tracer to be able to tag on.
Kevster
They'll
has the
carry
ultimate.
forward that ult charge for this next one, but Virtus.pro, they can just start fighting to force 9Z to have to use ults at a worse opportunity.
All right, we'll see how well Kevster and Hydron match up against each other
They have
with
a
these
Kiriko
OCs,
ult
but not
ready.
required. At least not in this fight. That was a very quick one. Kevster might go down. No! Nice wall from Psycho, saving the Sojourn's life.
We're starting to see the issue of the Queen. We're really starting to see the issue of the Queen. Virtus.pro on rotation, half of that team split.
Oh
half
my
camping
gosh.
point, the rest playing mid. Just catsing onto 9Z's players before Wed can have any confidence to be able to use that rush, which means that when this next fight breaks out, not only will Virtus.pro have a defensive position, they'll have 5 ultimates to overwhelm 9Z.
Yeah, 5 ults. That's a lot. In Overwatch terms, that's a whole lot. Overclock from Hydron. Quickly though, Virtus.pro using that cover on the high ground, just dip away. Hydron's going to take the height away from him, but a quick rush on the point from Landon doesn't mean he ends up going down, puts himself in a vulnerable spot. Annihilation and a Ravenous Vortex kill. The sound barrier from Fixer just too good.
Oh,
LCS
3 dead.
Just a few percentage points away as Fixer
LCS
goes
is
on the
you.
hunt.
Yeah, Fixer just
LCS is
gives
so
the
good.
sound barrier to Ice so he can run aggressively at 9Z before LCS pulls a beat of his own. Because if you're Virtus.pro, yes, 9Z have unmatched sound barrier for this next fight, but if you play your cards right, they don't get the opportunity to use it before Kevster can rip it away.
Rampage for clear. Still a Suzu that Landon's going to have to be pixel perfect on.
Oh.
He's looking to line people up on this high ground here. An opening, he's looking
Nice.
for it. There it is, Rampage. 3 players.
Nice.
They get lit bright purple, but a quick teleport from Landon helps Ice Gnome stay alive, but not for too much longer. A good hound down there, but they do end up trading. Clear gets booped back
Then
in
it
and
gets a
instantly
narco.
frozen by the Blizzard. Perfectly placed by Psycho. It's 99%. It's going to tick over to 100 as well.
And then
Doesn't
they
take a
only have
genius
one more
there to
spot.
tell you that. There you go, 2 points on the board
Ah,
for
this
VP.
is whoever takes this last
Oh,
spot.
that was beat fight as well, Jack. That was beat fight. A rough sound barrier from LCS, which finds nothing. As Virtus.pro now building towards the last and match point to be able to close out this series, and Hydron is taken down late. Or early in the terms of unlocking this third point.
Please, Light.
Like, Cavs are just totally...
Light, you gotta get out of there, man. Oh,
come on, Clear.
By setting up a point, they
Come
just
on,
want
Clear.
more picks in mid.
more blood.
Come
for
on,
the blood
Clear.
gods. VP, they're gonna have priority position in here and a free cap.
Yeah, it's literally just Squishy's capping as well. Ice is just holding 9Z at pay. With the
Light
vortex,
switch
now
to
onto the
dude.
Tracer,
Does Light now
understands
want?
you can't play front to back. You have to
Why
try
is he
and find a way
like
of
he
working
Light
your
is
way around
switching
the
his
flank
DPS
put
to
pressure
like
across
other
Virtus Pro's
people?
tension back.
Like this is his third switch.
Light with a very quick recall there. Oh, shut down by
Light.
Psycho. I think that shot went through Ice Gnome there as he tags it. They trade for Kevster, of course. Landon with a rush in just a moment. Psycho ends up going down. Now the tables are turning. 9Z are in a good spot to win this. They just need to finish this one clearly. Hydron finds himself in a 1v1. Landon ends up going down. Sound barrier from Fixer to try and save the day. Annihilation from Ice Gnome 2 runs over the back line. 9Z
Knock
no
off,
supports
Clear.
left, and Clear's gonna
Knock
have to
out,
put up
Clear.
the
Come
pieces,
on.
but I think there's
Clear,
too
get
many
your
of
play of
them
the game.
over this point for him to do
Dude,
anything
where's
about
your
it.
team?
Their
Where's your
Ramattra
team?
just way
Why
too
is this
strong.
team
9Z
not
kept
there?
the point sure, but how long can they really hold on?
Why?
64% stalled out
Why?
for Virtus Pro as well, and Kevster. For this next fight, overclock and rush when 9Z don't have a beat. It has to be a Sojourn for Sojourn diff.
They know this Tracer hasn't got a recall too,
There you go.
so they just force themselves on the point to pop that rush down as well. Hydra on this OC just not really living up to the Sojourn trailers. Ice Gnome on the Doomfist. Okay, I was hoping we'd see one today.
The flip! Virtus Pro got the flip of Kevster's OC!
Whoa, 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 what's happening with the gun here? Kevster, you overloaded that a little bit too much. Clear ends up going down to the OC as now final fight here for 9Z to get back in.
I mean, do you even get the chance to regroup and push with Sound Barrier? Virtus Pro won't allow 9Z free passage.
Yeah, Light needs this pulse bomb to connect as well. He's got to be the hero for 9Z.
Yes, so throw the
right
bomb.
now.
Throw the bomb.
Yes, it's going to be good for
Oh!
4.
Oh,
OC
Light!
now here.
Light!
Light
Oh!
still trying to connect with his pulse bomb. He ends up hitting the recall.
Light,
really early,
you
though.
needed it
And
now.
still got the blitz
Light,
to pop on
you
the
need
point.
to now.
Yeah,
They got the
Blizzard will
point.
be called into play from Virtus Pro. 9Z got the
Light,
flip.
you need to ult
It's
now.
all about the rampage value.
Pulse. He's
Wait,
got those pulse
what is he
eventually.
saving? What is he saving
Perfect time to
for?
get onto Psycho here. Ice Gnome going extremely low. There's the rampage. It hits 2. Ice Gnome still staying alive.
Oh,
somehow.
no,
The
there's
Blizzard's
the
gonna be
Ice
good, but there
Blizzard.
it is, the bleed out onto
Come
Fixer.
on,
9Z.
Light.
They're still alive and well, but Ice Gnome with a double kill on the Doomfist. He's just not really too
Oh
healthy
my
though.
gosh.
Sub 200 HP.
Okay,
As he
okay.
goes in for
Okay,
yet
2v1,
another slam.
2v1.
Doesn't find anybody.
Still
2v1.
putting pressure, building up that meteor strike as well, so he can be more aggressive, have the emergency get out of jail card.
1 HP.
Just has to deal with Hydron on
Diva.
the side, and just clears back
Diva,
on
now we have
No meteor
Diva?
strike either. He's 2% away before he ended up
Clear
going
speed
down.
switching
Clear
so
back on
much.
the Diva. And
What are
Light
we
still
doing?
with the pulse bomb in his back pocket. More
Light,
of a threat
you
at
need
this
to
point,
do
but the threat is
something.
working out for them. LCS tagged down by Kevster, but a
Oh,
quick
shoot.
pulse on the back
Light.
of Landon's head. Light saves the
Light.
day. 9Z. This is going to be the point.
Oh,
gap.
watch out, Doofus.
Unless Ice touches with meteor strike.
So low though. There's just no support for him.
Light
to stay
didn't do
alive.
it.
He's
Light
already
didn't
used
use
a
his-
block, and
his
there
ult.
it is. Point for 9Z.
Not
But 9Z got the
saving
point. Let's go.
EVO. But
Good
that's
job.
why going so long
Good job.
has
Nice.
allowed Fixer and Landon to build
Okay.
up both support ults.
Maybe I should have bet on
This has to be
it.
such
Maybe I
a
should have
clutch
predicted on
OC.
game 2.
We'll have a rush to enable it, to try to rip away the sustainability from Virtus Pro's side as Kevster back on the shield.
Yeah, no one's hating this one, that's for sure. A really early rush to start off for VP.
Come on.
9Z are going to return in kind.
Come on.
Kevster playing on it.
Light, you're
Just
doing
trying
good.
to force
Lock in.
9Z away from their own
Light,
at
no
this
more
point.
DPS
As
changes.
Hydron
No more
gets
DPS
walled
changes.
off,
Stay
the
on
sound
stay on
barrier
Tracer.
Straight to the back line. Hydron just
Nice.
double dashing away,
Nice.
trying to get out as Clear's
Here we
mid
go.
ends up getting deleted.
That should be flip for Virtus Pro.
Oh,
Clear
it's
is
Neo.
also going to be
It's,
wet baby form,
VP just took it.
forcing him to just drop off the map if he wants to be able to get that mech in time.
Now he's managed to build it back up and actually gets back in too, but another D-Mech is going to be disastrous, but he gets
Hulk.
away.
Yeah, they're turning their attention to deal with Light, who's still on this Tracer, on that point, behind Ice actually, putting too much pressure on the backline.
Yeah, good little bait there. Light doesn't
Nice.
end up having to hit the recall though. It's taking too much
too early.
damage. Yeah, a body
Too
shot
early
from
recall.
Psycho
Where's
in
the
the knees.
hot-
Finish off
where's
by
the health?
Kevster.
Where's
A
the-
sound barrier onto 4
right.
players for 9Z
Kevster.
as they try and turn this fight around.
Where's
Okay.
the follow-up though?
Nice.
Beats already degraded.
Wow.
No kills until now. Kevster's cleared off, but Virtus Pro about to hit Blitz on point.
Yeah, and also, there's an annihilation after this Nemesis form.
No sound barrier at least.
Well, I say that, it's actually Ice Gnome still a little bit too far away. They managed to kill Psycho, so
There,
they
you
don't
have
create
ult.
the Blizzard anymore. as Light just trying to
Light
force
also still
Ice
has
to use
ult.
this ult. But they're happy just to take this to OT because it's so hard to kill a Ram here without dealing with the supports.
Ice?
Eventually ends up ripping it too.
Yeah,
it's just too much healing.
I mean, they've still been able to hold on to point. Only now do 9Z find that flip. Ice taken out of this fight. Virtus Pro going to have to just gracefully give this one away. Light now has to make magic happen for 9Z to be able to stall out to 92% and surpass Virtus Pro's ult economy because they can just bank up ults here, Jack. They're about to hit 4.
What?
Yeah, the only thing they're lacking will be that annihilation.
Okay.
Okay. Alternate approach, going from the middle section of the map.
Oh my gosh.
Waiting for that disruptor shot to dissipate.
So it has to be so careful with mech management too, with the Blizzard Brat.
That's a perfect pick. You couldn't ask for a better one from Light there.
Yep.
Pulse bomb to the back of Kevster, okay.
Virtus Pro still think it's winnable though. Landon uses Rush.
They got a sound barrier as well. Clear's going to get D-Mech, so an instant hopeful reposition for himself with his self-destruct. Hydron, again, double dashes away from the team. A freeze onto Clear's mech as Wed ends up getting slain by Landon. A good return kill, though, onto Ice as 9Z put themselves in a spot to win this fight. Clear takes down Psycho, too. He may have lost his mech, but Kevster hits the spree straight to LCS, but the kite, it
No,
might be too
that didn't do good. No way. Hydron got the kill.
Virtus Pro still have players up. Landon forced to TP
This is time. 99 to 99. 99 to 99. 99 to 99.
This could be huge.
The goal.
So close to capping, though. And Virtus Pro right now are in a position to win as well. They've got the
That's it. This is it. This is it.
LCS doesn't bear any fruit, though. No kills just yet. Light forced to recall again. Pulse bomb available.
You have bomb. You have bomb, Light. Light, this is your in. This is your in. This is your in. This is your in, Light. If you ever could ult with a tracer for something big, this would be it.
Gotta get something here.
This would be it.
Lifetime's got annihilation now. Oh,
No, there goes. No.
Tragedy.
No one is there to contest for OT.
Tragedy in the 9Z camp.
That is
putting themselves in a spot to win.
Yeah.
But they all step off the point as that point goes the way of VP.
They get lowered. They get lowered.
So close.
A 2-0
That's the lowered bracket.
to finish the series.
2-0.
VP and 9Z's debut
Very
game
good
here
game.
at mid-season.
Very good game.
If you're 9Z, you're always
Like,
asked,
very good game.
what if we were still on point? What if we didn't allow Virtus Pro to flip? What if we got kills with a sound barrier before VP could build to that annihilation? Because I think like that's what you're panicking about, right? You've used sound barrier, you've used all of your ultimates.
Congratulations, 9Z. Clear went good.
It's overtime. You won't
Okay, I just didn't understand a lot of their team comp. Like they're really good players, but their team comp's not working out. They're not playing as a team. They're just there. That's so disappointing. All right, I'll be back though.
EMEA's #1 seed.
Gosh.
Coming up with a
9Z.
2-0 victory. They'll be facing familiar foes sometime soon in that upper bracket game.
Still, if you're a team that's about to go up against VP, like you're looking at how close some of those fights went. The fact that 9Z did take some of those points, almost took that last point, and you're thinking, hey, that's weaknesses that we can start to expose. Like VP, there were some fights where they got a little bit ahead of themselves, throwing all those ults, trying to just push in like very early with the Doomfist too.
Very quick 2-0 here for VP, so let's get a word from Psycho down on the stage with Ian.
Standing by with Psycho right now. Psycho, did that feel like, look, no disrespect to your opposition there, but that feel like a little bit of a warm-up match for you guys?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's very nice to get used to the stage, new setup, new crowd, everything. So we took it as a warm-up, and it was pretty easy.
Well, I mean, look, you come into this after a phenomenal regular season, undefeated. Since stage 2, what have you guys been working on coming into the Esports World Cup?
It's a new meta. There's so many comps being played. I mean, you guys see the matches. Every team is playing a different comp. Everyone's playing something else. We just need to get good at adapting and sticking to our style.
Well, speaking of the new meta and the new patch, last time you played Twisted Minds, who will be your next opponents here in Paris, it was on that old patch. Do you think things could be a little bit different this time around?
No, I think first to 2 also makes it easier to play against Twisted Minds. So we'll see tomorrow.
You are just absolutely oozing confidence right now. You can just see beyond us the trophy in the distance. It is very early days. You've got a long way to go. But how confident do you feel you and your team are about potentially lifting that bad boy when this is all said and done?
To be honest, I think any team can win in this meta. It's very close between everyone, but if we play like we did today and we play our game, no one can beat us. And we said that during stage 2 as well, and we were undefeated. So yeah.
Just a couple more from me, because I'm just loving and talking to you right now. The Club Championship is another big part of the Esports World Cup. VP looking really strong in the Club Championship table. How important is it for you guys to get some points on the board for your organization?
I'd like to say I don't care about it at all, but to be honest, I do. I was watching PUBG last week as well, and I was super proud of the VP team. And our org is amazing, so I personally want to do it for our org as well.
For the badge. Finally, speaking of badges, you are up against, like I said, you're up against Twisted Minds, and that is your old team. Is there a little bit of added spice going into this matchup?
I mean, of course. I mean, I want to beat my old team and prove that they made the wrong decision.
Nice one. Congratulations. Let's talk again. You were brilliant. Thank you very much. Hey, look, we've got one more game to go, guys. Let's keep going.
Thank you, Lord Chambers, as we take a look at some of the best moments here. A bit of a blunder. 9Z showing life in game 2. Zoe, they forgot the point.
Yeah, you know, that happens to the best. That's just, it do be like that every once in a while. I think was generally impressed that they managed to win some team fights, push back a little bit, show a little bit, a few signs of life, if you will, because this is an extraordinary opportunity for a lot of these players that are still grinding in tier 2 to put themselves on the radar for other opportunities in the future, right? And this is double elimination, so they're not out yet.
Don't smile at him, Jake.
I mean, it's a good shout. It's a good shout for 9Z, you know, to get a chance and to, hey, show that they can at least hang in some of these fights. But in the end of the day, I mean, we got Landon here joining us in the studio. And we always knew, you know, this one was going to be a bit of a warm-up match for you guys. I got to ask, though, to not let you bask too much in this victory, looking ahead to that match against Twisted Minds, that's obviously something that you've played against them all year long, all stage long. This is a recurring opponent. You come in prepared. You probably expected this match to happen regardless. How do you think about that match coming up next tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, there's like certain teams in a tournament that you know you have to play to win the whole thing, and Team is one of those teams. Like, I think a good 30% of every VOD review is about how to beat Twisted.
I'm back.
But I think even for them, like, they're thinking about it a lot too. We have a couple of bans set up, you know, we got a couple of comps set up. I feel more confident than ever that we can beat them.
Is that because you're able to take out the Symmetra, or because you're able to stall out Quartz, who's been on fire every time he's touched the EWC stage?
They're a really, really good team, but I think, like Psycho said,
All right, chat, we gotta do one more.
Doesn't
help them
out. One more thing.
They have a couple of stuff that they're like the absolute best
We
in the world
need-
at.
They solidified this last anime
We can make it really, really difficult.
for a list
to play
for
that stuff.
anime.
Do you think it's an advantage for you guys that you did end up dropping some maps and had really close matches in the playoffs for stage 2? Like, did that give you an opportunity to kind of revisit some of your strats and learn something?
I mean, for sure. I think winning a match 3-2 and winning a match 3-0 teaches you like very, very different things.
Yeah.
It's really, really hard to win a match super easily and then improve. Like, normally, like, the losing team gets a lot of benefit. But if, like, a lot of our games in stage 2 were like 3-2, you know,
Alright,
even
what
the
is
grand
the-
finals 4-3.
what is the
like, an
final
absolute
anime
dogfight all the way.
that
And
we
even
could
though we
put?
won those games, there was so much to learn that it helped us keep
That
improving.
was good.
Speaking of, what did you learn from
What is
last
the
year at
final
EWC
anime?
to now 2026 in Paris?
Oh yeah,
I mean, EWC
Gurren
like, taught me
Lagann.
so much. Like, it's the biggest tournament of the year. Like, I think it's
Gurren
the event that
Lagann's
every
a good
player,
anime.
Every org, every
There we
team
go.
like cares about more than anything
All right,
else.
go. This is it.
Last year, I had a lot of success playing stuff that's kind of similar to what I'm playing
Did I
now
put
on
2
my team,
bleaches?
and figuring out how to
Like, because
handle,
honestly, Blood
like, the
1000
pressure of
Years
these single
and
elim
Bleach.
matches, like later on, you know, like these
I
tight
do like
games,
1000 Years
you know,
better,
where you
though.
don't exactly know who you're going to be playing the next day. Like, all of that practice is still super
Mm.
helpful.
I don't know.
Yeah, you know, you guys have been a really fun
You know,
team
just
to
for
watch this year in
consistency's sake.
particular.
Okay,
I feel
so
like
let's
this
do
Virtus Pro team has
one
leveled
more
up. I mean,
anime.
Kevster taking the reins on hits.
Didn't have a lot of the animes that I actually wanted, and like it wasn't on there.
Then in stage 2,
What's
it's
a
like
ladder
confirmation with you guys
anime?
securing the #1 seed. Coming into this, especially looking at not just Twisted Minds, but also GK, where, you know, another team that a lot of people are looking at is to make a deep run here in the tournament. How do you think regionally EMEA is
Alright, yeah,
stacking up
Black
against the
Clover.
competition right
I can't
now?
believe they already have
Would you
Black
put
Torch
your,
on here,
like, the
honestly.
overall results of the region over
Darker
even
Than
a
Black
region
is
like
not
Korea?
on here.
I mean, it's really, really hard to argue that EMEA isn't like the #1 region.
I
You would
got
never
Gogo
I mean,
Loser
like,
Ranger
the fact
already.
that a team as strong as Twisted can finish 3rd regionally. and then still go into this event and look. Oh,
Damn.
still go into this event and look crazy.
Gundam's
It's
here.
super impressive.
Yeah,
help him out. So we gotta switch earpieces for him there. Landon,
Are there any OG
you're an
stuff?
American playing for EMEA on the best EMEA team.
I wonder how many
There's
Lupins do I get
44%
or Conan.
Koreans playing in this competition. What is it like on the global level right now? Are you guys all
Detective
speaking
Conan.
English? How do you guys get into practices? How do you scrim against teams
No,
from
they
all different
won't.
regions
I do
now
have
that you're
it.
here in Paris?
Whenever I go to these international events, I'm always so surprised by the amount of people that speak English. you know?
Latent's Mystery.
Like, not to take it for granted or anything, but like players that I've never interacted with before, you know, I'll be in an elevator or I'll be waiting, you know, in line with food.
Maybe
and guys that
Abyss
I
was
just
kind of
totally
aight.
convinced only spoke Korean or something will come up.
There was
"Yo, hey,
another
what's up,
one.
man?"
It's
You
like
know?
the guy.
Like,
They bait us, I swear. They always claim they don't speak English for
he has
interviews,
to
and then they're all
eat.
like fluent.
Um,
So yeah, who was your main practice
He
partner?
gets
Did you
betrayed
have a
by.
particular,
I
arrangement of
forget. So,
teams that you practiced
so
about heading into this?
guy
Going into this
gets
event, I think Zeta Division would
betrayed
practice a lot against, you know?
They look
by.
pretty good. That seems like a good practice partner.
They're
his
super good. And they also
team
like throw a lot of stuff at you.
Okay.
Like
and
Zeta, like
eats
I mean, you saw today like, the pace of the
everything
game that they
to
play is so aggressive
level
and so
up.
intense that like
White
2
hair.
hours against Zeta feels like a full day, you know?
And he
I
has
feel like
white
Zeta
hair.
is the top squad to come out of Group B because you guys are in totally different groups. So in theory, you could be meeting each other in the playoffs.
I'm not sure.
I think it was
mean,
this
it's
one.
always hard to count Crazy Raccoons out. Like the star power of that
Yeah.
team, you know, and like they
Yeah,
play
yeah,
like
it was
just
this
solid,
one.
fundamental, good Overwatch. Like I think it's really hard for them to have a bad day. I don't know who will win.
Landon,
What is
we're gonna
this
give our
called?
players in this next match a few more minutes. While we do
This
that,
ed-
I wanna
what
take
is
a
this
look
anime
at your
called,
team
guys?
highlights.
Gain
Can you break
superpowers?
down the current meta in Overwatch right now? Who is the most
What is
important
the show
piece
called?
on each team, and what should we be looking forward to now that we have
Oh,
4 more days of
Afra-
action?
I mean, my team always makes fun of me.
Fatura?
'Cause I
Ari
kind of have a
Fatura?
catchphrase about the game.
I
that it's
think
just
that's
the hit scan
that's
game.
what it's called.
I think hit scan is the most pivotal piece of any team.
Hit scan.
Hit scan. Like Cassidy, Sojourn, Xion, Freya, Imre, any of those heroes. Like
Why
the
is there
more
2?
resources you pour into them, the more benefit you get. Like I'm looking at Kev just take apart everyone here, and I've never been able to do that.
Why
on
is there
Kiriko.
2?
I can't just kill 5 people
What is
when
the
I decide
difference?
to.
Is
At
there,
least I
like,
can't really do that
multiple?
either. But a hit scan, you give them the right resources and they will tear a lobby apart.
It's a good shout out. I mean, the level of the hit scan players here on LAN, it
Thomas
almost
did a
ascends
work on
to
it.
another level. I mean, look at players like Quartz.
Oh,
on
there's
your
just
team,
the
it's
third
Kevster,
season.
Stalker's had a hell of a year, and pretty much every
So,
top team
there's a third
is going to have a
season.
player that it feels like can take on the world. When you talk about that, putting resources into the hit scan, though, it feels like that's a lot of the responsibility on you and on your role as a flex support. How do you think about playing Kiriko in this meta in terms of knowing how
think
to
it is
balance
this one.
all of the what's asked upon you? You know, getting these clutch kills on
I
tracers
think
while
it is
also
that
trying
one.
to keep your backline alive.
I don't
It's
know
for
which
sure a
one I was
tough balance,
watching.
But I kind
But
of
it was
have the
kinda
mindset
whack.
that it's way
It's
easier
very whack.
to help Kevster get a kill than it is to like recover a kill. You know, like if they're able to take out one of my teammates, for me to hit it like a double headshot across the map, it's a bit harder, you know, than just keeping my own teammate alive first.
Looking at the competition here, do you feel like there's any players that are completely going under the radar? Who's the big underdog players? Who are the ones that we should keep an eye out in this tournament? Any maybe younger players that are still up and coming?
I mean, for me, I think GK is super underrated still, you know? Like, I think they're like easily like a top 3, top 4 team in this whole tournament. Obviously that's a lot of my old ex-teammates, you know? I love those guys.
Yeah.
But they're genuinely like looking
Yeah.
very scary right now.
And
Yeah, it was
Landon,
this
of
one. It
course,
was this one,
what I love about
1000%.
EWC
Yeah.
is we get to see people of all different ages. When we were doing Fatal Fury, we had guys who were 44 years old. When I was doing EAFC last week, we had 16, 17-year-olds. How old do you think the eldest player in Overwatch can be and still compete at an elite level?
I've always been of the opinion that like you can play as long as you want, as old as you want. It's just about how dedicated you are to the game. I think Overwatch can be a very intensive game to practice and be a pro in, you know? Like even just this past year, the amount of new heroes that have been added to the game.
Yeah, honestly, I can't catch up. Like I was telling you, chat, there's a lot of heroes in here.
Keep grinding. Well, we got to let you go celebrate with the team tonight. Before you go, anything you want to say to everyone who's been supporting you and Virtus Pro here this week?
I mean, I love all the fan support. Like our team can really feel like just the sheer amount of love the European fan base has for us. It's always a blast, and I hope they're ready for the game tomorrow.
Top dogs in Europe right now. Virtus Pro starting off a perfect 2-0. Congratulations on your win.
Our last one.
That is Len, and we will be right back with more from EWC.
We have one final match
of Overwatch.
One final Overwatch match. I hope everyone's doing good. I do have to run to a meeting too, so I don't know how far out. You know, just in case if I lose you guys somehow, some way, because I have to do another meeting. Nice. What comms? What good comms? Huh. I don't live in France. I am confused.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder.
Alright, let's do...
Making history.
Yeah, I have to take a break and do some work, and then I got on board, and then I have a thing happening tonight. I wish I can stay. Oh. Okay though. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, so we're gonna go over a couple of things that's going on today for the EWC for Overwatch, y'all. Real quick, if you haven't known or you don't know me, my name is Hugh. I'm a Hugh Lee 8. I am 1-1 against.
How about you guys? Yeah, I've got Falcons 2-1. Same wavelength.
Okay, yeah. So basically it's pretty simple. I am your co-streamer for the EWC World Championships. So what we do is we got 15 games out of the 24 that I will be co-streaming to represent America and my Vietnamese counterpart. So if anyone's Vietnamese out there, hi, xin chào, biết tiếng Việt luôn. Muốn hỏi nói like coi cho chơi chơi video game for hai đồng luôn về đất luôn. Dr. Doolittle, hello, let's go. Hello, Dr. Doolittle. I think Dr. Doolit's been also streaming for like a long time too. Wait, we just accepted your request. My good sir. Hello. Hello. Okay. I am always down to stream together. So yes. So my name is Hugh again. I am your co-streamer representing the United States of America here. We got out of the full screen. There we go. Very perfect. Hello, what's up, Dr. Doolittle? Esports World Cup. Alright, so to go over with real quick, we will be going over this. We're going to go over what we have went across for today. Today is the first day of Overwatch. And with that being said, everyone and anyone is into Overwatch here. So this has been a big tournament that's going to be starting today all the way to the 1st of August. We might go into the finals or grand finals on the Sunday part, with top 4 with semifinals, finals, and grand finals. So that'll be happening. It is a $1 million prize pool, which is a lot of flipping money. And to be real with y'all, I don't know what I'll do with $1 million. But if I had $1 million, I wouldn't have it for long. I would have given away for charity. If you know that meme, you know ball. Some of our participating teams, we have about a total of 16 teams. We have some returning teams, which is Team Falcons, Team Liquid, Weibo Gaming, the AG.AL, and some brand new teams or either rebrands, which is like Team Zeta Division's in this, 100 Thieves, which is now called the Crazy Raccoons, and we also have returning teams from years ago. This next match is going to be one of them, which is the Dallas Fuels. They haven't participated in a tournament since 2022, so that's damn. that's been about a while. The other cool teams that are out here are you have your biggest teams like Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds is one of the underrated teams. The biggest drama with them is this: I think they have such a tie-in with one of their players who's just kind of a jerk. That's what I've heard. And really good teams like T1. T1 is also known to be at the highest tier for Asia's Overwatch scene as well. Kind of crazy, kind of great for our mid-season championship for Overwatch. What we went over today. So today we had a couple matches getting out of the group stage. To explain the group stage is pretty easy. You will be participating in randomized seeds groups. So every time you move further and further to the group, you get closer and closer to what you get out of the pool, is what we call, into playoffs. Where playoffs is where you have a final big chance of winning that $1 million or the prize pool up to $1 million. It's pretty big. Right now, for group stages for today, we kind of eliminated and dodged it down to upper bracket stages, which are really good teams, to lower bracket stages, which are teams that need to compete a little bit more in order to get their advancement. The teams that we saw playing from Group A and Group B, we started off with Zeta Division against Pharrell and Zeta Division 1-2-0. Then we moved on to Crazy Raccoons against Team Secrets. And I think if that match was correct, it was a 2-0 as well. And then we saw the match against Geeky Esports and AG.AL. The best part about this is that I've used to play Overwatch formerly back in 2022. And I was following the collegiate scene here in the United States because I do run an esports nonprofit, one of Nevada's biggest esports nonprofit. But seeing these teams, seeing these new heroes, I'm starting to understand a little bit more. And I've understand this. I definitely was OD'd, surprised, and I'm missing out. I was living out under a rock away from ME, which is the Middle East. I didn't know who Geeky Esports were, and then they demolished AG.AL. One of their teams, and this team is kind of an all-rounded team with a group of people from all over the place. They have some Korean players, they have some Saudi Arabia players, they even have a players from Dutch, which is crazy. And then I found out too, Kiliix, who is their tank, actually played with XQC back in the day, which is a famous Twitch streamer who is on Dallas Fuse as well. So it was crazy. But they knocked down AG.AL down to lower bracket as well. Space Station Gaming actually took a huge surprise against JD Gaming, where they had a 37%. It was kind of weird. So back in the actual stadium itself, people said there's 30%. They're not gonna win. Space Station Gaming, NA. Nah, now we're gonna be a Japanese team. Next thing you know it, they beat them. They beat JD Gaming, which is super crazy. Then we had our T1 against Twisted Mind, which was a really, really good matchup, actually. That match went really, really, really good. Everyone wanted the T1 to win, but their Twisted Mind fans were so amazing. If you saw my TikTok, which you can see on my socials over there, I posted how they took their Mobile Legends drum and went all the way to the Overwatch stage and brought it there. So, big fans. EVO Gaming just now beat Team Liquid, which kind of sad about. You know, I've been a NA fan. I want NA people to get all into the finals and stuff like that, but it's perfectly fine. And then we just recently finished the Virtus Pro against 9Z Gambit, which is a brand new team and the only team representing the South America. What's cool about that too, they have a collegiate student, someone who played in the college scene, in that World Esports team. That's crazy. Like, to be coming for college playing Overwatch to now you're at the EWC, the Esports World Cup, that's big. Especially representing South America. So we're ending it off today with one final match, and that is our Dallas Fuel against Team Falcons. Team Falcons were last year's championship winners. So it's gonna be a whole one when we're gonna watch this game. Dallas Fuel again. So remember, we always use, and for our new viewers, we always use Liquipedia. Liquipedia is our entire what do you call it? Encyclopedia, end all, be all, question, information of everything. So we always use Liquipedia, no other website or so. And Liquipedia has stated that our boys Dallas Fuels last active tournament, was in 2023. Was it? No, that's the squad. That's the squad. Their last tournament was in 2022. Oh wait, hold up. Oh, actually, no. They played this year. They played this year. Sweet. They played this year. I was about to say, but their last achievement was in 2022, where they won. What did they win? They won the Overwatch League playoffs. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. They have competed in a couple of clashes and a couple of years already. Since May was the most latest one, for sure. W3 dumped your duelit. How's your coach streaming? How's your coach streaming there, friend? Oh my gosh. Lagging out.
I mean, that's to be seen, right, in this match. You know, it's great to see Merritt, though. I mean, I coached him when he was a rookie player. Was like a really exciting superstar. But back then, I mean, he was still, it felt like a kid. And then seeing him in that interview, he just seems confident, composed. And after a tough injury on a competitive player's career, it's fantastic to see him looking mentally prepared for the match. Honestly, just that interview alone, the confidence oozing off of him, I feel even better about
Boom. We're in the group stages of Overwatch, y'all. Oh, and then what's also special, we have a pause counter. We have a pause counter. Things have been paused way too much in this game. I don't know why. We don't know why. Right.
Honestly, I rank them pretty high because, as we already said, they have their own style. They have the double flex support backline. They love to play the dive. I think what they're individually bringing to the table, you can't underestimate them. You can't count them out. And also, they're coming in on a high note. They're coming in with momentum. They had an incredible, salty lower bracket run in the Stage 2 playoffs, and then a very convincing victory in the grand final. So I think they're coming in with their spirits high.
Jake, I asked the fans who was going to win this match. Do you want to know what % thought Dallas would win?
I see it too, fucking. It's a little tough.
It's a single digit. 9% of the fans went with Dallas Fuel. 91% are going with Falcons. Is that because they're not familiar with Dallas's game, or they're just too familiar with Merritt?
And it's fair enough to be big on Falcons.
Bro.
I do think they're, you know, the names on this team, you wouldn't be surprised to see them make a deep run. Hey, maybe defend the championship. Wouldn't shock you considering their pedigree. However, I think people are underrating the possibility for Dallas Fuel here. I mean, they play
9% is pretty low.
They are very, very good at the style they play. I think when Kellen is able to bring out some of these dive heroes, I prefer when he's on the wrecking ball to the Winston personally. But when they bring that pace with the tank lineup, creating a lot of room for Luke Mino to work in the backline, he can get a lot done. That can get dicey for a hit-skin player like Merritt very, very quickly. So Falcons, they need to be well prepared for this match. It'll be a test of the coaching and the preparation for this team.
So, you know, I love the Chronic, but who do you love on this roster?
For Dallas Fuel, I'm a Kellen stan as well, I have to say. Although I do have to say I'm very impressed with the backline because they have been showing like enormous improvements and they're not swaying from their individual play styles and not buying into what the other people playing. So I really liked it about them, and they're coming in with a lot of confidence due to that.
And of course, Jake, we mentioned it is 1st to 2. We're always playing control, but if we go to a map 3, where can Dallas Fuel cause problems for the Falcons, or where is there a weakness in the Falcons game? Is it control and flashpoint, or something more like push or escort?
I think the control should be good for Falcons. I think Falcons are going to prefer the more dynamic map types like flashpoint and push. I think Dallas is one of the few teams at this tournament that I expect will prefer to play more escort and hybrid because of playing this double flex support style. Especially, I think CJ on the Ana is going to be really my player to watch from Dallas Fuel. I mean, Kellen can do big things. We need to see big performances out of Chronic to match Merritt on the hit scan, but CJ's Ana has been a real pleasure to watch. I think he's one of the best, certainly in the region, to do it. And it's been an incredible glow up from his career, right? Starting in Tier 2 a long time ago, has risen to pretty much the top here in North America. And he makes a lot happen on the Ana with relatively little resource in the back line. So I'm expecting to see big things from him. If he can keep the Tracers in check, then it could be setting up Fuel for success.
So we are 25 seconds from going live. Who do you got?
Oh my gosh, crazy.
I'm Falcons 2-0. Sorry, I do love Dallas though. So I'm voting with my brain, not with my heart.
Falcons 2-0. Who's your player to watch?
All of them.
Yeah, sitting on the fence.
Unit.
We're
They're
sitting on 5 fences there.
That's right.
I'm going with Merritt today. He's back in the roster. His finger is healed, and he's ready to win 2-0. Let's go down to the stage.
All right, I'm ready. All right, Dallas. It's been years since I've heard about you. Y'all had the XQC.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day of Overwatch. Just kidding.
No, of course.
It's been a good Overwatch.
Are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Still got one more. Hey, the crowd in Paris, are you still with us? You still ready?
Vous êtes toujours avec nous?
One more to go, Lou.
Let's bring our teams for our last game of the day, starting with Dallas Fuel. Coming from North America, the team that just took the regional title. They are the champions in title in America. Ce sont les champions en titre de la région North-Amérique. They look sharp all stage long, and they locked in the number 1 seed out of NA. But can they do more tonight in Paris?
Their opponents love some EWC. It's Team Falcons! The defending mid-season champions have come to town. A team with serious pedigree who auto-qualified for this event but had a much tougher road through stage 2. The question is, can they soar once again to previous heights here in Paris?
This is maybe one of our closest matchups of the day. Save the best till last. Mesdames et messieurs, le meilleur pour la fin.
Good luck.
A big showdown here. North America's #1 after they sniped that perfect season away from SSG versus Falcons, who, yeah, they qualified last year. Not had the easiest run this year so far, though.
Yeah, I mean, Dallas Fuel did not have the easiest run for the NA playoffs bracket, though. Dealt a defeat by Liquid on day 1. And honestly,
thank you for the shout out, Dr. Goulet.
Counter-comping, right? We talked about the depth.
I am rooting for Dallas Fuel. We gotta root for Dallas Fuel.
They like to play their own style, and a lot of that has
I
been
am Dallas
dive
Fuel.
with
Let's go.
And
We need
really,
this.
to go
We need this.
further
We
through
need
the
this
NA
W.
bracket, they
Dallas
have to
Fuel.
actually play him much more on the Mauga.
How healed is Merit's index finger? That's the, not index. What's the middle one called?
Middle.
Middle
It's-
finger.
it's
just
just
called
called middle.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
How healed is that finger?
Is it called middle?
Big
What?
question on my lips currently. He's been away for quite a considerable amount of time. Honestly, one of the worst injuries possible
Yes.
for an esports player.
Yeah, and Spin was the one who had to sort
Oh, we're lagging. We're lagging a bit, guys. Lagging a bit. Sorry, give me a moment, guys. We're coming over. I'm waiting to close this stuff. What happened? Hello? I think we need to restart our stream.
For Falcons,
There we go.
break for Dallas
There we go.
Fuel.
We're back.
No checkmate.
We're back. Hype, hype, hype.
was subbing
Let's
in
go.
for Merit, but they've actually played him alongside Merit this time. Checkmate totally absent on control.
I'm hearing them scream.
Yeah, he's running pretty late here, but the Team Falcons fans still coming out in force here in Paris. It's going to be a Ram head-to-head.
We need
Shio,
capture
though, back
this
on the
objective.
Cats, and there it is, the Cassidy.
All right,
Luca
we
Mino
need
on
it.
that Mizuki
We need
as
this.
well. Much more
We need
damage
this.
and great
We
chains
need
to
this.
be able to shut down Spin and
We need this.
someone.
We need this. We need this, Dallas Fuel.
Just trying to find actual
Put us on the
angles to get
spot.
this fight for the Tracer. It's going to be fairly tough. Sonja's trying to do the same thing on the other side. Spin even being a little bit cheeky there, actually facing Chrono in a 1v1. He's going to escape with his life as the point unlocks.
I mean, Luke Mino's also just doing so much passive healing, right? With that aura from the Mizuki. Means that Kelm has so much more survivability versus someone.
Nice kill from Sonja to start us off with. Team Falcons, though, they did manage to cap that point first. They're ignoring someone for the time being who's kind of sitting in this corner, waiting for that Nemesis form to run out. And now Merit trying to get up in the faces of Luca Mino, but swiftly dealt with.
Field up, still alive, as to is Chiro, so Falcons both supports up. They can stall this out to be able to win it, actually. Spin with 2 kills.
Yeah, Spin, I can't believe he ends up going down that early on in the fight and comes back and gets a double. Not the kill, though, onto him, thanks to Sonjun.
Okay.
The cat, Chio, yeah.
Good catch.
So rejoining the rest of his team as they let the point go.
He lives, though.
No jetpack cat, no
So
jetpack
not
cat.
a stagger.
No
Falcons
jetpack
just
cat.
waiting for Fielder and Spin to rejoin.
Yeah, no
which can
jetpack
push
cat.
forward with that rush, but in that window, CJ should be able to build a match for Dallas Fuel to hold their ground.
Get him out of here.
And no support ultimates available here for Dallas Fuel. Although they're pretty close. We'll see if Fielder ends up popping.
CJ's a really good player too. I've heard a lot about CJ.
Nice little pick from someone. Almost
Oh,
perfect
here comes the
timing
field.
there.
Here comes the bear.
Rush is going down, but the
Nice.
Sanctuary. Dallas Fuel can play around this with ease. Kellen, with a
Nice.
little annihilation kill onto someone. Now trying to chase the backline away.
No cat, no
That's
cat.
looking
Make sure no
three different
cat.
Directions at once requires some backup.
Yes.
Sonja's gonna be able to provide that in
Yes.
spades.
3
Kill
out. 3
onto
out.
Spin.
No.
Risky use of the Sanctuary in that
How?
last
How
fight.
do they? How they losing the point? Get it back on point.
Which is why
Easy point.
Dallas Fuel went so heavily after the
Nice.
Cassidy when it was up.
There you go.
So Falcons, they do lose the fight, but they
Yes,
do
Asian
still
man.
have the flyby.
Please tell me you're also rooting for Dallas Fuel.
Tether up with Chio.
That guy's been
So it's all
spotlighted
up
so
to
many
Dallas
times.
Fuel just being able to let the Deadeye engage.
We'll see. Kellen puts a nice little wall or a shield between someone and the rest of his team. Means someone has to play a little bit more careful. Merit.
The new
High
newbie
noon.
high.
He's actually on the high ground. He's managed to...
Oh.
Well, Chronic's on the high ground, sorry. He's managed
Okay,
to corral
yep.
them onto the point. Isuzu from Fielder keeps them healthy as they try and get a flip. Dallas Fuel building up to 68% here, but his team Falcons now building up their own percent. Sonjin with a pulse bomb in his back pocket.
Oh,
Good stick.
Sticks onto Merit.
Yeah, they do end up trading their Cassidy's though as Chronic ends up going down, and there it is. Dallas Fuel reclaimed the point, but Spin still getting the job done. CJ down, now both from Archer staring at each other longingly.
Falcons, they get the flip. Oh, well, they barely actually get pushed off of it. Dallas Fuel holds.
The flip maybe, Luke Camino does end up going down. Should be trivial now, yeah, Team Falcons sneaking away.
84% of the point picked up for Dallas Fuel. Merit actually off of the cast entirely. Coming back on the Sojourn. More mobility, more flank angles, but less pressure onto Sojourn on that Tracer, so it falls to Spin and Fielder to win the 1v1s.
I mean, Sonjin's had his number. Oh, the pulse bomb is just
Wow.
divine. All the way, does get that damage mitigation. Kidnap. Straight
Oh,
up the edge.
over the
yes,
time.
please.
Oh, no.
Shio with a perfect pick onto Kellen.
Yeah, Dallas
No.
Fuel just can't commit to the fight without that tank. They were approaching double support ult fight as
Okay,
well.
they need a recapture
Take
point.
advantage of that window. This is last fight territory. Falcons will just be able to hold close to choke, force Dallas Fuel to have to burn ultimates just to bypass them.
Yeah, but Dallas Fuel do have 3 ults. So
Chino
they
still
can
has that
use one to get past the
motorcycle.
Well, in fact, they can
If
use
you don't
those
know,
support ults
this
from
is the
Sanctuary
newest
and
hero.
Rush laid on top of each
She has a
other.
motorcycle.
Dallas Fuel trying to
She
push
can throw a
themselves
motorcycle
forward
and
now.
have
Soldier's
a big
caught off.
explosion.
I mean, he needs heals. He needs
So I need to
something
get on point,
teleport
actually.
From Fielder's going to
There you go.
suffice
Easy.
for the heals. And now the
Easy.
annihilation
They're in
Rico to
overtime.
try and split the team, and he's
Double
done
kill.
exactly that.
Nice.
Overtime for Falcons, but Dallas
Captured.
Fuel get the flip.
One more fight though for Falcons. As long as they can try to keep someone like Spins up. Merit's taking pressure too. Great Vortex from Kellen to put the pressure into Falcons regroup. Someone has just touched for the point.
Oh, pulse bomb from Sanjin puts a quick end to Merit, who's 1% away from the OC. Another
that's it,
touch there
overtime.
from Spin keeps the overtime going.
They got overtime.
Gonna have to
Another
get
touch for
another one real
Speak.
soon. He's managed to keep it going for so
Nice.
damn long.
Oh,
Falcons
no,
just
but
need
he's
to
dead.
react to it.
Merit though, still active
Okay.
from this fight. That's the
Sunjun.
overclock that you're
Sunjun,
waiting
all
for.
he needs to do is
Annihilation
defend.
for someone 10%
Nice.
away, but actually
Good
staying
tracer.
alive is going to be a big problem. Yeah, you go.
Uh-oh.
There's the focus fire. It's going to
Here
be
they
good.
come.
Merit back with an OC.
Here they come.
But Fielder's already been dealt with. Feels like a Dallas.
Kill the
Fuel
cat, kill the cat.
round,
No
and it's
cat, no
gonna be
cat.
just
Good,
that.
good. No cat, and there you go.
199 for the
There we
Fuel.
go. There we go.
Sionjun
Yeah!
with the pulse
Yes!
bomb.
Let's
That's
go!
the thing that
Asian
allows
guy supports
to
Dallas
be able to hold
Fuel!
Falcons off. Like, you get the pulse bomb, you stop the overclock.
That's my favorite Asian
You deal
fan.
with the rest of the team, and then when Merit has to play to clutch out that overtime fight with the overclock, the only thing that he can find is an angle from main directly into Kellen's block. There's nothing he can do, no off angle. That moment right there allows Dallas Fuel to come back from behind.
Oh, the body block. Oh, Spin. That's so sad. Nice work from the Fuel. We knew this was going to be close, and that's kind of painting the perfect picture for us already.
Yeah, we talked as well about like the drawback, right, of going for the Sojourn over the Cassidy, the fact that Seonjin just gets absolutely unleashed unless Spink can keep an eye on him, as it will be traces for both teams. Merit sticking with the Sojourn though. Falcons really wanting to have that pick potential.
Crazy, not Atlas, but it's on control.
Helen only dying once that last round. Pretty impressive, if I do say so myself. Oh, chains from Lucamino go a little bit wide. Hard to lock down the Tracer when she's got so much mobility there. All good though. Chio and Merit win their couple of duels against Chronic and Sonjin.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel totally teepless in this fight without their DPS. Falcons able to establish point control and now look for more. Looking to try and take CJ and Lucamino out of the fight late.
Yeah, nice little stagger. Shouldn't mean too much though, just gives Dallas Fuel a couple of moments as long as they don't die here, although the threat is ever present with Spint on the knockback.
Lucamino
It's just taking sight.
Oh,
now we got Jetpack Cat. Lucamino with Jetpack Cat. Jetpack Cat versus Jetpack Cat. It's the cat versus cat. Ah. Okay.
You'll have to be so careful too. Fielder racing towards that rush. If Dallas Fuel go too deep towards the point, they won't be able to disengage it cleanly.
Yeah,
alright, chat. Somewhere along the lines between this and for the next couple of minutes, I might have to head a little bit out for a meeting real quick. I will be right back.
Translate it to the rush charge for Fielder. When Dallas Fuel are too
We'll go for
deep,
no
that's
cam for a
Vortex
little bit,
already
and then
using
yeah.
down, so they can't slow down Falcon's chase down.
Rush.
They just
Wow.
have to run away.
I mean, Falcons
Wow.
are set up for success here.
Wow.
Oh, the dash back in from Sonjin actually results in a trade. No, the ult has to be popped here to guarantee this fight, but CJ is going to have his in a couple of moments, but dies before it can even rip it.
Dang.
Team Falcons, this round looking a little bit easier.
Yeah, we'll get to see a replay here of how exactly we got
Oi,
that tracing
nice.
at the blink. Right on top of Spin. No chance to Susie too. You're just not ready.
Oh, this is control, so that means you have to control the site.
Merit 1 HP.
It'll rotate through other two maps. Here comes the cat now.
Trying to get someone out of position there. Chio ends up grabbing onto someone, getting him out of dodge, in fact.
Catnap gone from Shiro though means you don't have it to take away Kellen's Annihilation. Falcons have to be very careful how close they played around.
Chio couldn't have been more one there if he tried. And yeah, unfortunately, because of just that very thing, he's going to have to make sure someone
No, he didn't
goes
do a
back to
jump.
spawn.
Oh,
I mean, that is
good
just
job,
an
Kong.
awkward
Good job.
situation for Chio and Fielder to be in. Too low to help someone out in
There
that
you
front
go.
line.
Merit,
That's for Dallas Field. That's for Dallas Field,
no
no.
good answer to it outside of just, again, getting aggressive, flooding Falcon's own spawn lane.
We
trying to
support
look
Dallas
more,
Fuel.
Delaying out the regroup and farming more point percent off of the back of it because they have to make up for lost point percent.
Carry? Cat carry?
All right.
What's he doing?
Merit, seen the Sky Noon. How about the Sky OC? Should be a little bit difficult though, realistically, especially playing around this. Oh, Sky OC. They're going to go for it anyway. Looks like Lucamino's been able to get out of there.
Nice.
Does take a railgun shot in the end, and now Merit's
Oh,
on the point.
alright.
Catnap goes
Cat's
right
dead.
there for Lucamino, but Chronic ends up going down first. A good start for Falcons.
No, Cat's still alive. What the heck?
Really disrupted Dallas Field's coordination too. They're so split.
Fantastic.
This one going here with this annihilation, but can they
Fantastic.
actually get any
The
pickoffs? That's
percentage
the
still
question.
going.
It's not going to last too much longer here. Good kiting from Falcons so far.
What we got?
Oh, 2 good kills as well from Falcons. Both supports dead.
Yeah, I mean, surely that's just it for this round too.
Oh
It's the
my
Dallas
gosh.
Fuel. They've got control.
No
sure,
way.
but not anything more
No,
than that.
Dallas Field needs to go back on
97%
point.
touch has to come in,
98
but I don't
overtime.
think it's gonna
Oh
happen.
no.
Team Falcons tying us up.
Damn.
Falcons really good discipline.
We got one more,
honestly.
we got one
Perfectly
more.
Playing into the spacing.
We got
of
one
that
more, y'all.
annihilation.
We got one more,
You can
chat.
play the long way, right? You're building closer to Fielder's Kitsune Rush, which would have clutched you out that fight flip. But then they get those 2 crucial picks on the back line, and from there it's off to the races you go. No sustainability, no chance of holding your own, and you get the picks to make sure that Dallas Fuel can't regroup and look for touches
Damn.
into the OT as we go the full 3 rounds for the second time on Samoa. As Fuel,
4,
now
3,
we get to see, we talked
2,
about this, right? The
and
prospect of
1.
seeing that double flex backline. Lucamino breaks out the Wu Yang, so we'll have to see how well Spin can deal with it, getting on top of the Wu Yang to make sure that he can't
Alright.
just poke Falcons from afar.
Yeah, Chronic on the M-Ray too. Been loving this pick so far. Chio a little bit of scouting on The Cats looking for Lucamino to start off with. I say scouting.
All right, I gotta
dangerous one. Look,
to be right back,
got away with a free kill.
Yeah,
oh
I
my
think
God.
it was less scouting and more scratching directly through the Wu Yang's face. Off of the back of like that and the pick onto Seonjin as well, that should just be cap. And Lucamino, he's had enough. He knows. If he tries to go for the Wu Yang, Falcons will run at him, so he goes for the Illari instead.
Feels like he's the most dangerous UAV there ever was. That was a little absurd. Yeah, Lucamino on the Illari, a lot more upfront damage now.
Falcons as well, like, do you have a way of being able to break that pylon early? So Chronic can be a lot greedier about the angles that he holds peak in.
Good shots on to Chio. A little too nimble on the Cat though, so Lucamino's going to have to survive with just damage.
Back, Cat. We're going to no cam.
Angle though for Lucamino is going to get sorted in just a moment, but Kellen just goes down in the front line, no help.
I mean, Dallas Fuel so split, right? They're all trying to take different angles, which means that there's way less players to be able to aid Kellen on the front line. So Falcons ignore the off angle and just go for the throw. Run the Ramatra over.
Looks like a very well-drilled and executed Team Falcons right now, fully prepared for what the Dallas Fuel are throwing out.
Yeah, if you're Dallas Fuel too, like these fights have been so one-sided, you're so slowly building up ult bank, you have nothing really to abuse to force Falcons to have to respect you. Rush will be matched by fielders, so you can't use that to flip the fight.
Yeah, we get it. Your ultimate's almost ready. We understand. Lucamino required the Suzu there, so again, the front line's going to be rather dangerous place to be. Kellen and Chronic feeling that first hand or first fist as someone just caves their head in. 70% already, and Dallas Fuel, Moxie, they've not really had a fight.
Well, Fielder used the rush as well from Falcons just to twist the knife extra deep into Dallas Fuel's regroup. This is last fight territory, and they just have to have someone threaten the back cap just to buy space to walk to point.
God, Chio's just going to be such a menace again, surely. Sunjin forced a recall really early. Oh, what a stick! What was that, Sunjin? Okay, a little bit of comeuppance there for Chio. They just trade though, so it's a support for a supporter's merit. Taking matters into his own hands, but shut down by Kellen's Annihilation. Someone not long for this world either. It is going to be a triple for Kellen, but they're still having to deal with this 99% for Falcons.
Great Vortex as well from Kellen, totally shutting down Merit before he can swing out of that cover. Once he's activated the OC, forces the Power Slide to reposition instead. But like you said, Falcons, last fight territory. They've got Annihilation to be able to force their way onto point. Dallas will have to find picks and now.
Chio, oh, can't go down just yet. The health back just there. There you go. Sneaks it away.
Oh, they're jumping Lucamino.
It's going to be a disaster if they manage to find a pick here. Dallas Fuel can't afford to lose anybody. There's a pulse bomb for Spin. He's already found the no clip there. Onto the one clip onto Lucamino and a pulse to follow up. I mean, what a disgusting round from Team Falcons. Didn't really feel competitive, to be honest. The Dallas Fuel are just going to fall over here. It's a 99%. Maybe one person to touch. A downtown captive Sun, not even going to connect. Team Falcons with map 1.
Flying through. Night and day when you compare their performances the last time we saw them for stage 2. Merit coming back has made this team look absolutely different. We said he was one of those players to be able to watch, the flexibility of his hero pool, the skill that he can hit, but it feels as well like he's that anchoring presence. We have to talk about Chio though, on the cap. Like just playing cap, almost like a whole dive DPS, putting the pressure onto Dallas Fuel's back line so that Lucamino can't get away with these really greedy, hyper poke style compositions. Not getting to play that Illari, not getting to play the Wu Yang. We don't even get to see one whole fight with the Wu Yang before he swaps.
Yeah, no big title blast. No nothing, really. Bit of a lackluster performance there from Dallas Fuel on that last round. Falcons now in the lead. This first to 2, meaning they're on match point now.
Yeah, Falcons feeling very confident, I feel, off of the back as well. Like, they matched the Ramatra. They had some really good annihilations. They had some brilliant reads as well of the ult economy that Dallas Fuel had. And they knew, like, when they started winning those control fights, just to keep that bleeding going, to not allow Dallas Fuel to get those clean resets so they can't build up those ultimates, and just find point flips.
What's the difference they're going to make in this next map, you reckon?
I mean, I feel like if your Dallas Fuel, off of how dominant Falcons were at playing that last point of control, you don't go Flashpoint. I think you have to avoid it. Maybe the desk were talking about the fact that, like, Dallas Fuel, do they want to go for something where we can see that double flex backline? Or do we think that they go for one of the directions that they've had one of their identities, the Rhine? Because I think if you do want to go Flashpoint, you would avoid a map like Atlas, you try to go New Junk City, and you try to play the Reinhardt for Kellen.
Wheat and Sparkle on the stage, deciding where they want to go next. It's going to be Dallas Fuel's choice. But yeah, I'd happen to agree. I think staying away from Flashpoint is going to be for the better of the team.
We'll have to see how they do, though, if we do move towards the Escort or the Hybrid, since they've liked to play dive. They did start leaning more towards the Mauga, deeper into that run of the NA playoffs. But I do feel that Falcons just were more coordinated, especially when it came to pinning down one specific target, right? Dallas have always liked their dive. We've seen the Winston, we've seen the Diva, but Falcons, they were playing dive compositions without, like, dive characters. It was like that dive tempo, which just kept eating away at what Dallas really got to do. Is I feel like we're seeing a substitution that looked like potentially Checkmate, replacing Spin.
Yeah, the most likely scenario there for sure. We'll see. Just want to know where we're going.
Yeah, me too.
The Dallas Fuel, of course, upsetting SSG in that finals in North America Stage 2, denying them the perfect stage. We knew they were going to be kind of a mean team to deal with, but upsetting in that fashion is, it's got to feel good if you're the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Falcons, right, you dealt with some of the issues that Dallas Fuel's flexibility have had. They've loved having this poke-heavy backline to be able to apply more pressure in downtime neutral. It buys you so much space to be able to control those angles if you can just sit there and spam from afar with things like the Wu Yang. The issue is that Wu Yang at the start of those rounds, when you don't have those perks, you burn so quickly out of healing resources, and you don't have the triple orb off of Falling Rain to have that intense pressure of forcing the DPS to be able to give up that space of giving up the challenge versus you. So hats off to Falcons to identify that that was what Dallas Fuel were going to try to rely on, having that additional level of damage that the Wu Yang could provide, the angle control that they would have to worry about when they played onto beach, so that you're not just concentrating on the rundown of your Ramatra on main, you punish the staticness of the Ramatra shield, and the Wu Yang's able to just bend those orbs around it, get that damage, get someone low enough for Dallas's DPS to be able to take them fully down. Falcons, it seems like they just read their opponent so well. They knew the turns that Lucamino would make. And even when we saw the Alari swap come out, they had the ultimates to just full push in despite Pylon being there set up.
Just getting Checkmate set up and ready to go for Team Falcons, and then we'll be into the next map.
I feel like this means Reaper. Checkmate's been playing a whole lot of Mei, a whole lot of Reaper. Falcons have played Vendetta Xion as well, as one of the compositions that they really liked playing versus Zanside on Antarctic Peninsula, actually. The map that they were able to win in their playoffs. But that was when the Reaper was banned. That was also when Merit was not in.
Yeah, still feeling confident though is Merit, it seems like. Let's have a look. Here we go. Sonjin on your screen there for a brief moment. It's been a long day today, so they've been waiting this whole day really to play this match. Anticipation must be killing them in some regard.
I feel like the map will change as well quite drastically impacts what exactly the Fuel would want to be able to do. A lot of their options that they had at being able to successfully pull out those dive compositions have been removed from play entirely. So it makes it much harder for you to try and work out where exactly you want to go. As we talked about, like, choice with the Rhine, but comfortable playing into entirely from that. It will tell you scrims are not the same as officials. Teams will hold back, they won't show strategies, and they will sometimes even underplay their performance so that you underestimate them when you face off in these tournaments. Plus, you're probably not scrimming the teams within your group, right? The strategy is that you scrim the teams within the other group so that you don't have the chance of running into someone who already knows your compositions within the first few days of the tournament.
Oh, I like those little cards, those OWCS career cards. They look sick. Man, we need some trading cards for OWCS. All I'm saying. Gimme, gimme. I'll be ripping boxes on stream.
I was about to say, we just like have a break.
Hey, put that on the desk. Put that on the desk. Get me up there. Let me rip some packs. Someone get on there. I know you're listening.
Getting ready to head here. You can see like Dallas Fuel. That is not a calm team. That is a team who wants to get in and just be able to play. And you're probably running for like so many situations through your head trying to work out what is the best composition to play. What is the best ban to be able to use as well versus Falcons. Do you potentially go for something like the Sojourn, which gave a lot of issue having to play into it? The OC angles, the space that it forced, like you look at that retake on Downtown, where it's Cat just dropping the Sojourn through. Yes, the overclock does not get kills and value the traditional way where you see it lighting up the kill feed, but the disruption that it created within the Dallas Fuel core, allowing the rest of Vulcan's team to pour through main and overrun any of that space. So even though Fuel had things like Annihilation ready to go, they just don't have the confidence to be able to rip it because they feel like they're just not going to be able to support the Ramatra enough for the ult to gain value. Allowed Falcons opportunities that they otherwise would not have had.
Almost perfect posture there from Phil, do you see that?
Yeah.
Back completely straight. Looking great.
Do you think they ban cap?
I think it's a good possibility.
They haven't really been leaning that heavily on cap.
What is it?
Brawly.
What is going on? I come back and this is what I come back to?
Accepted, beautiful. Bountiful for Falcons.
What is going on, Noah?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with the audio right now. Probably it's just me.
My goodness.
No way, it
That's a
is
good
not
one, I
just
like
me.
it.
Is it?
I like it.
Brawly? Yeah, I
Brawly.
mean, Ram's involved. There's always going to be some form of brawl.
That's true. As soon as I saw those Ram changes,
What
I'm
the heck
like,
is going on?
we're seeing more.
Ram players, they're eating so good at the moment.
Ryan players, not so much.
Yeah, but hey, you have a ban draft. You can...
Yeah, that's true.
You can boot the Ram.
You can ban him.
Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna refresh. So that's the solution for a lot of this stuff. That we just refresh. Half the time refreshing works. Oh, there's a rulebook thing for all this stuff. Whoops. I'm not a part of that. Okay.
Just about ready to go. Like the Wii.
Force this potentially as well, Luke.
What is up with our audio?
Alari, if he wants to be able to provide more of.
What is up with our audio, y'all? I do not understand what's going on with our audio. Why are we having audio issues? Where are we having audio? Oh, we're overloaded? Well, I think our vertical is overloaded. That's what I'm saying. See if we're losing frames again.
For what Dallas Fuel were running, Neon Junction, much more new in our map pool. Very little take.
Alright, let me delete that. Okay, we'll just do that. We at this situated. Yeah, hopefully I'm not lagging. My audio lagging? I hope not. Oh, we're gonna try one more time. We're gonna try one more.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
Hey, so yet again, we're starting to see taking advantage of the lack of symmetry here. Being able to use those May walls make it much harder for Fuel to be able to walk around the chokes.
That's how I'm feeling right now. Eyes wide open.
Or maybe it's just me.
Void.
Is it just me?
Look at that.
Is it just mine?
Scariest looking animals in the Overwatch universe, I'll tell you.
Think pigeons?
Really?
Of course they added it to Neon Junction, yeah.
Hold up.
You think the pigeon looks scarier than the crocodile?
Because
On
I have
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of
Oh, yeah.
turns
Don't
and
get
whistles on my
roast-eyed.
thing.
You take a fight
On
with
my
a
stuff,
crocodile instead of a pigeon.
You seen
I
the
am
deaths
dropping
there
frames,
those
so
little guys are giving?
this is kind of
I've
scary.
seen
I don't
the
know why
tip
I'm
of
dropping
a
frames.
crocodile. I'm taking my chances with a pigeon.
Absolutely not.
Oh my gosh.
Don't wanna
Why
take
am I
your chances
dropping
with this,
frames?
though. Chronic on the Widow. Nothing too crazy. Not gonna give him a chance.
Let's try to do a pop-up player.
Miss challenge. Very easy.
Oh my gosh. Why is it laggy so much?
Spam. Merit checkmate just pulling it
Why
down.
is this laggy?
This is going to be the big problem for this Ramcom. If they get walled off on one of these side rooms, it's pretty over for Keller.
Yeah, but Chronic on that Freya has the ability to simply just dodge the Mei wall entirely by Lu.
Okay, I don't know if anyone else is laggy right now. Let me ask the EWC chat. No, it's definitely me. It's definitely me. I think we're lagging right now. Where's that lag coming from? Let me close this stuff. And close this stuff. We hit 100 viewers finally on YouTube. Then
You're not gonna give him a chance.
let's try to do a playout. Yeah, so actually, here's the okay. So I'm not just lagging. Like it's not me. It's the stream itself. What is wrong with the stream? Okay, give me a second, guys. Give me a second, chat. Let me do something. That's just crazy.
A high noon for Merit. Just put Sonjin in the dirt. Chio picking up the kill credit.
Great flashbang from Merit as well. Makes Sonjin so vulnerable to Chio's follow through. So despite Falcons being down a tank that whole fight, they're able to hold off fuel.
Audio shutters.
Really costs the attack. They burned 4 ults in that fight. You only have the bowler shot from Chronic here.
Let's try to lower the quality. The auto.
Callan just taking too much again. It's already stepped up. Used that Annihilator, the Nemesis for. Oh, the wall.
What is going on, y'all?
To Lucamino on and off angle. The flux is going to be good. That's Suzu.
Yeah, I'm not lagging. I am not lagging, but the stream is lagging badly for me.
Unleashes the bolus, but doesn't get anything in the end.
Checkmate still holding on to that blizzard as yet again Chronic falls down.
Let's do video sets.
Able to find these kills as Falcons perfectly play around the cover. Great wall as well to stop Callan's disengagement. And that is lost by territory now, Jack.
Oh, they're going to try this. A Shion of all things, really?
Yeah.
We've out here staggering Shion. Okay, 30 seconds to go. Final fight.
You'll have to just walk into both the blizzard.
Why is it like bad? Let's try to jump into another streamer. Is it that bad? Oh, it's that bad. Uh-oh. Alright, sweet. So, what's gonna happen is we're gonna have to close these things. Oh, so it is me on a certain level. So, okay, so where are we at? Where are we at, chat? Yeah, we gotta close a couple things, I guess. Okay, let's try opening it one more time. Try doing this one more time, chat. I'm so sorry, chat. I don't know what's going on here. Our bitrate's fine. Things are fine, but something happened to where we crashed it out. See if this works.
Yeah.
Not loud, but it's also... Oh, don't be nervous. Please, don't be nervous.
Why is my stream stuttering?
Building all the absorbing of some of the damage.
You seeing this?
The stutter's so strong. Okay, give me a second. I need a troubleshoot now. I'm so sorry, chat. I did not have this problem before. I guess we just have we definitely have streamer problems right now.
often seen as a negative. It can be negative. On how it exists. Like, obviously, like, probably. Alright, chat, we're troubleshooting right now. Huh? Okay. What else? Got it. Alright, let's try it.
Over Dallas Fuel. Thought it was going to be a close one, not to be Dallas Fuel.
Wait, but who won?
Gonna have to fight back in that lower bracket now. Let's jump down to the
Oh, Dallas Field lost. Damn. Oh man. There we go. Team Falcons take this one. Okay.
Champions feel like a bit of a redemption.
Oh no. Yeah, Team Falcons locked in. We lost this one. Damn. Damn, Team Falcons. We got deleted with the Falcons again. Not again. It's okay. We're just sent to the loser bracket. So that means Dallas Fuel has to fight against another lower bracket. No, another lower bracket team. That's it. So. Yeah, this is crazy. Well, I mean, at least we're still here, right? We are still here. Okay, so we're gonna close these. We're definitely gonna close this anymore. So sad.
So in that sense, I think we're gonna get through one step by step and try to lift the trophy again.
Wow. You're gonna try to lift the trophy again? Okay.
What do you think you need to improve upon from what we've seen from Falcons in stages 1 and 2?
이제 스테이지 1, 2를 통해서 팀 8번이
I have really strong stutter. And it's only because when I have audio on. That's kind of crazy. We do captions. We do captions? They can't do captions. Because they're talking in a different language. Haha. Okay, well. Okay. I mute. Concentration, not the primate. So gather seems to blah 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 blah. Windows audio's conflict, an audio rematch, an OBS capture / switch audio rendering. Makes sense. Yeah. I don't know. Media 12. What's Media 12? I don't. Okay. Jack guessed the winner. They guessed the Team Falcons, and they probably got it right. It's done. It's over. Right. Settings, audio, sample race. There is no next game. This is the last game for today. Audio. Wait. We are at that level. Yeah, I'm so sorry that we're here in this situation right now. Why does technology fail me when I need it the most? Right? Technology is just now failing me when I need it the most. Crazy. Then in Windows, systems found more settings by advanced. Okay. Alright, so this is the bracket. So this is bracket for tomorrow. Look, at least we can look at this. We may not have audio, but we have screens. Alright, so Virtus Pro wins. So tomorrow's matches will have VP against Twisted Minds. That might be a good match. Weibo Gaming against Team Falcon. Now that's probably going to be a good match, but we all think... I really think Team Falcons would take that one. Then we have 9ZG against T1. Everyone's going to say T1's going to win. But we have our NA, Team Liquid versus Dallasfield. And I'm so sad. That makes me sad. Oh, wait. Okay. And then in other bracket, Team B. Team B, we got Crazy Raccoons against Space Station Gaming. I'm sad again. Another NA. And then we have Geeky Esports against Zeta Division. I want to see how this one turns out. Team Secret against JD Gaming. And AGAL versus Verdell. AGAL should be coming on top of that, and then the Team Secret one's kind of a mix-up. That's kind of a toss in the air, actually. We don't even know who's gonna win that one, but yeah. All right, that seems about it, right, y'all? We are done. We are done with the Overwatch day 1 for group stages. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm so sorry for this last bit of this last mix-up. I had a meeting, and tell me why. As soon as I'm done with the meeting, come back, and then we have audio issues. I don't know why what happened. This is my first time streaming together, so thank you, Dr. Doolittle, for streaming together. If you want to stream together tomorrow, let me know. Hit me up, and then we'll try to do it for tomorrow. And then on top of that, you know, we are also doing drops. So every time you watch, you get free Overwatch drops, like actual things from Overwatch. Crazy. The other big one is that we're also doing EWC drops, and if you sub, you definitely will get a very premium platinum EWC badge. So, and plus every sub helps me out as well, so if you guys like to watch all my content and like to see everything, that'd be great. You can always sub. Not required, but always wanted. That's what it is. How we're gonna work this again. Today is, I think, Wednesday. Yes, today's Wednesday. So that means tomorrow. Oh my gosh, I only have a day. Tomorrow we'll be doing our classroom session. I'll determine what our classroom session is a little bit by tonight for our esports class. It will be our esports class number 4. And yeah, hopefully we get to talk some more about esports, chat it up, and see some really good games from Overwatch. And on top of that, if you are coming from YouTube, just want to say thank you for coming from YouTube. We are also streaming live on YouTube tomorrow for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And I think it is tomorrow, we would be streaming the Call of Duty Warzone series on YouTube. So that's right. We're not doing it on Twitch, unfortunately not, but we will be doing it on YouTube. So yay. Alright, well that's been it for me for today. Thank you Dr. Doolittle for being here. I'm gonna let the homie know. Let me let the homie know. Oh, wait, hold up. I shouldn't be doing that. Hello, Dr. Doolittle. Alright, I'm going to be heading off right now. We're gonna end our co-streaming session with the EWC. Homie, thanks for doing stream together with me. I appreciate it. Appreciate you a lot. I will be... Yes. No more other games. Yes, hype, hype, hype. We have no other games, unfortunately. That all the other games will be tomorrow. And it should be starting around 2 AM around my time. I don't know what time it starts for you. But I'll be up at 2 AM doing a bunch of streaming for it as well. Yeah. Yeah. I will go right now. I need to take a nap. I have another meetings. I have other things to do today. I will be on a little bit later tonight though. After I take a small nap and stuff like that, I'll be on. I'll probably be on from the entire night all the way till the next match of Overwatch. But if I'm not, definitely I will see you guys around. Alright, Dr. Doolittle, I'm heading out. I will see you tomorrow. When you online, let me know. We'll do another stream together. Bet. Also try to see if that was my problem. Okay. Alright, I'll see you later, Dr. Doolittle. Bye-bye. Oh, I didn't hear you. Alright, sweet. Alright, chat, we're gonna raid. Let's wait Smirky. I just saw Smirky online. Oh. Where you at? 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 Okay. Guys, support Smirky. Smirky's an amazing person. Doing a lot and stuff like that. So we're gonna raid him.
So tomorrow's plan would be co-streaming this and
Alright, follow him.
the Sonic Racing Cross.
We're gonna hit him with the raid.
That's our plan for tomorrow. Hey, I've been there. That venue, Paris Expo.
Crazy, I haven't been to Paris.
Wait, are they holding it where TwitchCon was? Because TwitchCon Paris was 2023. I went there. I guess it would make sense if they held it in that venue.
Bum bum
They have
bum
like
bum
multiple
bum.
expo halls there. Yeah. Oh yeah, the billboard. Yeah, Esports World Cup is happening July to August.
I think that's crazy. How come my audio's not like being messed up right now when I'm with Smirky? But now it did the. Never mind. I won't talk about it.
I'm getting my minutes in of co-streaming. Yeah, I didn't realize I hopped on at the very end of it. That's on me. So as soon as this broadcast ends, I will check if I'll see what let me see what other competitions are happening right now.
They only have Marvel Rivals
There's
going
actually
on.
quite a lot happening. So Overwatch is happening. PUBG and Valorant. I don't know if those are my like approved games or not. EAFC.
Those things are done, Smirky.
What all is happening?
Here, we'll raid. We'll raid and we'll do a.
Because I have like a Twitch directory I can look at. Hey Darth, thank you. I just before I pressed go live, I got $25. So a friend sent in a donation before I pressed go live, which is very nice. So
Alright, we're gonna end our stream. Alright, bye y'all.
because okay, for the Esports World Cup, I have like designated approved games. So I have to check that out. Also, the more I co-stream, the more exclusive like badges I can unlock, which is really cool. So I want to like take advantage of that. Yeah, let me see. EWC Pro World Cup. Let me check Discord. Hold on, sorry. I have to see what is actually going on today for Esports World Cup. Because I want this broadcast to be Esports World Cup, and then my next broadcast today is going to be my planned content, which I hinted at in our Discord. You can join our Discord. Discord.gg/Smurfy. Hi, Hugh. I know, I literally missed it. Thanks for the raid. Thank you for raiding me. I appreciate it. No, I was like... No, literally. I was all like, yeah, it starts in the early morning, but I saw it was still live, and I saw it was like Dallas Fuel, and I'm like, hey, that's my hometown team. Let's go live.